Upon awakening, I found myself unexpectedly transported to the enchanting world of Pokémon. Just as exhilaration began to swell within me, I was abruptly cast aside by my girlfriend. But who truly cares? An urgent alarm from the grass-type gym suddenly blared. A rare, shiny Gardevoir was under siege by a band of poachers. While everyone around me mocked my heartbreak, my Pokéball hung ready at my waist. The most ironic truth of this world: while you're preoccupied with rescuing a goddess, your ex is still fretting over dinner choices. This is a fervent chronicle of my transformation from an abandoned trainer to a legendary guardian. Every Pokémon I encounter serves as a foreshadowing of destiny. Chapter 1. If it's over, Lippy, I am eager to rescue the goddess. In the Sinnoh region, in the town of Leafy. Look at this guy. He resembles a dog. Amidst the mocking whispers, Lin Dong slowly opened his bleary eyes and rose from the ground. Oh, you're awake. I thought you were dead, sneered a boy with a flashy hairstyle. I'm off to Professor Yamazaki's lab to obtain my first Pokémon. You loser can just keep being a bug catcher. He'll take care of Xiaoman for you. After a moment of bewilderment, Lin Dong realized the situation. The boy before him was Yi Hao, and the pure-looking girl he held was Xiaoman, his childhood sweetheart in his previous life. His predecessor had succumbed to despair, resulting in his demise. Meanwhile, I, who was happily engrossed in anime at home, had been struck by a lightning bolt and transported into the Pokémon world, inhabiting the body of Lin Dong, who bore my name. At this moment, Lin Dong found himself at a loss for words and could only borrow a classic line. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not underestimate the youth. Yi Hao's anger flared, while Xiaoman gently interjected, All right, young Master Hao, let's not waste time with him. If we don't hurry to the lab, the Pokémon will be snatched away. She then leaned in closer, whispering just above a whisper, I haven't been touched by him yet. Once you get your desired Pokémon, they'll celebrate with you tonight. Ha ha ha, you're right. Let's ignore this loser. Yi Hao laughed heartily, waving his hand as he embraced Xiaoman and climbed into a luxurious car. My girlfriends were off. Indeed, Yi Hao had more than just Xiaoman as a girlfriend. His entourage of girlfriends filled 2 cars, their cheers echoing, Go, young Master Hao. You're the best. This fellow bore some resemblance to the original character, but his character was vastly inferior. By the way, didn't he mention going to Professor Yamazaki's lab today? Lin Dong suddenly realized and turned to sprint back home, retrieving an old bicycle to head towards Truzen Town. Of course, as a commoner, he had no qualification to claim a starter Pokémon, but he had something far more pressing to accomplish. Just as Yi Hao had mocked him, he received a notification from his built-in system as a traveler. Newbie task: rescue Xiaowang from being attacked by Ariados. The heartbreak and betrayal belonged to the predecessor. What did it have to do with Lin Dong? That duo of hats almost delayed him from rescuing the goddess. The bicycle creaked as he pedaled, the chain sparking with friction, the chipped paint gliding through the woods like a specter. Xiaowang was his favorite heroine from his past life, and Lin Dong was determined to intercept her. This journey must not be in vain. System: does this world align perfectly with the original narrative? Having integrated the former owner's memories, Lin Dong discovered that individuals in this world receive their Pokémon training qualifications at the age of 15, unlike the original narrative's age of 10. Thus, he felt somewhat uncertain about this world. System: not entirely consistent, but most of the host's memories can be referenced. System: a gentle reminder for the host. This world mirrors reality. Please exercise caution. What? Lin Dong was startled, failing to notice the small stones on the road. The old bicycle ultimately could not bear the burden, shattering into pieces as its components scattered across the ground, and Lin Dong was thrown off. He landed in a heap, a wave of intense pain washing over him. Beep. Given the host's current ineptitude, this system generously presents a starter gift pack. Would you like to open it? Lin Dong wanted to curse the system for its timing, but, after some contemplation, relented. Open. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the super newcomer physique. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the initial Pokémon, Pikachu. Congratulations, host, you have gained a random Pokémon Opportunity 1. Would you like to use it immediately? A gentle surge of power coursed through Lin Dong's body, and he sprang to his feet, invigorated by the super newcomer physique. Not only did he possess extraordinary self-healing abilities, but his physical prowess had also ascended to new heights, capable of surviving a fall from a tree branch without severe injury. Simultaneously, a Pokéball appeared in his hand, and before he could react, Pikachu leaped out, settling on his shoulder. Pikachu! Wow, it's a real Pikachu! Lin Dong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Hello, Pikachu. Pika Pika. Unlike the proud persona he had imagined, this Pikachu, gifted by the system, seemed quite different from the one in the original narrative. As if sensing Lin Dong's confusion, the system explained. The personality of the Pokémon provided by this system is derived from the host's memories, and the random Pokémon will be selected from those deeply ingrained in the host's recollection. Ah, I see. Lin Dong felt even more exhilarated, as his memories of Pikachu were largely shaped by its later, obedient demeanor. Thus, aside from Pikachu and Meowth from Team Rocket, most of the formidable Pokémon he recalled were legendary or semi-legendary creatures. Use the random opportunity immediately. The system's voice echoed, and it did not disappoint Lin Dong. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Dragonite. Another Pokeball materialized in Lin Dong's hand, and he was overjoyed, promptly opening it. Come forth. Roar. A brilliant flash illuminated the area as a towering, orange-hued Dragonite appeared before him. Dragonite, please take me to Truzen Town. Roar. Dragonite nodded, lowering its body so Lin Dong could mount its back. With a gentle flap of its wings, they soared toward the direction Lin Dong indicated. Simultaneously, inside Professor Yamazaki's lab, a Chimchar had snatched food from Piplup, leading to a skirmish between the two Pokémon. Piplup's bubble beam accidentally struck a Staraptor, which retaliated with a whirlwind when Xiaowang and Professor Yamazaki arrived. Chimchar and Piplup were nowhere to be found, leaving only the horrified and remorseful staff behind. Seeing this, Xiaowang volunteered to retrieve the two Pokémon. However, when she caught up to Piplup, she discovered it ensnared in a large spider web. Piplup! Xiaowang exclaimed anxiously, rushing forward to rescue Piplup. At that moment, an Ariados suddenly appeared, launching a sludge bomb. Xiaowang quickly leapt back, narrowly evading Ariados' attack. Ariados relentlessly unleashed sludge bombs, all of which Xiaowang skillfully avoided. Having gained some experience, an idea struck Xiaowang, and she dashed beneath the spiderweb. Piplup, he'll rescue you right away, don't worry. Ari. As Ariados prepared to launch another sludge bomb, Xiaowang swiftly darted to the side. The sludge bomb exploded upon the web, freeing Piplup, though the ensuing blast sent it flying. Xiaowang sprinted a few steps and caught the falling Piplup. After leaping down a slope, believing he had escaped danger, Xiaowang greeted Bagamon, saying, I am Xiaowang, and today I officially become a trainer. To his surprise, Bagamon was not appreciative, retaliating with a peck attack. Ouch! What's your problem? I was only trying to save you unfazed. Bagamon turned away, but a rumbling from its stomach betrayed it completely. Xiaowang took out some Pokemon food, intending to feed Bagamon. Just then, the leaves above rustled, and an Ariados suddenly appeared before them, unleashing a barrage of poisonous needles. Both Xiaowang and Bagamon shrieked in fright, hastily retreating just in time to evade the attack. A makeshift web, spun from the trees, was soon populated by nearly 10 more Ariados. Bagamon run. Chapter 2. A heroic rescue, though Klitsch proves effective. Understanding that they were outmatched, Xiaowang hurriedly fled with Bagamon, but the Ariados were quicker, spewing webbing to block their escape. Bagamon used Bubble Beam. As Xiaowang commanded Bagamon, she tossed the Pokemon food towards the Ariados, hoping to buy some time. The Bubble Beam cut through the webbing, but just as they were about to break free, another Ariados ensnared Xiaowang's foot with its silk. Losing her balance, Xiaowang fell to the ground as the Ariados closed in. Realizing escape was futile, she urged Bagamon, Bagamon, you must flee. I'm fine, but was she truly unscathed? Lin Dong understood all too well that when she claimed to be fine, it often indicated the opposite. The Ariados advanced. Furious, some unleashed poison sting, while others launched sludge bombs, all aimed at Xiaowang. Xiaowang certainly did not possess the resilience of a rookie trainer. If struck, the consequences could be dire. Fast Dragon, use Water Gun. Terrified, Xiaowang shielded her head with her hands. At that moment, a powerful jet of water obliterated the Ariados' assault, sending nearly 10 of them flying, and severing the silk that bound Xiaowang. Aridia, the Ariados sensed an overwhelming pressure and, recognizing they were no match, retreated in fear. Still shaken, Xiaowang turned to see a handsome young man descend from a majestic orange dragon-type Pokemon. Are you alright? Lin Dong knelt down, helping Xiaowang free her foot from the webbing as he spoke. Sunlight illuminated Lin Dong's face, enhancing his gentle features. Xiaowang felt a blush rise to her cheeks as she softly replied, I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. Lin Dong helped Xiaowang to her feet and scrutinized her appearance. She wore a black neck camisole and a pink skirt, adorned with a white cap featuring a pink Pokéball pattern and pink boots. Everything resembled her memories from a previous life. However, in this parallel world, the 15-year-old girl had matured far beyond her animated counterpart, her attire accentuating her elegance and grace. A faint fragrance wafted by, momentarily leaving Lin Dong entranced. Imxi Iogvang, a novice trainer. May I know your name? Xiao Wang inquired. Lin Dong snapped back to reality. Lin Dong, also a novice trainer. It's a pleasure to meet you, Xiao Wang. Likewise, Xiao Wang began to express her gratitude, but suddenly realized, you're also a novice trainer? She was taken aback, unable to reconcile Lin Dong's imposing figure with that of a beginner trainer. Allow me to introduce my partners, Pikachu and Fast Dragon. Pika Roar Lin Dong introduced them briefly before leaning down to examine Bagomon. This Bagomon is your partner, right? You've raised it well. Xiao Wang felt a flush of embarrassment. Well, not really today is my first day as a trainer. On their way back to the research institute, Xiao Wang recounted her harrowing experience to Lin Dong, who listened intently while subtly asking questions. There was no way he could reveal, I am Lin Dong, a traveler who knows everything about you, including our future together nevertheless. Lin Dong shared some insights, earning Xiao Wang's admiration. In her mind, his already impressive image grew taller and more mysterious, igniting her curiosity a prelude to deeper feelings. After walking for a while, they could see the gates of the Yamanashi Research Institute in the distance. At that moment, a voice echoed in Lin Dong's mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the novice task. You have earned a random Pokemon opportunity. Would you like to use it now? Note, Pokeballs can be directly attached to your belt. This note erased any lingering doubts in Lin Dong's mind, and unbeknownst to anyone, a Pokeball appeared on his belt. Congratulations, host, you have received Darkrai. Had Xiao Wang not been by his side, Lin Dong might have leaped for joy. The Darkrai that lingered in his memory was from the movie, a creature devoted to protecting others, willing to bear the burden of blame to warn people of the approaching Palkia. Ultimately, it sacrificed itself to shield the town from the onslaught of Dialga and Palkia. How could Lin Dong not admire such a Darkrai? As for the legendary figure of Darkrai, wait, could it be that I am that legendary figure? Lin Dong pondered this peculiar thought as he entered the research institute with Xiao Wang, oblivious to the 3 luxury cars parked outside. Dr. Yamanashi, I've returned with Bagomon. Xiao Wang is back. Thank you so much for your efforts. Dr. Yamanashi's serious demeanor softened at the sight of Bagomon's return. The Chimchar, sensing danger, had already scampered back on its own, and thankfully, the 3 Pokemon intended for new trainers had not gone awry. Meanwhile, Lin Dong spotted 2 very familiar figures. It's you. Before Lin Dong could speak, Yihao stepped forward, unable to contain his contempt. How dare you follow me here? You're truly relentless. Seeing the Pikachu perched on Lin Dong's shoulder only fueled Yihao's anger. To him, Lin Dong was a loser, a lowly being meant to be trampled underfoot. The thrill of humiliating someone like Lin Dong was his greatest joy. Lin Dong's capture of Pikachu signaled to Yihao a form of retaliation. And when he caught sight of Xiao Wang beside Lin Dong, jealousy flashed in his eyes. Damn, this girl, more beautiful than any of Mike's girlfriends, is with this worthless fool. What a nuisance, Lin Dong thought, not even bothering to glance at him. Just hours earlier, he had felt powerless against Yihao, but now he possessed Pikachu, Fast Dragon, and Darkrai, while Yihao was merely a fledgling trainer who hadn't even received his starter Pokemon. Lin Dong's sole ambition remained unchanged, Xiao Wang. Lin Dong, I know you can't forget me, but we truly inhabit different worlds, Xiao Man said, noticing the desire swirling in Yihao's eyes. Fearing for her position, she sauntered over, wrapping her arms around Yihao's, her softness brushing against him. Young Master Xiaoho is the man of my dreams. Excuse me, who are you? Before Lin Dong could retort, Xiao Wang interjected, displeased. What's your relationship with Lin Dong? You can't just waltz in here and act as if you own the place. Well said. Lin Dong silently applauded Xiao Wang's boldness. Who might you be? Just as Xiao Man was about to retort, she was intimidated into silence by Dr. Yamane's authoritative voice. Even the arrogant Yihao found himself clenching his fists, too apprehensive to utter a word. Although his family wielded considerable influence, even he lacked the audacity to misbehave on Dr. Yamane's territory, not even if his father were present. Do you know each other? Xiao Guang, who is this? Dr. Yamane inquired. Xiao Guang promptly introduced, Doctor, this is Lin Dong. Earlier in the woods, we were ambushed by a horde of Ariados, and it was Lin Dong who rescued us. Oh, I see. I'm truly grateful to you, Dr. Yamane responded. Are you also a trainer? Indeed, Dr. Yamane. Like Xiao Wang, I turned 15 this year and became a trainer. I have come to Shinai Town to collect my Pokédex and officially register, Lindong replied. You have yet to register? Please wait a moment. Dr. Yamane approached the telephone and dialed a number. Chapter 3 Dr. Oak received a call from Professor Yamashita, and a kind, smiling elderly gentleman appeared on the screen. Hi, this is the Oak Laboratory. It's been a while. Yamashita. Professor Yamashita maintained a serious demeanor. However, Dr. Oak well understood his senior. Despite his stern appearance, he was a person with a deep affection for Pokémon. Oh, Yamashita, it truly has been a long time. Have there been any new developments in your research? Dr. Oak's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Not yet. But I have a favor to ask of you. I heard that you still have one official trainer qualification left this year? Professor Yamashita inquired. Oh, that matter. I am quite troubled by it myself. I don't have many qualified trainers this year, and if I don't allocate this spot, I won't meet my quota. However, if I simply give it to a newcomer who fails to achieve results, it would put me in a more difficult position. Dr. Oak displayed a troubled expression. Professor Yamashita nodded in understanding. Those engaged in research also had their own burdens. For instance, the annual allocation of resources and research funding from the Alliance were crucial to them. Although they possessed greater renown, a region was not limited to a single research institute. To secure more resources, they needed to produce research outcomes and nurture capable trainers. Cultivating newcomers was not only an assignment from the Alliance, but also a long-term investment for the Institute. If the trainers they nurtured became champions, it was akin to a student achieving top honors, bringing glory to the school and its educators. Therefore, selecting the right candidates was of utmost importance. Upon careful examination of the original narrative, it becomes evident that those who could acquire the starter Pokémon often had some background. Shigeru, for instance, was Dr. Oak's own grandson. Haruka initially had little interest in Pokémon, yet her father was a renowned gym leader. Hikari's mother was a top-notch coordinator. Even Satoshi, though somewhat less remarkable, was a childhood friend of Shigeru, having been watched over by Dr. Oak as he grew up. Only trainers of such caliber possess the potential to rise to greatness. Professor Yamashita recognized Lindong's potential but regrettably had already filled his quota. Thus, he intended to create a favor for both parties. Oak, I happen to have a promising newcomer trainer who has been of great assistance to me. Would it be possible to allocate this spot to him? Oh, you consider him quite promising? Dr. Oak expressed surprise as his senior rarely offered compliments. Yes, he's just 15 years old this year, has already caught a Pikachu, and defeated a group of Ariados, Professor Yamashita replied. Pikachu? They are shy and aloof, making them quite unsuitable for a novice trainer. This newcomer has quite the talent. Dr. Oak smiled again, sensing that his last available spot might be secured. Is he currently with you? Yes, just a moment. Professor Yamashita gestured not to hang up, turning to approach Lindong. I have an old friend named Dr. Oak, who runs a laboratory in Masera Town in the Kanto region. He has one spot left for a new trainer this year. Would you be willing to register with him? Thank you, Professor. I would be honored, Lindong replied without hesitation. After all, it was Dr. Oak. Then please follow me. Professor Yamashita led Lindong to the telephone. Hi. I am Dr. Oak from Masera Town. Hello there. Dr. Oak's appearance was quite similar to his animated counterpart, though he appeared even more charming in person. With a playful demeanor. Hello, Dr. Oak. My name is Lindong, and it's a pleasure to meet you. Pika Pika. Dr. Oak chuckled, noticing the Pikachu in the video, which was indeed quite affectionate towards Lindong, lifting his spirits. This year, I have 3 Pokémon prepared for new trainers, 2 of which have already been taken. The remaining one is a grass-type Bulbasaur, which I will send over shortly. As for the Pokédex and Pokéballs, I will leave that to Professor Yamashita to send. Professor Yamashita nodded. No problem. Please proceed with the transfer of Bulbasaur. After hanging up, a bright light illuminated the transfer device, and the laboratory staff prepared the Pokédex and Pokéballs. Having received the complete set of equipment and registered with Dr. Oak's laboratory, Lindong, in a sense, was now considered an official member of the Alliance, which naturally filled him with joy. However, not everyone shared his elation. Yihao was nearly furious, on the verge of grinding his teeth. A mere lowly ant had somehow garnered the favor of both Professor Yamashita and Dr. Oak, inciting both jealousy and rage within him. Yet, despite his anger, he dared only to hint to Professor Yamashita, Doctor, my Pokémon. Oh, I'm coming right now. Professor Yamashita was aware that they had kept the trainers waiting for a while, so he instructed the staff to bring forth the prepared Pokédex and Pokéballs. Hikari arrived earlier and also assisted me, so let her choose first, if that's all right with you? Professor Yamashita looked at Yihao. That's fine. Given Professor Yamashita's stern expression, Yihao certainly did not dare to object. Hikari approached the three Pokémon, the fiery Chimchar, the adorable Piplup, and the sturdy Turtwig, all striving to present themselves. Ultimately, Hikari chose Piplup, exclaiming, "Doctor, I've decided. I want this Piplup." "Very well, here are the Pokédex and Pokéball. Best of luck." Professor Yamashita handed over the equipment. Offering encouragement, Linong chuckled. Hikari received a pink Pokédex, while his was blue. Couple colors, what a good omen. Beside them, Yihao also breathed a sigh of relief, as he had set his sights on the mischievous Chimchar, a personality that suited him well. Having successfully acquired Chimchar, Yihao felt triumphant. "Linong, let's battle. Today, I will show you that losers are always losers." Professor Yamashita cast a disapproving glance at Yihao, secretly questioning whether he had misjudged his character. Such arrogance hardly suggested a champion's demeanor. However, Yihao's father had donated a significant sum to the laboratory, as long as he made an appearance at the Alliance Conference. It would be considered a gain. Professor Yamashita did not intervene, as this opportunity allowed him to observe Lindong's performance. Lindong remained remarkably calm, casting a fleeting glance at the agitated Yihao. "No problem, I accept." With someone offering experience, this was an opportunity not to be missed. Under Professor Yamashita's guidance, the two stepped into a clearing in the laboratory's courtyard. "Shall we use two Pokémon?" Yihao grinned, his expression inciting a desire in Lindong to tear his smug face apart. "Absolutely." Despite being uncertain about Yihao's intentions, Lindong resolutely agreed. This scene only deepened Hikari's admiration. She could clearly see that Yihao harbored ill intentions, yet Lindong remained composed, exuding an air of mastery. "A gentleman is magnanimous." This phrase perfectly encapsulated Lindong's demeanor at that moment. Chapter 4, Lessons Learned. Who truly is the loser? Lindong and Yihao stood on opposite sides of the clearing, with a staff member from the Research Institute temporarily acting as the referee. The match between the novice trainer Lindong and Yihao was about to commence, with each side permitted to utilize two Pokémon. "Go, Pikachu." Lindong, noticing that Yihao made no move to initiate, took the initiative and sent out Pikachu. Seeing Pikachu enter the fray, Yihao smirked slyly, pulling out a Pokéball from behind him. "Go, Geodude." The Pokédex immediately activated, revealing the information on Geodude, a rock-type Pokémon known for its carefree demeanor, indifferent to its own physical damage when rolling down from heights. With this data, Xiaoguang felt a twinge of concern for Pikachu. Geodude possessed both rock and ground attributes, rendering it immune to electric-type moves. Yihao's supporters erupted with excitement. "Young Master Xiaohao is the best. Go, young Master Xiaohao." Dr. Yamanashi's gaze sharpened. Although Yihao's demeanor was arrogant, he demonstrated strategic thinking in battle. By deliberately proposing a two-Pokémon match and waiting for Lindong to send out Pikachu first, he ensured Geodude's advantage over Pikachu. Consequently, if Geodude triumphed, the next match would feature the Fire Monkey against Bulbasaur, allowing Yihao to secure a significant advantage due to type supremacy, making victory seem imminent. However, the ethics of this maneuver were questionable. Both trainers were novices, and as the challenger, Yihao should have taken the first move. Dr. Yamanashi shook his head in disapproval at such underhanded tactics, glancing at Lindong only to find him maintaining an air of calm indifference. "Is this your strategy?" Lindong remarked, shaking his head, dismissing the ploy as ineffective. "Humph. You'll soon find out whether it's effective or not. Geodude, use rollout." Yihao commanded, unable to resist glancing at Xiaoguang standing beside Lindong. This time, Lindong caught the glint of Yihao's inappropriate gaze. Infuriated, Lindong had initially intended to simply teach Yihao a lesson, but now it seemed necessary to deliver a memorable one. Geodude began to roll forward, speeding toward Pikachu. "Pikachu, use Surf." "What?" "Yihao, Dr. Yamanashi." And Xiaoguang exclaimed in unison, as Pikachu's eyes glimmered with a blue light, conjuring a massive wave of water energy that surged forth. Standing atop the crest of the wave, Pikachu commanded it like a general, directing it toward Geodude. Geodude let out a wail as it was swept away by the wave. Although it was immune to electric-type attacks, it was vulnerable to water-type moves. Furthermore, once rollout commenced, it was challenging to halt its momentum, leaving Geodude with no means of evasion. "Pikachu, deliver the final Iron Tail." With the blue light fading from Pikachu's eyes, a metallic sheen enveloped its tail, which then struck Geodude with the force of a whip. Geodude was sent flying out of the arena, bearing a deep wound, its eyes spiraling in defeat. Meanwhile, Yihao felt as though he was being slapped across the face. Geodude lost its ability to battle, granting victory to Pikachu. Amid the triumph, Xiaoguang felt an even greater joy in witnessing the shift in Lindong's demeanor. She clearly observed that Lindong's expression transformed from calm to furious, prompted by Yihao's unwelcome gaze directed at her. Her heart raced. "Continue," Lindong urged, eager for Yi Hao to send out his fire monkey. Are you really going to take it to the extreme? Yi Hao seethed, glaring at Lin Dong. Having lost his high-level Geodude, cultivated through family resources, he could hardly expect his newly acquired fire monkey to contend with Pikachu, which had just demonstrated Surf. Yet, his pride prevented him from conceding. Go, fire monkey. Yi Hao summoned his fire monkey, but the outcome was predictable. Under Lin Dong's guidance, Pikachu swiftly evaded attacks using Quick Attack and Thunderbolt, leaving Fire Monkey disoriented. Pikachu unleashed the final Thunderbolt. Pikachu released a barrage of electricity that struck Fire Monkey, causing an explosive reaction as flames erupted. Fire Monkey was sent tumbling to the ground, its eyes spiraling in defeat. The referee announced the result. Fire Monkey has lost its ability to battle, as both of Yi Hao's Pokémon are unable to continue. Lin Dong is the victor. Yi Hao recalled his Pokémon. His face darkened as though it could drip water. You wait. With a parting threat, he stormed off with his entourage of girls. As the roar of engines faded into the distance, Dr. Yamanashi eagerly inquired, Lin Dong, how did your Pikachu learn Surf? I'm not entirely sure. It could be inherited, Lin Dong replied. However, I lean towards the belief that Pikachu can inherently learn the Surf move. Most Pikachu simply lack the opportunity. This explanation was merely a casual remark. The true reason, as he had learned from the system, was that the powers and moves of the Pokémon gifted by the system were closely aligned with Lin Dong's past memories, provided they did not exceed their species limits. The Pikachu he remembered most vividly was, of course, the beloved Pokémon from the games, and as a dedicated player, he had retained a clear recollection of the key skills it could learn. Thus, he possessed a Pikachu capable of Surf, closely resembling the legendary Pikachu in strength. As Dr. Yamanashi pondered this notion, a look of enlightenment spread across his face. Indeed, that is a splendid hypothesis. This presents an excellent research topic. Dr. Yamanashi had been immersed in the study of Pokémon evolution, but Lin Dong's proposition opened a new avenue for inquiry. The exploration of how Pokémon learn moves could stem from a single Surf technique, leading to countless research avenues. Delving into this field could sustain a lifetime of study. As the sky turned a vibrant orange, Lin Dong and Xiaoguang bid farewell to Dr. Yamanashi. However, a piercing scream soon echoed through the institute's courtyard. Ah! Xiaoguang lamented, gazing at her bicycle, now resembling a charred remnant. My apologies, Lin Dong and Pikachu scratched their heads in embarrassment, realizing they had become overly enthusiastic during the match, causing Pikachu to inadvertently unleash a burst of electricity that struck the bike. It's all right, Xiaoguang smiled brightly. Let's head to the Pokémon Center. Sure. Lin Dong and Xiaoguang strolled side by side along the countryside path, bathed in the warm, picturesque glow of the setting sun. Hey, Lin Dong, aren't you going to return Pikachu to its Pokéball? Oh, about that. Pikachu dislikes being confined to its Pokéball, so I let it stay out. Pika Pika. In this serene atmosphere, the two remained unaware that 3 pairs of eyes were observing them through binoculars. Did you see that? That Pikachu can use Surf, exclaimed a woman with raspberry purple hair. Yes, I saw, replied a man with peacock blue hair, excitement evident in his voice. Between the two individuals, a feline-shaped Pokémon unexpectedly spoke. Meow, that must be an exceedingly rare Pokémon. We must capture it and present it to the boss, Granny. Very well, let us commence our tactical operation at once, commanded the woman without hesitation. Chapter 5, the Hoenn region. It's decided as the last rays of sunlight vanished beyond the horizon. The lights of Xinjia town illuminated the encroaching night. The stars twinkled in the sky. Observing as Lin Dong and Xiaoguang entered the Pokémon Center. Miss Joy, excuse us, Lin Dong finally beheld the legendary Miss Joy, who was indeed as stunning as depicted in the animations, fair-skinned and exceptionally beautiful. Welcome to the Pokémon Center, Miss Joy greeted with her trademark smile, her voice soft and inviting. We would like to stay here for the night and restore our Pokémon strength, Lin Dong explained their needs. It must be said, the benefits provided by the Pokémon League for official trainers were remarkably generous. At any Pokémon Center, they could enjoy complimentary medical care and accommodations. Furthermore, trainers without a source of income would receive a monthly stipend at a minimum standard to assist them in their travels. Although the amount was modest, it was undoubtedly a boon for Lin Dong, whose pockets were already rather empty. After checking their Pokédexes and confirming their identities, Miss Joy promptly prepared a room for them. One room. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback as he received a key card from Miss Joy. Was this progressing a bit too fast? Miss Joy, however, appeared unfazed. Yes, this is a standard double room. Don't worry, there are 2 beds. Is there a problem? No problem, no problem. All right, let's go, Xiaoguang quickly interjected, pulling Lin Dong along. Fearful that further discussion would draw unwanted attention in the stillness of the night, How embarrassing that would be. With Xiao Guang's words, Lin Dong naturally had no objections and felt rather excited. His earlier hesitations were merely to spare Xiao Guang's feelings. They entrusted Pikachu and Bujiman to Miss Joy, explaining that Bujiman had been injured by Ariados during the day, while Pikachu had exerted itself during an intense surfing session in the afternoon. As for Dragonite, it had rested throughout the afternoon, and its minor fatigue had long since been restored. After enjoying dinner in the dining area, they quickly located their room. Lin Dong surveyed the layout, which resembled the standard double rooms of budget hotels in his previous life, complete with a bathroom that featured a convenient wet and dry separation. "Ah, I'm so tired," Xiao Guang exclaimed as she collapsed onto the bed, stretching languidly, her flawless curves on full display, perhaps due to the day's accumulated fatigue. She did not notice Lin Dong's mesmerized gaze. "Lin Dong, I'm going to take a shower now. Could you please boil a pot of water for me?" "Of course," he replied, unable to conceal the elation welling within him as he listened to the sound of water running in the bathroom. Just yesterday, he had been an inconspicuous young man, rejected by his girlfriend. Yet today, having traversed into this new world, he not only possessed strength but also the hope of pursuing his childhood goddess. Beat. Task being issued. Long-term task. Win over Xiao Guang. Reward. 1 random level 1 deity. Note: the condition for task completion is Xiao Guang's affection level reaching 100. The random level 1 deity cannot be obtained if it possesses divine status. System: what is affection level, and how can I check it? Lin Dong inquired. Affection levels are categorized into the following 7 grades, which can be viewed through system scanning. 0. Unacquainted. 1 to 59. Familiar. 60 to 69. Slightly fond. 70 to 79. Developing feelings. 80 to 89. Deep affection. 90 to 99. Infatuated. 100. Everlasting devotion system. What is Xiao Guang's current affection level towards me? Deity: Xiao Guang. Overall charm value: 99. Affection level: 75. The system presented Lin Dong with a panel. 75, he exclaimed, astonished. According to the system's explanation, a score of 70 to 79 indicated developing feelings. But should he confess now? Wouldn't that be a tad too hasty? Lin Dong found himself in a dilemma. "Lin Dong, I'm finished showering." Xiao Guang emerged from the bathroom clad in pajamas, interrupting Lin Dong's thoughts. Resolving to put the matter aside, he decided that confessing at this moment would seem overly contrived. He would wait for a more opportune time. After a quick rinse, Lin Dong changed his clothes and stepped out, intending to do some laundry when Xiao Guang asked, "Lin Dong, what are your plans moving forward?" Plans. Lin Dong sat opposite Xiao Guang at the edge of the bed, pondering before responding, "I aspire to become an exceptional trainer, of course, aiming to challenge various gyms and participate in the league conference." The league conference? Xiao Guang was momentarily stunned. But the Sinnoh League's Lily of the Valley conference just concluded this year. The next one will be held in 4 years. Lin Dong had indeed forgotten about that detail. Waiting for a year seemed quite a long time. "What about you?" "I wish to become an outstanding coordinator, just like my mother," Xiao Guang replied. "So, I am eager to travel to the Hoenn region, as there will be a grand festival held there next year." Lin Dong paused, realizing that the timeline in this world diverged from his previous life. After all, this was a reality where one could not encounter a 10-year-old with 2 decades of travel experience. "How about we travel to the Hoenn region together? The Hoenn League conference will also be held next year," Xiao Guang suggested enthusiastically. "Actually, my hesitation stemmed from my mother not wanting me to go alone. If you're with me, I think she would feel at ease." "Will she really feel at ease?" Lin Dong pondered, somewhat incredulous. Was it possible that the mothers in this world were so open-minded? "All right, let's embark on this journey to the Hoenn region together," Lin Dong readily agreed. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the tranquility of the night, followed by a piercing alarm. "Something's happened." Lin Dong reacted swiftly, his hand instinctively reaching for Darkray's Pokéball. "Bujiman!" Xiao Guang cried out, worried about Bujiman's safety, dashing outside heedlessly. "Xiao Guang, be careful." Lin Dong hurriedly followed her. Upon reaching the main hall, they were met with an oppressive black fog that stung their eyes and made them want to weep. "The smoke is toxic." Lin Dong quickly gestured for Xiao Guang to cover her mouth and nose with her clothing. "Murkrow, cough cough, please help disperse the smoke." Miss Joy arrived at that moment with a Chansey and a Murkrow, and as Murkrow flapped its wings, the irritating black mist was finally blown away. Thus, a peculiar trio, 2 masked figures and a cat, was revealed before the crowd. Lin Dong wore an odd expression, while Miss Joy, upon seeing the suspicious duo, inquired, "Who are you?" Indeed, that question prompted the 2 masked individuals to remove their concealing masks, launching into a classic introduction. "Since you have sincerely asked, I shall graciously respond. To prevent the planet from being destroyed, to safeguard the peace of the world, to uphold love and ultimate evil, adorable yet pure villainous characters. We are Team Rocket. Traversing the galaxy. A rainbow, a colorful tomorrow awaits us. Meow, that's how it is, dear lady. Chapter 6, Two People and a Cat. Battling the Rocket team. Listening to this familiar yet slightly altered opening, Lin Dong felt a surge of excitement. The trio of the Rocket team was renowned for being the embodiment of the protagonist's experience. In his previous life, without Musashi and Kojiro bestowing experience upon Ash in every episode, Pikachu could never have evolved into the deity it was destined to become. A talking Meowth? Xiao Wang was astonished upon first encountering Meowth. As for Lin Dong, he was unfazed. Sagwang activated her Pokédex. Meowth, the feline Pokémon, predominantly sleeps during the day and becomes active at night, patrolling its territory. Of course I can talk, Meowth retorted. But I'm lively both day and night. Do not conflate me with other Meowths, dear lady. What do you intend to do? What do we intend to do? Ha ha. Naxiao replied with a hearty laugh. We are the enigmatic and malevolent Rocket team, naturally on the hunt for rare Pokémon to capture. Pika Pika. The muffled cries of Pikachu and Pachima emerged from the sack. Pachima, Xiaowang exclaimed. What have you done to Pachima? Done nothing, Naxiao responded. Our primary target is that Pikachu. Although Pachima is a decent Pokémon too, so we simply took it along. Return Pikachu and my Pachima at once. Xiaowang grew impatient, causing Pachima in the bag to become agitated as well. Lin Dong grasped Xiaowang's hand, preventing her from recklessly charging ahead. Xiaowang, calm down. Command Pachima to use Peck Attack. Xiaowang understood. Pachima, use Peck Attack to tear open the sack. Pachima. At her command, Pachima's beak shimmered with a sharp white light and struck the sack. Instantly, the bag was torn apart, revealing the heads of Pachima and Pikachu, while Pokeballs scattered across the ground. Ah, those are the Pokeballs stored at the center. So you are Pokemon thieves? Miss Joy gasped in shock, hastily pressing a concealed alarm button beneath her desk. In the town of Shinas, alarms blared. The Pokemon Center is under attack. Mobilize immediately, commanded Officer Jusha, clad in her blue uniform. However, the Rocket team acted swiftly. No time to linger. Retreat at once. Zyasire quickly assessed the situation, and the trio of 2 people and 1 cat synchronously grabbed a handful of Pokeballs and fled. Unlike Musashi and her crew, this team displayed no greed and proved to be far more formidable. Not so fast. Lin Dong, undeterred, hurled a Pokeball containing Bulbasaur. Come forth, Bulbasaur. Use Vine Whip to trip them up. Bulbasaur. Following the command, Bulbasaur swiftly extended 2 vines, sweeping across from both sides like scissors. Ouch! What are you doing? The 2 people and 1 cat tumbled, falling clumsily to the ground, scattering their Pokeballs. Seizing this opportunity, Pikachu and Pachima approached with fierce expressions. You insolent brats. It seems we'll have to deal with you too. Zyasiru's eyes hardened. Go, Weezing, use Tackle. A flash of white light appeared as Weezing rolled toward Bulbasaur. Come forth. Arbok, use Bind Attack. A purple serpent lunged at Pikachu, intending to ensnare it with its lengthy form. Meow, I shall join in, using Fury Swipes. Meowth's claws extended as it lunged at Pachima. Bulbasaur, dodge and use Vine Whip. Pikachu, leap and employ Iron Tail to strike its head. Bulbasaur acknowledged, evading Weezing's attack by jumping to the side, then swiftly employing its vines to send Weezing soaring away. Pika Pika. Pikachu, exhibiting greater boldness, gathered steel energy in its tail, leaping high to deliver a downward strike to Arbok's head, then following up with a swift side swipe that sent Arbok hurtling back, colliding with Naxiao. Arbok. Naxiao watched as Arbok lay with dazed eyes, feeling a pang of sympathy. Though a member of the secretive Rocket team, she still held affection for her Pokémon. Meanwhile, Pachima gained the upper hand. Pachima, dodge and use Peck Attack. Feeling the warmth of Lin Dong's palm, Xiaowang's anxious emotions gradually calmed, directing Pachima in battle. Pachima's rotund body twisted and turned, narrowly avoiding Meowth's frenzied swipes, while its head pecked away at Meowth like a chick at grains. Meowth, unable to retaliate, shielded its head with its paws, desperately trying to deflect Pachima's pecks. Yet, Pachima always found its mark on Meowth's exposed head. Meowth, please stop pecking, it hurts. Pachima. Unleash Bubble Beam. Pachima. The Bubble Beam struck Meowth directly, sending it flying and incapacitating it momentarily. As for Weezing, after being sent flying, it had no means to counterattack. Now bound by the vines, it was hurled again, crashing into Zyasire's face. Pikachu, deliver the final Thunderbolt. Pika. A bolt of electricity surged towards the fallen Rocket team, cinching their bodies and leaving them momentarily paralyzed, their skin crackling with sparks. The worst fate befell Meowth, whose lower body lay numb while waves of pain pulsed from its head, rendering it miserable. Outside the Pokémon Center, amidst the increasingly audible sirens. Officer Jusha and her team arrived at the scene. Upon entering, they beheld the 5 culprits sprawled on the ground. Officer Jusha, Miss Joy rushed forward to explain. These individuals attacked the Pokémon Center, claiming to be the Rocket Team, with the aim of stealing the Center's Pokémon. The Rocket Team. Aren't they the notorious secret organization active in the Kanto and Johto regions? Officer Junsha gasped in astonishment. Despite her work in the Sinnoh region, her family maintained channels for exchanging information. Seize them and take them back for interrogation. With a wave of her hand, 2 security officers approached, shackling the Rocket members with glaring silver cuffs before escorting them away in a prisoner transport. Lindong heard the Rocket Team's classic line, "What a dreadful feeling." Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. First act of bravery, first defeat of the Rocket Team. Total rewards, random common Pokémon 1, random special skill 1. Alliance coins 10,000. Ding. The daily task is now released. Defeat the Rocket Team. Task reward, Alliance coins 1,000. Note, daily tasks can only be completed once per day, and multiple completions will not yield repeated rewards. At that same moment, Lindong received his system rewards and a long-term daily task. It seemed he would frequently encounter this trio in the future. Thank you very much for your assistance, trainers. Officer Jusha approached, offering a respectful bow to Lindong and Xiaoguang. It was the least we could do, Officer Jusha. No need for formality, Xiaoguang replied with a smile. And Lindong nodded in agreement. Miss Joy, the sudden appearance of the Rocket Team in the Sinnoh region may indicate they are planning something significant. I must return to conduct an overnight interrogation and report this intelligence to headquarters. Miss Junsha gazed at the disarray of the Pokémon Center, her expression filled with remorse. I'm afraid I must impose on you here. It is my duty. I have no objections, Miss Joy replied with a smile. In that case, I shall lend a hand as well, Xiaoguang volunteered eagerly. Oh, is it not too much trouble for you? Not at all, not at all. Chapter 7. Journey to the port, capturing in the woods as the sun climbed high in the sky, its radiant beams filtered through the curtains, rousing Lindong from his slumber. The night prior had been spent battling the Rocket Team and assisting Xiaoguang in tidying up the Pokémon Center, leaving even a novice like him feeling somewhat fatigued. However, with the benefits of his robust physique, he awoke refreshed, the weariness dissipating like mist in the morning sun. The girl beside him remained in peaceful repose, and not wishing to disturb her, Lindong opted to communicate with the system instead. System, what is the hidden task? Despite the host's current frailty, this system encourages acts of valor. Upon completing a perilous act of heroism, the host will receive a reward for the hidden task. What is the random ordinary Pokémon? By utilizing the random ordinary Pokémon opportunity, the host will obtain a Pokémon from their past life that left a profound impression. Legendary, mythical, and quasi-legendary Pokémon are excluded, with possibilities for its initial form, evolutionary stages, and final evolution. Having refrained from using this opportunity the previous day due to the presence of Miss Junsha and Nurse Joy, Lindong now deemed the moment ripe. Use. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Gungue. Note, due to the host's deep memories from their past life, this Gungue inherits all abilities from the host's recollections. Startled by the system's announcement, Lindong sat upright. The Gungue that resonated most with him from his past was not the one from animations, films, or games, but rather the creation of a fanfiction author. That author was a genius. In their narrative, this Gungue, after 500 years of practice, had mastered all languages, capable of speaking like Meowth from Team Rocket, and had honed an unparalleled control over its internal energy. Despite expending vast amounts of energy to learn human speech, it possessed centuries of cultivation, making it comparable in strength to other super-evolved Gungue even in its ordinary form. Moreover, the author ingeniously integrated elements from Naruto, leading the Gungue, with the protagonist's aid, to develop a novel move, the Spiral Shadow Ball. In later stages of Super Evolution, it even perfected the Spiral Shadow Shuriken, triumphing over legendary Pokémon such as Regigigas, Regirock, and Registeel, creating a memorable scene of a lone ghost overcoming 3 gods. It could be said that this was a Pokémon brimming with both utility and combat prowess. Was it not more desirable than an average legendary Pokémon? Lindong decided to utilize another reward. Use random special skill. Congratulations, host, you have acquired cooking skills on par with Brock. Note, food prepared by the host using Brock-level culinary skills will enhance Pokémon's affection. In high spirits, Lindong acknowledged the practicality of this skill, despite its inability to directly enhance its strength. Just then, Xiaoguang, still drowsy, blinked awake. Lindong, you're awake. What time is it? About 9 o'clock. I suppose. The drowsiness instantly vanished from Xiaoguang's face. It's 9. We're never going to make it to Sinnoh Port today. Well, We worked late into the night yesterday, so let us take it easy today, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. If we can't reach Sinnoh tonight, we can camp out instead. Lin Dong had his own motives. Having just acquired Brock-level culinary skills, he was eager to showcase them. Sounds good, Xiaoguang exclaimed, excitement flickering in her eyes at the thought of camping with companions. The two quickly freshened up, and in front of the Pokémon Center's telephone, Xiaoguang dialed her home. A mature woman with blue hair appeared on the screen. Mom, Xiaoguang, where are you? I'm still in Mosego Town, Xiaoguang replied. Mom, I want to travel to Hoenn and participate in the Grand Festival there. Is that okay? That's fine, but Hoenn is quite far from here. Are you sure you can manage alone? Her mother, Psycho, asked with concern. Of course, Xiaoguang responded eagerly. Every time you say that, there's usually a problem. Psycho remarked skeptically. Really, it's fine, Xiaoguang insisted, slightly shifting to pull Lin Dong into view. Mom, let me introduce you. This is my new friend I met yesterday, a very strong trainer. We're planning to travel to Hoenn together. Hello, Auntie, I'm Lin Dong from Leaf King Town. A trainer aiming to become a Pokémon master, Lin Dong introduced himself. I see. Then I'll entrust you to take care of Xiaoguang, Psycho said with a warm smile. Lin Dong was somewhat surprised. This world's mother seemed quite open-minded. In reality, he was overthinking it. The night before, concerned for Xiaoguang, Psycho had contacted Professor Yamanashi, who informed her thoroughly about Lin Dong. Seeing Lin Dong in the video call today, a somewhat handsome young man, she felt he suited her daughter well enough. If there was one flaw to Lin Dong, it might be his humble origins. Yet, in this world, strength ultimately held the highest regard. With Lin Dong's potential and Professor Okito's support, he was likely to rise to the level of a gym leader, if not a champion. If Xiaoguang truly traveled with him, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Don't worry, Auntie, I'll take care of her, Lin Dong assured confidently. Having decided to camp outside for the night and not rush to Sinnoh, the two ventured to a store to replenish some supplies. With the Alliance coins rewarded for defeating Team Rocket, Lin Dong generously purchased a more advanced psychic backpack. This backpack, crafted with the same spatial technology as Pokeballs, appeared ordinary on the outside, yet its interior was surprisingly spacious, significantly lightening the load of whatever items were placed within. Lin Dong finally understood how the protagonists from the animations carried tents and even tables with them. With preparations complete, Lin Dong and Xiaoguang enjoyed lunch at the Pokémon Center before embarking on their journey to Sinnoh. The lush foliage shielded them from the scorching sun, while a gentle breeze carried a refreshing coolness, mingling with the intoxicating fragrance of unknown flowers that filled the air. Xiaoguang strolled leisurely, yet Lin Dong sensed something amiss. The forest seems unusually silent this afternoon, almost eerily so. Lin Dong, what's wrong? Xiaoguang inquired, smiling. You seem tense just now. Everything all right? I find it a bit strange, Lin Dong admitted. We've been on the road from Mosego Town for quite some time, yet we haven't encountered a single Pokémon, nor heard any sounds. Surely, there should be some buzzing insects or birds chirping, right? Now that you mention it, Xiaoguang's eyes widened in realization. It does seem that way, but there should be many Pokémon living in this forest. How peculiar. Let us not be careless. Gungui, come forth. Lin Dong summoned his new partner. Gungui, this is my travel companion Xiaoguang. Please greet her. Hello, I am Gungui. Wait, it can talk? Xiaoguang exclaimed in astonishment. Gungui, the shadow Pokémon, evolved from Ghastly. Detailed data unknown. Data unknown? Xiaoguang gasped, even more surprised. There are Pokémon for which the Pokédex has no information? Xiaoguang, the Pokédex compiles data based on extensive observations by researchers. Wild Gungui are exceedingly rare and difficult to study, so it's natural that there's little information available, Lin Dong explained. I see. Xiaoguang replied with a smile as she greeted Gungui. Hello, Gungui. I'm Xiaoguang. I look forward to working with you. Gun. Chapter 8. The confrontation among the Murkrow flock. Gungui, could you investigate and see where all the Pokémon in this forest have gone? Of course, boss. Gungui replied before vanishing into the shadows. Let us take a break for a moment, Lin Dong said as he unfurled a blanket from his backpack onto the ground. Xiaoguang, feeling somewhat fatigued, joined him in sitting down. Lin Dong, you are indeed quite mysterious. Although we are all novice trainers, you already have so many companions. Kiki, well, capturing Pokémon isn't solely reliant on battles, you know. Lin Dong chuckled. That's true. Xiaoguang didn't press further. Everyone has their own secrets, which is perfectly normal. Approximately 15 minutes later, Gungui emerged from the shadows. Boss, there are 2 flocks of birds confronting each other over there, so the nearby insects have all hidden away. I see, Lin Dong said, glancing at Xiaoguang. Shall we go take a look? Absolutely. Xiaoguang readily agreed. After all, traveling is about broadening one's horizons, and such opportunities are rare to encounter. Then, Ingwe, please lead the way. As they followed Ingwe into the woods. They walked for about 10 minutes before hearing the sounds of birds chirping nearby. Murkrow. Lindong recognized the source of the call and quickened his pace. After passing through a patch of grass, they indeed found an open area ahead where two flocks of Murkrow were facing off against each other. Among them, two slightly larger Murkrow stood at the forefront, evidently the leaders of their respective flocks. However, the one on the left appeared somewhat smaller than the one on the right. Xiaowang deftly retrieved her Pokédex. Murkrow, a dark-type Pokémon. They inhabit forests or grasslands and usually act in large groups. How impressive, Xiaowang remarked, marveling at the sight of such a substantial flock of birds, which is quite rare. Murkrow. The two leading birds began to engage in a fierce argument. It seems they are fighting over territory. Ingwe, can you understand what they are saying? Lindong inquired. Boss, they initially started by arguing over territory. But now they have decided to merge into a single flock. Therefore, the original leaders of the two groups will have to duel. And the victor will lead the new flock, Ingwe explained. Wow, this is indeed a rare spectacle. But, Xiaowang pondered, why are their leaders merely Murkrow? I remember that Murkrow has a final evolution. Well, if you check the detailed information in the Pokédex, it explains, Lindong said, tapping his own Pokédex twice and handing it to Xiaowang. Murkrow is acutely aware of its own vulnerabilities. To better hunt and defend against enemies. They typically form conspicuous large groups for living. However, upon evolving into Honchkrow, they gain the ability to survive independently and often leave the group to live alone. How fascinating. Xiaowang exclaimed, then suddenly exclaimed, Lindong, look, they're fighting. Murkrow. The Murkrow on the right called out and unleashed an agile quick attack, transforming into a white streak as it charged forward. The slightly smaller Murkrow on the left swiftly kicked off the ground, spreading its wings powerfully to ascend into the sky and evade the attack. As the attack missed, the larger Murkrow executed a U-turn, striking its opponent's back with precision. That's a turnaround attack, Lindong observed as the larger Murkrow landed a hit, following up with a series of wing attacks. The smaller Murkrow, refusing to back down, immediately unleashed a hurricane, using the powerful wind pressure to suppress its opponent. However, just as it prepared to retaliate further, a blue glow suddenly enveloped the larger Murkrow. That is, Lindong exclaimed, suddenly recalling a move from the animated series. It's the Brave Bird attack. I can't believe a wild Murkrow can use such a powerful flying-type move. Brave Bird. Xiaowang began searching through her Pokédex. Brave Bird gathers its wings and strikes the opponent through low-altitude flying. It also inflicts considerable damage upon itself. What? It's a double-edged attack. Xiaowang gasped upon reading the Pokédex entry. After executing the Brave Bird attack, the larger Murkrow successfully broke through the hurricane suppression, violently sending the smaller one flying. It then flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp winds toward its opponent. The smaller Murkrow flapped its wings, attempting to evade the incoming assault. However, in its peripheral vision, it caught sight of a timid Murkrowling trembling behind it. Thus, it did not evade the attack and instead spread its wings wide, increasing the area to absorb the onslaught of wind blades. Murkrow. The Murkrow fell heavily to the ground, creating a small crater in the earth, while the frightened Murkrowling behind it looked on in concern. In midair, the larger Murkrow, unwilling to let its opponent escape, swooped down at high speed, its body surrounded by a bright white light. If this strike connected, the Murkrow lying in the crater would not merely be defeated but would be at risk of death. Another quick attack surged forth. This is too much. Stop it. Xiaowang cried out in distress, having witnessed the entire scene. Lindong could no longer bear to watch and commanded Pikachu to leap into action. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pika. Pikachu sprang off Lindong's shoulder, leaping into the air with a powerful surge of energy. As the larger Murkrow prepared to dive down, Pikachu struck with impeccable precision. Murkrow. The Murkrow let out a pained cry, realizing that the electric-type move was super effective against it, especially given its lower level compared to Pikachu. Lindong had no intention of taking its life. Otherwise, he could have captured it and roasted it on the spot. Murkrow. Acknowledging its defeat. The larger Murkrow let out a long cry before fleeing with the other Murkrow and Murkrowlings. Heartbreakingly, the companions of the smaller Murkrow showed no concern and flew away with the victorious Murkrow. Only the timid Murkrowling remained behind. Murkrow, are you alright? Lindong and Xiaowang rushed over to check on the injured Murkrow. It's severely wounded. Lindong took a bottle of healing spray from his backpack and applied it to the Murkrow's body. This is a high-quality healing spray. It might sting a bit, but bear with it. Murkrow. The Murkrow, jolted from unconsciousness, recognized that Lindong was saving it. Although the spray stung, it was beneficial. So after a sharp cry, it gritted its teeth and endured without uttering another sound. What a resilient bird. Lin Dong thought even more highly of this Murkrow. All attention was focused on the Murkrow, and no one noticed a starry-eyed Rattata in the grass behind them, gazing at Pikachu with admiration. Chapter 9. Acquiring Companions. Pikachu Spring Murkrow, travel with me, Lin Dong said, sensing the opportune moment as he extended his hand towards the Murkrow. Murkrow. The boss says it's willing to accompany you, but it requests that you bring along its little sibling, Murkrow, Gung translated. Bring along Murkrow as well? Lin Dong pondered for a moment. How about this, Xiaoguang? Would you like to capture this Murkrow? With Murkrow in hand, he now possessed 6 Pokémon. If he captured Murkrow, it would be teleported to Professor Oak. It would be better for Xiaoguang to take it. Me? Xiaoguang was momentarily taken aback. But soon her excitement bubbled forth. All right, Murkrow, do you wish to come with me? Murkrow, it cried, leaping directly into Xiaoguang's embrace, eliciting envy from Lin Dong. Within a luxurious hotel at the Sinnoh port, Xiaoman allowed the warm water of the shower to wash over her battered and sore body. From the previous night to the morning and into the afternoon, Yihao showed no mercy towards her, unleashing his fury like a wild beast. Overwhelmed by physical pain and mental strain, Xiaoman began to sob, perhaps fearing Yihao might hear her. She turned the water flow up a notch. The only consolation was that Yihao granted her an Idaran. Lin Dong. Xiaoman couldn't help but reminisce about the moments spent with Lin Dong. He would never have treated her so brutally. He wouldn't even dare hold her hand tightly. However, her regret was fleeting. But if she followed Yihao, she received Nidoran. Had she chosen Lin Dong, she might have only become a bug-catching girl. As events unfolded, Xiaoguang successfully captured Murkrow. And Lin Dong captured Murkrow as well. The two then journeyed toward the Sinnoh port, eventually discovering a more spacious clearing, where the gentle sound of a stream could be heard nearby. They pitched their tent in the clearing, and Lin Dong began to prepare a fire for cooking. With culinary skills akin to Xiaogang, he handled the task with great proficiency, captivating Xiaoguang, who gazed at him in admiration. Everything about this young man seemed so perfect, almost surreal. Xiaoguang, is something the matter? Lin Dong smiled, calling everyone to gather for dinner. All right, Pachima, Murkrow. Come on out. I'll summon everyone here as well. Lin Dong called, releasing all his Pokémon. Xiaoguang recognized the other Pokémon, except for the shadowy figure of Darkrai, which Lin Dong was revealing for the first time. All right, let everyone get acquainted. This is Darkrai, and we shall all be companions from now on. Pika, Huo. The Pokémon greeted one another, while Xiaoguang curiously retrieved her Pokédex, Darkrai, the dark Pokémon. It is said to appear on moonless nights, lulling people to sleep and subjecting them to nightmares. When she attempted to look for more detailed information, she found the Pokédex entry completely blank. What a mysterious Pokémon, Xiaoguang marveled, observing the aura of power emanating subtly from Darkrai, showcasing its uniqueness. Everyone. This is Xiaoguang, a companion suited for traveling with me. This is her Pokémon, Pachima, and Murkrow. We shall all be companions from now on. Lin Dong introduced. And the Pokémon immediately bonded, with Darkrai nodding in acknowledgement. All right, let us eat. Lin Dong beckoned, and the Pokémon lined up in order. Naturally, the delectable Pokémon food prepared with Xiaogang-level culinary skills was exquisite, even enticing Darkrai, who had no need for sustenance, to partake. As the aroma wafted through the air, a small brown rabbit hopped out from the bushes and ventured into the campsite. Mimi. The Jigglypuff approached Pikachu, shyly covering its face. Pika? Pikachu looked bewildered. Wow, it's Jigglypuff. So adorable. Xiaoguang's eyes sparkled with affection, noticing that Jigglypuff seemed particularly drawn to Pikachu. Lin Dong. Are you going to capture it? No, I see how much you like it. You should go ahead, Lin Dong responded with ease. In the original anime, Xiaoguang had a Jigglypuff that adored Pikachu, while Ash, in his obliviousness, failed to seize such a splendid opportunity. If their Pokémon interacted, wouldn't it naturally lead to their trainers being together as well? Moreover, Jigglypuff was particularly suited for him. With the system at his disposal, Lin Dong was destined never to lack powerful Pokémon, and if he successfully pursued Xiaoguang, he might even gain a chance at a random level up. Then I won't hold back. Xiaoguang suppressed her excitement and gently asked, Jigglypuff, would you like to come with me? Mimi? Jigglypuff appeared puzzled. At that moment, Lin Dong decided to assist Xiaoguang. Jigglypuff, Xiaoguang is my travel companion. This way, you can also be with Pikachu. Pika Pika. Pikachu, oblivious to the concept of love, was simply thrilled about the prospect of a new companion. Mimi. Jigglypuff expressed agreement, but insisted on battling first, as Gung aptly translated. A battle? No problem. Mimi. Jigglypuff leaped aside, and Xiaoguang sent out Pachima. Pachima used Bubble Beam. Pachima released a flurry of bubbles directed at Jigglypuff. With remarkable agility, Jigglypuff leaped high into the air, swiftly closing the distance to Pachima. Pachima, jump. As Jigglypuff landed to strike, Pachima evaded the attack by leaping up. And Jigglypuff took advantage of the moment to follow suit, quickly catching up to Pachima midair. Pachima, use Peck. While the two Pokémon were almost parallel, Pachima's beak glimmered with a white light as it lunged at Jigglypuff. Mimi. Jigglypuff effortlessly dodged the strike, and both Pokémon returned to their original positions. Pachima, use Bubble Beam again. Jigglypuff did not evade this time. Instead, it gathered icy energy in its mouth, forming a beam that clashed with the bubbles. An ice beam. Evenly matched, Lin-Dong recalled the scene from the original anime. The unfolding moment felt like a vivid replay. Indeed, Jigglypuff burst forth from the smoke created by the collision, its ears rhythmically attacking Pachima like fists. Xiaoguang, be careful. That S-hypnosis punch, if it hits, you'll become confused, Lin-Dong warned timely. I understand. Pachima. Dodge, and then use Peck. Lin-Dong's timely advice proved invaluable as Pachima evaded the attack and struck Jigglypuff. Pachima, I'm counting on you. Pokeball. Xiaoguang threw the Pokeball, hitting Jigglypuff, which transformed into a beam of red light and was captured within. The Pokeball shook a few times before emitting a click. Success. I captured Jigglypuff. Pachima. Xiaoguang, thrilled at capturing her first Pokémon through battle, excitedly embraced Lin-Dong. The warmth and fragrance enveloped him, causing his heart to race, leaving him momentarily flustered. Congratulations. Hiki, I'm so happy. Our companion has increased. Xiaoguang, realizing the awkwardness of the position, blushed and quickly sought to ease the tension. Chapter 10, the photographer golden sunlight cascaded down to the earth. And amidst the symphony of chirping insects, the gentle morning breeze brought a refreshing coolness, heralding the dawn of a new day. Lin-Dong awoke naturally. And after a simple morning routine, he began preparing breakfast. Ah, how annoying. A piercing scream startled the birds in the forest, sending them scattering in search of the early rising insects. Lin-Dong quickly approached the entrance of Xiaoguang's tent. Xiaoguang, are you all right? Don't come in. Xiaoguang replied nervously. My hair looks weird. Don't look. Oh, is that all? Lin-Dong sighed in relief. Last night, when he returned Darkrai to its Pokeball, he had specifically reminded her, but the disheveled hair was clearly not Darkray's fault. I just hate looking messy. Boji man, use Bubble Beam. Bubbles floated out from the tent, and a moment later, a well-groomed Xiaoguang stepped outside. It was evident that the effects of Bubble Beam on her hair were remarkable. It shimmered beautifully under the sunlight. That looks great, Lin-Dong complimented. Xiaoguang's cheeks flushed slightly as she quietly murmured a thank you. Just then, a magnificent rainbow bridge appeared in the sky, with vibrant ribbons descending from the clouds, and a divine bird, enveloped in dazzling golden light, soared into the distance. Pika Pika. Lin-Dong's Pikachu suddenly grew excited, pointing in the direction of the bird. Lin-Dong was taken aback. Isn't that? Oh no, isn't that Ho-Oh? Bathed in the radiant colors, both Lin-Dong and Xiaoguang felt a profound sense of euphoria wash over them, momentarily lost in a trance. Detected that the host has received a blessing from Ho-Oh. Super True New Body Constitution upgraded. Super True New Body Constitution upgraded effect attracts legendary Pokémon within a certain range. Legendary Pokémon naturally harbor a certain degree of affection for the host. Gradually, Ho-Oh's figure became smaller. Lin-Dong, that is. Xiaoguang gazed at Ho-Oh flying toward the other end of the rainbow, pulling out her Pokédex. Not in the data. There are still incredible Pokémon that humanity is unaware of in this world. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the legendary Pokémon of the Jada region. Ho-Oh, Lin-Dong remarked gently. Ho-Oh? Xiaoguang murmured, the legendary Pokémon. At that moment, a shimmering golden feather fell from the sky, landing perfectly in Lin-Dong's outstretched palm. Is this a feather from that Pokémon? Xiaoguang exclaimed in astonishment. It seems so, but it doesn't appear to have any special function, Lin-Dong chuckled. However, keeping it as a talisman wouldn't be a bad idea. Lin-Dong genuinely did not know the feather's purpose in the game. It was an item used to summon Ho-Oh into battle. However, regarding this matter, the system had already warned him that in this world, first-tier deities with divine status cannot be captured through battle. Even second-tier deities with divine positions cannot be captured through combat. These beings with divine status possess inherent authority, harboring terrifying powers within them. According to the system's explanation, ordinary Pokémon contain elemental energy, while legendary Pokémon possess divine power. And authority is an even higher echelon of divine power. In essence, the reason legendary Pokémon have a higher tier of divine power than ordinary Pokémon is due to their ancestors receiving authority, leading to an evolution in their lineage under this power. Thus, legendary Pokémon possess divine power. Although they lack the might of authority, they exhibit characteristics of it. For instance, as one of the 3 legendary birds, Articuno can freeze an entire ocean with its full strength, whereas an ordinary Articuno can only freeze a lake. Even the most common ice-type Pokémon can merely create a path of ice on a lake surface. These legendary Pokémon lack the strength to break free from high-tier Pokeballs, but those endowed with authority can easily shatter any Pokeball's seal. Therefore, with these powerful beings, there is not an absolute relationship of capture. At most, it can be described as a bond of friendship or cooperation. Nonetheless, the system also provided a special note. Suicune can be captured. Here, you can have this feather. Lindong, seeing that the feather had little use, handed it to Xiaoguang. Why don't you keep it? I already have one, Xiaoguang replied, retrieving a feather pendant from her backpack. This is the crescent feather. The feather of the legendary Pokémon Cresselia. It pairs perfectly with yours. All right, I'll keep it then. Lindong did not dwell on it, although he couldn't summon Ho-Oh. This item might attract Suicune or something similar. The system had stated that Suicune could be captured, and after all, it was a second-tier deity. Why not try? With their belongings packed, the two continued on their journey to Sinnoh Port. Sinnoh Port, located in the southern part of the Sinnoh region, has become a maritime transportation hub over the past decade, with many renowned trainers and coordinators having left their footprints here. Along the way, Lindong and Xiaoguang took their time, battling numerous wild Pokémon to accumulate experience for their new companions. By the time evening fell, they arrived at Sinnoh Port. Their first stop was the dock, but they learned that the next cruise to the Hoenn region would set sail in 2 days. The luxurious cruise ship only had one suite left, or they would have to share a cabin. Upon seeing the price, Lindong hesitated. He could afford a shared cabin. But the suite, the cost for one person was nearly 30,000 Alliance coins. Unexpectedly, Xiaoguang swiped her card. I'll take this suite. Thank you. Xiaoguang. No problem, no problem. Aren't we companions? Of course, we should stay together. Xiaoguang playfully winked. Don't think too much. I'll have them change it to a twin room. With Xiaoguang saying this, Lindong could hardly refuse. Just a few days prior to their journey, he had visited the dentist to have a tooth extracted, and the dentist advised him to eat soft foods. This is delicious. Shall we head to the Pokémon Center now? Lindong suggested. Sinnoh Port doesn't have a Pokémon Center yet. The Alliance plans to build one. But it isn't completed, Xiaoguang replied, taking Lindong's hand. Come on, let's go to the St. Lon 7 Stars Hotel. I've wanted to stay there for a while. Soft food is indeed delightful. Half an hour later, Lindong came to a profound realization. The original story was merely an animation. Reality had many more considerations. Xiaoguang's mother, Kaizi, was a top coordinator, and although the original work did not reflect this, how could someone who married Aunt Kaizi be ordinary? Xiaoguang's family background, even if slightly inferior to Yihao's, would not be vastly different. They were simply more low-key. A room costing over 2,000 a night was swiftly paid for with a swipe of the card. Both were filled with anticipation for their future travels. Happily preparing to rest when, unexpectedly, someone interrupted their mood. Well, isn't this Lindong? Lindong turned around, spotting Yihao with a scarf hat, accompanied by Xiao Man, who wore a matching couple-S scarf hat. Behind Yihao trailed a group of his girlfriends. Chapter 11, Doubles Battle. Who gave you the courage? Lindong, I once thought you possessed genuine strength, and was even considering recruiting you as a subordinate for Xiao Man's sake. Little did I know. You were nothing more than a freeloader. Yihao shouted loudly, completely disregarding the elegant atmosphere of the opulent hotel lobby. Haha, I wonder why you suddenly became so formidable. Xiao Man chimed in. I must have been blind. I expected you to have some backbone, but you turned out to be a spineless man, truly pathetic. And what about you? Xiaoguang retorted angrily. Lindong is my companion, not yours. What happens between us is none of your business. You should focus on fixing your appearance, especially buttoning up your shirt. You. Xiao Man was once again rendered speechless by Xiaoguang's sharp words, her face flushed with anger, her chest heaving. Lindong, do you only know how to hide behind girls? Yihao stepped forward and asked, do you dare to challenge me to another match? Oh? Lindong was taken aback, genuinely curious about the source of Yihao's newfound courage. Fine, I am always up for it. Pikachu appeared ready for action as well. However, Yihao wore a sinister smile. How about we compete in doubles this time? Doubles? Lindong paused momentarily. That's right, I will team up with young Master Yihao, and you will partner with her. Do you dare to accept? Xiao Man declared with an air of superiority, looking at Xiaoguang. All right, let us do it, no problem. Xiaoguang had long harbored resentment toward Xiao Man, especially upon sensing the past connection between her and Lindong. Then it settled, tomorrow morning at 9. We shall meet at the hotel training grounds. Surprisingly, after making this announcement, Yihao turned and left with his girlfriends, not uttering any further threats. Yet, Xiaoguang completely lost her earlier cheerfulness. Lin Dong, what is the deal with those two? Once back in their room, Xiao Guang looked at Lin Dong with concern. That girl is Xiao Man, my ex-girlfriend. As you saw, she is now with someone named Yi Hao, Lin Dong replied calmly. Are you okay? Xiao Guang sensed Lin Dong's unnaturally calm demeanor. Under normal circumstances, how could any man remain so composed after being cuckolded? No worries, no worries. Lin Dong smiled. Mimicking Xiao Guang's tone, why should I feel sorrow for such a person? I should cherish my current companions instead, shouldn't I? Xiao Guang's cheeks flushed. And she hastily changed the subject. By the way, what are your thoughts on the doubles battle? I have some ideas. Lin Dong spoke slowly. Yi Hao has already witnessed Pikachu's prowess, yet he still dares to issue a challenge, indicating he must have a new card up his sleeve. I believe he has acquired a grass-type Pokémon, as grass types are immune to both electric and water types. If its level is high enough, it could easily overpower my Bulbasaur. In that case, what do you plan to do? Xiao Guang asked curiously, suggesting that flying-type Pokémon would be advantageous against grass types. Are you considering using Pidgey? No, I'm thinking. The next day, Lin Dong and Xiao Guang awoke early. After freshening up, they retrieved their stored Pokémon from the front desk. Miss Xiao Guang, Mr. Lin Dong, all the Pokémon you stored have fully recovered. Although there was no Pokémon Center in Sinoport, this luxurious hotel employed professional doctors and nurses to treat guest Pokémon. After collecting all the Pokeballs, they headed directly to the training grounds. With 15 minutes to spare before the agreed-upon time, Yi Hao was already waiting there. Yi Hao had been in a foul mood these past few days. The day before, he had called home, intending to leverage his family's influence to take revenge on Lin Dong. However, when his father learned that Lin Dong was with Xiao Guang, he called to reprimand him. Although Yi Hao was arrogant, he wasn't a complete fool. He quickly realized that the stunning Xiao Guang was someone even his father dared not provoke. But could he swallow this humiliation? No. Thus, he devised another plan. If he couldn't act covertly, then a public challenge would suffice. As fellow novice trainers, it was only natural for them to spar. If things got a bit rough during their training, accidents were to be expected. To this end, he spent a considerable sum in the black market of Sinoport, purchasing powerful Pokémon from Pokémon hunters. Just the thought of avenging himself filled him with excitement. And after a night of exhilaration, he awoke early. Here comes the freeloader, he sneered, giving Lin Dong the finger. Yi Hao, are you just bitter because you can't reach the grapes? Lin Dong replied leisurely, did I not see the look in your eyes that day? Lin Dong's expression suddenly darkened. I warn you, if I see you again, I will make you wish you were never born. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Yi Hao shuddered, feeling an inexplicable aura of terror emanating from him, something he had only felt from his father's Pokémon. Impossible. Yi Hao felt a wave of panic, momentarily forgetting to respond with bravado. All right, aren't you eager for a doubles battle? Let us begin. Lin Dong, disinterested in further banter, walked alongside Xiao Guang to the opposing platform. It is only fitting that a 7-star hotel boasts a training arena built to league standards. Standing on the official competitive stage for the first time, Lin Dong felt a surge of passion within him. The fervor of his past life transformed into the blood coursing through his veins. At that moment, he truly yearned to stand on the stage of the league conference. Even Xiao Guang was inspired. Having always aimed to become a top coordinator, she now felt an urge to challenge a gym. Yi Hao, with a grim expression, stepped onto the opposing platform, dismissing Xiao Man, who limped behind, attempting to join him. How could I be intimidated by that loser? Yi Hao seethed with anger, clenching his fists. Lin Dong, do you dare to wager on this match? Yi Hao shouted. What do you wish to wager? Lin Dong replied calmly. If you lose this duel, you must kneel and give me 10 kowtows. Is that all? I accept your wager, but if you lose, I will do the same. Yi Hao nearly shouted in anger. The same? Kowtowing is of little value. Lin Dong paused. Why not make it monetary? Your kowtow must be worth at least 10,000, right? If you lose, you owe me 100,000 league coins. In fact, the league permits trainers to engage in betting battles, similar to how players earn rewards from defeating bystanders in games. Since Yi Hao proposed the challenge, Lin Dong was not about to hold back. Deal. Yi Hao agreed without hesitation. He had no shortage of money, and although he was confident in victory, losing money was preferable to bowing. Shall we begin then? Lin Dong smiled slightly. Young Master Yi, since you initiated the challenge, shouldn't we let you take the lead? Chapter 12. Yi Hao was taken aback, astonished that you would use Gungue. He was momentarily stunned, as he had indeed contemplated this strategy. Before arriving, he had envisioned Lin Dong's bewildered expression upon sending out Pikachu. However, since Pikachu was currently at Lin Dong's feet, Yi Hao dismissed the thought. Go, Nidoking. With a commanding presence, a robust purple Pokémon stood on the field, unabashedly showcasing its formidable physique, muscular limbs, and powerful tail. Its protruding fangs and the long poisonous horn atop its head glimmered ominously, while its triangular eyes displayed a fierce intensity. Observing the immensely powerful Nidoking, Yihao's cheering squad erupted with excitement. Go, young Master Xiao Hao. Young Master Xiao Hao is the best. Release, Lurantis. Xiao Man summoned an unusual insect Pokémon, its body seamlessly merging with the foliage resembling a raincoat. Xiao Guang immediately consulted his Pokédex, Nidoking, the drill Pokémon. Its tail can strike with such force that it can snap a telephone pole like a matchstick. Lurantis, the leaf bug Pokémon, the evolved form of the female Lurantis. Its appearance varies depending on its evolution environment. Indeed, it was Nidoking and Lurantis. Lin Dong's gaze sharpened. Yihao had truly invested considerable effort to counter him. Nidoking possessed dual poison and ground types, rendering it immune to electric-type moves. Meanwhile, Lurantis, in its foliage raincoat form, featured bug and grass types, exhibiting resistance to both electric and water-type attacks, and as an evolved form, it could suppress Bulbasaur. Noticing Lin Dong's serious demeanor, Xiaoman twisted her lips into a subtle smile. For this moment, she had made significant sacrifices the night before, and her limping gait was one consequence. Yet, it was worth it. At least that was what Xiaoman believed, especially after acquiring Nidoran and subsequently Lurantis. Xiao Guang, execute the plan from last night. Lin Dong reassured with a confident glance. Gung Gui, it's decided that you will take the stage. Lin Dong was unperturbed by Gung Gui's potential exposure of its ability to speak human language. Just as an ordinary person might speak their native tongue despite learning a foreign language, Gung Gui, although capable of human speech, typically refrained from doing so. This was distinctly different from Team Rocket's Meowth, which had fully embraced its identity as a human. Now, I entrust you with this task, Pachima. Xiao Guang released Pachima, her first encounter against another trainer, and she felt a tinge of nervousness. Yet, seeing Lin Dong by her side instilled an inexplicable sense of calm. Yihao gazed at the Pokémon, which bore a peculiar smile at the corners of its mouth, and felt a wave of unease wash over him. You. How could you use Gung Gui? Why shouldn't I use Gung Gui? Lin Dong replied, donning a smile reminiscent of Gung Gui's. Must I use Pikachu and willingly fall into your trap? How infuriating. Yihao cursed, clenching his teeth. The anticipated type advantage had all but vanished. Yet he still clung to a glimmer of hope. For when he acquired Nidoking from the hunter, he was informed of its exceptionally high level. Had the seller not tampered with Nidoking, there was no way it would heed his commands at his current skill level. Yihao resolved to strike first. Nidoking. Use Poison Sting. Gung Gui, unleash Phantom Whip, strike its mouth. Lin Dong was determined not to grant Yihao a single opportunity. Just as Nidoking opened its mouth to launch Poison Sting, a whip composed of dark purple energy materialized in Gung Gui's hand. Crack, 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 crack. In the blink of an eye, 5 lashes struck Nidoking's mouth, dissipating the Poison Sting attack instantly. Gung Gui, employ hypnosis. Gung Gui's eyes emitted an otherworldly glow, and the furious gaze of Nidoking gradually morphed into drowsiness, its eyelids drooping heavily as it collapsed onto the ground, fast asleep. The sequence unfolded too swiftly. Xiao Guang and Xiao Man had yet to issue a command before Nidoking lay incapacitated. Xiao Guang, it's your turn, Lin Dong timely reminded. All right, no problem. Xiao Guang couldn't help but smile. Pachima, use Peck. Upon receiving the command, Pachima did not rush forward but instead focused on gathering energy in its beak. The radiant beak elongated gradually, and just as it teetered on the brink of control, it lunged towards Lurantis. Don't think I'm easy to bully, Xiao Man declared fiercely, though her anger propelled her to retaliate. Lurantis, use Leaf Blade. Gung Gui, utilize Psychic. The Leaf Blade launched by Lurantis was immediately seized by Gung Gui's Psychic, rendered motionless in midair. Pachima, spinning and leaping, deftly navigated through the floating leaves, striking Lurantis repeatedly with its energy-formed beak. Lurantis, overwhelmed by the barrage, scurried about in a futile attempt to evade Pachima's relentless assault. Despite its seemingly modest power, the flying-type skill proved particularly effective against the foliage form of Lurantis. Every time Xiao Man sought to retaliate, Lin Dong's Gung Gui intervened, effectively thwarting her efforts. This was the real world, where Pokémon did not learn skills in the haphazard manner of video games. After 2,500 years of practice, Gung Gui had mastered every skill within its capacity. Moreover, due to its unparalleled control over its internal energy, it had even devised numerous skills of its own. Lurantis stood no chance against such prowess. Eventually, Lurantis collapsed, its eyes spiraling into a daze. Lurantis. Xiao Man felt a pang of sorrow. This was the Pokémon she had fought so hard to acquire just the night before, now grievously injured and on the verge of defeat. Its foliage nearly pecked to shreds. Yihao's clenched fist remained unyielding. In this battle, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Nidoking, wake up! Yihao shouted in fury. If you don't want your child to come to harm, rise and fight. What? Lin Dong and Xiao Guang were both taken aback. Immediately, Lin Dong demanded angrily, Yihao, what have you done to Nidoking? What is it to you? Yihao had lost his composure. Nidoking, if you don't stand up, I will end its life tonight. Nidoking, having been lulled into slumber, seemed to be trapped in a terrifying nightmare. Upon hearing Yihao's words, it instinctively jabbed its claws into its own leg, using the sharp pain to rouse itself. Yihao, I once believed you possessed some semblance of a trainer's ethics, but now it seems you are utterly unworthy of the title. Witnessing Nidoking's self-inflicted injury, Lin Dong quickly deduced that Yihao must have threatened Nidoking's offspring to compel its obedience. So what? As long as I can defeat you. That's all that matters. Yihao bellowed. Nidoking unleashed devastating destruction. Nidoking roared, channeling its energy to condense a crimson-yellow sphere within its mouth. In an instant, a brilliant beam shot forth towards Gunggue and Pachima. Humph, I see you're beyond reason, Lin Dong scoffed coldly, issuing his command. Gunggue. Use Shadow Ball. Chapter 13. Reporting to the Alliance, King Nido's Despair Jengar conjured a sphere of black energy between its hands and hurled it towards King Nido. The Shadow Ball collided with the Hyper Beam, yet contrary to expectations, there was no explosion. The pitch-black Shadow Ball, seemingly of immense weight, forcefully scattered the destructive energy, which quickly diminished and vanished into the air. The Shadow Ball, albeit slightly weakened, struck King Nido with tremendous force. King Nido glared at Jengar in defiance, its resolve waning as it clung desperately to its last vestiges of willpower. Go, Boca! At this moment, Boca pointed at the faltering King Nido's, urging its trainer to issue a command. Xiaoguang, give the command. Lin Dong said earnestly, recognizing that pity for the creature would not resolve their crisis. They needed to take decisive action against Yihao. You are right. After this battle, we shall report to the Alliance immediately. Xiaoguang's expression hardened. Boca, unleash Bubble Beam. Before Xiaoguang could finish, Boca eagerly executed its ultimate move. However, instead of a beam made of bubbles, it created a massive vortex directed skyward. What is that? Xiaoguang asked. Bewildered. That is Whirlpool. Boca has learned a new move. Lin Dong elucidated. All right, Boca, use Whirlpool. Boca unleashed a colossal vortex that enveloped King Nido, who, already unstable, was swiftly drawn into the swirling waters and succumbed blissfully to unconsciousness. For King Nido, falling was a form of liberation. We have won, Yihao. Lin Dong said coldly as he descended from the battle platform, his gaze fixed on Yihao. Now, let us settle the wager. As for King Nido, we will certainly report to the Alliance. Yihao trembled, a newfound clarity washing over him as memories of his earlier words flooded back, leaving him feeling as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Colluding with Pokémon hunters and abusing Pokémon were actions that transgressed the Alliance's fundamental principles, pushing him dangerously close to ruin. His family wielded considerable influence, yet their most powerful ally was a champion from another region. Even a champion would find it challenging to meddle in the affairs of a different region's alliance, let alone come to Sinnoh to cause trouble. In other regions, they might acknowledge him as a champion, but they would not hesitate to knock him down if he overstepped his bounds. Additionally, the Sinnoh region boasted its own champion, Dr. Julan. If this matter were to reach the higher echelons of the Alliance, the Yi family would be utterly incapable of shielding him. The best course of action was to leverage his family's influence before the situation escalated. Lin Dong, I will give you 1 million. Consider the rest a hush payment. How does that sound? Yihao capitulated. That doesn't sound appealing. I only require the 100,000 we wagered, Lin Dong replied coolly. As for the rest, you should contemplate how to deal with the Alliance's inspectors. Yihao seethed with anger, yet felt powerless as he transferred the wager to Lin Dong's account and departed with his entourage of cheerleaders. Lin Dong and Xiaoguang promptly made their way to the hotel's telephone room. The 7-star hotel's telephones were not arranged in a row like those at the Pokémon Center, but rather in individual soundproof rooms, each equipped with a Pokéball transmission device and a cozy sofa. But now was not the time for marveling. Xiaoguang dialed Dr. Yamazaki's number and recounted the day's events in detail. This is outrageous. Dr. Yamazaki erupted in fury, his serious demeanor masking his profound love for Pokémon. I am aware of the situation. Do not worry. I will report this to the Alliance immediately. Thank you, Doctor. Xiaoguang sighed in relief, feeling a sense of joy. After all, Yihao was considered a novice trainer under Dr. Yamazaki's guidance, and she had worried that the doctor might cover for him, but that concern now seemed unwarranted. By the way, how is your situation? Have you captured any Pokémon? Dr. Yamazaki inquired about Xiaoguang's progress. Doctor, look. Xiaoguang released Murkrow and Janavi. Oh, It's Murkrow and Janovi. Quite impressive. However, this Murkrow appears significantly smaller than usual. You'll need to pay extra attention to its training going forward. Furthermore, you plan to visit the Hoenn region, correct? Once there, be sure to visit Dr. Oda. He possesses extensive data on Hoenn Pokémon that can be updated in your Pokédex. Please extend my regards to Dr. Oda, Dr. Yamazaki instructed. Certainly. We will convey your greetings. Thank you, Dr. Xiaoguang affirmed. After Dr. Yamazaki hung up, he immediately called an old friend working within the alliance. Xiaoguang then reached out to her mother. Keiko was elated to hear that Xiaoguang had acquired 2 new companions. A mother knows her child best. Keiko was fully aware of Xiaoguang's capabilities. The rapid growth she had achieved was undoubtedly linked to Lindong's influence. Lindong. I truly appreciate your care for our Xiaoguang, she expressed gratefully. Auntie, you are too kind. Xiaoguang is strong in her own right. We look out for one another. Lindong replied. All right, as you continue your journey in the Hoenn region, I hope you will take good care of Xiaoguang, Keiko said. Of course. Lindong echoed Xiaoguang's tone. Keiko felt reassured, noticing that Xiaoguang and Lindong's bond seemed to have deepened, providing her with peace of mind. After concluding the call with Keiko, Lindong attempted to reach Professor Oak but learned that he had already departed for the Hoenn region. While Lindong was indifferent, Xiaoguang felt a twinge of disappointment. She had missed her chance to meet Professor Oak during her previous visit to Dr. Yamazaki. Don't worry, you will meet Professor Oak eventually. Lindong comforted her as he noticed her low spirits. Since he is heading to Hoenn, he will likely visit Dr. Oda. Once you arrive in Hoenn, you might just encounter Professor Oak in person. Really? Now I can't wait. Xiaoguang exclaimed. We set sail tomorrow. Let's buy some supplies at the port. Lindong noticed that regardless of the world, shopping seemed to be an innate trait of girls. With the existence of an extraordinary invention like the Ultra Backpack in this world, it was even more remarkable. The two spent an entire afternoon shopping, returning to the hotel only after the sun had fully dipped below the horizon. Pikachu lay on the bed, utterly exhausted. Lindong felt the same. Having spent the afternoon insisting on paying, finally managing to recoup the cost of the tickets. Meanwhile, in the penthouse suite of the hotel, Xiaoman knelt beside the bed in disarray, accompanied by 2 similarly disheveled girls. Yihao grew increasingly exhilarated, but just as he was caught up in the moment, a sudden knock on the door startled him into a state of dismay. Who is it? Don't you know this young master is busy? Yihao shouted in frustration. Open the door. Pokémon Alliance Inspector. Chapter 14. A New Journey. Arrival at the Hoenn region a week later. The luxurious cruise ship carrying Lindong and Xiaoguang docked at the port of the Hoenn region. Throughout the journey, Lindong experienced a bittersweet mix of emotions. For reasons unknown, Xiaoguang had become increasingly casual around him when they were alone. At times, she would lounge on the bed in a short skirt, unabashedly showcasing her curvaceous figure, her delicate, fair feet playfully swinging in the air. In such moments, Lindong could only cover himself with a blanket to conceal his embarrassment. During this period, their relationship had rapidly intensified. As they approached the port, Lindong once again prompted the system scan, discovering that Xiaoguang's affection for him had reached an impressive 88 points. Dear passengers, we have arrived at the final destination of this voyage. When disembarking, please ensure you take all your personal belongings. We hope to have the opportunity to serve you again in the future. Wishing you a safe journey. Thank you. As the announcement echoed through the cruise ship, Lindong and Xiaoguang stepped onto the land of the Hoenn region. Pikachu perched on Lindong's shoulder, while Bujian was cradled in Xiaoguang's arms, both Pokémon brimming with excitement. Let us first visit Professor Otamaki in Webai Town. It's not far from the port. Lindong suggested, glancing at the map, which indeed resembled his memories from a past life. The port of Hoenn, like the others, lacked a Pokémon Center, rendering their stay somewhat meaningless. No problem. Upon arriving in this unfamiliar land, Xiaoguang found everything in the Hoenn region captivating. The distinct climate imbued the very air with a unique earthy fragrance. She couldn't help but anticipate the new companions she might encounter in Hoenn, known for its many rare Pokémon from the Sinnoh region. Meanwhile, a girl dressed in a red t-shirt rode her bicycle to Professor Otamaki's research facility. Oh dear. It's Miss Xiaoyao. Unfortunately, the professor has gone to the back mountain to study wild Pokémon, an assistant informed her. No need for that. I'll go find the professor myself, Xiaoyu replied, eager to set off. Let me see, where might there be wild Pokémon A Stout? Middle-aged man with a square face and a U-shaped beard was scanning the surroundings in the back mountain. It was none other than the renowned Professor Otamaki. He preferred outdoor encounters with Pokémon over the rigid confines of the laboratory. In the field of Pokémon habitat research, Professor Otamaki was second to none. However, despite his significant achievements, he was somewhat careless. In a moment of distraction, he accidentally tumbled down a slope. Ouch! Cried Professor Otamaki, rubbing his back. Such mishaps were commonplace for him. While they were painful, he usually sustained no serious injuries. However, the same could not be said for the Maitina nearby. It had been resting in the shade of a large tree when the professor landed squarely on its tail, jolting it awake. The Maitina glared at Professor Otomaki with bared teeth, clearly displeased. "Ah, my apologies for the disturbance, Maitina," Professor Otomaki said sheepishly, reaching into his backpack for some Pokémon food. Yip, yip. The Maitina ignored him, and soon, a large Houndoom and another Maitina emerged from the nearby woods. All three Pokémon glaring menacingly at Professor Otomaki. Yip, yip. The angry sounds echoed. Help. Professor Otomaki realized he was in grave danger and took off running, engaging in a frantic chase with the three Pokémon. By the time Xiaoyao arrived, alerted by the commotion, Professor Otomaki had climbed a tree. While the trio of Pokémon barked impatiently below, waiting for him to descend, "Professor Otomaki!" Xiaoyao exclaimed, both surprised and anxious as she spotted him perched on a branch. "Ah, Xiaoyao, you've arrived just in time. Quickly, open my backpack," Professor Otomaki shouted, seeing her as a potential savior. Following his instructions, Xiaoyao opened the bag to find 3 Pokéballs inside. "Professor, what should I do?" she asked, bewildered. "Just throw out any Pokéball. It doesn't matter which, just summon a Pokémon," Professor Otomaki urged, feeling increasingly desperate. Xiaoyao shut her eyes and randomly grabbed a Pokéball. This one. In a flash of white light, a small blue Pokémon appeared before her. "Marl!" cried the Pokémon. "Wonderful. Now what?" Xiaoyao looked at Professor Otomaki with confusion. "Quickly, use its special move. For instance, call out Water Gun." "Oh," Xiaoyao replied, turning to Marl. "Water Gun. Marl." The little Pokémon obediently unleashed a Water Gun attack, soaking Xiaoyao from head to toe. "What on earth, why did this happen?" Xiaoyao exclaimed, utterly drenched and dispirited. Alas, Professor Otomaki sighed, taken aback. He had anticipated that the daughter of a gym leader like Xiaoyao would struggle with basic commands. Nonetheless, he had no time for further thoughts as the Houndoom below grew impatient and, with a running leap, lunged at him. "Help!" Professor Otomaki found himself again evading the trio of Pokémon. Just then, a voice rang out. "Pikachu, Thunderbolt!" In a flash, a bolt of electricity struck the Houndoom, sending it crashing to the ground. Lin Dong had arrived on the scene. "Are you all right?" Lin Dong recognized Xiaoyao and Professor Otomaki instantly. Their real-life appearances mirrored those from the animated series. "Phew, saved at last." Professor Otomaki exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Pika." Pikachu stood protectively before Professor Otomaki and Xiaoyao, its cheek pouches glowing with electric energy. Yip. The Houndoom, now intimidated, turned tail and fled with the 2 Maitina. "I can't thank you enough. I am Professor Otomaki, a researcher of Pokémon," he introduced himself. "Ah, so you are Professor Otomaki?" Xiaoguang gazed in astonishment at the disheveled man before her, comparing him to the polished Professor Yamazaki and the esteemed Professor Okido from the television series made it difficult to reconcile him with the renowned Pokémon researcher. "Haha, that's me," Professor Otomaki chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "Greetings, Professor. I am Xiaoguang, a novice trainer traveling from the Sinnoh region with the goal of becoming a top Pokémon coordinator. Professor Yamazaki asked me to extend his regards to you." "Oh. Please send my greetings to Professor Yamazaki as well." "So, this young man is also from the Sinnoh region?" Chapter 15, Meeting Xiaoyao, setting off from Baijin. "Indeed, Dr. Oda. My name is Lin Dong. However, due to certain peculiar circumstances, it was Professor Oak from Shinshin Town who conferred upon me my Pokédex and registered my status as a Pokémon trainer," Lin Dong replied. "Oh, Professor Oak, indeed. He just left here yesterday," Dr. Oda remarked. "Ah, Professor Oak has already departed?" Xiaoguang expressed her disappointment as yet another opportunity to meet the esteemed professor slipped away. "Yes. Professor Oak's visit to the Hoenn region was primarily to participate in a program for the local television station," Dr. Oda continued, suddenly recalling that Lin Dong's name sounded somewhat familiar. "Wait a moment, did you say your name is Lin Dong?" Dr. Oda exclaimed when Professor Oak was here. "He mentioned discovering a remarkably talented new trainer, which must be you. Goodness, to possess such strength as a novice trainer, Professor Oak truly has an eye for promising talent," Dr. Oda remarked with a hint of envy. Being a professor himself, he had thought the new talent he had recruited this year was impressive. Yet in comparison to Lin Dong, it paled significantly. "Thank you for the compliment, but I still have much to learn," Lin Dong humbly replied. "Aha. Let us return to the Research Institute. By the way, Xiaoyao, since you are both novice trainers, you should get to know each other. It would be beneficial for you to exchange insights," Dr. Oda suggested. "Hello, I am Xiaoyao. Today marks my first day as a trainer. I look forward to your guidance," Xiaoyao said warmly as she stepped forward to greet Lin Dong. Lin Dong observed her closely. This character, a prominent figure from the original animation. For a striking resemblance to his recollections, she wore a vibrant red t-shirt paired with a white skirt that revealed deep blue shorts beneath. On her feet were sporty shoes adorned in red and yellow, while a distinctive red and white bandana crowned her head. "Ah, my bicycle!" Xiao suddenly shrieked, her gaze catching sight of a charred bicycle. Following her line of sight, Lin Dong felt a twinge of embarrassment. In his haste to rescue her, Pikachu had evidently failed to manage its electric discharge properly. "I apologize. I will take responsibility for this," Lin Dong assured her. It's all right," Xiao sighed. "I should be grateful to you for saving me and the professor." Stagwong, glancing at the charred remains of what had been a bicycle, found herself reminiscing about her own. However, given the current rapport between herself and Lin Dong, she felt no inclination to bring up past grievances. Upon returning to Dr. Oda's research institute, Xiaoyao found herself deep in thought as she gazed upon the 3 Pokémon before her. "Have you decided which Pokémon you wish to choose?" Dr. Oda inquired. A grass-green lizard with large eyes turned its gaze towards Xiaoyao. "Ah, it's staring at me," Xiaoyao exclaimed, instinctively taking a few steps back. That's just a Trico." "Its eyes are naturally large," Lin Dong explained. "Haha, indeed. Lin Dong, you truly have a deep understanding of Pokémon," Dr. Oda praised. "This is called Mudkip, Xiaoyao. You have encountered it before," Dr. Oda added, introducing another Pokémon. As Xiaoyao gazed at the blue Mudkip, she recollected the moment of being drenched earlier. "But it doesn't seem to listen to me." Lin Dong, recalling how Xiaoyao had appeared soaked just moments ago, understood the situation. It appeared that the incident with Mudkip's water gun from the original animation had reoccurred in reality. Nevertheless, the timeline seemed significantly altered from the original narrative. In his past life, by the time Xiaowang embarked on her journey, Xiaoyao was already a renowned Hoenn performer. "Then, this one is the fire-type Torchic," Dr. Oda announced. Chamo. The Torchic eagerly approached Xiaoyao, nudging its fluffy head against her feet. "Wow, it's so adorable," Xiaoyao exclaimed, lifting the Torchic into her arms. "I have decided to choose Torchic." "Excellent. Here is your Pokédex and Pokéballs. Best of luck. I believe you can become an extraordinary Pokémon trainer, surpassing your esteemed father," Dr. Oda encouraged her. In truth, among the 3 candidates he had selected this year, he held the highest hopes for Xiaoyao, especially since her father, Qianli, was renowned as a gym leader with the potential to become a champion. "Thank you, Professor," Xiao expressed her gratitude, though inwardly, she pondered, "Though he says so, I am not entirely inclined to become a trainer." "Xiaoyao, what are you thinking about?" Dr. Oda noticed something amiss in her demeanor and asked. It's nothing. Nothing at all. I will do my best," Xiaoyao quickly replied. "Then let us all strive together." Pikachu and Bugia joined in, and both Lin Dong and Xiaowang smiled kindly at her. Pikachu and Bugia exchanged pleasantries with Torchic, and soon the 3 Pokémon became fast friends, playing joyfully together. "By the way, Lin Dong, Xiaowang, where do you plan to go next?" Dr. Oda inquired. "First, we will register for the Hoenn League. We intend to head to Old Town, and then to Orange City," Lin Dong replied. This route was reminiscent of the path Ash had taken in his past life. Although Lin Dong had found the animation's route somewhat convoluted, in reality, he was too lazy to plan anew. Following this path seemed sufficient, as it might lead to unforeseen opportunities along the way. "I see. How about we travel together?" Xiaoyao eagerly proposed. "Absolutely." To Lin Dong's surprise, before he could respond, Xiaowang readily agreed, her expression brimming with delight. Although the 2 girls had been chatting during their return to the research institute, it seemed unlikely that their bond had strengthened to such a degree in such a short time. Lin Dong, unable to comprehend this, recognized that friendships among girls often blossomed rapidly. Xiaowang and Xiaoyao began by complimenting each other's outfits before transitioning to discussions about cuisine, creating a sense of camaraderie as if they had known each other for ages. Additionally, Xiaowang harbored her own plans. "All right, then we shall travel together." Although Lin Dong did not harbor strong feelings for Xiaoyao, as one of the leading female characters from his past life, she possessed undeniable charm and grace. Objectively speaking, she stood on par with Xiaowang in every aspect. Even without intending to develop anything further, simply observing her was a visual delight. With Xiaowang's agreement, Lin Dong had no reason to decline. The trio bid farewell to Dr. Oda and set forth on their journey to Old Town. With Xiaoyao's presence, the atmosphere grew notably livelier along the way. "Why haven't you put Pikachu and Bugia in their Pokeballs?" Xiao inquired curiously. "Because they prefer not to enter their Pokeballs," Lin Dong explained with a smile. "Not all Pokemon enjoy being confined in Pokeballs. There are many exceptions. My Bugia, for instance, initially stayed in its Pokeball, but once it saw Pikachu outside, it no longer wished to return inside." Xiaowang chuckled. "Lin Dong, Xiaowang, do you plan to challenge the Orange Gym?" Xiao asked. Not really. Only Lindong intends to challenge the gym, Xiao Wang clarified. My goal is to become a top coordinator and participate in the local Hoenn Grand Festival. And you, Xiao? Do you plan to become a trainer? Ah, well, Xiao hesitated. I haven't quite made up my mind. I see, Xiao Wang pondered before suggesting, why not try both? You could start by joining Lindong and challenging the Orange Gym. Chapter 16, Xiao Yao's Dilemma and the Unfortunate Fire Chick. Ah, a challenge at the Orange Flower Gym? Xiao Yao displayed a peculiar expression. Well, I think I shall pass. The gym trainer at Orange Flower Gym is exceptionally strong. Moreover, he is incredibly gentle, remarkably handsome, and, in short, he is a truly wonderful person. As Xiao Yao spoke, a smile blossomed on her face. Huh, Xiao Yao, you seem quite familiar with the trainer at Orange Flower Gym. Xiao Wang observed, puzzled. Well, actually, Xiao Yao sighed and confessed. The trainer at Orange Flower Gym is my father. What? Xiao Wang exclaimed in surprise, suddenly recalling what Professor Oda had mentioned. So, Xiao Yao, do you not aspire to become a trainer like your esteemed father? Lindong inquired. Familiar with the original narrative, Lindong knew that Xiao Yao ultimately chose to become a coordinator, achieving noteworthy success. However, in his recollection, Xiao Yao had never managed to secure a ribbon trophy. In fact, during significant celebrations, her performance was overshadowed by Xiao Wang's. As the daughter of Mr. Qianli, Xiao Yao possessed remarkable talent. Perhaps in this life, she could carve a different path. A trainer. Xiao Yao hesitated, then suddenly turned to Xiao Wang. By the way, what is this dazzling contest you mentioned? The dazzling contest differs from gym battles, focusing on showcasing the charm of Pokémon. It consists of 2 stages. The first round involves performing a Pokémon's signature moves and charm, judged by a panel, with the top 8 advancing to the second round, which features dazzling battle contests. Xiao Wang elaborated on the rules of the dazzling contest, and Xiao Yao listened, somewhat captivated. All right then. I wish to watch a dazzling contest before deciding on my goal. As the trio strolled and chatted, suddenly, a blue creature appeared in their path. Look. Lindong pointed ahead at the Pokémon. What Pokémon is that? Xiao Yao asked, puzzled, while Xiao Wang had already retrieved her Pokédex. Lulilai, the water drop Pokémon. It leaps by utilizing the rebound effect of its tail in a manner akin to throwing a rope. So adorable. I want one. Xiao Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then go ahead and capture it. Although Xiao Wang also adored Lulilai, she refrained from competing with her newly acquainted friend. Participating in a dazzling contest doesn't necessarily require many Pokémon. The 3 she currently possessed had yet to be properly trained. Lindong, too, had no intention of competing, as despite Marilily being dubbed the Dragon Slayer, certain traits of Pokémon are notoriously challenging to detect in reality. He couldn't adopt the gaming approach of capturing one after another, discarding those of lesser potential. However, Xiao Yao's subsequent actions left both of them astounded. Alright, empty Pokéball. Go. Xiao Yao produced an empty Pokéball and hurled it directly at Lulilai. Although it hit, and Lulilai was captured, the ball soon shook vigorously, and the lid burst open, releasing a beam of white light. Lulilai. Lulilai. Lulilai looked at Xiao Yao with annoyance. It must be said that not everyone possesses the prowess of Xiao Hai. Xiao Yao. Do you not know that capturing Pokémon requires first battling to weaken them? Lindong queried. Ah, right. Xiao Yao exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, and promptly released her Fire Chick. Fire Chick, it's your turn. Lindong was left speechless. Indeed, what was meant to happen, happened. Under Lulilai's playful antics, Fire Chick repeatedly collided with trees and rocks. Enraged, Fire Chick unleashed a spark attack, striking something. It joyfully exclaimed in a manner reminiscent of human speech, success. However, its joy was short-lived. Not only had the spark hit a Lulilai, but also a Meryl and another Marilily. The 3 creatures glared at Fire Chick with crossed arms. Chamo. Fire Chick quailed. The trio simultaneously executed their water gun attack, striking Fire Chick, who promptly collapsed, its eyes spinning like a spiral. Fire Chick. Xiao Yao cried out in alarm as she rushed to Fire Chick's side, unsure of what to do. Xiao Yao, calm down. In such situations, a visit to the Pokémon Center will suffice, Xiao Wang reminded her. Yes, the Pokémon Center. Xiao Yao recalled, returning Fire Chick to its Pokéball and sprinting towards Guchuan Town. Fortunately, they were not far from Guchuan Town, and soon the trio arrived at the Pokémon Center. Huh, are you Miss Joy from Jinsha Town? Upon seeing the familiar face, Xiao Wang was utterly bewildered. Not quite, I am Joy. Responsible for the Pokémon Center here in Guchuan Town, Miss Joy replied. Xiao Wang, you might not know this, but Pokémon Centers worldwide are predominantly managed by Miss Joys, who are all related to one another, Lindong chuckled. Hee indeed. Miss Joy smiled gently. Miss Joy, I entrust my Fire Chick to you. This was Xiao Yao's first encounter with Miss Joy, so she was not overly surprised and promptly handed over the Pokéball. All right, leave it to me. Miss Joy took the Pokéball and placed it on the machine. There's no major issue. With a good night's rest, it will recover fully. Thank you so much. Miss Joy, Xiaoyao brightened once more. Well then, let us rest here at the Pokémon Center for the night. As dusk settled, the three settled into a room designed for four. The conditions among Pokémon centers can vary significantly. In the Sinnoh region, most centers offer accommodations comparable to hotels. While in the Hoenn region, aside from those in major cities, many are akin to dormitory-style rooms with bunk beds. The Guchuan Town Center at least provided an independent bathroom, which was quite commendable. Sigh, I truly have much to learn. Xiaoyao reflected on her battle experiences today, realizing her many shortcomings. Many novice trainers begin like this. With time, they will become proficient, Lindong reassured her. But I think you are quite strong. Against both the hyena dog and Lulilai, Xiaoyao remarked. This is your first journey, and I feel I pale in comparison to you. Me? Lindong chuckled. During my school days, I often watch various Pokémon competitions, which is why I have a better understanding of battles. In a sense, Lindong was speaking the truth, having watched the anime in his previous life. He had absorbed the techniques of the masters. Chapter 17, attacked again at the Pokémon Center. As the three friends were engrossed in their conversation, the lights in the room suddenly went out. It was already past 8 in the evening, and they were plunged into an impenetrable darkness, causing the two girls to tremble with fear. Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, come stand behind me, Lindong commanded. Come forth, Gungui and Darkrai. Without hesitation, Lindong summoned Gungui and Darkrai, keeping a vigilant watch on the door and instinctively pulling the two girls behind him. Lindong, what's happening? Xiaoyao, who had never encountered the dark side of the world, felt an inexplicable chill running down her spine, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. In contrast, Xiaoguang, having experienced battles against Team Rocket, quickly regained her composure. Moreover, with Pokémon like Bo Jiaman still at her side, she felt a surge of confidence. More importantly, being with Lindong filled her with reassurance. Shh, be quiet, Lindong whispered. Gungui, please check the situation. Gungui nodded and slipped into the darkness, vanishing through the wall. Darkrai, the enemy's origins are unknown. I implore you to assist me. Darkrai met Lindong's gaze with its bright blue eyes for a moment before nodding in agreement. Gungui soon returned, peeking its head out from the floor in front of the three. Boss, a group of individuals dressed in red has come down from upstairs. They have captured someone and mentioned something about a relic. A ghost, Xiaoyao yelped, collapsing onto the floor in fright. Xiaoyao, keep it down. It's just Gungui, Lindong sighed, though he understood why Gungui's sudden appearance could terrify anyone unacquainted. Don't be afraid. Lindong's Gungui can speak, Xiaoguang explained. Oh, I see. Xiaoyao seemed to realize her blunder. I'm so sorry. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor. It's fine. It's not a big deal, Lindong reassured himself, already assessing the situation in his mind. Gungui, Darkrai, use hypnosis and black hole to put him to sleep. The two Pokémon swiftly acted, and soon, a thud could be heard outside the room. Lindong opened the door to find an adult man and a black Houndoom lying on the ground. Judging by their attire, they were indeed members of Team Magma. Both the man and the Pokémon bore grim expressions, evidently having succumbed to nightmares induced by Darkrai's influence. Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, follow me. Lindong beckoned, treading softly as he moved toward the staircase. At that moment, in the lobby on the first floor, several beams of flashlight illuminated a man. Behind him, several Team Magma members had subdued Nurse Joy and a few injured trainers. In the patient room, many wounded Pokémon were also being held captive by two Team Magma members, while a few Houndoom and Mytina glared menacingly, causing everyone to tremble in fear. As the saying goes, those who possess the items of the West are the true heroes, with the lives of these individuals and Pokémon as leverage. The leading captain of the operation sneered, Professor Mez, if you wish to ensure their safety, you must cooperate with us. What do you want? Professor Mez inquired warily. Come with us to the ruins outside of Ancient Town and open that stone door, the captain replied. Don't play dumb. We know you have deciphered how to enter that door. Professor Mez clenched his teeth, glancing at the hostages and Pokémon behind him, and ultimately capitulated. Fine. I'll go with you, but do not harm them. Uncertain of the enemy's exact intentions, Lindong proceeded cautiously while Gungui utilized its ghostly advantage to scout ahead. Boss, there's only one person guarding the staircase, along with another black dog like the one we just encountered. All right, just like before, Darkrai, please use black hole on the Houndoom. Gungui, use hypnosis to put that person to sleep. With the combined efforts of Darkrai and Gungui, Lindong swiftly neutralized the enemy at the staircase. Just as he descended to the first floor, he encountered two Team Magma members approaching. Hey, who are you? The two Team Magma members questioned Lindong and his friends. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Lindong halted, aware that only Pikachu and Bo Jiaman accompanied them. Humph, just these two little ones. I suggest you surrender. Before he could finish his sentence, Darkrai, concealed in the shadows, suddenly emerged from the ground, unleashing a powerful black hole directly at them. The two Team Magma members, along with their Houndoom, promptly fell asleep. Gung-Gui returned, reporting that there were no more adversaries in that attire. But many captives and Pokémon were still trapped in the warehouse ahead. Understood. Well done. Come back, Gung-Gui, Darkrai, Lindong praised, leading Xiaoguang and Xiao Yao toward the warehouse mentioned by Gung-Gui. After removing the wooden planks barring the door, Lindong easily pushed it open. Nurse Joy, are you all right? Ah, thank you so much. Upon being unexpectedly rescued, Nurse Joy expressed her gratitude, rushing to the control room to restore power to the center. She then immediately dialed the police department. The Chansey were also bustling about. During the Team Magma attack, several trainers who had come to assist were injured. Additionally, some Pokemon's conditions worsened due to interrupted treatments from the power outage. My Blaziken, Xiao Yao exclaimed, deeply concerned. Don't worry, I will handle things here. Nurse Joy assured her, and then turned to Lindong, hesitating before speaking. Is there anything you need help with? Lindong inquired. Well, a very renowned scholar, Professor Mez, has established a research institute here to study the ancient ruins on the hills outside. He was just taken by those people. I would like to ask you to go to the ruins and rescue Professor Mez, Nurse Joy earnestly requested. Lindong glanced at Xiaoguang and Xiao Yao. I'll go check out the ruins. You two stay here. I'll go with you. Both girls exclaimed in unison. Then Xiao Yao, you stay behind. Blaziken hasn't fully recovered yet, and without a Pokémon, it would be too dangerous. When Miss Jusha arrives, please assist her. Lindong suggested. Xiao ceased her objections. Having calmed down, she understood that if she went with them, they would only be distracted by the need to protect her. It was wiser for her to remain behind. Together, Lindong and Xiaoguang departed the Pokémon Center, and Lindong summoned his Dragonite. Come forth, Dragonite. Roar. Dragonite. Please take us to the ruins on that hill. Roar. Dragonite scooped up Lindong and Xiaoguang, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky, swiftly heading toward the hill. Chapter 18, Team Magma, Confrontation at the Ruins. The speed of the Dragonite was astonishing, causing Lindong and Xiaoguang's faces to be nearly pressed together by the rushing wind. After catching his breath, Xiaoguang finally managed to regain his composure. Remarkably, despite Team Magma having a head start, Lindong and his companions still arrived at the vicinity of the ruins before them. They sought refuge behind a boulder, where Lindong began to covertly observe the situation at the ruins. Team Magma's vehicle roared to a halt beside the ruins, and from it emerged 4 members of Team Magma, along with a man clad in a brown work uniform, Professor Miai's. Lindong discreetly contemplated his next course of action. According to the narrative, Team Magma would present 4 corresponding gems to unlock the stone door of the ruins. However, upon Professor Miai's opening the door, Team Magma would ultimately fail to find the clues they sought within. Subsequently, they would depart via helicopter. This implied that even if Lindong remained passive, he could effortlessly escort Professor Miai's back. Yet, this raised the question of whether it would trigger the system's hidden quest. An alternative strategy would involve seizing the opportunity to rescue Professor Miai's and then confronting Team Magma directly. In truth, Lindong did not regard Team Magma as formidable. Although they appeared menacing in the original narrative, it was only in relation to the trio from Team Rocket. It is worth noting that Team Rocket had dominated the underground worlds of both the Kanto and Johto regions. What of Team Magma? They merely operated within the Hoenn region, sharing their influence with Team Aqua. Both organizations were primarily fixated on acquiring the powers of Groudon and Kyogre, and they had met with disastrous failures. Meanwhile, what had Team Rocket accomplished? By this time, they had already succeeded in creating Mutwo. Although Team Rocket ultimately failed to control Mutwo, they had at least made significant progress. More importantly, they had genuinely succeeded in the creation of such a powerful Pokémon. Even without invoking legendary Pokémon, Team Rocket could deploy elite Pokémon such as Tyranitar and Salamence. What about Team Magma? Their main forces consisted primarily of Houndoom, Mytiana, and Camerupt. It can be asserted that both Team Magma and Team Aqua were simply not on the same level as Team Rocket. As long as Lindong did not encounter Groudon or Kyogre, he could easily vanquish them with his Darkrai, which could withstand the powerful moves of Dialga and Palkia. Nevertheless, Team Magma's Pokémon were of relatively high levels, albeit not exceptionally powerful, and could serve as a means to gain experience. Having made up his mind, Lindong began to look for an opportunity. Professor Miai's, please lead us into this stone chamber, said the leader of the operation team. I do know how to unlock this door, but it requires 4 corresponding gems as keys. Professor Meeyes responded. If we force this door open, the ruins will be damaged. Professor Meeyes had intended to dissuade Team Magma with this statement, but the leader merely waved his hand. And one of his subordinates promptly presented a box containing 4 gems in red, yellow, blue, and green. The leader calmly stated, Professor Meeyes, I believe this is what you are referring to. Please proceed. Professor Meeyes felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Clearly, these individuals were not benevolent. Unlocking the door, in a sense, would be tantamount to aiding their nefarious intentions. Our intelligence network is quite thorough. Had we not known that this door should not be easily tampered with, we would have already tested every possible combination, the leader remarked. Professor Meeyes, please hurry, or else those in the Pokémon Center may suffer. You wouldn't want that, would you? Very well, I will open it. Professor Meeyes picked up the gems one by one and placed them in the correct positions he had deciphered. As the final gem was set into the central recess of the stone door, the ground trembled, and the door gradually receded, revealing a passageway. With a wave of his hand, the leader commanded Team Magma's members to enter, and they moved in unison. It must be noted that while Team Magma and Team Aqua may possess average strength, they were nonetheless well-trained. Lindong silently commended their discipline, but his actions were swifter. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Come forth, Murkrow, use Hurricane. Murkrow, you too. 2 beams of white light flashed as Murkrow and its companion appeared in the air, vigorously flapping their wings. A fierce gust of wind surged toward the 2 Houndoom and a Mytiana guarding Professor Meeyes, immediately drawing their attention. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Bulbasaur, Leaf Blade. Piplup, Bubble Beam. Cottonee. Ice Beam. Pika. Piplup. Cottonee. The 4 Pokémon unleashed their signature moves, colliding with the flames and shadow balls fired from the Houndoom, resulting in a violent explosion. The debris kicked up by the gust of wind obscured the vision of the Houndoom and Mytina. Dragonite, now is the time to rescue Professor Meeyes. With a roar, Dragonite transformed into a streak of yellow light, swiftly snatching Professor Meeyes and soaring into the sky, quickly returning to Lindong's side. The dust posed no hindrance to Dragonite. Professor Meeyes, are you all right? My name is Lindong, and this is my companion Xiaobuang. We were sent by Nurse Joy to rescue you. Oh, thank you so much. Professor Meeyes exhaled in relief. The events had unfolded so rapidly that the explosion sound had left the operation leader in shock. Enemy attack. Has all the data been collected here? All collected. No information regarding it was found. It seems this place is not, the leader muttered before immediately ordering retreat. As Team Magma emerged, they found their Houndoom and Mytiana facing off against Lindong and his companions. Now, Lindong shouted, and Darkrai suddenly emerged from the ground, unleashing multiple black holes upon Team Magma, Houndoom, and Mytiana. Surprise attack. The leader turned pale, but he was the only one quick enough to evade the onslaught. Come forth. Mytiana, Houndoom, and Camerupt. Facing the overwhelming presence of Lindong, the leader released 3 Pokémon but began to calculate his escape. Darkrai retreated back to Lindong's side. Having successfully executed the surprise attack, only 1 Team Magma member remained, and their objective was accomplished. In truth, a Pokémon of Darkrai's stature would typically disdain the use of ambush tactics. However, Lindong had presented it with an irresistible rationale. A surprise attack could minimize the damage to its companions. That reason was more than sufficient. Now, with only 1 opponent left, it was time to begin granting experience to his companions. Chapter 19. Capturing Hoenn and the officers of the Hoenn team. Lindong had a vague recollection of the man before him. If he was not mistaken, this sturdy individual was none other than Hoenn, the action leader of the Hoenn team, a significant figure among their ranks. Xiaobuang, it's time to engage. Lindong's demeanor turned serious as he prepared for the impending battle. He planned to deploy Darkrai and Dragonite as the front line, while Muckbird and Mewker would provide support. The main offensive would be led by Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Bodgeman, and Kirlia. Observing Lindong and Xiaobuang's movements, Hoenn felt a sudden unease. Dragonite and that mysterious Pokémon had evidently retreated to the rear, indicating a strategy to use him as a practice target. Furious, Hoenn, experienced in combat, quickly devised a tactical response. He realized that he must draw the mysterious Pokémon and Dragonite into the fray, otherwise he would be unable to escape their swift onslaught. With determination, he commanded his Pokémon, Houndoom, Blaziken, unleash Flamethrower. Houndoom, use Shadow Ball. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Bodgeman, Bubble Beam. Kirlia, use Ice Beam. The 2 sides clashed with their signature moves, resulting in a stalemate. Now, Bulbasaur, Leaf Blade. Muckbird, Hurricane. Mewker, you too, unleash Hurricane. Lindong was not one to adhere to a fair 3v3 battle against the Hoenn team. In the wilderness, confronting such a nefarious organization, he believed in overwhelming them with numbers rather than engaging in one-on-one duels. If those Hoenn team members had not been put to sleep by Darkrai, a fair fight would have been impossible. The energy explosion stirred up a cloud of smoke, which was quickly dispersed by the hurricane. Seizing the fleeting opportunity for cover, Leaf Blade struck true against Houndoom, Blaziken, and Houndour. The sharp blades cut into the three Pokémon, and the pressure from the hurricane left them significantly shaken, making it difficult for them to execute their moves. Hoenn, feeling the wind's discomfort, gritted his teeth and threw another Pokeball. Come forth, Swellow. Use Hurricane to push them back. With a swift flap of its grand wings, the Azure Swellow conjured a powerful gust, countering the opposing winds. The pressure on Houndoom, Houndour, and Blaziken diminished, as a flamethrower obliterated the incoming Leaf Blade. Well done. Hoenn focused intently on the movements of Dragonite and Darkrai. The mere addition of Swellow had only slightly tilted the balance in his favor. The mysterious black Pokémon seemed disinclined to make a move, yet Hoenn remained wary. From its presence, he sensed an overwhelming aura, accompanied by a wave of fear transmitted from Houndoom and Houndour. Had they not been well trained, they would have likely succumbed to terror at this moment. This was unprecedented. Even when facing a Banette, Houndoom and Houndour had never shown fear. This indicated that the mysterious Pokémon had surpassed Banette, emanating a pressure from a higher echelon of existence. Hoenn dared not act recklessly, while Lindong maintained his composure. Such real combat experience was a rarity. Like a martial artist honing their skills on a wooden post, one could improve, but without the crucible of real battle. The authenticity of that training remained uncertain. Lindong could facilitate practice among his Pokémon, but as comrades, they could never truly go all out against one another. Only in the crucible of genuine combat could their true potential be ignited. As Muckbird and Murkrow struggled against the force of Swellow's hurricane, their fatigue began to show. Yet their efforts grew increasingly refined, barely maintaining balance. I wonder how much longer you can hold on, Swellow. Increase your intensity. Hoenn, seasoned from countless battles, seized the moment when he noticed Muckbird's movement slow. Blaziken, Houndoom, unleash Overheat. Houndour, use Dark Pulse. Two fireballs formed in the shape of the letter before Blaziken and Houndoom, surging toward Lindong's side, while Houndour gathered a swirling mass of dark purple energy. Lindong immediately commanded, Pikachu, unleash Thunder. Pikachu, an experienced combatant, had previously focused on rescue efforts and had not exerted itself fully. After all, if Pikachu were to unleash its full power, it would at least match Latios. But this time, facing the Hoenn team's key Pokémon, Pikachu finally unleashed its internal electricity with abandon. The dazzling lightning formed a barrier that completely intercepted the two fireballs. In the clash of thunder and flames, Pikachu stood firm against two opponents, not yielding an inch. The fireballs shrank in size, ultimately dissipating into the air. At that moment, Houndour unleashed its long-charged Dark Pulse, shattering the lightning barrier and targeting Pikachu. Bajman, Bubble Beam. Kirlia, Ice Beam. Xiaguang, momentarily caught off guard, could not allow the enemy to gain the upper hand. Bajman, Mimi. The dark purple beam was partially weakened by the thunder attack. Yet Bajman and Kirlia's strikes only managed to neutralize it. The two explosions of energy stirred up a significant cloud of dust, the aftershocks affecting the already exhausted Muckbird and Murkrow. Seizing the opportunity once more, Hoenn commanded Swellow to concentrate its energy and flap its wings with all its might, sending a powerful gust of wind mixed with dust toward Lindong's side, obscuring everyone's vision. At that moment, Hoenn hesitated not for a second, directing Swellow to grasp his shoulder as he turned to flee. However, to his astonishment, just as Swellow was about to carry him away, a Pokémon with a peculiar grin appeared before him. Jengar. It was Jengar, who had remained hidden until now. Ambush. Jengar initiated hypnosis. Hoenn felt his eyelids grow unbearably heavy. Even with his rigorous training, he could no longer withstand it. Swellow released its grip, collapsing to the ground in slumber. Meanwhile, Dragonite merely flapped its wings once, dispersing the swirling dust in an instant. The sandstorm failed to touch Lindong and his companions. Without their trainer's commands, Houndoom, Houndour, and Blaziken could not hold their ground. Pikachu swiftly executed Quick Attack, closing in and delivering a steel wing strike that knocked Blaziken unconscious. Lindong then instructed Bulbasaur to bind Houndour's mouth with Vine Whip. Unable to execute its moves, Houndour was mercilessly battered by Muckbird and Murkrow, its eyes spiraling in confusion. Xiaguang commanded Bajman and Kirlia to confront Houndoom. After being caught in the swirling winds, Houndoom was ultimately defeated by Kirlia's confusion attack, losing its combat capability. We won. We won. Xiaoguang joyfully embraced Lin Dong. Lin Dong took the opportunity to wrap his arms around Xiaoguang's slender waist, lifting her off the ground in a joyful spin. Curlia leaped to Pikachu's side, bashfully covering its face. Indeed, we have triumphed. Lin Dong laughed heartily. Recalling the earlier moment, Xiaoguang's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head. Everyone worked hard. Let's return. Chapter 20. The Ancient Shin Ruins and News of the Three Divine Pillars. Lin Dong recalled the sprites into their Pokeballs. And in an effort to ease the awkwardness, Xiaoguang also summoned Murkrow and the still eager Wanyuan ear back. Pikachu and Pokémon leapt into the arms of the two, prompting an exchanged smile between Lin Dong and Xiaoguang. Under the moonlight, the youth's visage was handsome, while the young girl's face bore a charming blush. A wave of affection had entirely satisfied Professor Mez. Suddenly, the distant roar of a motorcycle broke the serenity. Miss Junsha skillfully executed a sudden stop, bringing her motorcycle to a steady halt before the trio. Lin Dong, Xiaoguang, are you unharmed? Xiaoyu inquired with concern. No worries at all. Xiaoguang replied with a smile. Those individuals have all been defeated by Lin Dong. Those individuals are members of the Team Magma. Upon hearing Xiaoguang's words, Miss Junsha quickly noted the sprawled figures of Team Magma, who appeared to be in deep slumber, their faces twisted in discomfort as though plagued by nightmares. A large contingent from the Public Security Bureau soon arrived, bustling under Miss Junsha's command. Team Magma's members had each acquired a silver bracelet, while their Pokémon were transported in specialized vehicles. One officer, recognizing the features of Hua Village, exclaimed, Miss Junsha, come quickly. Is this individual not our A-rank wanted criminal? Hua Village? Miss Junsha hurried over, as another officer displayed Hua Village's wanted poster. Indeed, it is Hua Village of Team Magma. Upon comparison, Miss Junsha confirmed Hua Village's identity, asserting, cuff him and escort him back for immediate interrogation. We must not allow him to escape. Understood. Hua Village was taken away, and Miss Junsha returned to the others, offering Lin Dong a respectful nod. Esteemed trainer, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. You have just vanquished Hua Village, our A-rank wanted criminal, which is of great significance. May I take a look at your Pokédex? Miss Junsha asked. Of course, Lin Dong replied, handing over the device, already anticipating her intentions. Indeed, Miss Junsha tapped twice on the Pokédex, and Professor Okito's voice resonated. This Pokédex is presented to Lin Dong. Keep striving, Pokémon trainer. A message from Professor Okito of Masera Town. Miss Junsha paused, for she had certainly heard of Professor Okito's esteemed name. Mr. Lin Dong, are you planning to travel to Orange City next? She inquired. Yes, I intend to challenge the Orange Gym, Lin Dong responded. Then, upon your arrival in Orange City, do make a visit to the Pokémon Center there, Miss Junsha advised. I plan to interrogate Hua Village overnight, so I must take my leave. My colleagues will escort you back. I will certainly go. Thank you, Lin Dong assured her. As night deepened, Lin Dong and his companions returned to the Pokémon Center for rest, while Professor Mez remained at the ruins. Though Team Magma had been apprehended, the gems they had brought were left behind. After considerable effort to unlock the stone chamber, it was clear that he would be burning the midnight oil in his research. The stillness of the night at 2 o'clock was profound, yet the interrogation room of the Public Security Bureau echoed with furious outbursts that Lin Dong is utterly despicable. I was about to retreat when he struck without honor, deceiving and ambushing us. My teammates were careless and did not evade. I called for a halt, but he persisted. I was ready to withdraw, and yet he did not harm Professor Mez. It should have ended there, for the sake of harmony. I advise you Alliance trainers to tread carefully and refrain from ambushes. Hua Village's agitation was palpable, his mental state deteriorating. However, Miss Junsha gleaned considerable useful information, and with the testimonies from the Team Magma members, she reconstructed the entire sequence of events. It was evident that from the counteroffensive launched from the Pokémon Center to the rescue of Professor Mez and the defeat of Hua Village, it was the trainer named Lin Dong who had taken the lead throughout. Such composure was astounding. Moreover, Miss Junsha learned from relatives in the Sinnoh region that this very Lin Dong had previously captured a small squad of Team Rocket during his time in Sinnoh. Now, he had aided her in capturing the A-rank fugitive Hua Village and an entire operational team of Team Magma. It is no exaggeration to say that the achievements Lin Dong had amassed over the past half-month eclipsed those of the vast majority of elite trainers within the Alliance, rivaling many gym leaders without question. Yet Lin Dong remained merely a novice trainer. Miss Junsha fell into contemplation. In the Alliance, registered trainers are generally classified into 7 levels, ascending from novice to intermediate, advanced, elite, gym leader, champion, and master. Only those recognized as elite trainers can officially serve within the Alliance. Prior to this designation, trainers belong to an entirely different system, akin to mere titular status. Thus, The vast majority of benefits stemming from the rescue of Professor Mez and the capture of Hua Village would accrue primarily to her. Miss Jusha felt undeserving, her heart heavy with unease. This resolution solidified her determination to secure a substantial reward for Lin Dong. Before long, dawn's light began to stretch across the horizon. After freshening up, Lin Dong and his companions sat down for breakfast when a man with pronounced dark circles under his eyes suddenly approached. Mr. Lin Dong, Miss Xiao Guang. And Miss Xiao Yao, good morning. Professor Mez? Lin Dong regarded him with confusion. It is thus, within the ancient Shen ruins. I meticulously interpreted the mural's content and made a significant discovery. I wish to share this information with you as a token of gratitude for saving me yesterday. Professor Mez earnestly declared. As a scholar devoted to research, he had little else of value to offer. Thank you, Professor Mez, Lin Dong replied. Professor Mez handed him a manuscript, expressing gratitude once more before retreating to rest. Lin Dong glanced at the manuscript's contents, instantly astonished. Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao, noticing Lin Dong's expression of disbelief, leaned in to peer at the pages. Here is Martial Arts Island, Yitu Mountain, and Inu City, the legendary power? Xiao Yao recognized the map-like markings but was baffled by the meaning of the contents. What does all this signify? Hee. I believe this manuscript is merely research material on the ruins. To glimpse the records of ancient relics is already a rewarding experience of travel, Xiao Guang mused. However, Lin Dong's thoughts diverged. Despite the crude nature of the murals, he discerned that the legendary power referenced therein pertained to the three mythical Pokémon, Regice, Redrock, and Registeel. And these three were all catchable divine beasts. Lin Dong's mind began to race with possibilities. Suddenly, he recalled something. System, I have successfully captured Hua Village. What is my reward? Lin Dong mentally summoned the system. Yesterday, the system determined that the host was asleep at the completion of the task, and thus no settlement was conducted. Would you like to settle immediately? Settle. Congratulations, host, on capturing the Team Magma Executive Hua Village alive. Exceeding the hidden task of defeating the invading Team Magma in ancient Shin Town. You have received the reward, Mega Evolution Pack X1, Selectable Divine Beast Attraction Opportunity X1. Note, the Mega Evolution Pack contains Evolution Keystone X1, Random Mega Stone X1. Chapter 21, Arrival at Orange City, The Alliance's Reward, the Mega Evolution Package. Lin Dong felt a tremendous shock. During his time traversing this world, he had gleaned a fair amount of information through various news reports. At this juncture, it appeared that the secret of Mega Evolution had yet to be discovered by the masses. At most, only a handful of individuals had inadvertently acquired similar powers. Should he reveal Mega Evolution to the world now, the outcomes would likely be twofold. First, he would attain fame across the globe. Second, he could meet a grim fate. Lin Dong was unwilling to gamble. In this world, there were those bold enough to covet Giratina. Thus, he could not naively believe that a single dark ray would render him invincible. Suddenly, Lin Dong realized that his knowledge might surpass his initial expectations. If the memories from his previous life were secrets yet undiscovered in this world, then even the evolution of a simple Infernape could send ripples through the Alliance. His memories constituted a vast treasure trove, and he understood the adage, a common man is innocent, yet possesses a precious gem. Lin Dong, what troubles you? Xiao Guang, noticing Lin Dong's pensive demeanor, inquired with concern. Oh, it's nothing. Let us set off, Lin Dong replied. Having resolved to refrain from engaging with Mega Evolution for the time being, he would wait for others to take the lead first. He temporarily stored the Mega Evolution package in the system warehouse and, with Xiao Guang, requested Miss Joy's assistance in registering for the Hoenn League. Thus, they were eligible to participate in the gym battles and contests of the Hoenn region. Shortly thereafter, the trio embarked on their journey to Orange City. Along the way, Lin Dong pondered another reward. He remained quite intrigued by the opportunity to attract a legendary Pokémon of his choosing. System. What does this opportunity to attract a legendary Pokémon entail? Host. By utilizing this opportunity, the system will employ special means to draw the specified legendary Pokémon to your presence. The Pokémon attracted through this method will possess a certain affinity for the host, yet the ability to fully subdue it relies solely on the host. The system offers no assistance in this regard. Note, all legendary Pokémon with special powers, except for Suicune, cannot be subdued. The consequences of attempting to do so are the host's responsibility. This reward piqued Lin Dong's interest. If the attracted Pokémon held a degree of fondness for him, it might be persuaded to assist him. For instance, during a clash between Groudon and Kyogre, he could potentially attract Rayquaza. Alternatively, he might summon Ho-Oh, which could aid in reviving something. However, there was also the possibility that it would merely glance at him and depart. The system had explicitly stated its responsibility was limited to attraction, with no further involvement. Thus, the outcome remained entirely unpredictable. Lindong was not a gambler. After careful consideration, he made his decision. System, I wish to use the legendary Pokémon attraction opportunity to summon Suicune. Operation successful. The chosen legendary Pokémon will appear before the host in the near future. The exact timing remains unknown. Please be prepared at all times. Lindong felt a surge of anticipation. His choice of Suicune was based on 3 reasons. First, Suicune was the only legendary Pokémon with special powers that could be subdued, and its strength surpassed that of other second-tier legendary Pokémon without such powers. Second, having learned of the 3 pillars, he certainly intended to investigate. If he aimed to subdue the 3 pillars, Suicune, as a water-type legendary Pokémon, would hold a distinct advantage against any of them, providing significant support. Third, subduing Suicune required merely a standard Pokéball. The journey from Old Town to Orange City was not particularly long. The trio took their time, encountering various wild Pokémon along the way. Xiaoyao gradually became accustomed to directing her Torchic in battles. However, it seemed she still required further practice to capture new companions. Xiao Guang had her eye on a charming Snivy but, regrettably, fumbled at the moment of throwing her Pokéball, accidentally hitting Lindong instead. The following day, the trio arrived at Orange City. Since it was on their way, Xiaoyao accompanied Lindong and Xiao Guang to the Pokémon Center. Welcome to the Pokémon Center. Miss Joy greeted them with her signature smile, her voice gentle. Hello, Miss Joy. Please restore our Pokémon strength. They all said in unison, presenting their Pokédexes. Of course, no problem, Miss Joy replied as she took their Pokéballs. However, while inputting the information, she noticed a prominent name. Are you Mr. Lindong? Yes. Is there a problem? Lindong recalled Miss Junch's instructions from Old Town but was not particularly surprised. You are quite renowned now. We deeply appreciate your contributions to the Alliance, Miss Joy said with a slight bow. A portion of your reward from the Alliance is being held here. Please wait a moment. A cheerful Happiny wheeled over a cart, atop which rested a Pokémon egg nestled in an incubator. The egg was a striking blend of white and green, adorned with a red pattern. This is the reward from the Alliance. Please sign for it. Additionally, some monetary rewards will be directly transferred to your account shortly, Miss Joy explained. What kind of Pokémon egg is this? Lindong asked with curiosity. I'm not certain, but the Alliance mentioned it is a very rare Pokémon. Consider it a delightful surprise, Miss Joy winked, smiling warmly. Lindong nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation. By the way, Professor Oak left you a message, requesting that you call him when you have the time, Miss Joy added. All right, thank you, Lindong replied, moving to the telephone and dialing the number for the Oak Laboratory. Ah, Lindong. It's been a while since we last spoke, Professor Oak's voice came through, clad in a red polo and white lab coat. Where are you now? Professor, I'm currently in Orange City in the Hoenn region. Oh, the Hoenn region. So you are indeed preparing to challenge the Hoenn League Conference next year. I recall there is a gym in Orange City. Have you obtained any badges? Professor Oak inquired. I just arrived in Orange City and am planning to restore my Pokémon strength before challenging the gym, Lindong responded. Haha, that's a wise choice. One must be well rested to perform well in competitions. Professor Oak chuckled. I've heard of your exploits, how you assisted in apprehending a Team Rocket squad in Sinnoh, rescued a scholar kidnapped by Team Magma in Hoenn, and captured a Team Magma officer. I dare say, you are the strongest newcomer of this generation. Professor Oak's laughter echoed with unreserved praise. By the way, have you received the reward from the Hoenn League? I have, Lindong replied, displaying the egg to Professor Oak. Can you identify which Pokémon this egg belongs to? This? Consider it a small surprise for your journey. I contacted you to ask if you would like to increase your Pokémon carrying capacity. Professor Oak did not divulge the egg's origin. Yet his words filled Lindong with delight. Professor, are you suggesting that I can carry more than 6 Pokémon? Lindong inquired eagerly. Indeed. Registered trainers with notable achievements may apply to increase their Pokémon slots. This approval can grant up to 3 additional slots. Given your significant contributions, the Alliance has specially permitted you to increase your slots by 3, Professor Oak explained. In other words, you can carry a maximum of 9 Pokémon. If you wish to proceed, insert your Pokédex into the slot beneath the phone. Chapter 22, Facing the Challenge at the Orange League Gym. Lindong never anticipated that. In addition to acquiring a Pokémon egg, he would also receive a reward that increased his carrying capacity. The previous 6 slots had indeed felt somewhat insufficient. At present, Darkrai undoubtedly stood as Lindong's foremost combatant. Without Darkrai, capturing a unit from the Fire Rock team would have been an arduous task. Dragonite and Gengar comprised the second echelon, each possessing irreplaceable advantages. Dragonite could transport individuals through flight, and its speed was something Lindong greatly relied upon. Gengar could effortlessly conceal its form, making it ideal for reconnaissance, and its ability to communicate in human language rendered it exceptionally functional. Coupled with Pikachu, these 4 Pokémon firmly occupied their designated slots. Should Lindong successfully capture Suicune and the 3 legendary guardians, he would indeed face a delightful dilemma regarding which Pokémon to accompany him in the future. 9 slots would afford him much greater flexibility. Professor Oak swiftly concluded the necessary arrangements. Your Pokémon carrying capacity has now reached 9. Thank you, Professor Oak. Lindong expressed his gratitude. Beside him, Xiaoguang could hardly contain her excitement and eagerly approached the phone. Greetings. I am Xiaoguang, Lindong's travel companion. I am an avid admirer of your haikus about Pokémon. Ah, I am truly honored. Greetings, Miss Xiaoguang. I have heard of you from Professor Yamanashi. Professor Oak replied, his face beaming with joy. As a poet of haikus. Oh no, as a Pokémon researcher. It brings me immense happiness to be recognized by aspiring trainers. Professor Oak. Hello, I am Xiaoyao, and I have just become a trainer this year. My brother and I often watch your lectures. I look forward to your guidance, Xiaoyao chimed in, joining the conversation. She and her brother, Xiaosheng, were ardent fans of Professor Oak. Haha, greetings, Miss Xiaoyao. It seems Lindong has made new friends quite swiftly. Do support each other well. Now then, let us craft a sentence. Young boys and girls, advance towards the radiant tomorrow, Pikachu. Pika. Wow, truly remarkable. A poet of haikus indeed. That was a haiku. On the way to the Orange League gym, Xiaoguang continued to savor the final sentence penned by Professor Oak. I'm back. Xiaoyao naturally pushed open the door to the Orange League gym. Sister, you're back. A young boy dressed in a green top and brown shorts, adorned with black-framed glasses, approached her. Wow, that Pikachu looks so adorable. I'm Xiaosheng. Pleased to meet you. Welcome back, Xiaoyao. A handsome man and a graceful woman emerged from within, arm in arm. Mom, Dad, Xiaosheng, allow me to introduce you to Lindong and Xiaoguang. My newly acquainted friends, Xiaoyao said. Lindong, Xiaoguang. This is my father, Qianli, and my mother, Meizinko. This is my brother, Xiaosheng. Lindong. Xiaoguang, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Qianli, the father introduced. I am Meizinko. Welcome to our Orange League gym. Dad. Lindong is traveling with the goal of challenging the Hoenn League, and he has come to challenge you at the Orange League gym, Xiaoyao informed Qianli. Oh, is that so? Indeed, Qianli, I humbly request that you accept my challenge. Lindong asserted. No problem, but it is almost lunchtime. How about we share a meal first and have the gym battle in the afternoon? Qianli suggested with a smile. Yes, Lindong, Xiaoguang. Please join us for lunch, Meizinko invited. Certainly. Thank you, uncle and aunt. Lindong and Xiaoguang replied in unison. What Pokémon is this? Xiaosheng inquired curiously, eyeing the Porygon that Xiaoguang held. Having read numerous books about Pokémon, he possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge but had never encountered this particular Pokémon. This is Porygon, my first partner, Xiaoguang explained. Haha, Xiaosheng. It is quite normal that you haven't seen one. Porygon is one of the 3 starter Pokémon given to new trainers in the Sinnoh region and is quite rare around here, Qianli remarked. Wow, I see. How wonderful! Xiaosheng exclaimed in admiration. By the way, Xiaoyao, what Pokémon did you receive from Professor Otomaki? Qianli suddenly remembered to ask regarding the starter Pokémon. Yes, sister, which Pokémon did you choose? Xiaosheng eagerly pressed. This one. Xiaoyao exclaimed as she produced a Pokéball and tossed it with flair. Come forth, Torchic. A flash of white light revealed a small, orange chick. Chamo. Ah? Sister, you chose Torchic. Xiaosheng knelt down to observe Torchic closely, his expression turning to one of disappointment. I think Trico is far superior. Torchic, visibly irate, immediately retaliated by pecking at Xiaosheng. Ah, stop. It hurts. Xiaosheng rolled on the ground, writhing in pain. However, Qianli and Meizinko appeared unperturbed by their son's plight. Choosing Torchic as your first Pokémon demonstrates excellent taste. Indeed, it is quite an adorable Pokémon, they affirmed. Hearing the praise, Torchic ceased its pecking but continued to glare at Xiaosheng. How splendid. I too wish to have my own Pokémon, Xiaosheng remarked. Once more gazing at Torchic, before abruptly pivoting his statement, however, it would be best if it were Trico. Upon hearing this, Torchic resumed its pecking. After enjoying lunch and taking a brief respite, Lindong's first gym battle officially commenced at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We are about to begin the official gym challenge. A maximum of 3 Pokémon may be used, and the match concludes when one side's Pokémon is rendered unable to battle. During the match, only the challenger may substitute their Pokémon. Now, let the match begin. As the referee's voice fell, Qianli released his first Pokéball. My first Pokémon, I entrust you, Slacketh. Indeed, Lindong mused. He had thoroughly prepared for this gym battle. Other gyms in the Hoenn region presented little concern, But the Orange League gym required caution. Although Qianli currently held the title of gym trainer, his prowess was on par with that of the Elite Four, earning him the reputation of being the next generation S champion. Should things escalate, and he deploy his ace Pokémon, it could spell trouble. Fortunately, the primary role of gym trainers was to unearth the potential of aspiring trainers, seeking out the exceptional among them. Thus, gym battles were not conducted with the sole aim of defeating challengers. In truth, as long as the challenger's performance was commendable, their Pokémon well-trained, and their battle strategies intriguing or innovative, the gym trainer would often extend a badge as recognition. If gym trainers were to unleash their full power, it would be a challenge for the number of participants at the league conference to even reach double digits. Moreover, another principal duty of gym trainers was to ensure local safety and maintain order. Their main Pokémon were typically employed for these purposes, and they could not engage in battles with challengers daily. Nevertheless, exceptions could arise. For instance, in the original story, when Professor Oak battled at the Snowpoint Gym, his opponent unleashed a Mega Evolution. Thus, Lindong merely needed to ensure that Qianli did not become overly animated. Bulbasaur. It has been decided that you shall be my choice. Chapter 23. Fierce Battle. Bulbasaur versus Pikachu. There it is, Bulbasaur, sitting in the spectator's seat. Ash was filled with excitement. Dawn, on the other hand, had pulled out her Pokédex. Slaking, the lazy Pokémon, is known for its tendency to lie around in sleep, seemingly immobile. Is that so? Dawn questioned the accuracy of the Pokédex as the slaking that Mr. Chihiro had brought out appeared to be quite different from the description. The Pokémon my dad raises are all exceptionally strong. Ash proudly lifted his chin and adjusted his glasses. In the past, Mr. Chihiro had prohibited them from watching the battles, as it could potentially distract the challengers. However, this time, after consulting with Lindong, Ash finally got to witness his first official gym battle. Bulbasaur used Leaf Blade. Slaking evaded. Lindong believed Bulbasaur's Leaf Blade to be swift enough, yet Slaking twisted its body, deftly avoiding all the Leaf Blades. In that case, unleash Magical Leaf. Tada. Bulbasaur shot forth shimmering leaves with a pinkish-purple glow, seemingly locking onto Slaking. No matter how much Slaking twisted, it could not escape. This was a new move Bulbasaur had mastered after battling Team Magma. Ouch! Slaking was hit by the Magical Leaf, letting out a cry of pain. However, it did not last long. The Magical Leaf's power was average, and this formidable Slaking quickly absorbed the damage. Well done, Slaking. Now counter with Blizzard. Mr. Chihiro praised Slaking and commanded it to retaliate. Slaking immediately gathered a vast amount of icy energy, releasing a fierce blizzard towards Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur braced itself against the ground, gripping it tightly with its limbs to maintain stability. Countless snowballs pelted it, causing it to emit cries of distress. Grass-type Pokémon inherently possess little resistance to Ice-type moves. And now, facing Slaking's powerful Ice-type move, Bulbasaur appeared on the verge of collapse. Bulbasaur, hold on, and use Vine Whip to sweep its legs. I believe in you. Bulbasaur. Gritting its teeth, Bulbasaur endured the pain inflicted by the blizzard and extended its Vine Whips, striking towards Slaking's legs from both sides. Slaking, jump out of the way. Mr. Chihiro, noticing the attack, immediately commanded Slaking, which leaped high and narrowly avoided the sweeping Vine Whips. The blizzard ceased abruptly, presenting Lindong with the opportunity he had been waiting for. Now's the time. Bulbasaur, use Seed Bomb. Bulbasaur. From the bulb on its back, resembling a garlic bulb, a seed shot forth rapidly, striking Slaking midair. The seed burst open, releasing several slender vines that coiled around Slaking's body, emitting a red glow. Ouch! Slaking cried out in pain, frantically clawing at the vines in an attempt to tear them off. Slaking. According to the rules, gym trainers cannot switch Pokémon, so Mr. Chihiro could only cheer for Slaking at this moment. Bulbasaur, deliver your final Leaf Blade. Tada. Bulbasaur fired dozens of sharp leaves at breathtaking speed towards Slaking. Slaking. Evade quickly. Slaking attempted to leap aside, but the bothersome Seed Bomb continued to drain its energy. Just as it exerted itself, its legs buckled, causing it to kneel on the ground. Ouch! The sharp leaves struck Slaking one after another, the tremendous force sending it flying, landing on the ground with spiraled eyes. The referee quickly raised a flag. Slaking has lost its ability to battle. Bulbasaur is victorious. At that moment, the vines on Slaking retracted back into the seed, and the Seed Bomb automatically detached, returning to Bulbasaur's garlic-shaped bulb. Thank you for your hard work, Slaking. Mr. Chihiro comforted it, recalling Slaking into its Pokéball. I can't believe Dad's Slaking actually lost. Ash was somewhat incredulous. Lindong was merely a novice trainer, and the Orange League was even the first gym he had challenged. Yet, this trainer, whom Ash regarded as inexperienced, had managed to defeat his father. It's worth noting that many trainers who had reached the finals in the prior Johto League had come away empty-handed in their first battles against Mr. Chihiro. Lindong, you've got quite a knack for this, but next Mr. Chihiro took out his second Pokeball. My second Pokemon is Monferno. A flash of white light revealed a large, all-white monkey that dwarfed Slaking. Yerrick. Monferno, the rambunctious Pokemon, known for its brutish nature. It cannot stay still due to its rapid heartbeat. It swings its arms to destroy things, and when there's nothing left to break, it only gets rowdier. Dawn's expression turned to one of astonishment as she read the Pokédex description. It looks like an incredibly powerful Pokemon. Of course, my dad's Monferno is absolutely formidable. Ash puffed up with pride once more. Lindong looked at Monferno, calculating. Once the seed bomb is withdrawn, the energy absorbed will be restored to Bulbasaur. The damage from the blizzard earlier has also been somewhat alleviated. Bulbasaur, can you continue fighting? Bulbasaur. Receiving an affirmative response, Lindong temporarily set aside the notion of switching. In that case, Bulbasaur, use Magical Leaf. Taught Bulbasaur, after a brief moment of gathering strength, unleash the shimmering leaves once more. Monferno, use Scratch Attack. Yerrick. At Mr. Chihiro's command, Monferno excitedly swung its muscular arms, its claws gleaming as they sliced through all the Magical Leaves. Magical Leaf is a move with tracking capabilities, thus Mr. Chihiro opted for offense over defense, directly shattering the Magical Leaves. Monferno did not halt but accelerated towards Bulbasaur, its claws glowing white as it aimed to strike down upon Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur quickly dodged. Bulbasaur struggled to evade. Monferno's attack speed was simply too rapid. In fact, it only kept getting faster. After narrowly dodging 3 attacks, Bulbasaur was struck solidly by Monferno's claw. Seeing this, Mr. Chihiro immediately seized the opportunity. Monferno, use Flamethrower. Unsurprisingly, a searing flame erupted from Monferno's mouth, directly hitting Bulbasaur. Despite Monferno not being a fire-type Pokemon, Bulbasaur had little resistance against fire. Struck by the attack, Bulbasaur collapsed onto the ground, its eyes spiraling. Bulbasaur has lost its ability to battle. Monferno is victorious. Thank you for your hard work, Bulbasaur. It's time for you to rest. Lindong recalled Bulbasaur. Now it's your turn, Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu was already eager to jump into action. And upon hearing Lindong's command, it dashed onto the field. Pikachu, huh? In that case, Monferno, use Scratch Attack. Monferno once again charged forward, flailing its arms wildly as it closed in on Pikachu. Just as the gleaming claws approached, Lindong remained unfazed. Pikachu, leap and use Iron Tail. Chapter 24. The Orange Blossom Dojo. Pikachu leaped high into the air, deftly evading the attack from the energetic primate. In an instant, it unleashed a powerful Iron Tail, striking the creature squarely in the face. The primate, caught off guard, raised its hand in a futile attempt to block the blow, only to be sent staggering back several steps. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, came the command. A brilliant arc of electricity surged toward the primate, which, just as it regained its composure, found itself unable to evade the impending strike. Pikachu's Thunderbolt struck true, illuminating the battlefield with a flash of electric brilliance. Seizing the moment, Lindong pressed his advantage. With remarkable speed, Pikachu lunged at the primate, its body radiating white light as it collided with its opponent. The primate emitted a sound of defiance as it staggered back, ultimately succumbing to the onslaught. With the primate rendered incapable of continuing the fight, Pikachu emerged victorious. Little SH couldn't believe his eyes. Astonished that a mere Pikachu could so decisively defeat his father's formidable primate. Dad lost, he murmured in disbelief. Ah, but that's only natural, said Mizuko with a warm smile, gently ruffling little SH's hair. Look, your father bears no resentment. On the contrary, he is relishing this match. Hearing her words, little SH gazed earnestly at CHNRI, and indeed, he perceived a profound sense of enjoyment and fulfillment reflected in the latter's eyes. Though he could not fully grasp the sentiment at that moment, he resolved to cherish it in his heart. Primate, please rest well, CHNRI said, recalling the creature as he regarded Lindong with admiration. For a fleeting moment, he even contemplated the notion of having Lindong as his son-in-law. Now, I shall reveal my final Pokémon. Regardless of the outcome, I hope for an exhilarating match, CHNRI proclaimed as he released his last Pokeball. I entrust you with this task, Slumber King. With a roar, a Pokémon resembling a colossal gorilla appeared on the field. It looks rather intimidating, remarked Little Yell, her concern oddly directed not at her father, who was down to a single Pokémon, but rather at Lindong, standing resolute on the opposite side. Observing the immense size and muscular build of Slumber King, Little Guang felt a pang of anxiety for Lindong. She quickly scanned it with her Pokédex. Slumber King. a Pokémon that despises inconvenience, leading a slothful existence and consuming only vegetation within reach. It will only begrudgingly rise if all the grass is eaten. Is there truly a Pokémon this lazy? Little Guan exclaimed, astonished by the Pokédex's revelation. However, my father's Slumber King is anything but ordinary, little SH asserted. At this juncture, Lindong's expression turned serious. He understood that CHNRI's Slumber King was indeed unlike those found in the wild. Even if this particular one was not his ace, it could still fight tirelessly for 3 minutes under CHNRI's command. Pikachu, however, would undoubtedly struggle to endure such a prolonged battle. Yet, the bond and synergy between them would be compromised if he were to switch Pokémon now. Very well. Let us engage. Lindong resolved swiftly. Pikachu unleashed thunder. Without hesitation, Lindong commanded Pikachu to execute its most formidable electric attack. Pikachu. Pikachu gathered its energy before releasing a powerful bolt of lightning towards Slumber King. Slumber King, absorb it. CHNRI ordered. With a disdainful expression, Slumber King assumed a defensive stance, standing resolutely to absorb the torrent of electricity. What? Exclaimed Little Guang, Little Yao, and Little SH. Their incredulity palpable as they witnessed the event unfold. Lindong felt a jolt of surprise in the original tale. CHNRI's Slumber King had indeed withstood an assault from a forest lizard seed bomb with its iron-like hands. But now, Pikachu was delivering a devastating thunder attack. Did it truly dare to absorb such a blow? Yet, Slumber King did just that. With a mighty roar, it unleashed a surge of energy that dissipated the surrounding lightning. Both Lindong and Pikachu felt a palpable pressure emanating from the massive creature. Lindong swallowed hard. Pikachu, on all fours, was panting heavily. The recent thunder attack had drained most of its energy, leaving it in a precarious state. Pikachu, return. Lindong called. Pikachu scampered back to Lindong's side. Oh, a switch? That's a remarkably astute decision. CHNRI remarked approvingly. He had encountered many trainers, and it was rare for even seasoned competitors to accurately assess the condition of their Pokémon. Now, for my final Pokémon. Lindong retrieved a Pokéball, pressing the button in the center, causing it to enlarge. Gengar, you're up. Ghoul. Little SH's countenance changed upon seeing the mischievous grin of the specter. Is that Pokémon? Gengar. How cunning to employ a ghost type, he exclaimed, feeling somewhat vexed. His father excelled in using normal-type Pokémon, which, while not particularly effective against others, typically faced few weaknesses. However, ghost types were another matter altogether. CHNRI's gaze sharpened. Lindong's strategy had indeed exceeded his expectations. Though uncertain of Lindong's intentions, he resolved to take the initiative. Slumber King. Use Ice Punch. Slumber King charged forward, sprinting toward Gengar. Come forth, Gengar. Let us settle this with a decisive strike, Spiral Shadow Ball. Ghoul. What? Both CHNRI's family and Little Guang exclaimed in unison as they witnessed Gengar focus intently, gathering energy in its right hand. Unlike an ordinary Shadow Ball, this energy was formidable enough to counteract Slumber King's might. The immense power began to flow in unpredictable directions as Gengar compressed the energy into a sphere the size of its palm. What on earth is this? CHNRI murmured, but he had no time to contemplate further. Slumber King's icy fist swung toward Gengar, ready to strike. Ghoul. The collision of Ice Punch and Spiral Shadow Ball produced no explosion as anticipated. Instead, the Ice Punch's energy was swiftly dispersed, and Slumber King was propelled backward at an accelerated speed, crashing heavily against the wall. As it fell, Slumber King's eyes transformed into spirals, signaling its defeat. The referee promptly raised the flag. Slumber King has lost its fighting capability. Therefore, the victor of this match is Lindong. Chapter 25. Reunion with Team Rocket. An unexpected trio. Thank you for your hard work, Request King, Qianli said as he swiftly approached, offering words of comfort. Hey Ku, come back and take a good rest. After retrieving Request King, he walked over to Lindong. It's truly incredible. Could you please tell me the name of that extraordinary move once more? The move is called Spiral Shadow Ball, a signature technique created by my young Gue. Lindong replied. An original technique? Qianli exclaimed, astonished. Generally, Pokémon moves are quite similar, with only minor variations due to individual differences. The creation of a unique move is a rare feat indeed. For instance, in grand contests, many coordinators showcase moves that differ from the usual techniques, but in essence, they merely alter the release technique, presenting the original move in a more dazzling manner to create an aesthetically pleasing stage effect. While it may appear impressive, the power often diminishes. However, Lindong's move could truly be classified as an original technique. The typical Shadow Ball is launched, whereas Lindong's Spiral Shadow Ball is held in his grasp, and its power far exceeds that of the ordinary Shadow Ball. Remarkable. Qianli found himself genuinely considering Lindong as a potential son-in-law. Lindong, thank you for providing us with such a splendid match. This is proof of your victory against me, the balance badge. Qianli produced the badge and handed it to Lindong. Xiaoxing, too, had cast aside his previous complaints. He was now entirely convinced of Lindong's prowess, although Qianli had let his guard down and failed to dodge. Gonggue had nonetheless defeated Request King head-on with a stunning one-hit knockout. There was a lingering sense of disappointment, though. Congratulations! I have high hopes for your performance at the League Conference. Xiaoxing adjusted his glasses. Thank you, Lindong replied. As he and Qianli made their way back to the Pokémon Center, both sides had expended considerable energy during their battle, but fortunately, as it was merely a friendly spar, recovery would be swift. At Qianli and Mizuko's insistence, Lindong and Xiaoguang stayed overnight at the Zhihua Gym. In the guest room, Pikachu was busily polishing the egg incubator with a small cloth. Witnessing this heartwarming scene filled Lindong with a sense of fulfillment. As the quiet night enveloped them, everyone soon drifted into slumber. However, 3 shadowy figures stealthily approached Qianli's greenhouse. Meow, these days have been unbearable, Grandma, said a woman with raspberry purple long hair. Humph. It's all that brat's fault. If I see him again, I will make him wish he were never born. Indeed. We went through a great deal of trouble just to escape from those Sinnoh thugs, a man with peacock blue short hair chimed in. Unfortunately, we've come all the way to Hoenn, far from Sinnoh. It seems we one have the chance for revenge. What a pity. These peculiar individuals were none other than Nancia, Xiaoxi, and Meow Meow. But this time, we can capture all the Pokémon at Zhihua Gym and present them to our boss. Grandma, Meow Meow stated, our boss will surely be delighted. Absolutely. Xiaoxi mused, when our boss is happy, we will be rewarded. Promotion to a higher rank. Perhaps even a departmental leader. Boom. A deafening noise jolted everyone awake. Teacher, trouble. Someone has broken into the greenhouse. The first to discover the intruders was Jinji, the referee from the earlier match, who also happened to be Qianli's disciple. Residing in a room not far from the greenhouse, he quickly rushed to inform Qianli. Everyone hurried to the greenhouse, only to find Team Rocket engaged in a fierce battle with Request King. A stream of reddish-yellow light gathered in Request King's mouth, blasting towards Team Rocket. Umph, is that just Destruction Beam? Weezing, use Mud Bomb. Desert Naya, use Missile Needle. Arbok, use Poison Sting. Weezing, Desert Naya. And Arbok's attacks collided with the Destruction Beam, failing to fully block it. Just then, the Spoon Snake followed up with a Poison Tail, barely dispersing the beam. Qianli was furious and immediately inquired, Who are you? Don't ask. Lindong attempted to warn Qianli, but it was too late. The 3 figures, upon hearing Qianli's inquiry, seemed to trigger a response. Since you have sincerely asked, we shall graciously answer. To prevent the destruction of the planet, to safeguard its peace, and to uphold love through ultimate evil, we are the adorable yet pure-hearted villains. Nancia, Xiaoxi, we are Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy. A rainbow, a colorful tomorrow awaits us. Meow, that's right, Grandma. Not you again, Team Rocket. Pikachu exclaimed. Hey, aren't those the little brats from before? Nancia glared intensely at Lindong and Xiaoguang. Indeed. It's them. What a twist of fate. Since that's the case, let's settle old scores along with the new. Xiaoxi declared. Xiaoguang looked astonished at Team Rocket, asking curiously. Weren't you taken away by Miss Jusha? Ha 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 ha. Nancia laughed heartily. That level of confinement could never hold us back. Exactly. We are the experienced evil organization. Team Rocket. Xiaoxi echoed. What are you doing in my greenhouse? Qianli shouted. What are we doing? Of course, we aim to capture all the Pokémon here, Grandma. Meow Meow replied. Meow Meow can speak human language. Xiaoxing exclaimed, astonished. Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was less surprised, for she knew Lindong's Gonggue could speak. Thus, Meow Meow's ability to communicate, while novel, was not entirely shocking. That's right. We shall take the slaking with us. Bye-bye, Grandma. Weezing, you smokescreen. Sensing danger, Xiaoxi hoisted a specially designed net bag, commanding Weezing to release smoke for cover as they made their escape. Inside the net bag was Qianli's slaking. Without the guidance of a trainer, slaking retained its inherent laziness, falling asleep during the commotion and allowing Team Rocket to capture it. Request King, being large, had inadvertently awakened during their attempt to capture slaking, resulting in the ensuing battle. Upon witnessing slaking being taken away, Qianli was furious. Damn it. Passimian, Request King. We shall pursue. Come forth, Murkrow, use Hurricane to disperse the smoke. Mook. Murkrow and Mook stirred their wings, swiftly blowing away the smoke. Passimian and Request King had already dashed out. Yar. Passimian swung its arms wildly, sprinting forward. The greenhouse was vast, and Team Rocket had yet to make their full escape when Passimian caught up with them. Meow. It's Passimian, Grandma, Meow Meow said. sensing impending doom as they faced the blocking Passimian. No matter. Spoon Snake, use Poison Tail. Arbok, use Impact. Chapter 26, Caterpie. Xiao Yao's new companion Arbok charged forward but was swiftly pulled back by the flailing primate. The wheezing unleashed its venomous tail, shimmering with a purple hue. Aimed at the hyperactive monkey. Dodge it, primate. Xianli shouted as he rushed in. Lend a hand, King of Leave, and rescue the Sloth King. Hey. The King of Leave thumped its chest and charged towards Team Rocket. Little Shiro, startled, flung the net bag that ensnared the Sloth King away with all his might. The King of Leave had no choice but to abandon its attack on Team Rocket, leaping into the air to catch the Sloth King midfall. Wheezing, deploy Smokescreen. Using the smoke as cover once more, Team Rocket fled towards the nearby greenhouse entrance. However, Murkrow quickly arrived, dispersing the smoke again. Not so fast. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Lindong pointed at Team Rocket, and Pikachu unleashed a powerful bolt of electricity. Desert Naya, use Needle Missile. Arbok, employ Poison Sting. Chamonix, Chaba. The special moves collided. And Team Rocket successfully blocked the Thunderbolt, inching closer to the exit. Bogamon, use Bubble Beam. Boga. Bogamon released a stream of bubbles. But Team Rocket had no time to defend themselves, as Desert Naya stood firmly at the front. Despite its resistance to water-type moves, the forceful impact sent it flying back into Weezing, which then collided with Arbok. The four Pokémon together sent Nancy, Little Shiro, and Meowth hurtling out of the door and onto the ground. Well done, Xiaoguang. Qianli cheered as primate, and the King of Leave leapt out of the greenhouse, blocking Team Rocket's escape from two directions. The group surged forward, surrounding Team Rocket completely. Team Rocket, this time there's nowhere for you to run. Lindong observed their movements closely. Despite being cornered, Team Rocket showed no signs of panic. Ha ha ha, you think you can catch us? You're still too inexperienced, Nancy taunted. Then, Little Shiro produced a remote control and pressed a button. Emergency escape device, activate. Lindong suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Not good. Pikachu, use Electric Shock. Pikachu acted swiftly, striking Team Rocket with a burst of electricity. However, their escape mechanism had already been triggered. Team Rocket gritted their teeth, enduring Pikachu's electric shock. Moments later, a wooden panel sprang up beneath them like a powerful spring, launching Team Rocket into the sky. Before long, they disappeared from sight, their voices faintly echoing. What an annoying feeling. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task. Defeat Team Rocket. Reward, 1,000 Alliance coins. With Team Rocket's interference, Lindong and Xiaoguang stayed an additional 2 days at Qianli's urging. Naturally, they did not remain idle during this time. With Qianli's assistance, Lindong successfully taught Bulbasaur the move Rapid Star. Xiaoao learned some battle techniques from her father, while Xiaoguang practiced the signature moves for the grand contest. Occasionally, Xiaoao would watch and learn. On the third day, Lindong and his companions set out once more, this time accompanied by Xiaoxing. After much persuasion, from begging Xiaoao to convincing Qianli, they finally secured Mizuko's consent. Wow, traveling is so great, Xiaoxing exclaimed, brimming with energy on his first journey, peering through a small telescope. Looking this way and that. Let me see. Where are the Pokémon? Pokémon aren't visible everywhere, Lindong chuckled. They were simply more plentiful in the wild. But this is the Orange Forest. There should be plenty of Pokémon here, Xiaoxing remarked, puzzled. At that moment, a caterpillar with a white abdomen and red back fell from a tree, startling Xiaoao. She gasped, causing it to drop to the ground. Sister, what happened? Xiaoxing inquired. Something just, was that? Following Xiaoyao's pointing finger, they indeed spotted the caterpillar. It's a Caterpie, Lindong identified, pulling out his Pokédex. Caterpie. The worm Pokémon primarily feeds on tree sap and has suction cup feet that prevent slipping even on glass. I remember, Caterpie evolves into Butterfree, right? Xiaoxing asked. Indeed. But it depends on whether it evolves into Metapod or Kakuna, Lindong explained. If it evolves into Metapod, it will become Butterfree, but if it becomes Kakuna, it will evolve into Beedrill. Wow, that sounds fascinating. Xiaoyao's interest was piqued. It's so cute. I want to catch it. Go ahead, Lindong replied. Not particularly interested in Caterpie. Even sentimentally, he preferred Weedle. At that moment, Xiaoguang had already checked the information in the Pokédex. Butterfree was indeed beautiful, but she wasn't particularly fond of Beedrill. If she were to capture one, she could always seek out a Butterfree or a Metapod later. The two began to cheer Xiaoao on. At this point, Xiaoao had already sent out her Torchic, preparing to battle the Caterpie. Torchic, use Peck to attack. Chamo. Caterpie was busy sipping the sap from the grass when Torchic pounced. Surprise attack. Torchic struck Caterpie successfully, despite being a Pokémon. The principle of birds being strong against bugs applied. The strike was quite effective. All right, go, Pokeball. Xiaoyao threw the Pokeball towards Caterpie, and in an instant, it was enveloped in a red light and captured. Great, I caught Caterpie, Xiao exclaimed joyfully. However, the Pokeball shook vigorously, and after a few moments, it popped open, releasing Caterpie once more. Although being a bug, it was somewhat intimidated by the Torchic, but anger took precedence. Enraged, it retaliated with a tackle. Clammo. Torchic staggered back several steps, causing Xiaoyao to worry. How could this happen? I thought I had already weakened it. You need to inflict more damage, Lindong suggested. How about using Ember? Okay, Torchic, use Ember. Chamo. Torchic unleashed a burst of flames, striking Caterpie. This time, the effect was remarkable, and Caterpie collapsed onto the ground. Go. Pokeball. Xiaoyao threw the Pokeball once more. This time, she waited for the familiar sound of a successful capture. Wonderful. This time, I truly caught Caterpie. Chapter 27. The Hunter Zhonglong and the mysterious black object having successfully captured a Stunfisk, Xiaoyao was inexplicably filled with energy, remaining in a state of exhilaration throughout the day. However, this exuberance waned by the following morning. I'm so tired. Can we take another break? She sighed. After setting off early in the morning following breakfast, this marked the 5th or 6th time Xiaoyao had requested a respite. Xiaoyao, do you feel unwell? Xiao Guang asked with concern. It was only around 11 o'clock, yet Xiaoyao's condition seemed notably abnormal. Sister, you were just too excited yesterday, Xiaosheng remarked with mild discontent. The previous night, Xiaoyao had tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and had even ventured out to practice her special moves, disrupting Xiaosheng's own rest. Children typically possess abundant energy, which is why he appeared relatively fine. Xiaoyu laughed awkwardly, leaning against a tree. Just a little more rest will suffice. Suddenly, as she prepared to sit against the tree, she felt a sharp pain in her rear, causing her to cry out. Sister, are you all right? Xiaosheng rushed over with concern. It hurts so much. Xiaoyao rubbed her backside while glancing at the base of the tree. There. She noticed a black, diamond-shaped object embedded in the trunk, its tail attached to a frayed piece of netting. What is this? She wondered, cautiously extracting the object. Could it be a Pokémon move? Xiao Guang speculated. No, it shouldn't be, Lindong replied, examining it closely. It was clearly an artificial object. What Pokémon would use something like this? Indeed, it resembles a type of weapon. Xiaosheng adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. Xiaosheng, where is the nearest Pokémon Center? Lindong inquired. Let me check. Xiaosheng consulted his Pokémon navigator. The nearest Pokémon Center is just up this road, a mere 20 minutes away. Xiaoyao, are you all right? Shall we head to the Pokémon Center to rest? Lindong suggested. Sure. Xiaoyao suddenly perked up. Let us hurry. 20 minutes later, the four arrived at the Pokémon Center. Welcome to the Pokémon Center. Upon entering, they were greeted by a smiling Nurse Joy. Ah, are you Mr. Lindong? Nurse Joy scrutinized him before asking. Yes, may I ask who you are? I am Nurse Joy's sister from Guchen Town. Thank you so much for your assistance. She bowed graciously. Oh, it was nothing really, Lindong replied, feeling a bit bashful. By the way, have you seen this? He handed the peculiar black object to Nurse Joy. I haven't seen anything like it, she pondered, shaking her head after a moment's contemplation. All right then. Nurse Joy's response prompted Lindong to dismiss his concerns. Being intimately familiar with the original narrative, he had already deduced that this strange item was likely a weapon used by Pokémon hunters. Although Xiaoyao's discomfort was minor, Lindong decided it prudent to have Chansey examine her. Lucky. Chansey cheerfully wheeled Xiaoyao away for the checkup. Xiao Guang accompanied her, while Lindong and Xiaosheng settled nearby to rest. After a short while, the entrance of the Pokémon Center swung open, and a uniformed Officer Ginny entered with a small orange dog. Officer Ginny, is there something you need? Nurse Joy inquired. Officer Ginny saluted. Nurse Joy, have you encountered any injured wild Pokémon recently or received severely injured Pokémon from trainers? None at all. Why do you ask? Has something happened? Nurse Joy queried. Puzzled. Because there has been a surge of poachers operating in this vicinity, Officer Ginny explained, her gaze suddenly falling on the strange object on the counter. What is this? She snatched it up for inspection. This is a part of the weapon used by poachers. Nurse Joy, where did this come from? This? Oh, a trainer brought it in from over there, Nurse Joy replied, momentarily taken aback. Thank you. Officer Ginny expressed her gratitude and quickly approached Lindong and Xiaosheng, offering a salute. Hello to both of you. May I ask where you discovered this item? We found it in the forest while passing through. It was embedded in a tree, Lindong responded. Could I trouble you to take me back there? Officer Ginny requested. Before Lindong could reply, Xiao Guang and Xiaoyao returned. Hey? Officer Ginny, Xiaoyao exclaimed. Thank you for your care while we were in Guchen Town. Well, this is our first meeting, Officer Ginny chuckled. The Officer Ginny of Guchen Town is my sister. Huh. Xiao Yao looked bewildered. Sister, look at this. Xiao Sheng presented a photo featuring numerous Officer Jennies. Xiao Yao, Officer Jenny's situation is quite similar to Nurse Joy's. Lin Dong explained briefly before asking, by the way, how did the examination go? All done. No issues at all, Xiao Yu replied cheerfully. Then, Officer Jenny, is there something you require? Xiao Guang inquired. I completely forgot. Officer Jenny suddenly remembered her urgent matter. You discovered this item, right? It is a part of the weapon used by poachers. And I would like to ask you to lead me to the place where you found it. Poachers? Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Sheng exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Based on the methods employed, it is likely linked to an S-rank criminal we are currently pursuing, the Pokémon hunter Zhonglong. He is a person who shows no regard for harming Pokémon. Officer Jenny disclosed without reservation. This wanted notice has already been released in the media and is public information, requiring no concealment. Lin Dong subtly furrowed his brow. Previously, the Fire Rock Team's officer, Huenn, was only an A rank. The Pokémon hunter Zhonglong was classified as S rank. He was uncertain whether this ranking was based on the severity of crimes committed or the degree of personal danger posed. If it were based on strength alone, then Zhonglong should not be underestimated. In the original narrative, there was also a Pokémon hunter named Aaron, who possessed a Tyranitar. It remained to be seen whether Zhonglong was akin to Aaron. To be frank, Lin Dong had no desire to become embroiled in this matter. Many novice trainers become overly zealous at the prospect of capturing Pokémon hunters, but Lin Dong had more to consider. This segment of the original narrative could easily be described as a plot device. It was Officer Jenny who had instructed her EV to directly seize Aaron's Pokéball, leading to his capture. However, had Aaron summoned his Tyranitar, considering the configuration of Ash, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Gang at that time, along with an EV, they might not necessarily have triumphed over Tyranitar. That would have been an entirely different story. Currently, Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao had little chance of facing a member of the Fire Rock Team alone, and Xiao Sheng required even more protection. The system had alerted him on the very day he crossed over that this was the real world. Lin Dong himself was not afraid. But winning while ensuring his companions remained unharmed was an entirely different matter. Chapter 28, The Fork in the Road. Lin Dong faces the team alone. Could you guide me there? Miss Junsha inquired once more. Xiao Yao yearned to agree, but noticing Lin Dong's hesitation, she sought the opinions of her companions. Lin Dong, shall we go together? Xiao Guang, what do you think? Absolutely. I'm equally disdainful of those Pokémon hunters. Xiao Guang exclaimed with fervor. Xiao Sheng was brimming with impatience. Lin Dong could only let out a silent sigh within himself. All right then, let us proceed. True to form, Miss Junsha and her trusty herdier demonstrated exceptional reconnaissance skills as they led the group to a fork in the road beneath a grand tree. Following the faint traces left by the Pokémon hunters, Woot woof, herdier barked towards both paths. There are clues on both sides? Miss Junsha paused momentarily, her expression swiftly turning serious. After walking a short distance to the right, they uncovered hidden tire tracks on the ground. These are the marks of an off-road vehicle. She called out. This way. Please wait, Lin Dong interjected, halting the group's advance. What is it? Miss Junsha responded, a hint of irritation in her voice. Collaborating with the officers to apprehend wrongdoers is indeed a duty of Alliance trainers. Yet, the individual before her hesitated, appearing less courageous than the two girls. She wondered what further complications he would introduce. I believe it is premature to draw conclusions, Lin Dong explained. These tire tracks are evidently camouflaged, yet not entirely concealed. Given that they are high-level fugitives, they must possess some counter-surveillance capabilities. Miss Junsha furrowed her brow at his words. It was undeniable that Lin Dong's reasoning held merit. The notorious Zhonglong had previously left misleading clues that had diverted their investigative efforts. Are you suggesting they actually headed left? She asked. At the very least. We cannot dismiss that possibility, Lin Dong replied calmly. Therefore, let us split up. I shall pursue the right path, following the tire tracks, while you all investigate the left for any additional clues. His earlier conjecture was, in truth, a mere fabrication. The Pokémon hunters did not capture wild Pokémon one or two at a time, they did so by the truckload. Only an off-road vehicle could transport such heavy cages. He proposed this division to guide Xiao Guang and the others towards a safer route. Acting alone would allow him greater freedom should a confrontation arise. Miss Junsha hesitated. To be fair, if his hypothesis proved correct, then Lin Dong's plan was sound. However, should it be erroneous, Lin Dong would confront the enemy head-on, leaving her unable to assist in time. Miss Junsha, worry not. I will merely investigate the situation. If they are present, I can retreat to find you, Lin Dong reassured her. Very well, let us proceed as discussed. With her final doubts dispelled, Miss Junsha made a decisive choice. As she and Xiao Guang vanished from sight, Lin Dong released a Pokéball. Come forth, Dragonite. Roar. Dragonite. Please take me along the trail of those tire tracks. Roar. Dragonite lowered its body, allowing Lin Dong to mount its back. With a powerful flap of its wings, Dragonite soared into the sky, heading towards the direction Lin Dong indicated. A quarter of an hour later, in a clearing within the forest, Lin Dong stumbled upon a group of individuals repairing vehicles. Behind two off-road vehicles, each was dragging a cage containing numerous Ekans and Arbok. Damn it. What bad luck to have the vehicle break down at this moment. A muscular man, presumably the leader, spat in frustration. Boss, why do we have to align ourselves with that guy when we were doing just fine? A slender subordinate questioned, puzzled. What do you know? The leader shot an irritable glare at him. That Zhang Long is no ordinary character. Have you heard of the Hunter Association in the Sinnoh region? Of course. It's the largest Pokémon hunter organization in the world. The subordinate replied, but followed with discontent. However, even if he is with the Hunter Association, there's no need to grovel before him. Our cheetah squad is well known in Hoenn too. Look at how he treats us. Does he even regard us? This mission. That bastard took away the most crucial prey with just 3 people, leaving us with mere scraps. What kind of nonsense is that? Enough. The leader interrupted, delivering a sharp rap to the subordinate's head. Do you all share this sentiment? He scanned his 4 subordinates, who wore similar expressions of dissatisfaction. Exactly, boss. Why does he get all the spoils while we are left with nothing? Another echoed. True. He takes all the benefits. What are we to him? Listen up. The leader cut off their complaints, his voice low and serious. Zhang Long is not merely a member of the Hunter Association. Through various inquiries, I have discovered his true identity. He is a high-ranking official within the association and the brother of the infamous Pokémon Hunter Q. Instantly, the clearing fell silent. The subordinates dared not utter a word. Do you understand now? The leader surveyed them with satisfaction at their reaction. He can bring us larger contracts and provide us with security. This is our first collaboration with him. If we take less, so be it. Without his assistance, it would be challenging for us to land such a significant deal. If in the future we can join the Hunter Association through him and become QS trusted aides, we will soar to great heights. Understood? Understood. The leader's impassioned speech greatly boosted the morale of his subordinates, who now worked with renewed vigor. I see you have no chance left. At that moment, a booming voice fell upon them like a bucket of cold water, chilling the hunters to the bone. They looked up to see an orange dragon, with Lin Dong riding atop Dragonite. Come forth, Darkrai, unleash Dark Void. Lin Dong summoned Darkrai, which swiftly cast several black holes, causing 4 subordinates to succumb to slumber instantly. Don't get cocky. Come forth, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. The leader attempted to retort, but before he could launch his Pokéball, he was struck by Pikachu's electric attack, leaving him paralyzed. The ball slipped from his trembling hand, and he collapsed. Dragonite landed gracefully, and Lin Dong dismounted, striding toward the leader. Now, I ask and you answer. Is that clear? Humph. The leader, defiant, gritted his teeth and replied, You can do whatever you want. I will never betray my friends. Oh, Pikachu, use Thunder. Stop. Stop. I yield. Go ahead and ask. Chapter 29. The Hunters Association, Senior Officer Zhang Long. Those who recognize the times are true talents. Faced with the formidable Lin Dong, the leader conceded defeat. Meanwhile, Miss Jusha, accompanied by Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Sheng, cautiously explored the left path. After walking approximately 100 meters, Katie Dog barked at the woods. Woof. Something is amiss. Miss Junsha immediately went to investigate and discovered broken branches on the ground, with the grass trampled as if someone had passed through. Several deep footprints resembled those of a human but bore slight differences. Miss Jusha, what is this? Xiao Guang and the others inquired. Miss Junsha made a gesture for silence and whispered, Someone has traversed this forest. I must follow their trail. All right, we will accompany you, Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao. And Xiao Sheng agreed without hesitation, lowering their voices. The group resumed their pursuit, following the footprints deeper into the forest. Miss Junsha meticulously observed her surroundings, missing no detail. The scattered leaves and marks on the tree trunks provided her with vital information. As they ventured further, the footprints became increasingly distinct. There were 3 individuals, and judging by the footprints, all were adult males. The 2 deeper prints likely belonged to Pokémon, possibly Machoke or Macamp, transporting a heavy load. Drawing upon her experience, Miss Junsha quickly deduced the situation. Katie Dog suddenly became alert, baring its teeth at the nearby bushes. Shoo, it has detected the enemy, Miss Junsha warned, softening her steps and signaling the others to remain silent as she stealthily approached the underbrush. She and Katie Dog evaded all branches, making almost no noise. Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Sheng followed suit, quietly arriving beside the bushes. Through the gaps in the leaves, they spotted an off-road vehicle parked on the path, with 3 individuals leaning against it. Miss Junsha instantly recognized the man in the middle as their S-level wanted criminal, the Pokémon hunter Zhonglong. The other 2 were also notorious, elite members of the Hunters Association. The burly man on the left, with a beard, was called Hunter 9, and the shifty-eyed man on the right was Hunter 13. At that moment, 2 Machoke were hoisting a metal cage, placing it in the vehicle's trunk. Inside the cage was a battered blue dragon-like Pokémon, lying motionless on the ground, its small arms hanging limply, seemingly unconscious. What Pokémon is that? Xiao Guang muted his Pokédex and scanned it. Dragonite, a rock-type Pokémon. Its head, harder than steel, can shatter rocks. It dreams of soaring in the sky. Dragonite is an exceedingly rare and precious Pokémon. No wonder they are being so cautious. Miss Junsha explained in a hushed tone, immediately requesting backup via her communicator. I have called for reinforcements. Wait for me to attack the car's tires together. We cannot let them escape. Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao nodded, their Pokémon. Pachima and Fire Chicken, brimming with energy. Zhonglong and his companions were evidently unaware of Miss Junsha's presence, their voices clearly reaching her ears. Ha ha ha, the boss is brilliant. Hunter 13 flattered. Let those locals divert the sheriff's attention. It will be much easier for us here. Heh, Zhonglong's sinister smile was unsettling. There are always some Na'vi locals wanting to ally with our Hunters Association. Sacrificing a few is no big deal. We'll have plenty of cannon fodder in the future. Boss, the cargo is loaded. Shall we retreat now? Hunter 9 inquired after checking the cage. Yes, let us go. Once this job is done, we will establish our foothold in this region. Zhonglong slammed the car door, a mix of excitement and fury evident in his demeanor. Humph. That scoundrel Hunter J always uses me to attack my sister and brother-in-law, claiming I owe my position in the Hunters Association to my sister. I see she is merely fantasizing about seizing control of the association. Once we capture the market here, let us see what she has to say. When we return to Sinnoh, I will make her pay dearly. Boss is mighty. Hunter 13 grinned lasciviously, adding, but speaking of Jay, she does have quite an appealing figure. Hee, once I deal with her, I'll let you have a turn. Zhonglong clapped Hunter 13 on the shoulder, and the trio erupted into laughter. However, just as they were about to retrieve the Machoke and start the vehicle, a burst of flames suddenly shot from the forest beside the road, targeting the car's rear tires. Katie Dog, use flamethrower. Fire Chicken, use ember. Pachima, use bubble beam. Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao followed suit, aiming for the front tires. The tires exploded in an instant, and the vehicle veered uncontrollably to one side. Watch out, boss. The 3 hunters leaped from the vehicle, glaring angrily at the intruders. Pokémon Hunter Zhonglong, you are surrounded. Surrender immediately, and you may receive leniency. Miss Junsha stepped forward, her voice commanding. Humph, just you? Zhonglong scoffed derisively. Old 9, old 13. This woman must have called for reinforcements. Take the cargo and retreat. Yes, without hesitation. Hunter 9 and Hunter 13 unleashed their Machoke to carry the cage and turned to flee. This mission was crucial for them, particularly for Zhonglong. Do not let them escape. Katie Dog, use takedown. Miss Junsha could not allow their retreat, but Zhonglong was quicker. Come forth, Banjira. A flash of white light revealed a massive Pokémon, nearly 3 meters tall, appearing before them. Its powerful claws sent Katie Dog flying, leaving it unconscious on the ground. Katie Dog. Miss Junsha anxiously recalled her Pokémon, her gaze betraying an inkling of fear. The oppressive aura emanating from Banjira felt like a 1,000-pound boulder pressing down on her, rendering her nearly immobile. This Pokémon is. Since Miss Junsha was at the forefront, absorbing most of the pressure, Xiao Guang struggled to retrieve his Pokédex. Banjira, the armor Pokémon. It possesses an unyielding body impervious to any attack, with the strength to shatter mountains with a single hand. Under the menacing gaze of Banjira, Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Sheng swallowed hard. Pachima and Fire Chicken, both terrified, retreated to their trainer's side. Hee, is that all it takes to frighten you? Zhonglong sneered contemptuously. He had expected Miss Junsha's group to be formidable, only to find they were mere novices. How dare they meddle in affairs beyond their grasp? Believing themselves worthy to gaze upon me? Zhonglong, do not be so self-satisfied. Drawing upon her immense willpower, Miss Junsha pinched herself fiercely and through the sharp pain. She temporarily regained her composure against Banjira's terrifying presence. She swiftly threw another Pokéball. Go, Windspeed Dog. Chapter 30, Junsha's Despair, the Mighty Banjira. Windspeed Dog. Unleash your signature move. Big character explosion. Miss Junsha was acutely aware of the formidable strength of her opponent, who commenced with a Fire-type ultimate attack. Pokemon, use Bubble Beam. Fire Chicken, employ Spark. Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao coordinated their efforts and launched their attacks simultaneously alongside Miss Junsha. Is this all you can muster? Zhonglong scoffed disdainfully. Banjira, use Stone Edge. Countless sharp rocks were propelled forward, colliding with the big character explosion and swiftly scattering the flames into the air. The spark and bubble beam merely slightly diminished the power of the Stone Edge attack. As the rocks approached, Windspeed Dog evaded them with agility. But Pokémon and Fire Chicken were struck directly, incapacitated in an instant. Pokémon, Fire Chicken. The two girls were distraught, hastily cradling their fainted companions, who were in dire danger. Nearly brought to tears, uncertain of what to do. It was only upon a reminder from Xiaosheng that they rapidly returned them to their Pokeballs. Miss Jusha trembled all over, gritting her teeth in frustration. The levels of wanted status were primarily determined by the severity of one's misdeeds. While those who committed numerous wrongs often possessed great power, she had never anticipated Zhonglong's strength to be so overwhelming. Moreover, in their intelligence reports, Zhonglong's most formidable asset was a Tyranitar, with no mention of this Banjira. She had initially believed that with the solid capabilities of Windspeed Dog, combined with Pokemon's type advantage, they could conquer the Tyranitar. Even if they could not prevail, they would surely last until reinforcements arrived. The Alliance had dispatched a formidable force composed of elite trainers to support them in Changhua Forest, including experts adept at utilizing water and grass types. Yet, a single Banjira had shattered all her plans. Windspeed Dog, once more, unleashed big character explosion. Miss Junsha, in a state of disarray, had no choice but to command Windspeed Dog to execute its most powerful move again. Banjira, use Hyper Beam. Zhonglong had lost patience with Junsha and her companions. Lingering any longer meant increased risk. In a heartbeat, Banjira unleashed a fierce, reddish-yellow beam that pierced through the fireball, striking Windspeed Dog directly. A woo. Windspeed Dog emitted a pained cry, collapsing to the ground. Its body, riddled with wounds, was on the verge of numbness. Yet it clung to life through sheer willpower cultivated from years of training. Still wanting to fight? Zhonglong sneered. Banjira, continue with Hyper Beam. Aru. Banjira conjured another reddish-yellow energy orb, launching a powerful beam towards Miss Junsha and the three behind her. All four were mere mortals, devoid of any special traits. Should Banjira's Hyper Beam connect, they would be obliterated. In that moment, Windspeed Dog leaped heroically, positioning itself in front of Miss Junsha, sacrificing its body to shield them from the impending strike. The intense beam slammed it into the ground. Windspeed Dog's pained cries were abruptly silenced. Windspeed Dog. Miss Junsha was engulfed in despair, yet the destructive energy continued to wreak havoc, detonating upon impact with the ground. The violent energy stirred a tempest, and the shockwave hurled the four into the air, crashing heavily to the ground. The anguish in Miss Junsha's south heart brought her close to fainting, while the physical pain compelled her to remain conscious. Windspeed Dog, I will soon join you. Tears streamed down her face. Even the strongest individuals could not withstand such sorrow. Quickly go. Miss Junsha forced herself to rise, positioning herself protectively in front of Xiaoguang and the others. They were all her allies. And while the Alliance trainers were obliged to assist in capturing, that obligation ended with providing leads. In truth, battling Pokémon hunters was the responsibility of the Alliance's Security Bureau and trainers of elite rank or higher. Logically, she should have sought Alliance support after finding a lead, sending Xiaoguang and the others back to the Pokémon Center. However, she had refrained, driven by a desire to utilize Pokemon's abilities. Her sister had recently achieved a significant feat, and she was unwilling to be outdone, longing to accomplish something equally grand. Thus, she had delayed calling for help, keeping Xiaoguang and the others from returning to safety. Yet now, she could not bear to watch them perish. Just moments ago, the communicator had relayed information from the mobile unit. Most of their forces were hindered by a group of over a dozen hunters on the outskirts, while another support team encountered hunters 9 and 13 en route. Reinforcements would not arrive anytime soon. Miss Junsha lowered her head, feeling as though all her strength had drained away. She resolved to emulate Windspeed Dog, using her body and life to buy time for the three. Flee now. Miss Junsha urged. Xiaoguang, she wanted to rise, but the aftermath of the shockwave had left her body nearly paralyzed, unresponsive. Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng were similarly incapacitated. Their physical resilience was weaker than Xiaoguang's, and their minds were blank. Xiaoguang struggled to move her fingers, releasing their three Pokémon. Quickly, escape. Mukir. Please take Pokémon and flee. Mimi. Bobo. The two Pokémon shook their heads vehemently, even under the terrifying gaze of the creature clad in green armor. They refused to abandon their trainer. Listen, I am entrusting Pokémon to you, Xiaoguang persisted, but Zhonglong would not grant them any more time. How touching. I shall send you all on your way. Bangira, unleash one final hyper beam. Aru. The intense reddish-yellow energy emitted a blinding light. And coupled with Bangira's terrifying pressure, despair flooded the hearts of everyone present. At this critical juncture, a thunderous voice filled with rage resonated. Dragonite, Hyper Beam. The two beams collided, resulting in a stalemate. A cataclysmic explosion of energy erupted, and a deep purple figure suddenly appeared before Xiaoguang and the others, raising a protective barrier to shield them from the shockwave. Gengar, Xiaoguang exclaimed in surprise, looking to the sky, and indeed, it was that familiar orange Dragonite, descending with the same handsome young man. Xiaoguang, are you all right? Lindong rushed to her side, concern etched on his face. Hearing those almost identical words, Xiaoguang felt tears welling up. I'm fine. You certainly don't look fine, Lindong retorted, quickly checking on the others. Xiaoyao, Xiaosheng, Miss Junsha, are you all unharmed? As Dragonite landed, its expression turned grave, a hint of fury glimmering in its eyes. A similarly immense pressure emanated from Dragonite, countering Bangira's imposing presence. The weight that felt like 1,000-pound stone suddenly lifted, and everyone felt a surge of relief, the numbness from the earlier shock dissipating significantly, restoring some of their mobility. Chapter 31. Darkrai, we must grow stronger. Xiaoguang gazed at Dragonite with a hint of astonishment. Though she had encountered Dragonite before, she had never felt such an imposing aura emanating from it. To her surprise, the usually gentle Dragonite exuded a powerful presence akin to that of a terrifying beast towering nearly 3 meters tall. Lindong, however, was not taken aback by this display. After all, who among them was not on the verge of divinity? It was merely that Dragonite possessed a naturally composed and benevolent nature, its might often concealed, unlike the overt brilliance of Tyranitar. Wow, this is Dragonite. Upon their rescue, Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng quickly recovered from their fear, reminiscent of the original animation. Xiaosheng was filled with excitement, while Xiaoyao still harbored a tinge of concern. The overwhelming strength of Tyranitar loomed over her like a shadow. Could Dragonite truly prevail against this formidable foe? Yet, Lindong was reluctant to delve into this subject. The Tyranitar before them was clearly not a freshly evolved creature. It was evidently an adult with established prowess. With the situation unclear, he sought a swift conclusion, and the Pokéball containing Darkrai had already expanded in his grasp. Gengar, please protect Xiaoguang and the others. Arise, Darkrai. A flash of white light surged forth, revealing a shadowy black Pokémon. Sensing Lindong's emotions, its striking blue eyes radiated an almost tangible fury. Zhonglong felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Hailing from the Sinnoh region, he was familiar with the legends surrounding the Pokémon of nightmares. However, he had never witnessed Darkrai in its true form, making it difficult to ascertain whether the creature before him was indeed the fabled deity of nightmares. Could it really be Darkrai? Yet the terrifying aura emanating from Darkrai swiftly overwhelmed Tyranitar's presence, leaving Zhonglong with little choice but to believe. However, he had no means of retreat. The native pawns he had positioned outside would undoubtedly falter against the might of the League's experts for long. Once they completed their encirclement, no matter how strong he was, escape would be impossible. He too had to act decisively. Zhonglong, resolute, gritted his teeth and unleashed all his Pokeballs. Come forth. Fearow, Toxicroak, Murkrow, and Gyarados. Also Rampardos. Roars erupted as 5 Pokémon emerged, their eyes glinting with hostility as they surveyed the surroundings. Miss Junsha was left utterly bewildered. She had foolishly entertained the notion of confronting such a foe alone. Even an elite task force of the League would require meticulous planning to face him. To take down Zhonglong in a one-on-one battle would necessitate the involvement of a gym leader. Observing the luxurious lineup of 6 fully evolved Pokémon before him, Lindong felt a pang of inadequacy. Although he too had assembled 6, Pidgeotto and Bulbasaur were nearly ineffective in battles of such caliber. Moreover, he had to safeguard his companions behind him. Dragonite, take Pikachu and ascend to confront Fearow and Murkrow. Pika, roar. Lindong swiftly devised a strategy. As Pikachu leaped onto Dragonite's back, which soared into the air, aiming directly for Fearow and Murkrow. Fearow, Murkrow, restrained Dragonite. Zhonglong relished this turn of events. If the two birds could delay Dragonite even a little longer, he could unleash his firepower against Darkrai. As for Gengar, all he needed was for his Pokémon to bombard those women with a few attacks to keep Gengar thoroughly occupied. Go, Toxicroak, use Sludge Bomb. Gyarados, unleash Ice Beam. Tyranitar, use Stone Edge. Toxicroak, Gyarados, roar. The 3 Pokémon launched their attacks simultaneously towards Darkrai. Darkrai, counter with Dark Pulse. Darkrai gathered dark purple energy in its grasp, splitting it into 3 beams to intercept the incoming assaults. The two sides clashed, sending a violent explosion rippling outward. Rampardos charged forward, its drill head spinning, energy coalescing into a yellowish light as it aimed to pierce through Darkrai. Darkrai, respond with Dark Pulse. Darkrai unleashed another dark purple beam, colliding with Rampardos' yellow drill head. After a brief standoff, Darkrai exerted its power and sent Rampardos soaring backward, just as Lindong intended to command Darkrai to unleash Black Hole. Zhonglong's next wave of attacks arrived. Toxicroak, use Poison Jab. Gyarados, Metal Claw. Sensing that Darkrai was not adept in close combat, Zhonglong seized the opportunity created by the standoff between Rampardos and Darkrai, urging Toxicroak and Gyarados to close the distance rapidly. Toxicroak's hands glimmered with purple poison, while Gyarados' claws shone with a metallic sheen. Darkrai evade. Even for Darkrai, after consecutively using Dark Pulse, fatigue began to set in, compelling Lindong to instruct it to evade temporarily. Yet Zhonglong was relentless. Toxicroak struck again, and Gyarados clawed with relentless precision. The two Pokémon executed their coordinated assault with impeccable timing. Darkrai twisted and turned, narrowly evading each incoming strike. Suddenly, after narrowly dodging another poison jab, Toxicroak and Gyarados swiftly leaped to either side. Tyranitar, unleash Hyper Beam. Tyranitar, having charged its energy for a prolonged period, released a devastating beam of reddish-yellow light, more powerful and thicker than before. Meanwhile, Toxicroak and Gyarados continued their relentless assault from either flank. Darkrai, defend. Darkrai immediately erected an energy barrier to shield itself from Tyranitar's Hyper Beam. Toxicroak and Gyarados strikes crashed against the barrier, compounding the pressure. Darkrai appeared to be straining under the assault. Zhonglong's confidence surged. Although Darkrai's emergence had startled him, he was now convinced that two fists could not contend against four hands. With excitement, Zhonglong gestured grandly and shouted, Rampardos, deliver the final blow with Rock Cannon. Rampardos extended its arms, and from the cavities in its palms, it launched two massive, glowing rocks like cannonballs toward Darkrai. The rocks struck the energy barrier, shaking it, though it did not yet shatter. However, Darkrai's defenses were clearly faltering. As the barrier neared its breaking point, Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, Xiaosheng, and Miss Junsha fell silent, gripped by anxiety. Fiero and Murkrow intermittently unleashed razor-sharp air blades toward them, relying on Gengar to intercept the attacks. Although Dragonite was immensely powerful, Zhonglong's Fiero and Murkrow possessed far richer battle experience. In Lindong's inability to multitask and command effectively, the bird successfully restrained Dragonite. Despite Pikachu employing Thunderbolt against Tyranitar, Rampardos acted as a lightning rod, absorbing all the electrical energy. The outcome of this battle hinged almost entirely on Darkrai. Tyranitar continued to gather energy, relentlessly channeling Hyper Beam. Toxicroak and Gyarados' expressions twisted with intensity as their power surged. Rampardos gradually regained its momentum, preparing to unleash the rare and formidable Rock Cannon once more. Witnessing Darkrai nearing its limits and glancing back at his injured companions, a tumult of emotions, unwillingness, fury, hatred, surged within Lindong's heart. In that moment, he seemed to hear the rhythmic beating of Darkrai's heart. In that fleeting moment, their frequencies converged, as if they had become one. Lindong distinctly perceived the telepathic resonance emanating from Darkrai. A powerful voice reverberated in his mind, and he shouted aloud. In unison, they proclaimed, "We shall grow ever stronger." Chapter 32. The Evolution of Bonds. Seizing the power of evil. The heavens and the earth underwent a profound transformation. Ominous black clouds enveloped the orange blossom forest. The last flicker of light at the horizon seemed to open a watchful eye upon Lindong. Waves of intangible power surged from the ground, the sky, and all directions, flooding into the bodies of Lindong and Darkrai. Lindong felt as if his body might explode, each cell being brutally torn apart. Yet, whenever he approached the brink of collapse, a gentle force would mend his form. The blessing of the Phoenix King. Lindong felt an immense gratitude, marveling at the wonders of fate. Had he not been fortunate enough to earn the Phoenix King's recognition that day, even with such power, he would have had no life left to enjoy it. Though barely a minute had passed, Lindong felt as if a century had unfolded. Along with this surge of power came a formidable consciousness. His soul appeared to plunge into a dark nightmare. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Darkrai in a realm of black and purple, facing a pair of enigmatic eyes. In this confrontation, both advanced boldly, ultimately delivering a blow to those peculiar eyes. They shattered, transforming into two luminous orbs that merged into their beings. In that fleeting moment, fragments of information materialized within Lindong's mind. As his soul returned to reality, he found his clothes drenched in sweat. His eyes had turned a deep crimson. and his distorted visage resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell, evoking dread. Fortunately, at that moment, he faced away from Xiaoguang and the others, concealing this disheveled side from their view. Zhonglong's Pokémon were also nearing their limits, exerting every ounce of strength, yet failing to breach Darkray's energy barrier. At this moment, Darkray underwent a transformation. 3 rings emanating a black-purple glow appeared around its form, swirling and spinning. With its newfound power, Darkray swung its hand forcefully, unleashing a torrent of energy that sent the attacking Toxicroak and Mauville flying. The rock cannon, radiating red light, shattered into dust, while the destructive yellow energy of the Death Ray was obliterated in the air. United in their thoughts, Darkray and Lindong required no words. Darkray intuitively raised its hand, unleashing a wave of dark energy toward Banjira. This black-purple energy had intensified to near corporeal levels, moving with such speed that it seemed to transcend the limits of space, crashing into Banjira with a resounding impact. This strike left terrifying wounds upon its armored green shell, propelling the nearly 3-meter-tall giant nearly 100 meters away, where it crashed through several large trees before landing on the ground. Zhonglong's expression shifted to one of terror, while Lindong, standing opposite him, had regained his composure. The crimson hue in his eyes faded, replaced by a hint of purple luminescence in his black pupils. Sensing the change in its master's emotions, Fiero momentarily faltered, revealing a vulnerability. In the sky, Pikachu leaped gracefully, landing perfectly upon Fiero's back. Harnessing the might of the dark clouds, it unleashed a close-range thunder. Fiero was charred by the electricity, plummeting straight to the ground. Dragonite dove down, catching Pikachu, who then leapt off Dragonite's back, landing steadily on the ground. Immediately, Dragonite flapped its wings, reappearing behind Mukden, employing the thunder attack once more. Mukden met the same fate as Fiero. "Curse it!" Zhonglong exclaimed in fury. Witnessing the fall of both Fiero and Mukden, his expression gradually turning frantic. "Toxicroak, Mauville, and Tyranitar, all of you, attack." Darkray's aura had surged exponentially, and the trio of Pokémon, though fearful, unleashed their ultimate moves upon Darkray. Poison Jab, Metal Claw, Horn Drill. Darkray made no move to evade. It allowed the attacks to come. Yet, between the 3 rings, a protective shield formed autonomously. The 3 Pokémon displayed expressions of terror, their once invincible moves failing to affect the barrier in the slightest. Instead, they were repelled, flung back by the recoil. Darkray slowly extended its hand, and from the shield burst forth several energy chains that ensnared the 3 Pokémon tightly. Then, Darkray raised its hand and forcefully swung it downward. With this motion, the 3 Pokémon were lifted into the air, only to be violently thrown back down to the ground. They crashed heavily, losing all ability to fight. It was over. Lindong coldly regarded Zhonglong, who knelt helplessly on the ground, devoid of any thoughts of escape. Escape? Could he possibly flee? His Pokémon lay unconscious, and Banjira's fate remained uncertain. Miss Junsu approached with an angry expression, adorned with silver bracelets. "My sister is Pokémon Hunter Q. If you dare to capture me, she will surely annihilate your entire family. And you, she will not spare either." In a desperate act, Zhonglong uttered threats against Miss Junsu's family. Lindong found it amusing. The Junsu family wielded considerable power across various regions of the world. "A mere Hunter Q. Humph, let her come and try." Miss Junsu, infuriated, twisted Zhonglong's arms behind his back, restraining him. "Ah!" Zhonglong's scream echoed through the forest. Lindong couldn't help but chuckle at Zhonglong's plight. As he relaxed, the eerie glow in his eyes faded. As the power within him dissipated, the rings surrounding Darkray vanished, returning to their usual state. A wave of weakness washed over Lindong. "By the way, Miss Junsu, along the path I took, there are 5 subdued Pokémon hunters. I have released the captured Pokémon. Thank you all for your hard work. Come back now." With the last of his strength, Lindong uttered these words, recalling the Pokémon into their Pokeballs before collapsing to the ground. "Pika Pika." Lindong. Xiaoguang could no longer hold back her tears, rushing to Lindong's side alongside Pikachu, both nearly drowning in sorrow. Xiaoyao, Xiaosheng, and Miss Junsu quickly followed. At that moment, the dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight once again bathed the earth, warming the pale face of the young boy. The roar of motorcycles echoed as 2 Miss Junsus arrived at the scene, rushing over upon witnessing the desolation around them. Lindong experienced an interminable nightmare. Just as he had confronted those enigmatic eyes, Darkray remained steadfastly by his side. "What is happening to me?" Lindong shook his head, feeling many memories blurring, yet fragments of information remained vividly clear. The power of evil, the evolution of bonds, seizing authority, together with Darkray. Lindong finally pieced together these fragments of information. This revelation unveiled the great secret of this world. The path to divinity is one of defiance against heaven, seizing the power of evil, something that the natural order cannot abide. Darkrai gazed at Lindong, its expression relaxed. Lindong smiled. Yet, we have entered the fray, daring to claim victory over the heavens. Chapter 33. The Thoughts of a Young Girl. Lindong awakens. Lindong had been in a coma for 3 days and nights. After the rescue, he and his companions were taken to the Pokémon Center in Linshin Town. Indeed, the Pokémon Center not only provided medical care for Pokémon but also for trainers. As the most significant contributor to the operation, Lindong received special treatment, being placed in a private room. During these 3 days, Xiaoguang remained by Lindong's bedside almost around the clock, only occasionally retreating to her room for rest when Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng came to assist. Her heart was heavy with guilt. Over the past days, she had participated in battles against Team Rocket and Team Magma. Although she knew Lindong was the true hero, she could not help but feel inflated by her own contributions. When faced with Miss Junsh's request, Xiaoyao hesitated, but Xiaoguang, in a burst of fervor, hastily agreed without much thought. Lindong was not a cold individual. His silence indicated he had other thoughts. Her decision not only nearly endangered herself, but also put Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng at risk, ultimately leading to Lindong lying here, unconscious. In the stillness of the night, a sliver of moonlight filtered into the room, illuminating the girl's reddened eyes as she buried her face in her hands, weeping softly. I have always been overly confident, believing that everything would be fine. How naive, childish, and absurd. Without you, I might have perished in the forest of Jinsha Town on the day I aspired to become a trainer. Without you, perhaps one day, I would helplessly watch as Bujiman was taken from me. Without you. Xiaoguang's voice was slow, as if calling for Lindong, or perhaps engaging in a soliloquy. She struggled to suppress her sobs, yet in the hushed night, they remained audible. Without you, I can accomplish nothing. It has always been you who gave me strength in my most perilous moments. If only I could be your strength. Xiaoguang leaned beside Lindong's bed, softly pouring out her heart. Outside the ward, Xiaoyao heard every word. After a long while, she lowered the flashlight she had been gripping and silently turned away. Originally just getting up for a nighttime visit, she found herself inexplicably drawn to check on Lindong. Within her heart, she harbored an indescribable sentiment towards him. Was he a mentor, a dear friend, or something else entirely? She herself was uncertain. Yet, upon hearing Xiaoguang's heartfelt confession, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss, sorrow, and sadness. Xiaoyao's thoughts were in turmoil. She was unaware of how she made her way back to her room, but as soon as she arrived, Xiaosheng startled her with his voice. Sister, love is something one must strive for. Xiaoyao's face flushed as if set ablaze, fortunate that the room was dark and no one could see. Xiaosheng, what nonsense are you talking about? She retorted, her irritation evident. You, a mere child, understand nothing. Sister, I am not talking nonsense. Besides, I am 12 years old now. Having graduated from elementary school, I am not a child anymore. Xiaosheng adjusted his glasses, the lenses gleaming in the moonlight. How can you not be a child? Xiaoyao exclaimed, both embarrassed and furious, as she pulled him from his pose by the window back onto the bed. Humph, I am not wrong. Sister. Those involved are confused, while the onlookers are clear, Xiaosheng insisted, still somewhat defiant. Just go to sleep. Xiaoyao lightly tapped his head, prompting him to comply. Under her pressure, Xiaosheng reluctantly removed his glasses and closed his eyes. However, Xiaoyao found herself unable to sleep, tossing and turning restlessly. After an indeterminate time, she seemed to resolve within herself. I also wish to become your strength, she murmured softly before gradually drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, the younger Xiaosheng wore a triumphant smile in the lower bunk. The first rays of morning sun streamed through the curtains, gracing the young girl's face. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as Xiaoguang groggily rose, rubbing her eyes. In the midst of their conversation last night, she had unknowingly fallen asleep at the edge of the bed. After 3 days without proper rest, she appeared significantly worn, her usually well-kept hair now tousled. Xiaoguang. You're awake. You've made my hand numb. Lindong's voice startled her. Ah, Lindong, you're awake. Xiaoguang exclaimed with delight, rushing to his side. How long have I been asleep? Lindong murmured, feeling a bit dazed and weak. You have been in a coma for 3 days and nights. Wait here. I'll go fetch Nurse Joy. With that, Xiaoguang dashed out of the room. That night, Nurse Joy and the doctors who had come to the Pokémon Center had informed them that although Lindong was not in life-threatening danger, there was a significant chance he might not awaken from his coma. For the past 3 days, she had engaged in one-sided dialogue with Lindong, attempting to rouse his consciousness. Before long, Nurse Joy returned with Xiaoguang. You're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? She inquired gently, aside from feeling a bit weak. I don't feel anything else, Lindong replied honestly. The sensation of weakness was distressing, as every part of his body felt somewhat unresponsive. That is to be expected. When you were brought in, your body was severely dehydrated. Had you arrived any later, it might have posed a serious threat to your life. Nurse Joy spoke kindly. Having learned the story from Miss Junsha and expressing her admiration for Lin Dong as a heroic figure. Nurse Joy, where's this place? Xiao Guang had drawn the curtains back, revealing towering buildings outside that astonished Lin Dong. This is the Pokémon Center in Linxing Town, the nearest town to where your incident occurred. That is why Miss Junsha brought you here, Nurse Joy explained with a smile. I hear from Xiao Guang that you aim to challenge the Hoenn League. Why not take some time to rest here? Linxing Town also has a Pokémon gym. A gym? Lin Dong paused. Do they have badges? Indeed. The Linxing Gym passed the League S inspection 3 months ago, becoming the 12th official gym recognized by the Hoenn League. The Bug Badge it awards can be used for qualification in the League tournament. Is that so? Upon hearing the word gym, Lin Dong felt a surge of energy returning to him, as if the very mention of it invigorated his spirit. Pikachu. A yellow figure leaped onto Lin Dong with the speed of lightning. Xiaoyu and Xiaoxin followed closely behind. Lin Dong, you're finally awake, Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully, rushing to his bedside. Yes, is everyone all right? Lin Dong asked. Everyone is fine, and the Pokémon have all recovered. By the way, we've taken good care of your Pokémon egg, so you can rest easy, Xiaoyao reassured him. That is wonderful. As Lin Dong spoke, he suddenly noticed the concerned expressions on their faces, prompting him to add, you need not worry about me. This experience has not been a misfortune. If I were to describe my feelings, it would be that I am both pained and yet joyful. Chapter 34, Seizing Power. The secrets of evolution. Lin Dong's words were evidently beyond the comprehension of the crowd, yet he was filled with exhilaration upon uncovering the secrets of evolution. Throughout his lengthy nightmare, he and Darkrai pieced together fragments of information, ultimately grasping the transformations occurring within them. In essence, the bond between humans and Pokémon manifests as an intangible energy coexisting within both trainers and their Pokémon. Certain creatures can harness this energy to evolve when they share a profound connection with their trainers, exemplified by the fairy-type Pokémon. This energy also plays a crucial role in Mega Evolution. The energy encapsulated within a Megastone resembles a divine force, which can be absorbed by corresponding species of Pokémon. However, only when a powerful bond exists between trainer and Pokémon can the trainer invoke the resonance between the evolutionary keystone and the Megastone, enabling the Pokémon to transcend their limitations and achieve further evolution. Pokémon undergoing Mega Evolution, infused with this divine-like energy, can momentarily possess power comparable to that of a typical level 2 deity. Nevertheless, due to inherent species constraints, these Pokémon cannot endure the immense pressure exerted by such divine power for extended periods. Thus, Mega Evolution typically lasts only a brief moment. The deeper the bond, the longer the duration of Mega Evolution. Nevertheless, the ultimate purpose of bond energy lies in bond evolution. According to the information previously provided by the system, the formidable strength of level 1 deities and those level 2 deities with divine responsibilities derives from their possession of authority, which bestows upon them formidable powers. Bond evolution represents the means by which humans and Pokémon seize this authority. For instance, Ash's Greninja can perceive negative energy cores that even Zygarde cannot, owing to the acquisition of a unique form of authority during bond evolution. While its power may not rival that of most level 2 deities, its rank is equivalent to that of those legendary beings, constituting a genuine authority. Although the strength of different authorities may vary, the special abilities they confer are often unparalleled. Consequently, when seeking vines, Zygarde must solicit the assistance of Greninja. It can be said that bond evolution is essentially a path to divinity that defies the natural order. The authority sees leaves a seed within both human and Pokémon. Once this power is fully mastered, even vast distances cannot hinder their telepathic connection. At that point, both can independently wield this power. Of course, the conditions for bond evolution are exceedingly stringent. Firstly, the Pokémon species must possess considerable strength, while the trainer must possess unique abilities or physical traits. This is a prerequisite for invoking authority. As per the system's elucidation, the super newcomer is a manifestation of such a special physique, while Ash from the original series also possessed aura powers. As a starter Pokémon, Greninja is indeed a formidable species, satisfying the first condition for achieving bond evolution. Secondly, the trainer and Pokémon must reach a state of complete resonance. Individuals with special physiques or abilities are rare, yet the original series showcased some psychics whose Pokémon were not weak. Their failure to achieve bond evolution stemmed from an inability to attain this complete resonance. Achieving this condition requires an intricate balance of timing, location, and harmony. Even the deepest bonds yield only a minuscule probability of achieving complete resonance in a fleeting moment. Lastly, the trainer must be capable of withstanding the sudden influx of authority into their body. Even with a special physique, this step remains perilous. The strength of the seized authority is highly correlated with the Pokémon species. The authority obtained by Greninja is relatively weak after completing bond evolution for the first time. Ash fainted on the spot. In contrast, the dark authority seized by Darkrai is potent enough to rival a level 1 deity. Without the blessing of Ho-Oh, Lindong is certain he would have been torn apart by that terrifying power. His journey across realms nearly met a premature end, but he persevered. From that point onward, a path of opportunity lay before him. However, despite acquiring authority, the power he exhibited that day barely reached a tenth of its true potential. The journey of bond evolution with Darkrai remains a long one ahead. In addition to continuing to explore the power of bond evolution, Lindong discovered numerous other shortcomings through his encounter with Zhang Long. Although he emerged victorious against Zhang Long with minimal injuries to his team, there were many aspects that required enhancement. For instance, his ability to command Darkrai in battle was rather unrefined. This was somewhat unavoidable, as his combat experience primarily stemmed from his past life, and only one deity in the original series had commanded Darkrai, leaving him with limited knowledge to draw upon. In contrast, he found commanding Pikachu much more intuitive. Likewise, when deprived of his guidance, Dragonite and Pikachu failed to unleash their full potential. During the aerial pursuit, neither could seize the opportune moment for attack, missing their targets, Pidgeot and Staraptor. Although Pikachu attempted to support Darkrai by exploiting the stationary weakness of Tyranitar, it ultimately fell short of providing effective assistance. Dragonite, on the other hand, remained solely focused on Pidgeot and Staraptor. In contrast, Zhang Long's Pokémon skillfully restrained Dragonite while simultaneously seizing opportunities to assault Xiaoguang and her companions, all while keeping Gengar at bay. Such battle experience far surpassed that of Lindong's Pokémon, with the exception of Gengar. This particular Pokémon had trained for 2,500 years and, in learning human language, developed some human-like thought processes, enabling it to fight independently. Thus, Lindong assigned it the task of protecting Xiaoguang and her friends. However, this level of experience is not easily replicable, and determining how to enhance both his own and his Pokémon's combat experience remains a critical challenge to address. In the afternoon, Miss Junsha came to visit Lindong. I am truly sorry for the immense injury you sustained due to my actions. She bowed deeply. It is of no consequence. My situation is rather unique, and you need not blame yourself. Lindong graciously brushed aside her concerns. He and Darkrai had scarcely engaged in a few battles before inadvertently achieving a state of complete resonance. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. However, Miss Junsha made an astonishing decision. The injured Arcanine is no longer in critical condition, but Nurse Joy has informed me that its injuries are irreversible, and it shall not be able to battle again. I realize I am not yet equipped to fulfill the role of a regional officer, so I have decided to resign. After this, I intend to travel with Arcanine to various places. Perhaps we shall meet again in some corner of the world. Chapter 35, Rinshin Dojo. The eccentric buggy Chiro under the influence of the super newcomer physique, Lindong's physical condition rapidly improved. After resting for another day, he was already able to take a few steps. Once he regained his mobility, prompted by Miss Joy, Lindong placed a call to Professor Oak. Ah, Lindong, you seem to be in good spirits. Has your health improved? Professor Oak inquired, having already designated Lindong as a top contender, displaying great concern. Much better. I can run now, Lindong replied with a smile. Professor, what can I do for you? Of course, you truly are remarkable. It hasn't been long since our last conversation, and you've already achieved such a significant accomplishment. The Alliance informed me that due to your recent efforts, nearly all the Pokémon hunters in the southwestern region of Hoenn have been apprehended. The Alliance is preparing to grant you 3 substantial rewards, Professor Oak elaborated. What are the rewards? Lindong asked eagerly, remembering the surprise of his previous reward that increased his Pokémon capacity. Professor Oak detailed the rewards. The first reward is that, although the Alliance cannot officially recognize your rank as an elite trainer, they have made an exception allowing you to enjoy some elite trainer privileges early. The most immediate benefit is that you can now carry 3 additional Pokémon, which means you can now have a total of 12 with you. The second reward is a significant monetary bonus. While I am unsure of the exact amount, I am confident it will be satisfactory. As for the third reward, well, it hasn't arrived yet, so I'll hold off on mentioning it until you reach Canalave City. For now, plug in your Pokédex, and I'll assist you in expanding your Pokémon slots. With 3 additional slots granted, Lindong felt a surge of joy, albeit tempered. Could he not manage 12 Pokémon, like Chonglong? It was not a matter of capability, but rather the challenge of commanding them effectively. A trainer's focus is limited. Even the Elite Four struggle to coordinate 6 Pokémon in battle simultaneously. The Alliance's recent inclusion of double battles in official competitions aims to cultivate the ability of novice trainers to command multiple Pokémon effectively. Moreover, it is universally acknowledged among trainers that quality surpasses quantity. Most trainers do not possess more than 1 or 2 exceptionally strong Pokémon. Even top-tier trainers, like champions, typically rely on 1 or 2 ace Pokémon. During the crisis in Kalos, for instance, when opponents threatened the world, those champions and gym leaders fought using only their strongest Pokémon. In such high-stakes battles, deploying additional Pokémon would only serve as a distraction, diminishing their combat effectiveness. The advantage of additional Pokémon slots lies primarily in the ability to carry a diverse array of Pokémon, thereby broadening one's strategic options. For Lindong, however, the significance of these 3 slots might be even greater. He contemplated the potential of capturing the legendary trio, allowing him to carry them effortlessly, as Regigigas figurines require no training. After concluding his conversation with Professor Oak, Xiaowang also updated Dr. Yamanashi and her mother. Xiaoao and Xiaoxing intended to contact their parents as well, but they were met by Jinji on the line. Since Xiaoao and Xiaoxing's departure, Chihiro and Mizuko had seemingly vanished to enjoy their own world together. Chihiro had many disciples, and currently, Jinji was temporarily fulfilling the role of gym trainer, while another junior disciple served as a referee. Ever since Chihiro left, the number of challengers at the Orange Flower Gym had surged. Jinji, busy managing the influx, noted Xiaoyao and Xiaoxing's messages before returning to handle the challengers. Oh, poor senior brother, Xiaoxing sighed. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao placed a call to Dr. Oda. Once everyone finished their conversations, Lindong resolved to challenge the Rinshin Dojo. He learned from Miss Joy that it was a gym specializing in bug-type Pokémon. Lindong recalled Rinshin Town vaguely. Its appearance was limited to a single episode featuring the Mushroom Mansion. On his way to the dojo, he spotted a similarly styled mansion, though no events from the original story occurred. Upon arriving at Rinshin Dojo, Lindong announced his intentions. Is anyone here? My name is Lindong, and I am here to challenge the Rinshin Dojo. The dojo's door creaked open, revealing a tall man with a shifty expression. I am Ichiro, the master of Rinshin Dojo. He scrutinized Lindong before asking, are you the one who wishes to challenge me? Indeed, Lindong confirmed. Then please, step inside, Ichiro beckoned, leading Lindong into the dojo. Suddenly, he inquired, did you come from the Sinnoh region? Yes, is there something wrong? Lindong instinctively sensed a peculiar air about Ichiro. He was certain they had never met, yet Ichiro's gaze had hinted at something sinister. Oh, it's nothing. I merely noticed this young lady holding a Pachima, which piqued my curiosity. After all, Pachima is a Pokémon gifted to newcomers from the Sinnoh region. It is quite rare in Hoenn, Ichiro casually explained, then broke into a smile. Since you are a guest from afar, I must extend my utmost hospitality. Crack. A delicate glass cup shattered violently against the floor, splintering into countless shards that glinted menacingly in the sunlight. Clack. Clack, the sound of high heels striking the floor echoed as a young woman clad in a professional outfit and a form-fitting skirt entered the lavish office. Her long legs encased in sheer black stockings captivating all attention. Her beauty was striking, exuding an air of grace that overshadowed the fair-skinned, elegant young women seated on the sofa. Young master. As the woman spoke gently, the swivel chair turned to reveal a sullen-faced young man with a foil-like hairstyle. His gaze toward her tinged with a hint of lewdness. Have you clarified the situation? He inquired. Yes, it is Lindong who defeated Chonglong. The Alliance has effectively captured nearly all the formidable Pokémon hunter organizations in southwestern Hoenn, she reported. How relentless. I've come all the way to Hoenn. And yet this nuisance persists. Yihao slammed his palm on the desk with a loud bang, instantly regretting it as pain flared in his hand. Damn it. Where is he now? Young master, he is in Rinshin Town, the woman replied. Rinshin Town? Yihao paused momentarily, then exclaimed, what is he planning to do? He is preparing to challenge the Rinshin Dojo. Excellent. Yihao sprang to his feet. Quickly, inform Ichiro to deal with him. Chapter 36 to strike? Confronting Insect Ichiro. Lindong furrowed his brow. Insect Ichiro appeared quite normal, yet inexplicably evoked an unsettling feeling within him. Perhaps it was due to the recent tension he had been under. He mused. The rules of the Rinnu Dojo dictate a 3 versus 3 format. Do you have any objections? Insect Ichiro inquired loudly as he stepped onto the battle platform. None at all, Lindong replied, ascending to the arena as well. The referee was already in position. We are now ready to commence the formal dojo challenge. Each side may utilize 3 Pokémon. And the match concludes when all Pokémon of one side are unable to continue battling. Only the challenger may substitute Pokémon. Let the battle begin. At the referee's command, Insect Ichiro swiftly threw forth his Pokéball. Go, Scyther. A creature adorned in vivid crimson armor, gleaming like metal, materialized on the field. Xiaoguang promptly retrieved his Pokédex, Scyther, the mantis Pokémon. It brandishes its pincers, resembling eyes, to intimidate foes, striking with remarkable speed and ferocity. Looks strong. Xiaoyao expressed concern. Of course, Scyther is a favored choice among competitors advancing to the championship, Xiaosheng remarked. Scyther, huh? Lindong contemplated this relatively familiar Pokémon for a moment before tossing his own Pokéball. Murkrow, you shall be my choice. Despite Insect Ichiro unleashing Scyther first, Lindong was determined to allow Murkrow the opportunity to hone its skills. After all, while Scyther possessed 2 pairs of wings, it was incapable of flight, merely flapping its wings to cool its body, akin to a computer fan. However, Lindong soon regretted his decision. Upon witnessing Murkrow's emergence, Insect Ichiro immediately launched an offensive. Scyther, use Quick Attack, then follow with Cut to seize its wings. Responding to Insect Ichiro's command, Scyther's pincers opened wide, unleashing a flurry of star-shaped light towards Murkrow. The speed of this assault was so swift that Murkrow had no time to evade and was struck directly. In that instant, Scyther vanished from sight. A flash of crimson surged toward Murkrow, and Scyther's pincers clamped down forcefully on its wings. Murkrow let out a pained cry. Before Lindong could devise a countermeasure, Insect Ichiro issued another command. Excellent. Scyther, slam it to the ground, then execute Metal Claw. With a powerful thrust, Scyther hurled Murkrow downwards. The latter, having sustained wing damage, could no longer sustain flight and crashed heavily onto the ground. Although this was not the ultimate move, it bore a similar effect. Murkrow's eyes had spiraled into a daze. Yet, Scyther was relentless, delivering a brutal Metal Claw, utilizing gravitational force to smash into Murkrow's form. The excruciating pain jolted Murkrow from its stupor, but it could only emit a faint sound. What do you intend to do? Pika Pika. Lindong, filled with both fury and shock, shouted alongside Pikachu, directing a pleading gaze towards the referee. Referee, why do you not call it? The referee seemed oblivious, merely observing Murkrow in silence. Scyther, unleash Hyper Beam. What? Upon hearing Insect Ichiro's booming command, Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, and Xiaosheng in the audience rose in unison, their expressions filled with outrage. What are you doing? Can't you see Murkrow has lost its fighting capability? Xiaoyao shouted indignantly. Attacking a Pokémon that has already lost its ability to battle. Are you even a dojo trainer? Do you not understand that this could kill Murkrow? Xiaosheng, furious, recalled his father, a respected dojo trainer, feeling ashamed at what Insect Ichiro had done. Xiaoguang was equally enraged, and unbeknownst to anyone, she had begun recording the scene as Scyther lunged towards Murkrow with its Metal Claw. Lindong gritted his teeth, glaring at Insect Ichiro, his action swift as he produced a Pokéball. Return, Murkrow. As the yellow beam of light from Scyther's attack was about to strike, in a moment of desperation, Lindong's Pokéball emitted a red glow that enveloped Murkrow first. Murkrow transformed into a sphere of red light, retreating into its Pokéball just in time. The Hyper Beam collided with the ground, erupting in a cloud of smoke. Upon witnessing Lindong's decisive action and recalling Murkrow, both Insect Ichiro and the referee displayed fleeting expressions of regret before rapidly regaining composure. Lindong finally understood the true intentions of the scoundrel. The spiraling eyes of a Pokémon signified that it had lost the ability to battle. However, in reality, this state did not equate to being near death. It was a natural self-protective mechanism activated when a Pokémon sustained significant harm. Thus, in many battles, even if a Pokémon succumbed to unconsciousness, it could awaken shortly thereafter due to this protective state. This very state formed the foundation of Pokémon battles. If every fight led to imminent demise, it would hardly be sustainable. Therefore, once a Pokémon entered this self-protective state, it should automatically be declared unable to continue, effectively safeguarding the Pokémon while ensuring fairness in battle. Insect Ichiro and the referee were evidently manipulating this loophole. Yet, Lindong found himself utterly powerless, whether in dojo matches or league tournaments. The determination of a Pokémon's fighting capability was not left to the competing parties or the observing trainer's judgment, but solely to the referee's ruling. As long as the referee deemed that a Pokémon had lost its fighting ability, it was considered defeated, regardless of the actual circumstances. Conversely, if the referee declared a Pokémon still capable, it remained in the fight. Unless one conceded, the battle would persist. Now, Lindong faced this insidious manipulation. As long as he did not concede, the referee would refrain from declaring a loss, allowing Insect Ichiro to continue assaulting his Pokémon until it was incapacitated. What a vile scheme. Lindong's fury surged, fists clenched tightly. At that moment, the referee poured oil on the flames. The challenger may substitute Pokémon. Please present your second Pokémon. The implication was clear. Murkrow has not lost its ability to battle. Should you refuse to concede, it must re-enter the fray after your remaining two are defeated. How outrageous. Xiaoxing's eyes burned with anger. I will report you. Silence in the audience. Otherwise, you will be asked to leave immediately. The referee shouted at Xiaoxing. This only served to infuriate Xiaoxing further. In truth, Insect Ichiro and the referee were equally exasperated with the three spectators. After all, the league had explicit regulations regarding spectators. Dojos should provide seating for audiences. And as long as the challenger consented, anyone could witness a formal dojo match, unless the spectators engaged in overtly disruptive behavior, such as attacking Pokémon from outside the arena. The dojo had no authority to refuse their presence. Before the journey commenced, the decision was made to prevent the likes of Xiaoxing and his companions from spectating, fearing they might disrupt the challenger. However, it has always been permissible for the challenger's companions to observe. Ikir's thoughts were rather straightforward. Since he could not impede their presence, he would simply watch them. After all, they were merely a few young children, incapable of hindering his progress. He had heard from young Master Yi how that Lin Dong was an ordinary rookie trainer with no significant background. Presumably, his traveling companions were similarly unremarkable. Although the girl possessed a Pachima, even with some influence in the Sinnoh region, her reach could scarcely extend to Hoenn, given their lack of stature. They posed no threat to him whatsoever. Chapter 37, Companions, our Achilles heel. All right, Xiaoxing, Xiaoao, Xiaoguang, please take your seats. I can handle this. Lin Dong's voice cut through the tension, effectively suppressing the impending fury of the three. What follows is my counterattack, and it would be a pity if you missed it. Xiaoguang, understanding the unspoken message, felt his anger dissipate significantly, and a smile graced his face. Rest assured, Lin Dong will be just fine. Let's sit back and watch. Xiaoao and Xiaoxing exchanged knowing smiles and settled down as well, brimming with anticipation for the impending showdown. They were acutely aware of Lin Dong's formidable prowess. Pikachu was already charged and ready to confront the adversary, Muk Bird. However, Lin Dong paused its advance. Pikachu, do not fret. Your time in the spotlight will come. But there is a more suitable contender for this particular foe. Pikachu looked puzzled. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes, contemplating the formidable presence of Scyther, a Pokémon renowned for its impressive moments in the original series. With its bug and steel typing, it possessed remarkable resistance. Yet, there was one issue. A Pokéball in Lin Dong's hand enlarged. Dragonite, it is your time to shine. With an explosive roar, Dragonite emerged, its expression fierce, sensing Lin Dong's emotions. Pikachu, in a series of rapid exchanges, seemed to communicate something to Dragonite, transforming the normally gentle creature into a fierce warrior. Dragonite, let us avenge Muk Bird together. Companions are indeed our Achilles heel. Zhang Yilong was momentarily taken aback, his confidence shaken. Wasn't Lin Dong just a novice trainer without any significant background? How could he possibly command a Dragonite? He didn't naively believe that Lin Dong's success was merely a stroke of luck. Dragonite held an unofficial title within the league known as quasi-legendary, referring to Pokémon that, while not mythical, could rival the strength of legendary creatures. Such Pokémon were not only exceedingly rare but also required extensive time and resources to evolve from their base forms. A novice trainer, regardless of luck, would struggle to amass the necessary resources for such a feat. Of course, there was always the terrifying possibility of capturing a wild Dragonite. Zhang Yilong was beginning to regret targeting Lin Dong. He had placed his faith in Yihao too easily. However, retreating now would mean offending both Lin Dong and Yihao. He had no choice but to proceed with the battle. Resolutely, he commanded, Scyther, use Fury Cutter. Attempting the same move again? Dragonite, unleash Flamethrower. Lin Dong quickly ordered a counterattack, as Dragonite expelled a torrent of flames from its mouth. The star-shaped beam was instantly incinerated, the flames surging forward towards Scyther. Scyther, evade. As a seasoned bug-type gym leader, Zhang Yilong understood the devastating effect fire could have on Scyther. The agile creature leapt high, narrowly avoiding the flames. Yet, Lin Dong had anticipated this opportunity. Dragonite, soar in front of it, and use Fire Spin. With a powerful flap of its wings, Dragonite positioned itself before Scyther. The latter, unable to fly, found itself trapped in the air with no means of escape. Dragonite unleashed a swirling vortex of flames, ensnaring Scyther within its fiery embrace. The anguished cries of Scyther echoed as the relentless flames seared its body, rendering it incapable of executing any moves, let alone defending itself. Scyther. Zhang Yilong's expression turned to one of horror. He had never faced Dragonite directly before. He had only known of its speed and versatility in mastering various powerful techniques. But confronting it head-on revealed its true tenacity. To complicate matters, despite Zhong Yilong's underhanded tactics, this was still a formal gym battle. As a gym leader, he could not substitute Pokémon mid-battle. Moreover, with Scyther trapped in the Crimson Inferno, even if he wanted to recall it, he couldn't. Feeling the weight of Lin Dong's earlier torment, Zhong Yilong signaled to the referee. However, this subtle gesture did not escape Lin Dong's notice. Scyther. Just as the referee was about to declare Scyther's defeat, Lin Dong raised his voice, drowning out the official's words. Dragonite, use Hyper Beam. With a triumphant roar, Dragonite released a colossal fireball, hurtling towards the ensnared Scyther. The latter had no chance of resistance and was instantly struck, sent flying across the battlefield. The referee stood in shock, momentarily frozen, forgetting to raise the flag. Zhong Yilong's face turned pale. Scyther was his ace, naturally at a high level. Though it feared fire, a mere fire spin should not have incapacitated it. His earlier signal to the referee was intended to minimize Scyther's damage. But the impact of Hyper Beam would likely leave it incapacitated for days at the Pokémon Center. Dragonite, use Flamethrower again. Noticing the referee still dazed, Lin Dong pressed his attack. Dragonite unleashed another Flamethrower, the fiery projectile slamming Scyther against the gym's wall, illuminating Zhong Yilong's face, which had turned a deep shade of crimson. Stop! What are you doing? Referee, why are you in a daze? As Scyther neared the brink of defeat, Zhong Yilong lost his composure. Shouting and berating the referee, the official snapped to attention and hurriedly announced, "Oh, Scyther is unable to battle. Dragonite is the victor." Lin Dong commanded Dragonite to cease its assault. Scyther lay charred and defeated. Scyther, witnessing the devastation of his beloved Pokémon, Zhong Yilong felt his heart break. He hastily recalled Scyther and demanded, "Lin Dong, what do you intend to do?" "I haven't done anything." The referee did not declare Scyther unable to battle. "So I continued my attack," Lin Dong replied calmly. "What, is there something wrong with that?" Zhong Yilong bit down hard on his frustration. Who could blame the referee for faltering at a crucial moment? "Zhong Yilong, will you continue the battle? If you concede, kindly present me with the badge," Lin Dong prodded. Savoring the moment, "Of course, I shall fight." Zhong Yilong's visage twisted in anger, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity as he pointed a finger at Lin Dong, roaring, "As long as I, Zhong Yilong, am here, you shall not claim the bug badge." With determination, he enlarged another Pokéball. "My second Pokémon, go forth, Desert Dragonfly." Chapter 38, A Fierce Battle, Dragonite vs. Flygon. It is Flygon. From the audience, Hoenn immediately recognized the pale green and green-hued Pokémon. Dawn and May quickly consulted their Pokédex. Flygon, a dragon-type Pokémon, is the evolved form of Trapinch, known as the Spirit of the Desert. It produces wing beats that resonate like a melodious song amidst the sandstorms it creates. Flygon? Quite intriguing. Lin Dong observed the Flygon before him with renewed seriousness. His impression of Flygon was quite profound. It could burrow fearlessly through earthquakes and soar through storms without trepidation. With its ground and dragon attributes, it could truly be deemed a terrestrial dragon. What? You mentioned Garchomp? Guess who later couldn't learn Dragon Dance? Even aside from the game mechanics, Flygon had its moments of glory in the original series, although it did not receive much spotlight in the anime. Its first appearance was in a grand celebration featuring Ta against May, where its unique characteristics were later elaborated upon in a dedicated episode during their journey. Nevertheless, its performance in the movie was nothing short of divine, carrying the entire plot alongside the legendary Rayquaza, leaving an indelible impression. It was from that film that Lin Dong began to remember Flygon. "Do you think one Dragonite can run rampant here?" Today you shall pay the price." Bug Ikir smirked, a cold glint in his eyes. Although it was well known that he was the bug-type gym leader, in terms of strength, Scyther merely ranked second among his Pokémon. His strongest ace was indeed the Flygon before him. From the day he captured the Antlion, he dedicated immense effort to its training. Every ability of this Flygon had nearly reached the limits of its species' potential. Even against Dragonite, he held confidence in securing victory. Bug Ikir had calculated every move in his mind. Dragonite was likely Lin Dong's strongest Pokémon. If Flygon could defeat Dragonite, the path ahead would be an unimpeded march. Then, Lin Dong would either concede or watch his Pokémon meet a grim fate. Envisioning this scene, Bug Ikir's grin widened. "Go, Flygon, use Sonic Boom." With a powerful flap of its green wings, Flygon unleashed a barrage of silver shockwaves towards Dragonite. This Flygon was indeed extraordinary. Its Sonic Boom attack was faster than Hyper Beam. By the time Lin Dong registered the attack, Dragonite had no time to evade, being forced back 2 paces. Dragonite, dive down and maneuver behind it. Receiving Lin Dong's command, Dragonite rapidly descended, skimming the ground at high speed. Bug Ikir would not miss such an opportunity. Flygon, Unleash Hyper Beam. With a fierce shout, Flygon released a beam of reddish-yellow light aimed at Dragonite. Dragonite accelerated, successfully dodging the attack, while Flygon concentrated energy, continuously firing Hyper Beam along Dragonite's trajectory. The ground erupted in a series of explosions from the Hyper Beam's impact, leaving the battleground riddled with craters. Dragonite had now maneuvered behind Flygon. Dragonite, ascend and unleash Ice Beam. In a swift 90-degree turn, Dragonite soared skyward, appearing behind Flygon in the blink of an eye. This was a flight technique reminiscent of the Dragonite of the Orange League champion, Lance. Gathering ice blue energy, Dragonite shot forth a beam of light. Flygon, still expending energy on Hyper Beam, was in a state of fatigue and could not evade in time. The ice beam struck with great force, sending Flygon tumbling through the air. Flygon, Bug-Ike shouted in alarm. Despite his rigorous training, he knew Flygon was inherently weak against Ice-type moves. He had not anticipated that this Dragonite would wield such a powerful Ice-type move. Yet, Flygon, being formidable, flapped its wings just before hitting the ground, regaining its composure through a powerful lift, and took to the skies once more to confront Dragonite. Well done, Flygon, use Sand Tomb. Suddenly, a massive swirl of sand gathered around Flygon, and with a sweeping motion of its wings, a sandstorm surged towards Dragonite. This was the real world. All immunities to damage had their reasons. Lindong was not naive enough to believe that flying types could evade such an assault. Dragonite, unleash Blizzard. Refusing to back down, Dragonite opened its mouth wide, flapping its wings to summon a fierce blizzard that rushed towards Flygon. The two forces clashed violently at the center of the battlefield, making it difficult for both Lindong and Bug-Ike to discern each other's movements. Incredible. In the audience, Dawn, May, and SHINY were utterly captivated. Is Lindong okay? May expressed her concern. I believe in him. He will be just fine, Dawn replied, her expression quickly firming as she silently cheered for Lindong and Dragonite. Yes, me too, May nodded in agreement, her worries dissipating as she too cheered for Lindong in her heart. SHINY, anxious, clutched his pant leg tightly. After a long while, the battlefield finally fell silent. Ultimately, Blizzard was not Dragonite's native ability, and it seemed somewhat unpracticed. Coupled with prior exertion, it could merely hold its ground against Flygon's Sand Tomb. Gah! Ha! Dragonite panted slightly, and Flygon was not much better off, its breaths heavier than Dragonite's. Although Bug-Ike was a cunning and ruthless individual, Lindong had to admit that this battle against Flygon was a splendid contest. It provided Lindong with a clearer understanding of the true strength of gym leaders in this world. Flygon, use Hyper Beam. Seeing that Flygon's condition had deteriorated, Bug-Ike decided to end the battle swiftly. Dragonite, we shall respond with Hyper Beam, Lindong commanded without hesitation. With the battle reaching this intensity, evasion was no longer an option. The two reddish-yellow beams collided in the center of the arena, the energy from the clash expanding into a glowing mass. Neither Pokémon yielded, exerting their full power. Flygon, increase the intensity. Bug-Ike sensed the momentum shifting unfavorably and made a decisive move to go all out. Dragonite, we too must push harder. Do not let it defeat you. Increase the intensity, Lindong urged in response. Huh, roar. The two Pokémon unleashed their power almost simultaneously, the reddish-yellow Hyper Beam becoming more robust. The energy mass in the center grew larger. Finally, it erupted. A violent explosion engulfed the entire arena, the resulting wind scattering wildly as everyone present shielded their faces from the onslaught. As calm returned to the battlefield, all eyes turned to see both Pokémon lying on the ground, heavily panting. However, in terms of stamina, Dragonite still had the upper hand. After all, it was a pseudo-legendary. This was the advantage that came with its status. Dragonite, deliver the final ice beam. Roar. A beam of ice blue light shot forth once more, and Flygon could no longer endure, being struck back and crashing to the ground, perhaps fearing that Lindong would strike again. The referee promptly raised the flag. The desert dragonfly has lost its combat capability, and the Dragonite is victorious. Chapter 39, Rain Battle, obtaining the insect color badge. Bug-Ike was utterly dumbfounded. While the abysmal defeat of his Scyther could be attributed to his carelessness, having failed to dodge, the loss of his desert dragonfly, his strongest ace, was a different matter entirely. It had been vanquished head-on by the Dragonite while he was giving his all. The desert dragonfly's prowess was already on par with that of the Elite Four's main forces. He had once had the fortune of engaging in a private match against Mr. Genji, the Dragon-type Elite Four member from Hoenn, and had triumphed over Genji's two primary Pokémon before ultimately succumbing to his Bloodwing Dragon. To now lose to an obscure novice trainer was simply unacceptable for Bug-Ike. But what could he do? Lindong was not one to let him off the hook. Bug-Ike, please unleash your final Pokémon, or you may choose to surrender. Crack. A sharp sound emanated from Bug Ichiro's mouth. His heart sank as he spat out a broken tooth into his palm. Lin Dong stood across the field, unable to see clearly, yet he could surmise what had occurred. This guy had actually bitten his own tooth off. Uffed. Lin Dong couldn't hold back a laugh. How infuriating. How infuriating. Bug Ichiro clenched his fists tightly. Were it not for the ongoing gym match, he would have relished the opportunity to engage Lin Dong in a real battle. Don't get too proud. Even if your Dragonite wins, it is already at its limit. Bug Ichiro, will never allow you to obtain the insect color badge. Bug Ichiro retrieved his third Pokeball and hurled it with force. My final Pokemon depends entirely on you, Mekayama. A massive dragonfly of army green appeared on the battlefield, its numerous red spots lending it an even more fearsome appearance. Xiaoxing quickly searched his mind for information about Mekayama, but realized he had never encountered this Pokemon in any of his books. Xiao Guang habitually took out the Pokédex. Mekayama, the dragonfly Pokemon, is known for its extreme ferocity and is the evolved form of Yangyama. It can create devastating damage to its opponents through the shockwaves generated by the flapping of its wings. Just looking at it was enough to instill fear. Xiaoyu remarked, I never imagined Yangyama would evolve into something like this. Bug Ichiro meticulously observed the condition of Dragonite, brimming with confidence in Mekayama. This Pokemon inherently possessed formidable offensive capabilities, and the prerequisite for Yangyama's evolution into Mekayama was mastering the move Origin Force. This move not only effectively attacked Dragonite but also enhanced its own capabilities. Bug Ichiro was certain that Lin Dong's Dragonite was the only strong Pokemon he possessed. As a novice trainer, to have raised such a powerful Dragonite, he must have exhausted all his resources. If he could train another Pokemon as strong as Dragonite, Bug Ichiro would gladly write his name backward. Now, if Mekayama could defeat Dragonite, Lin Dong's third Pokemon would pose no threat whatsoever. After all, Bug Ichiro was the gym leader, and the depth of his Pokemon roster was not something a mere novice trainer could hope to rival. At that point, he would coordinate with the referee to ensure at least one of Lin Dong's Pokemon would be incapacitated. Otherwise, not only would he fail to report back to YSHO, but he would also be unable to quell this anger. Yet, would Lin Dong allow him to achieve this? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Mekayama, use Rain Dance. Roar. Upon receiving the command, Dragonite let out a thunderous roar, filling the sky above the battlefield with dark clouds, which soon unleashed a torrential downpour. Rain Dance. Bug Ichiro was momentarily bewildered. Mekayama isn't afraid of water. And as for whether dragonflies can fly in the rain? What nonsense. This is a nearly 2-meter-long Pokemon, not an ordinary dragonfly. Though he could not comprehend Lin Dong's intentions, Bug Ichiro would not let this opportunity slip by. Mekayama, use Origin Force. Yangyama. A silvery gray orb of energy formed before Mekayama, which it propelled toward Dragonite with a powerful push from its 3 pairs of legs. Thank you for your efforts. Return, Dragonite. Lin Dong swiftly recalled his Dragonite into its Pokeball. The energy orb missed its target and detonated on the ground. How infuriating. Bug Ichiro hadn't anticipated that Lin Dong would employ such a tactic. However, in a formal gym match, challengers indeed had the right to substitute Pokemon, and Lin Dong's actions could not be faulted. Go, Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu had long been eager to enter the fray, leaping into the battle arena. Lin Dong's use of Rain Dance was precisely intended for Pikachu. This is bad. Mekayama, use Sonic Boom. Upon seeing Pikachu enter the fray, Bug Ichiro immediately grasped Lin Dong's strategy and commanded a preemptive strike. Pikachu, dodge with quick attack, then unleash thunder. Pika Pika. With a burst of speed, Pikachu accelerated, leaving a trail of afterimages. Mekayama's silvery shockwave shattered one after another of the afterimages but could never catch sight of Pikachu. Just as Pikachu evaded the last shockwave, the electrical sacs on its cheeks crackled with yellow arcs of electricity. Pikachu, with a powerful thunder, it struck Mekayama with pinpoint accuracy. Yama. Mekayama emitted a pain cry. Mekayama. Bug Ichiro was furious. Lin Dong's Dragonite was formidable enough, but to have a common electric mouse like Pikachu capable of mastering such a devastating move as thunder was simply outrageous. Pikachu, use Iron Tail, then strike again with thunder. Lin Dong had no intention of letting Bug Ichiro off the hook. Were it not for the need for a bit of time to accumulate electricity in the real world, he would have commanded Pikachu to unleash thunder relentlessly. Pika. Pikachu leaped high into the air, utilizing its powerful jumping ability to ascend above Mekayama, delivering a crushing iron tail that slammed it into the ground. Then, another thunder followed suit. Yangyama. Having been struck by the first thunder, Mekayama was left paralyzed, rendered utterly defenseless against Pikachu's consecutive onslaught. Mekayama's eyes soon took on a spiral appearance. Mekayama has lost its ability to battle. Pikachu is victorious. The referee was already psychologically scarred, fearing Lindong might unleash another attack. He hastily raised the flag to declare the result. However, as he announced the final outcome, he stuttered, his voice laden with unspoken bitterness. Thus, the victor of this formal gym battle is Lindong. After uttering Lindong's name, the referee seemed to lose all strength, letting the flag slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. Buggy slumped helplessly to the ground, still unable to accept such a result. I won. Lindong slowly approached Buggy, while Xiaoguang and the others descended from the spectator area. May I have a gym badge now? You. Buggy glared at Lindong with resentment, reluctantly producing a silver badge shaped like a ladybug, which shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors under the lights. To be honest, the badge was quite beautiful. Tell your superiors that they may try to deal with me, using whatever tactics they wish. I, Lindong, shall face them head-on. However, should they dare to harm my companions, I will ensure they suffer far worse than death. Furthermore, today's events will not end here. I will certainly report your actions to the League. Just await the League's retribution. Chapter 40. Setting off again, challenging the world's strongest. Upon departing from the Ren Xin gym, Lindong promptly returned to the Pokémon Center. Welcome back. How did it go? Did you acquire the badge? Nurse Joy inquired with a smile. We did obtain it, but Lindong handed over the Pokéball containing his Murkrow to Nurse Joy. That CHNYLing received some dubious instructions and attempted to harm my Murkrow. Nurse Joy, could you please examine it? What? Nurse Joy exclaimed in shock, immediately placing the Pokéball into the diagnostic machine. There is internal bleeding. It requires immediate treatment. However, rest assured, its condition is not too severe. I will certainly heal it. Nurse Joy swiftly discerned the issue with Murkrow and released it onto the medical bed. A lucky egg wheeled the bed into the emergency room, followed closely by Nurse Joy, and soon the emergency room's red light illuminated. At that moment, Lindong dialed Professor Oak's number again. Lindong, we just spoke earlier today. What brings you to contact me at this late hour? Professor Oak asked, perplexed. Lindong proceeded to recount the day's events at the Ren Xin gym in detail to Professor Oak. Such a situation is indeed outrageous, Professor Oak exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Did you manage to gather any evidence? Lindong suddenly felt somewhat embarrassed, having been so focused on seeking revenge that he neglected this aspect. Just then, Xiaoguang approached. I have it. Doctor, I recorded the battle between Lindong and CHNYLing today. Excellent. After reviewing the footage of the battle, Professor Oak's anger was palpable. This is utterly unacceptable. Lindong, rest assured, I will demand an explanation from the Hoenn League regarding this matter. After hanging up, Lindong breathed a sigh of relief. With Professor Oak's involvement, the issue should be resolved appropriately. At that moment, the emergency room light extinguished, and Nurse Joy emerged. Mr. Lindong, the condition of Murkrow has been stabilized. After a night's rest, it will recover fully. That is truly wonderful. Lindong's face lit up, and he then handed over his Dragonite and Pikachu to Nurse Joy. They also exerted considerable energy today. Please assist in restoring their vitality. Of course, no problem. The night passed without incident. The following day, Lindong and his companions bid farewell to Nurse Joy and departed from the Pokémon Center in Ren Xin town, embarking once more on their journey to Kanaz City. Phew, it's so hot. Xiaoyu wiped her brow, feeling somewhat fatigued. Let us take a break in the town ahead. Lindong spotted the outlines of brick buildings peeking through the greenery. Upon hearing the mention of a town, Xiaoyao's energy seemed to revive. After walking for another 15 minutes, they arrived at a fork in the road within the town. A massive billboard stood at the intersection, and Xiao Sheng glanced at it, astonished by the words proclaiming the existence of the world's strongest Pokémon gym. The world's strongest Pokémon? What could that be? Xiao Sheng queried. Well, Lindong observed the somewhat familiar advertisement with a sense of bemusement. He remembered this particular episode from the original series quite vividly. The so-called world's strongest Pokémon was, of course, not Arceus, but rather a Swellow. Nonetheless, it must be said that the advertisement was effective, as Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, and Xiao Sheng's curiosity was piqued. I wonder what kind of Pokémon it is. Xiaoyu mused, filled with anticipation. Shall we go take a look? Xiao Sheng suggested. Certainly. They all agreed. Lindong, will you challenge it? Xiaoguang inquired. I doubt this is a legitimate gym. I think I'll pass, Lindong replied, shaking his head. However, if you are interested, by all means, give it a try. Unlike Ash, Lindong was not one to be swept away by the allure of a so-called world's strongest challenger. Moreover, he was quite aware of the true nature of that individual. It was merely a case of vanity utilizing a few underhanded tactics, but for Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao, it could serve as a valuable training opportunity. Then I shall not hold back, Xiaoguang declared, her enthusiasm palpable. In order to become Lindong's strength, I must grow stronger, she thought to herself. The four soon arrived at a gym, and upon entering, they were greeted by a standard battle arena. Is anyone here? I am Xiao Guang from Twin Leaf Town in the Sinnoh region, here to challenge the world's strongest Pokémon, Xiao Guang announced loudly. Suddenly, cheers erupted from an unknown speaker, and the door swung open to reveal a robust man accompanied by a Swellow. Greetings, travelers. My name is Anthony. Are you the one here to challenge my Swellow? Indeed. Xiao Guang stepped forward. Is this a legitimate gym? This is not an official gym, nor do I produce badges. For my Swellow is absolutely invincible and requires no badges for others, Anthony replied confidently. Is this Swellow truly the world's strongest Pokémon? Xiaoxing questioned skeptically. Of course. Anthony responded with unwavering assurance. Seeing Anthony's confidence, Xiao Guang took out her Pokédex, Swellow, the water bird Pokémon. It can carry small creatures in its beak while flying, and when fatigued, it floats on the water's surface to rest its wings. What are the rules for this battle? Xiao Guang asked. I will only use this world's strongest Swellow in combat. You may use any type of Pokémon, Anthony declared with a confident smile. Lindong felt a pang of concern for Xiao Guang and, as they moved to the spectator seats, leaned closer to whisper in her ear, Xiao Guang, be cautious of its ultimate moves. Xiao Guang and Anthony took their positions on opposite sides of the arena, while Lindong, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Sheng settled onto a bench at the sidelines. What kind of ultimate moves will Swellow employ? Xiao Yao wondered aloud. With a brother who is like a walking encyclopedia, I suppose I need not worry, Xiao Yu thought, confident in her knowledge. Swellow possesses both water and flying types and can use moves from both categories. As a Pokémon trainer, you should have this basic knowledge, Xiao Sheng remarked. That encyclopedia sure knows how to throw shade, Xiao Yao retorted playfully, sticking out her tongue adorably. In the arena, Xiao Guang sent forth her first Pokémon. Go, Pachima. Pachima. Anthony predictably unleashed his Swellow. Let us go, Swellow. Be it. On the sidelines, Xiao Sheng remained baffled. How can the world's strongest Pokémon possibly be Swellow? Xiao Yao shared his confusion. Unlike in the original series, they were no longer naive newcomers. Not to mention that breathtaking Banjira in the Orange Forest. Even the three Pokémon from yesterday's battle with CHNYLing were clearly far stronger than Swellow appeared to be. Chapter 41. Is the mightiest the Gulpin? Farewell, Mukahawk. Lindong, what are your thoughts? Xiao Yao inquired softly. Well, you'll understand once you watch. Lindong smiled enigmatically. Anthony's tricks resembled the magic of a past life. When one does not comprehend the principles, they merely find it impressive, but once unveiled, one might simply exclaim, ah. So it was this all along. Therefore, Lindong did not intend to expose Anthony's ruse just yet. Allowing them to ponder the process might yield greater insights. In the arena, the two had already commenced their battle. Gulpin, attack with your wings. The Gulpin responded with a cry, diving downward, its massive wings aimed at Pachima. Pachima. Evade swiftly. Both Xiao Guang and Pachima reacted promptly, with Pachima leaping to the left just in time to avoid the assault. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Guang commanded, Pachima. Unleash Bubble Beam. Pachima expelled countless bubbles directed towards Gulpin, which elegantly spiraled upward, evading the bubble beam. This Gulpin doesn't seem all that formidable, does it? Although its breeding is decent, to claim it's the strongest in the world. Xiaoxing remarked, chin in hand, fixated on Gulpin. Often, those who boast the loudest are the least capable, Xiao Yao added. However, before Xiao Yao could finish her thought, Anthony issued another command. Gulpin, employ Vine Whip. Vine Whip. Both Xiao Guang in the arena and Xiao Sheng and Xiao Yao outside were utterly astonished. What? It can't possibly know that move. Xiao Sheng was completely bewildered. Yet, as Gulpin opened its mouth, two verdant vines indeed emerged. Pachima? Pachima expressed disbelief. The two vines ensnared it, hurling it away. Pachima. Xiao Guang finally reacted, but Anthony's next attack was already upon them. Gulpin, unleash Leaf Blade. What? Xiao Yao and Xiao Sheng looked utterly flabbergasted. Gulpin opened its mouth, and a flurry of sharp leaves shot towards Pachima. Pachima dodged quickly. Having learned from past missteps, Xiao Guang reacted swiftly this time, and Pachima focused intently, leaping to the right and performing a roll to evade the Leaf Blade. Gulpin, wing attack. Seizing the opportunity created by Pachima's momentary imbalance, Gulpin's wing attack struck true, slamming hard into Pachima and sending it flying. Pachima. Pachima's eyes turned swirling. Pachima. Xiao Guang rushed forward to scoop Pachima into her arms, handing it over to Lindong. Please take care of Pachima for me. I wish to try again. All right. Lindong accepted Pachima. This match was merely a friendly spar. Although Anthony had cheated, he had not gone too far. Pachima had regained consciousness but was still somewhat weak. Xiao Guang returned to the arena. finally understanding why Lin Dong had advised her to be cautious of her opponent's unexpected moves. This Gulpin not only employed surprising techniques, but also demonstrated the ability to multitask, launching Leaf Blade while simultaneously preparing for a wing attack. What a challenging adversary. Now, I entrust you, Mukahawk. Aware that Gulpin could utilize grass-type moves, Xiaoguang chose Mukahawk as her second Pokémon to battle. Mukahawk was no longer the frail creature she had first encountered. Since joining Xiaoguang, its diet had improved remarkably. It had visibly grown, and its feathers shone brilliantly under Xiaoguang's care. It's Mukahawk. Thus, grass-type moves will have diminished effectiveness. Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. I still cannot fathom how Gulpin could possibly learn Vine Whip and Leaf Blade. Xiao Sheng remained deep in thought. This indicates that Gulpin employs not only flying and water-type techniques, it seems your knowledge requires enhancement. Xiaoyu chuckled, appearing unconcerned. For she had never been particularly interested in Pokémon. Her pursuit of becoming a trainer was merely a means to travel. Yet, since bonding with her fire chick, she had gradually developed affection for these creatures, realizing that Pokémon were inherently filled with wonders, capable of astonishing feats. However, Xiaoxing was not inclined to share her sentiments. Impossible is simply impossible. This Gulpin undoubtedly harbors secrets. Xiaoxing adjusted his glasses, fixated intently on Gulpin. Xiaoguang decided to take the initiative. Mukahawk, use Quick Attack. Mukahawk. Feeling relatively successful in its avian existence, Mukahawk emitted a resounding call, enveloped in white light, dashing towards Gulpin with blinding speed. Gulpin, evade promptly. Gulpin flapped its wings vigorously, ascending sharply to avoid Mukahawk's attack. A perfect opportunity. Execute spin attack. With excitement, Xiaoguang directed. Mukahawk spun its body, colliding with Gulpin's back. Gulpin winced in pain, struggling to maintain balance, pushed back several paces before regaining its stance. Well done, Mukahawk. Now use Quick Attack again. Xiaoguang gradually found her rhythm in the battle. Gulin, unleash Flamethrower. Confusion spread across the faces of the onlookers. Under Xiao Sheng's astonished gaze, Gulpin opened its mouth, unleashing a fierce flame. How is this possible? Gulpin can also use Flamethrower? Xiaoxing was thrown into disarray. This completely contradicted everything he had learned. Gulpin executed yet another unexpected technique, hitting Mukahawk directly. The damage inflicted caused Mukahawk to slow. However, it was determined not to concede. Once among its kind, it had been one of the smallest and least talented. Although they lived in a group, competition was fierce. When food was found, the robust Mukahawk always seized it first, leaving it to starve often. In the forest, it frequently observed human trainers capturing Pokémon. Though being captured meant losing freedom, it ensured a steady meal. It yearned to be caught, yet no one wanted it. Trainers favored the strong, and its small stature paled in comparison to its peers. Thus, it continued its existence within the group, fortunate that the former leader cared for them, allowing it to survive. Yet one fateful day, another flock of Mukahawk appeared. The former leader dueled their leader to protect it, but lost. It could almost envision its grim future. However, the arrival of two human trainers altered its fate and that of the former leader. Mukahawk felt both gratitude and fear towards its new master. Gratitude for the new life bestowed upon it, fear of being abandoned. It had once witnessed two trainers battling in a clearing, one with purple hair abandoning a battered Pokémon after losing. In previous encounters, it had merely served as support. This battle was its true debut. The fear of defeat loomed large. The pain of the flames rekindled memories of hunger, and fear flooded its mind as its heartbeat quickened. At this moment, a singular thought consumed its mind. It must not lose, under any circumstances. In this instant, its entire being radiated a brilliant white light. Chapter 42. Soar Mook Bird. The Secret of the Polyper. What is that? Xiaoguang gazed at Mook Air in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the situation. What has happened? Xiaoyou and Xiaoxing were equally intrigued, witnessing this phenomenon for the first time. It is evolution. It is about to evolve into Mook Bird, Lin Dong announced. As his words faded, the luminous sphere enveloping Mook Air began to shift. The light gradually expanded and unfurled. Mook Bird flapped its wings, releasing a triumphant cry that dispersed the flames. It has evolved. I am so moved. Xiao Sheng could hardly contain his excitement at witnessing a Pokémon evolve for the first time. Wonderful Mook Air, Xiao Guang exclaimed, her delight evident as Mook Air's evolution took her by surprise. No, you should now be called Mook Bird. Mook, responded Mook Bird in affirmation. Even though it has evolved, there is nothing to fear. Polyper, unleash your flamethrower, Anthony declared confidently, undeterred by Mook Air's transformation. Mook Bird, dodge with Quick Attack, then counter with Spin Attack, Xiao Guang instructed. Unlike before, Mook Bird's speed had significantly increased post-evolution, allowing it to effortlessly evade Polyper's assault and then swiftly execute a spinning strike that landed on Polyper. Mook. The impact of Mookbird's enhanced attack caused Polyper to stagger, losing its balance and plummeting toward the ground. Witnessing this, Xiaoguang beamed with a radiant smile. Combining quick attack with spin attack was a technique taught to her by Lin Dong, and its effectiveness was amplified in Mookbird's execution. Polyper, hang in there. Fly with all your might. Anthony urged, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice as he recognized Xiaoguang's prowess exceeding his expectations. Fortunately, Polyper, having been well trained, managed to stabilize itself just before hitting the ground and took to the skies once more. Well done, Polyper, Anthony praised, also acknowledging his opponent. Miss Xiaoguang, you are quite skilled, but my Polyper will never be defeated. Not necessarily. Go, Mookbird, use quick attack again. Xiaoguang's confidence soared as she felt she had discovered the key to battle. The same moves won't work on us. Polyper, use thunder. What? Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao. And Xiaoshang gasped in disbelief. Even Pikachu and Bojiman were taken aback. How could Polyper, a Pokémon notoriously fearful of electricity, possibly use thunder? Xiaoshang's CPU seemed on the verge of overheating, while Lin Dong buried his face in his hands, exasperated by the situation's absurdity. Polyper opened its mouth, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck Mookbird directly. Mook. Hit by the electric move at close range, Mookbird succumbed to its fears and, with its last ounce of strength, fell to the ground, its eyes spiraling. Mookbird, you've done well. Return, Xiaoguang called, recalling Mookbird. In truth, Mookbird had worried unnecessarily. Regardless of whether it triumphed in this battle, or even if it could never evolve into Mookbird, Xiaoguang would never abandon it. In previous narratives, the protagonist group released their Pokémon for a reason, often to allow them to pursue their true desires. Moreover, the risk of abandonment increased the closer they were to their final evolutionary forms. Miss Xiaoguang, what's your next move? Do you wish to continue? Anthony asked, arms crossed over his chest, brimming with self-satisfaction. Your Polyper has already fought twice. Is it still up for more? Xiaoguang, slightly taken aback, responded, of course. My Polyper is the strongest in the world. It can handle 3 battles with ease. All right then, for the last one, I entrust you, Wanyuan. Meow. Xiaoguang now had only 3 Pokémon. If Wanyuan lost, she would be unable to continue. Is this the final round? Very well, Polyper. Let us show our strength. Anthony thought to himself, relieved. Though Polyper's moves did not exhaust its stamina, Mookbird's 2 attacks had still inflicted some damage. If the opponent truly unleashed all 6 Pokémon, Polyper would struggle. Yet, having proclaimed itself the strongest, it could not back down. Xiaoguang's proposal for a final round suited him perfectly. Wanyuan, use Ice Beam. Meow. Polyper, unleash Flamethrower. Mook. A clash erupted as a blue beam of ice collided with a red flame. Perhaps due to Polyper's fatigue, despite the type disadvantage, Ice Beam seemed to gain the upper hand. An explosion of energy sent Polyper reeling, and it stumbled backwards several paces before regaining its footing, while Wanyuan remained largely unscathed. Seeing this unfold, Anthony grew anxious. Polyper, use Leaf Blade. Sensing its trainer's tension, Polyper's performance wavered as it shot out several leaves, but then froze momentarily, exposing a vulnerability. Wanyuan leap and deliver a confusion punch. Meow. Wanyuan sprang into action, leveraging its exceptional jumping ability to evade all incoming leaves, landing a confusion punch squarely on Polyper's body. Mook. Polyper became disoriented. Polyper. Anthony panicked. Although Polyper's confusion would not prevent it from executing its move, the accumulated damage made it susceptible to being knocked out. Well done, Wanyuan. Finish it with quick attack. Xiaoguang pressed the advantage. Polyper, use Vine Whip. Mook. Polyper, despite its confusion, managed to unleash the Vine Whip move. Wanyuan, dodge. Xiaoguang commanded. And Wanyuan successfully evaded the first strike but could not escape the second. Polyper ensnared Wanyuan with its Vine Whip. Polyper, excellent job. Anthony began to praise when Lin Dong's voice cut through the commotion. Xiaoguang, have Wanyuan grasp the Vine Whip and pull hard. Huh, alright. Wanyuan, do as Lin Dong says. Though Xiaoguang was puzzled, she trusted Lin Dong's judgment and instructed Wanyuan accordingly. Meow? Oh no, throw it off. Anthony realized the impending disaster and scrambled to remedy the situation, but it was too late. Wanyuan seized the Vine Whip and, with a powerful pull, yanked. In the chaos, Polyper's mouth opened wide, and a Budew was forcibly extracted. What? Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, and Xiaosheng exclaimed in unison. So that was the secret behind Polyper's ability to use Vine Whip. Xiaosheng jumped up and rushed to the center of the arena, visibly irate. That is so deceitful. You hid the Pokéball in Polyper's mouth, which is why it could execute such a variety of moves. This is cheating. Xiao Guang shared his displeasure. What is going on here? I thought Anthony had trained it exceptionally well. No wonder Xiao Sheng is so upset. Mr. Anthony, I believe you owe us an explanation. Lin Dong stepped forward. Chapter 43. Capturing the slippery candy ball will be no problem. Apologies, but I aspire to strengthen my Polipper. Initially, it was merely a source of amusement, yet I found it impossible to cease. Anthony lowered his head. Unmasking Anthony's ruse, Lin Dong felt no remorse. Following the original plot's trajectory, Anthony would have surrendered his Polipper to Team Rocket out of fear of his secret being exposed. However, Lin Dong was not Ash. He could not simply remain here awaiting Team Rocket's arrival. Now, if Team Rocket sought to seize the Polipper, Anthony would undoubtedly refuse. Moreover, the successful cultivation of this Polipper indicated that Anthony possessed some skill. If he channeled his efforts towards more noble pursuits, he might achieve significant accomplishments. Mr. Anthony, I kindly ask you to refrain from such actions in the future, Xiao Guang stated earnestly. I sincerely apologize. I will not repeat this, Anthony expressed contritely. Mr. Anthony, your Polipper has been cultivated quite well. Even without resorting to such means, I believe you can grow stronger through honorable battles, Lin Dong remarked. Thank you. Anthony bowed deeply. All right, Polipper, let us strive together. I will cultivate you into the world's strongest. After bidding farewell to Anthony, Lin Dong and his companions visited the local Pokémon Center to restore the stamina of their Pachima and Mukabird. They spent the afternoon freely exploring the town and retired for the night. The following day, the group resumed their journey when Lin Dong suddenly recalled something. Dog system. Please be mindful of your language, host. Dog system, what about my reward? What reward? I defeated Zhong Long, an S-rank wanted criminal. Even more notorious than those in Fire Village. The system fell silent for a moment before dispensing the reward as usual. Congratulations, host. For completing the hidden task, defeating Pokémon Hunter Zhong Long. Reward, designated Pokémon Cultivation Mega Package 1. Note. This package includes all cultivation resources for a Pokémon from hatching to full maturity. Once fully cultivated as planned, the Pokémon's abilities will reach their species limits. Sounds rather mediocre. The system felt exasperated. Does the host wish to accept it or not? Lin Dong was taken aback. It seemed the system had a temper. Of course I want it. But can you ascertain what Pokémon my egg will hatch into? This system is omnipotent, yet due to the host's poor attitude, it refuses to provide this service. Lin Dong was at a loss for words. Dear system, please assist me with this. After much persistence throughout the morning, he finally convinced the system. Due to his inadequate expression management, Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao were exceedingly concerned. Worried that the battle with Zhong Long had left Lin Dong with some lasting effects. I'm truly fine, Lin Dong sighed. Just as he spotted a small pond ahead, where a round, blue Pokémon glided across the surface. Look at that, Lin Dong exclaimed. Huh. Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao were immediately captivated. What is that? Xiao Guang pulled out the Pokédex, slippery candy ball, waterfly Pokémon. It inhabits watery areas such as ponds or lakes, moving gracefully across the water's surface. Wow, it's so adorable. I want one. Xiao Guang gazed longingly at the slippery candy ball, her eyes sparkling. Then go capture it. Good luck. Lin Dong encouraged with an approving glance. All right, I'm on it. Xiao Guang dashed to the pond's edge, retrieving a Pokéball. Noticing that Xiao Yao and Xiao Sheng had followed her, Lin Dong took out the cultivation liquid he had received from the system and swiftly poured it into the incubator. The origins of this cultivation liquid were difficult to explain. And unsure of when the egg would hatch, he knew he had to absorb all of it before hatching, or it would be a significant loss. Ensuring no one noticed, Lin Dong casually approached after completing his task. The battle for Xiao Guang to capture the slippery candy ball had reached its climax. Mukabird, use Thunderbolt. Mook. With a cry, Mukabird charged toward the slippery candy ball, its body glowing white as it collided with the latter, sending it tumbling onto the shore. All right, I entrust this to you. Pokéball. This time, Xiao Guang did not fumble. The Pokéball accurately struck the slippery candy ball, shaking twice before emitting a satisfying click. Xiao Guang, filled with excitement, lifted the Pokéball high, beaming. I captured the slippery candy ball. It's a done deal. With Xiao Guang's success, Lin Dong felt relieved. However, not everyone shared in this joy. Crash. In a lavish office at the Hoenn Pokémon League headquarters, a man with a mohawk and suspenders hurled his phone to the ground in frustration. This CHIKIR is utterly insufferable. Lord Kagozu, the secretary, terrified by the man's outburst, timidly called out. Speak. Kagozu's face was dark, as if ink could drip from it. Lord Genji has returned. Please attend the meeting in 10 minutes, the secretary cautiously reported. What? Even Genji has returned. Kagozu's expression twisted further. As one of the Elite Four of the Hoenn region, his subordinates were already few. He had barely managed to secure a gym leader position for his capable subordinate, CHIQ. Yet, just 2 days prior, the league received a report from Professor Oak's laboratory. If it were anyone else, it might have been manageable. But who was the owner of that esteemed laboratory? Although Professor Oak did not personally intervene, his influence was too significant. Consequently, CHIQ, feeling dejected after his scyther sustained serious injuries, vented his frustration on a challenger the following day, only to be caught red-handed by an inspector from the Joy family. With irrefutable evidence at hand, there was no way for Kagoza to assist CHIQ. Nearly 3 months had passed, and the gym leader position was about to be stripped away. As for the successor? It certainly would not be one of his own. While the Elite Four would maintain their public appearances, internal strife had never ceased. He doubted those three would be so benevolent. Upon arriving at the meeting room, Kagoza found not only Jinji present but also Junsha and the 2 matriarchs of the Joy family, all watching him with amused expressions. Mr. Jinji, Matriarch Junsha, Matriarch Joy. You all arrived rather early, Kagoza greeted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Of course, with such a significant incident within the league, even Professor Oak's laboratory submitted a report. We must respond promptly, Matriarch Junsha smiled. Jinji, being a straightforward man, cut to the chase. Let us commence today's agenda regarding Mr. CHIQ's position as gym leader. My recommendation is to revoke it. Chapter 44. Despair of CHIQ. Headache of Cargoz. I vehemently oppose this. Cargoz exclaimed, fully aware of the slim chances of success yet determined to voice his concerns. As we all know, CHIQ has only recently been promoted to the position of gym leader a mere 3 months ago. To dismiss a gym leader so swiftly will undoubtedly raise eyebrows and lead to unfavorable perceptions from the public. With a gentle smile, Mother Joy reassured him, rest easy, Mr. Cargoz. As long as we clearly outline CHIQ's actions in the report and exercise careful control over our wording, I doubt it will incur any negative repercussions for us. In fact, it may even elicit applause. Cargoz's complexion paled. The notion of careful control over wording did not suggest downplaying the matter. Rather, it implied a more severe portrayal. They were seasoned tacticians, and he was not about to be fooled by their machinations. Mother Joy, I cannot agree with your perspective. CHIQ is fundamentally a commendable trainer. He merely erred in judgment. We should extend a chance for redemption to such a talented individual rather than condemn him outright. Mother Joy spoke with a measure of diplomacy. But Mother Junsha was far more forthright. Indeed, we must grant him an opportunity, but that necessitates his removal from the position, allowing him to reflect and amend his ways. Once he is genuinely reformed, we can revisit the discussion of his reinstatement. Mother Junsha showed no leniency towards Cargoz. Under normal circumstances, she would have acted differently. However, upon learning that the trainer whom CHIQ intended to confront was Lin Dong, the very individual who had rescued her granddaughter in the Orange Blossom Forest, she felt compelled to take a stand. Hearing her granddaughter's account of Lin Dong's deeds had sparked her desire to recruit the promising young trainer. Her granddaughter, still quite young, had only recently graduated from the police academy and had secured a position as a local officer through her family's connections, barely having turned 18. Thus, her eagerness to prove herself and her impetuousness were understandable. They say that a woman 3 years older can bring fortune. If only, for this reason, Mother Junsha adopted the role of the antagonist today. Cargoz's expression darkened further. The decision-making body of the alliance was composed of 8 committee members, the regional chairman and alliance president, the 4 Elite Four members, and the heads of the Junsha and Joy families, along with the regional champion. Every significant matter was subject to a vote among these 8, with the regional champion holding 2 votes. Notably, attendance at meetings was not mandatory. As long as one side secured a majority, decisions could be made, and the results communicated to absent members. Now, with Jinji, Mother Junsha, and Mother Joy aligned against him, Cargoz faced the prospect of being outvoted unless he could secure 2 more votes. However, Jinji produced a letter of authorization. This document bore the signature of Mr. Daigo, who, upon hearing of the situation, expressed his outrage and insisted on removing CHIQ from the ranks of gym leaders. Yet, burdened with pressing matters, Mr. Daigo had entrusted Jinji to cast his vote on his behalf. I hereby propose, and on behalf of Mr. Daigo, I vote for the removal of CHIQ from his position as gym leader of the Renin Gym and the appointment of a successor. Those in favor, please raise your hands. As Jinji spoke, he raised his hand. Mother Junsha and Mother Joy followed suit. That made 5 votes. Very well. I declare the motion to remove CHIQ from his position as gym leader passed, effective immediately. Please have the recorders notify the chairman and the other 2 elite members. This meeting is adjourned. Jinji announced the outcome, rising without casting another glance at Cargoz as he exited the meeting room. Mother Junsha and Mother Joy similarly departed. leaving Cargoz alone to bellow in frustration. Gingy was busy, as were the others, with the sudden vacancy of a gym leader. Everyone was keen to vie for their own interests. Mr. Daigo's authorization to remove Chikier did not equate to support for Gingy's candidate. Historically, Mr. Daigo had abstained from such matters, preoccupied with his quest for stones, leaving little room for concern over the Alliance's personnel decisions. Consequently, only 7 members remained, and the air was thick with scheming. Cargoz, having calmed down, realized that while Chikier's position was gone, he could still propose another candidate from his circle. Cargoz had come to terms with it, but Chikier's plight was far from over. It seemed that news had spread quickly, mere moments after the meeting adjourned. The Alliance Bank was already at his door demanding payment. Seated before Chikier were 2 impeccably dressed men, their polished faces adorned with professional smiles. Yet, to Chikier, they were menacing figures. Is it possible to delay the collection? He pleaded. I'm currently in a tight spot. I'm afraid, Mr. Chikier, that you have been dismissed from your position as gym leader and will face significant penalties. You no longer meet our credit requirements, according to the relevant contractual clauses. We reserve the right to demand repayment immediately. The 2 men remained unmoved. Could we perhaps extend it to a day? Chikier clenched his teeth, wishing he could rid himself of these 2 men. Very well, we shall return tomorrow. The men understood that collecting payment today was unrealistic. Chikier's promise alleviated their concerns. Knowing that should he attempt to flee, they could seize his properties and auction off his other collateral, albeit with some inconvenience. Once the representatives of the Alliance Bank departed, Chikier hastily dialed Cargoz's number. At the Alliance headquarters, Cargoz furrowed his brow, reluctant to engage with Chikier, but ultimately answering. Knowing the latter was acting on someone else's behalf. Cargoz-sama, you must save me. As you know, I borrowed a substantial sum for those properties. With my position as gym leader stripped away, the bank is coming to collect. How can I survive? Chikier's desperate pleas greeted Cargoz as soon as the call connected. Cargoz felt more exasperated. Enough, Chikier. What good is it to tell me this? Who told you to borrow so much money? I can't help you, my lord. You cannot turn a blind eye. Chikier interjected, eager to explain himself, but Cargoz interrupted him. Stop. Listen to me. This situation is not insurmountable. While I lack the means to assist you, the one who directed you certainly has the capacity to help. I will speak to the Alliance Bank on your behalf. You must seek him out without delay. Without waiting for Chikier's response, Cargoz ended the call abruptly. Cargoz rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of the situation. The gravity of the matter had reached him almost immediately, and he recognized that it was orchestrated by Yi Hao. In truth, he held a deep disdain for the frivolous heir of the Yi family. Yet, he was well aware that his own rise to the position of Elite Four was due to the support of that powerful figure behind the scenes in the Shin region. Though the so-called master appeared merely as an elite, he was, in fact, the true puppet master of the region. The regional champion was his son, while the regional chairman and another elite were his subordinates. It was clear that his ambitions extended far beyond the ordinary. Cargoz himself was a pawn placed by that figure within the Hoenn alliance. However, Yi Hao, being merely one of the many nephews, did not warrant Cargoz's blind obedience. However, it was this very scion who directly eliminated one of his most capable subordinates. It is truly a source of great vexation. Chapter 45, Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao. Who will win her heart? Equally troubled was Xiaoyao. For her, the journey was undoubtedly fresh and delightful. Yet matters of the heart left her in turmoil. On one hand, she had grown quite close to Xiaoguang, almost as if they were the best of friends. On the other hand, the shadow of Lin Dong lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. 2 conflicting voices battled within her, and the turmoil was etched clearly upon her face. Xiaosheng intentionally lagged at the back of the group, maintaining a certain distance from Lin Dong and Xiaoguang. Xiaoyao had no choice but to follow her younger brother. Sister, Xiaosheng lowered his voice. I think you should take action soon. What are you talking about? Xiaoyao replied, somewhat flustered, and quickly lowered her voice in response. Confess your feelings. There is no right or wrong in matters of the heart, Xiaosheng declared with an air of maturity. Where did you learn this? Xiaoyu asked, irritation flaring as she felt an urge to tap her brother's head. In books. This is the perspective of Waski, Xiaosheng replied earnestly. Waski? I've never heard of him. Xiaoyao admitted. Huh. Sister, you don't even know the great love scholar Mr. Waski showed? No wonder you're so clueless. Xiaosheng adjusted his glasses. Waski showed. Although Xiaoyao had never heard the name before, she sensed it belonged to someone of significant stature. In the orange blossom forest, the group had set up camp in a clearing. Well, today's luck seems favorable. We can prepare a hearty dinner, Lin Dong remarked as he set up the pot, erected a table, and took out a large bag of ingredients, busily getting to work. with his culinary skills honed to a level akin to Xiao Gang's. These tasks came naturally to him. Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao, eager to assist, were at a loss as to where to begin. If possible, could you fetch some water for me? Lin Dong smiled, indicating a nearby stream. Both Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao nodded in unison, grabbing a bucket and heading off together. Lin Dong thought nothing of it, while Xiao Sheng adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting an odd glimmer. By the crystal-clear stream, Xiao Guang bent down to fill a bucket with water, but upon standing, she noticed Xiao Yao's troubled expression. Xiao Yao, what's wrong? You look unwell. Xiao Guang set down the bucket and inquired with concern. Xiao Yu hesitated, but with a steely resolve, she decided to voice her thoughts. Xiao Guang, I wish to compete with you. Compete with me? Xiao Guang's brows furrowed in confusion, clearly not comprehending Xiao Yao's intent. Oh, are you referring to the grand contest? Have you made up your mind, Xiao Yao? Xiao Guang showed no signs of distress at the prospect of a new rival. As Xiao Yao had hoped, their time spent together had forged a bond of friendship, and the prospect of traveling and growing alongside a friend while participating in competitions was indeed a delightful one. No, I'm not talking about the grand contest. Xiao Yao chuckled awkwardly, slightly embarrassed to elaborate. Then what is it? Xiao Guang's confusion deepened. After a lengthy pause, Xiao Yao finally spoke. Xiao Guang, you also have feelings for Lin Dong, right? Xiao Guang faltered, words caught in her throat. I'm sorry. That night I accidentally overheard your conversation outside the hospital room. Xiao Yu bowed her head in apology. It's fine. You just said also. Do you mean you too? Xiao Guang's heart raced at the implication. Yes, it was after hearing your words that I understood my own feelings, Xiao Yu said earnestly. I see. You've also developed feelings for him. Xiao Guang managed a strained smile, her hands clenched tightly behind her back. I truly apologize. But I don't wish to give up, so I want to compete for his affection. Please forgive me. Xiao Yu bowed once more. However, Xiao Guang reached out, lifting Xiao Yao back up. Her smile carried a bittersweet quality, tinged with relief. All right, Xiao Yao. You really didn't need to express this to me. Xiao Guang turned away, taking a few aimless steps before leaning against a tree, gazing at the evening glow with a look of reminiscence. The first time I met Lin Dong was in the forest of Jinsha Town. He saved me from an attack by an Aridos. Then we went to Dr. Shanli's research facility, where I encountered someone I truly disliked, named Yihao. Achoo. In a building in Kanaz City, Yihao sneezed several times in succession. Who was speaking ill of me? He grumbled, rubbing his nose. Young master, please take care of your health, his secretary, Lu Feier, said respectfully, standing by with concern. How did the matter with Chong Yichiro go? In response to your inquiry, young master, Chong Yichiro has failed, and the Alliance received a report from the Oki Research Institute, resulting in the revocation of his position as curator, the secretary responded. By the way, Chong Yichiro called seeking your assistance. Useless fool. Feier, what is your opinion? Yihao's gaze was intensely focused on Lu Feier. Young master, I suggest you help him. Chong Yichiro possesses considerable strength. He is in dire straits this time. Accepting him as either a henchman or a bodyguard would be quite advantageous. Lu Feier replied. Yihao furrowed his brow in contemplation before nodding in agreement. Then let it be so. Have him come over. Also, get in touch with the Aqua Fleet. That old man Zivik is impervious to reason. I shall let him experience the high-stakes business world. And so, that is roughly the tale of my relationship with him, Xiao Guang remarked, her gaze fixed on the vibrant clouds illuminated by the setting sun, her smile radiant. I pondered, if someone like Yihao has so many girls fawning over him, Lin Dong, being more handsome, gentler, and far more capable, will only attract more admirers. He is my ideal. If he wishes to travel indefinitely, I wish to accompany him to every corner of the world. Simply being by his side is sufficient. Therefore, if you are willing, we can continue to travel together. I have no objections. Xiao Yao stood rooted to the spot, astonished. Xiao Guang, do you truly think this way? You're not angry with me? I was a bit at first, but not anymore, Xiao Guang smiled. You should prepare yourself. More girls will surely fall for him, and if each one gets upset, it would be overwhelming. I would much prefer to travel with a friend, like you. Xiao Yu, thank you. Xiao Yao could not contain her joy, leaping forward to envelop Xiao Guang in a warm embrace. The two girls stood together in silence for a long while, framed by the golden hues of the sunset, reminiscent of a breathtaking painting. Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao Yu. Lin Dong's voice broke the moment, startling the two girls, who quickly stepped apart. Lin Dong, when did you arrive? Both Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao exclaimed. A hint of guilt washing over them. I just got here. I hope I didn't interrupt anything. Lin Dong observed them with a bemused expression. Not at all, not at all. Xiao Guang waved her hand dismissively. What brings you here? I noticed you hadn't returned for quite a while, and was concerned, so I came to check on you. Lin Dong replied. My apologies. We were just discussing some girl-related topics and lost track of time, Xiao Guang explained hastily. Yes, just a little secret between girls, Xiao Yao chimed in. Oh, it's getting dark. We should hurry back to the campsite. Chapter 46, The Shame of the Divine Beast? I have tamed it. Lin Dong sensed something peculiar in the gazes of the two women directed at him, yet he dismissed it. It was not until he heard the system's notification sound. Ding. Task is being released. Long-term task. Went over Xiao Yao. Reward. Power of Wave 1. Lin Dong was taken aback. System. What is Xiao Yao's current affection level towards me? Goddess. Xiao Yao. Comprehensive charm value. 96. Affection level. 80. Lin Dong suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. He had already planned to confess to Xiao Guang on the beach of the martial arts island, even designing the scene in his mind. Although it was quite normal for a transmigrator to establish a harem, Lin Dong had not initially considered this. Reflecting on the earlier glances exchanged between the two women, he suddenly understood. System, why is the task being released now? Since the host is sincerely asking, this system will graciously provide an answer. To prevent world destruction. Wait, can you speak seriously, system? All right, the host has finally asked this question, and it is not too foolish, which brings the system great relief. The conditions for releasing such long-term tasks are, one party must clearly express their feelings, meaning an affection level of 80, while the other party's affection level must not be lower than 70. To put it simply, this system will not issue tasks that the foolish host cannot complete. Lin Dong suddenly realized that he needed to prepare more upon arriving at Martial Arts Island. Everyone released their Pokémon and gathered for dinner. The newly joined lychee candy was quite lively, and soon mingled with Pikachu, Bojiman, and Fire Chicken. Lin Dong ignited a bonfire, and in the quiet of the night, the flames cast a warm glow on everyone's faces, creating a heartwarming scene. After reaching an agreement with Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao suddenly felt that her younger brother was somewhat of an obstacle. After all, what are younger brothers for if not to be taken advantage of? Xiao Xing was oblivious to Xiao Yao's thoughts. If he knew, he would surely give his sister some mischievous advice. That night, everyone slept soundly. Even with Darkrai by his side, Lin Dong had a pleasant dream. The next morning, a light mist rose in the forest. Lin Dong was the first to awaken. Preparing to wash his face by the stream and fetch some water, the gentle sound of water under the thin mist added a touch of mystery to the scene. Just as Lin Dong arrived at the stream, a northern breeze swept through, bringing a coolness that instantly dispelled all his drowsiness. As the mist dissipated, an extraordinarily majestic Pokémon appeared before Lin Dong. Its blue gem-like headpiece, two white ribbon-like tails, and its blue body adorned with white block patterns all indicated its extraordinary identity. Suicune. It has finally arrived. Lin Dong felt a tremor of excitement in his hands. After such a long wait for the system's selection opportunity, Suicune had finally shown up. In his previous life, Lin Dong had a fondness for Suicune. It had a rich storyline, formidable strength, and an exquisite appearance. It had even graced the cover of games, once nearing the status of a top-tier deity. Unfortunately, due to a certain character's loss of dignity, it had become the shame of divine beasts. However, that mattered little now. The Suicune before him was regal and imposing. Without hesitation, Lin Dong summoned the Golden Translator, Gungue. When it came to capturing divine beasts, brute force was secondary, communication was paramount. With the right emotional connection, they could willingly join. Suicune, I know you can understand my words. Please, become our companion. Suicune scrutinized Lin Dong closely, as if responding with a couple of calls. Boss. It says that while it senses the aura of that great one on you, if it is to follow, you must defeat it first. Very well. What are the rules for the battle? Suicune's expression shifted to one of disdain. It, Suicune, had been resurrected by Ho-Oh and bestowed with powers. How could it be so easily defeated? Boss, it says you can use any means. As long as you can throw a ball at it, you win. Oh, it's a deal. Lin Dong chuckled. At this moment, Suicune clearly retained its pride as a divine beast. It was unaware that one day it would be ensnared by a fishing net. Of course, that would not happen today. Lin Dong was determined to capture it. Come forth, Darkrai, use Dark Pulse. As Darkrai emerged, it unleashed a beam of dark purple light. Suicune opened its mouth, and the water's surface began to ripple, shooting a light blue energy sphere towards it. It was Water Pulse. The two energies collided, with Darkrai surprisingly gaining the upper hand, pushing the Water Pulse back several meters before it suddenly exploded. Suicune staggered back, suffering a minor setback. After acquiring the authority, both Lin Dong and Darkrai bore an extreme evil seed within them, perhaps due to Lin Dong lacking an evil attribute. The extreme evil seed felt more like an external item to him, allowing him to harness its power with minimal personal enhancement. Darkrai, however, was different. Under the influence of the extreme evil seed's power, Darkray's strength had reached an entirely different level. Lindong had only recently discovered that his deep impression of the male divine beast had caused Darkray's strength to be somewhat diminished. However, now, Darkrai had finally regained the stature of the nightmare god. Roar. Suicune was somewhat irked. It had refrained from using its full strength earlier, fearing it might be too harsh. But now it had suffered. Suicune's expression turned serious as it unleashed a water gun at Darkrai. Lindong also became serious, activating the extreme evil seed within him. Darkrai, it's time. Darkrai nodded firmly, and a surge of terrifying energy erupted from within, as if some force in the heavens was being drawn in, forming 5 tightly linked rings of light around Darkrai. These rings created a barrier that blocked the water gun. Observing Darkrai's condition, Lindong was elated. After the infusion of power, Darkrai had completed the first stage of evolution, having pieced together fragments of information from nightmares. Lindong had also summarized the hierarchy of Pokémon species in this world. Under the premise of adulthood, they could be broadly categorized into 5 levels. The first level consists of ordinary Pokémon, the most commonly seen. The second level comprises quasi-divine and ordinary second-level gods. The third level includes second-level authority gods and ordinary first-level gods. The fourth level is designated for first-level authority gods. The fifth level represents foundational authority gods. As for mythical beasts, that is a more complex matter. After all, even a llama could be considered a mythical beast. That very llama could claim to be of the 6th level. Furthermore, Pokémon often lead to the next level after Mega Evolution. However, quasi-divine and ordinary Pokémon lacking divine bloodlines can only ascend from the 2nd to the 3rd level through bond evolution to seize authority. Naturally, there are occasionally exceptional individuals within each group, and nurturing also plays a crucial role. Lindong marveled at the wonders of the Pokémon world, which could not merely be explained by cold, hard numbers. He was thrilled to discover that Darkrai's overall strength was already at the 2nd level. And with the completion of its first stage bond evolution, it had fully entered the 3rd level. Suicune, being a 2nd-level authority god, could naturally sense Darkrai's power at this moment, its expression shifting from seriousness to astonishment, and then becoming even more solemn. Lindong's eyes glimmered with a dark purple hue. Suicune, allow us to demonstrate our strength. Chapter 47. The future is in my hands? The water deity, now serious, radiated a shimmering aquamarine glow. An equally terrifying aura erupted, and the north wind howled ferociously. Darkrai, unwilling to yield, faced the mounting pressure, causing the small creek to churn violently. A black energy sphere, shimmering with a purple luminescence, took shape in Darkrai's hands and was hurled at the water deity. In response, the water deity swiftly conjured a blue protective shield to intercept the black hole. The black hole expanded instantaneously, engulfing the water deity within its grasp. However, the shield rendered it ineffective against the deity's resolve. Seizing the moment while the black hole obscured the water deity's vision, Lindong signaled to Jengar, who promptly vanished into the shadows. The black hole could not contain the water deity for long. Within a mere breath, the blue shield shattered the black hole, and as clarity returned, the water deity unleashed a torrent of water cannon. Unlike the previous blue water cannon propelled solely by divine power, this one was nearly transparent, infused with an overwhelming might. Clearly a signature move imbued with authority. Darkrai immediately retaliated with a dark pulse, also infused with authority. As the nearly corporeal black-purple energy seemed to shatter the confines of space, colliding with the water cannon in a tremendous explosion that sent mist billowing into the air. The malevolent seed drew upon its power, forming a black-purple protective layer around Lindong, shielding him from the dispersing shockwaves. This sensation was utterly fascinating. Lindong deliberately tested this newfound ability and discovered he could actively wield it, a revelation that filled him with delight. However, this was not the time for exploration. Emerging from the mist, a figure enveloped in a cerulean energy shield surged forward, colliding directly with Darkrai. Caught off guard, Darkrai managed to form a black-purple energy shield just in time, absorbing most of the impact. Yet, the simple collision still caused Darkrai considerable discomfort, forcing it to stumble back several meters before regaining its footing on the water's surface. A deep connection allowed Lindong's commands to be conveyed seamlessly through telepathy. The moment Darkrai stabilized, it instinctively unleashed another dark pulse. The water deity swiftly countered with a water cannon, and the two forces clashed once more. The battle had shed any semblance of flair, devolving into a raw contest of strength. The azure and violet energy spheres clashed rapidly in the confined space, each volley of energy creating waves of force. This spectacle continued for the duration of an incense stick, the overwhelming sound having awakened Lindong's companions in the camp. Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, and Xiaosheng rushed over but dared not approach too closely, standing at a distance, awestruck by the unfolding scene. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch. The water deity, a seasoned divine beast, demonstrated a more refined mastery of authority, gradually gaining the upper hand. While Lindong and Darkrai had made rapid advancements, catching up to the water deity in such a short span was evidently unrealistic. Their training had not yet reached its zenith. However, Darkrai possessed an advantage, the ability to share Lindong's perspective, allowing it to anticipate the water deity's moves. Whenever the water deity prepared a powerful attack, Lindong's keen observations enabled Darkrai to brace itself for the impending clash. This foresight prevented Darkrai from being overwhelmed. As the two continued their back and forth, neither able to gain the upper hand. The water deity, slightly bewildered, recognized that Lindong was not the only trainer attempting to tame it. Another, known as Mina, persistently chased it with a hoodie. Yet, Lindong's uncanny connection was unprecedented. The water deity sensed a peculiar bond forming between Darkrai and Lindong, while the authority they wielded defied its understanding. Crucially, the water deity's own authority was not combat-oriented, but primarily meant for purifying water sources. In contrast, Darkrai's authority was decidedly aggressive. Had it not been for the duo's novice application of their powers, the water deity might have found itself at a disadvantage. This distraction led to an opening. After a collision, Darkrai evaded an oncoming attack, delivering a powerful dark pulse towards the water deity. The water deity, unable to fly, found itself vulnerable midair. Lacking a solid foothold to evade, compelled to counteract, it infused its front energy shield with authority to withstand Darkrai's assault. The overwhelming force crashed against the shield, causing the water deity to plummet rapidly, sliding back several meters upon landing before stabilizing itself. While Darkrai relentlessly pressed its attack, the water deity was forced to continuously channel energy for defense, leading to a stalemate. However, the water deity's attention was wholly fixated on Darkrai. Suddenly, a sly smile crept across Lindong's face, and from behind the water deity, a Pokémon bearing a similarly mischievous grin emerged. A sense of foreboding gripped the water deity, but it was too late. Gengar now? Shadow Ball. The highly compressed energy began to swirl in Gengar's hands, forming a sphere of immense power. Although dubbed a Shadow Ball, it was merely a fitting name based on its shape. Fundamentally, it was an ultimate technique that maximized the transformation of internal energy, and Gengar possessed more than one elemental affinity. Once the energy had been compressed to the point of executing the Shadow Ball, its inherent nature became less significant. To illustrate, a drop of water falling on one's head causes no harm, but if one were to compress a liter of water into a single droplet, the Shadow Ball operates on a similar principle. After completing the technique, Gengar forcefully slammed it against the water deity's protective shield. The highly compressed energy rivaled any divine power, exhibiting an overwhelming force that could not be thwarted by mere authority. With most of its energy concentrated in front, the water deity was unable to react in time to resist the impending onslaught. The energy shield behind it shattered, and the Shadow Ball struck true. With a howl of pain, the water deity collapsed to the ground, its body, nourished by authority, still unable to disregard such an assault. Gengar, having executed its strike, promptly retreated. The shaken water deity could no longer maintain its shield, which shattered abruptly, and as Darkrai's energy output faltered, the two forces erupted, sending shockwaves that impacted the water deity once more. Lindong seized this opportunity, clutching a Pokéball in hand. To increase the likelihood of capture, he uttered a rather dramatic phrase. The future is in my hands. Go Pokéball. Chapter 48. The Knaz Conference. Kinwu has arrived. The Pokéball struck Suicune with precision, and in an instant, it transformed into a radiant red light and entered the ball. The device began to tremble violently, causing Lindong's heart to race with anxiety. Although Suicune had assured him that he could capture it by any means, what if it refused? Moreover, according to the system, such a legendary Pokémon, if unwilling, could escape at any moment. However, the tremors gradually subsided, and finally, the ball stabilized. With a crisp sound, Lindong's face lit up with joy as he raised Suicune's Pokéball high above his head. I have captured Suicune. Pikachu hurried over, leaping onto Lindong's shoulder, making a victory gesture. Pikachu, you're awake. Look, we've gained a new companion. Lindong chuckled, affectionately ruffling Pikachu's little head. Gengar emerged from the ground, and Lindong crouched down to commend him. Gengar, you've done a fantastic job. The eerie glow in his eyes faded, and Darkrai returned to its normal form. Though a bit weary, the exhilaration of capturing Suicune invigorated Lindong. Thank you, Darkrai, you were splendid. Please return and rest well. Darkrai nodded. Having engaged in a serious battle for the first time with a deity, feeling both exhilarated and exhausted afterward. Lin Dong recalled Darkrai and Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Shang gathered around him, gazing at Lin Dong with admiration, making him feel a tad shy. Lin Dong, what was that just now? Xiao Guang inquired, having only caught a glimpse of a blue light from a distance. Come out, Suicune, and greet everyone. Woof. Suicune looked earnestly at Lin Dong and called out a few times. Boss, it says it acknowledges you. Among the trainers it has faced, none are stronger than you. Jengar conveyed. Hello, Suicune. From this day forth, we shall be companions. Lin Dong gently patted Suicune's head while introducing Xiao Guang and the others. Hello, I'm Xiao Guang. I look forward to working together. Hi, I'm Xiao Yao. Hello, I'm Xiao Sheng. I've heard many legends about you. While Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao remained composed, Xiao Shang struggled to contain his excitement. As a fervent admirer of Pokémon, how could he not be captivated by tales of legendary creatures? What? Legendary? Pokémon? Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao gasped in astonishment. No way. You two didn't know? This is Suicune. Xiao Sheng's expression was one of disbelief. Although Suicune is a legendary Pokémon, it has appeared before human trainers. And with its striking appearance, it is quite renowned among legendary creatures. Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao simultaneously produced their Pokédex, Suicune, the Aurora Pokémon. It possesses the ability to purify water instantly and is said to embody the north wind. Wow. Eventually, Suicune voluntarily returned to its Pokéball. That evening, it reconciled with Darkrai and Jengar, sharing a moment of camaraderie. However, Lin Dong felt a twinge of jealousy. Ever since capturing Suicune, Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao had been doting on it. The creature, devoid of any pride befitting a legendary being, lay still, relishing their grooming. Yet, in a certain light, this could be seen as a positive sign, indicating that Suicune had genuinely accepted this small team and was unlikely to flee. The group drew closer to Canas City, and along the way, they encountered more trainers, each practicing their Pokémon's moves amidst a dazzling array of creatures. Wow, there are so many trainers here. What are they all doing? Xiao Yao inquired curiously. A grand Pokémon contest is about to be held here. It will be Xiao Guang's debut battle, Lin Dong explained, glancing at Xiao Guang with a smile. Xiao Guang, are you ready? Absolutely. Xiao Guang replied with unwavering confidence. Throughout their journey, she had diligently practiced for the contest, now brimming with ambition. That's good to hear. Just as Lin Dong was about to offer a few words of encouragement, a male voice interrupted. Xiao Guang. Upon hearing this name, Xiao Guang immediately appeared flustered. Xiao Guang. Xiao Yao and Xiao Sheng glanced at the newcomer in confusion. A boy with reddish-brown hair approached, waving at Xiao Guang. Hey, long time no see, Xiao Guang. The boy wore a green V-neck shirt paired with light-colored trousers and green sneakers. His seemingly casual attire was, in fact, quite expensive. Lin Dong sensed the identity of the newcomer, causing him to feel a surge of tension. Xiao Guang's next words confirmed his suspicions. It's Kinwu. I've told you not to call me that. Xiao Guang exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance in her tone. Indeed, it is he. All right, Xiao Guang, Kinwu chuckled, his gaze shifting to the three companions behind her. And who might these individuals be? Allow me to introduce them. This is Kinwu, my childhood friend from kindergarten. They are my travel companions, journeying alongside me, Xiao Guang stated. Always? Kinwu paused, musing quietly. This little gesture did not escape Lin Dong's notice. He was well acquainted with the storyline. In the original plot, Kinwu had harbored a secret crush on Xiao Guang and sought every opportunity to defeat Ash in order to travel with her. Now, he stood as Lin Dong's primary rival. With this thought in mind, Lin Dong maintained a calm demeanor and stepped forward to introduce himself. Hello, I am Lin Dong, hailing from the Sinnoh region Yuang town. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hi, I'm Xiao Yao, and this is my younger brother, Xiao Sheng, from Changhua City. It's a pleasure, Xiao Yao followed suit, but Kinwu's gaze frequently darted toward Lin Dong, deciphering much from his words. Sinnoh is quite distant from the Hoenn region. When Xiao Guang mentioned always traveling together, it likely referred to Lin Dong. Yet, he remained uncertain if Lin Dong had intended it that way. Given that they all hailed from the Sinnoh region, such familiarity seemed normal. However, he could distinctly sense that Xiao Guang's glances toward Lin Dong were peculiar. To covet my Xiao Guang, you are courting your own demise, Kinwu thought to himself, regarding Lin Dong with a newfound wariness, yet retaining a smile before Xiao Guang. Hello, I'm Kinwu, also from Shuangyi Town. I look forward to working together. As he spoke, Kinwu extended his hand. Lin Dong reciprocated, and their eyes locked, seemingly igniting sparks between them. Chapter 49, A Tinge of Jealousy? Lin Dong and Jianwu. Xiao Guang registered for the competition first, and soon the group settled down in the CAF of the Pokémon Center. Xiao Guang, I heard from Auntie that you were traveling too. I never expected to run into you here, Jianwu remarked. Indeed, what a coincidence. Xiao Guang responded with a smile. By the way, Jianwu, you left Shuangye town before I did. How many badges have you obtained so far? Badges? Jianwu appeared momentarily taken aback before chuckling. No. I haven't challenged any gyms. My goal, like yours, is to become a Pokémon coordinator. Ah, you've become a coordinator. Xiao Guang expressed her surprise. After all, she and Jianwu had been friends for many years, and his childhood aspiration was to be an outstanding Pokémon trainer. She assumed he, like Lin Dong, would be participating in the Hoenn League. Yes, you didn't see my debut battle, did you? Jianwu said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. The Grand Festivals are different from gym battles. Every event is broadcast live. Currently, the Grand Festival is held in only one region each year. So there are television broadcasts in other areas. Generally, aspiring coordinators pay close attention to these competitions. I'm sorry, I had no idea. Xiao Guang laughed awkwardly. Yet, Jianwu as a coordinator seems somewhat incongruous to her. You're quite bold to say that. Jianwu scratched his head. How many competitions have you participated in? Did you win any ribbon badges? Xiao Guang inquired. I have. Jianwu elongated his response deliberately, revealing a ribbon collection box. See? Inside the box, a pink ribbon badge lay quietly, glistening in the sunlight. I've participated in 2 competitions so far, and this one I won at the last Okada festival. Wow, that's impressive. Xiao Guang exclaimed. Thank you. By the way, the Kanaz festival is your debut battle, right? Yes. You'll be competing too. Won't you? Of course. I'm aiming to obtain my 2nd ribbon badge, Jianwu declared confidently. Then let us work hard together. I want to get my 1st ribbon badge as well. By the way, your friends are competing too, right? Jianwu inquired naturally. Yes, Xiaoyao, do you want to join us? Xiao Guang turned to Xiaoyao. No. I haven't quite decided yet, Xiaoyao replied, somewhat awkwardly. I think I'll watch a grand festival first and then decide what to do. This time, I'll cheer for you. All right then. Xiao Guang understood Xiaoyao's indecision and refrained from pressing further. Jianwu, seeking information, asked, what about Lin Dong? Will he participate? Me? Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. You misunderstood, Jianwu. Lin Dong is focused on challenging the Hoenn League. He is quite remarkable. During his time in the Hoenn region, he has already obtained 2 gym badges. Just recently, he had an impressive battle at the Ren Xian gym, Xiao Guang excitedly explained. Jianwu's smile faded, a shadow creeping into his gaze. What's wrong? Lin Dong noticed Jianwu's expression and deliberately inquired. It's nothing. I was just thinking that Xiao Guang must always be holding you back. Jianwu forced a smile, pretending to be indifferent. Xiao Guang was displeased. That's not true. You probably haven't heard, right? The bizarre and absurd stories about Xiao Guang. Jianwu, fearing his thoughts would be discovered, quickly changed the subject. Bizarre? Absurd? Lin Dong had an inkling of what Jianwu was about to narrate and feigned curiosity. I'm quite interested, Xiaoyao chimed in, inadvertently providing support. She didn't like the haircut Annie gave her, so she insisted on doing it herself, resulting in a complete mess, just like a chimchar, Jianwu recounted. Chimchar? Xiaoyu curiously pulled out her Pokédex. Don't look. Xiao Guang reacted, but it was too late. As Xiaoyao imagined the resemblance, she couldn't contain herself. Ha ha. Even Bo Jiamon and Pikachu burst into laughter. Xiaoyao and Bo Jiamon, you shouldn't think of such things. Xiao Guang scolded, prompting Xiaoyao to force herself to stop. That was all from kindergarten. Let us not bring it up again. Xiao Guang glanced at Jianwu. However, Jianwu was unable to halt his train of thought. Speaking of kindergarten, during the graduation showcase, Xiao Guang performed as a Snorlax. Ha ha ha. Everyone erupted in laughter once more, especially Bo Jiamon, who rolled on the ground, clutching his stomach. Xiao Guang felt both embarrassed and angry. If Lin Dong weren't present, it wouldn't have mattered as much. But with Lin Dong there, she was particularly conscious of her image. I told you not to laugh. Another time, Xiao Guang came to school in her pajamas, wearing mismatched shoes on both feet. She said, No problem, no problem. Lin Dong interjected. That's the phrase, right? Huh? How do you know? Jianwu was somewhat astonished. Just a guess. It's Xiao Guang's catchphrase, Lin Dong chuckled. That's enough. Xiao Guang stood up abruptly. Jianwu, if you think I'm still the same as before, you are gravely mistaken. I will make you understand through Pokémon battles. Jianwu turned to Lin Dong. If we are to battle, I'd like to choose him and Pikachu. Oh, you want to battle me? Pika? Lin Dong was momentarily surprised. In the original story, Jianwu had battled Ash, and it seemed that despite the change in time and place, the same plot was unfolding once again. Xiao Guang was quite dissatisfied. Hey, Jianwu, are you even listening to me? Jianwu, however, appeared quite serious. I wish to battle someone strong. This way, it will help my partner grow stronger. Yet, unlike the original narrative, Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, and Xiaosheng exchanged glances filled with sympathy upon hearing Jian Wu's words. Lin Dong's strength was simply astonishing. The main team of the gym leader had been overwhelmed. And a coordinator, the outcome was predictable. Just because you left on your journey 6 months earlier, you act all superior. Xiaoguang thought to herself, believing it would be good for Lin Dong to temper Jian Wu's arrogance. All right, I accept your challenge, Lin Dong agreed. Then let us head to the training grounds. Jian Wu exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 50, My Pikachu's level remains intact. Jian Wu dared to challenge Lin Dong, specifically calling out Pikachu, which demonstrated his thorough preparation. Much like in the animated series, he employed the techniques from the dazzling contests, collaborating with Prince Bo to devise a method to counter electric-type moves using alloy claws. This particular maneuver left a deep impression on Lin Dong. Jian Wu is a person of intellect, cunning, and resourcefulness. His earlier anecdotes about Xiaoguang's childhood misadventures were intentionally shared to signify the closeness of their relationship, highlighting their childhood camaraderie. Following this, he proposed a challenge to a strong opponent, presenting a Pokémon with a type disadvantage and even allowing the opponent to attack first. At this moment, by employing alloy claws to deflect the very electric attacks that counter him, he was bound to impress onlookers. Observers would view him as remarkably formidable. Indeed, the original series conveyed this effect. Xiaoguang's astonishment upon witnessing Prince Bo withstand a thunderbolt was testament to this. Although the seasoned Ganj could discern Jian Wu's intentions, Xiaoguang couldn't help but acknowledge Jian Wu's strength deep down. However, Lin Dong was determined not to let Jian Wu achieve his ambitions in this lifetime. His Pikachu would not have its level reset. In the original series, Darkrai had a divine beast ally to assist him. Yet, Pikachu embodies an entirely positive image. Aside from the deity-like Pikachu, other Pikachu are largely remembered for their merits. At least, that is how Lin Dong perceives it. This led to the conclusion that this particular Pikachu not only possessed strength nearing that of the divine Pikachu, but also amalgamated the virtues of other Pikachu. According to fragmentary information, Pikachu's usual strength was already at the pinnacle of the first tier, teetering on the brink of the second tier. In certain specific scenarios, its signature moves could even unleash power equivalent to the second tier. Lin Dong understood this concept similarly to the realms depicted in numerous cultivation novels from his previous life. The disparities between lower realms are not as vast, allowing many exceptional individuals to challenge those above their tier. However, the chasm between higher realms is immense, rendering such challenges nearly impossible. The barrier between the first and second tiers is not insurmountable. Many powerful individuals within the first-tier species may indeed possess second-tier strength. Conversely, the divide between the second and third tiers is akin to an insurmountable chasm. If the champions and elite of this world possess strength comparable to that in the animated series of his past life, then the champions and elite's trump cards would essentially embody second-tier strength, while their main forces would at least be at the peak of the first tier. This is, undoubtedly, a significant enhancement over ordinary trainers. In any case, for Pikachu to battle against a Prince Bo, who is not even remarkable within the first tier, would be a mere formality. Therefore, I shall utilize this Pikachu. In the training arena of the Pokémon Center, with a swift motion of his hand, Lin Dong summoned Pikachu to the battlefield. Come forth, my partner, the very Pokémon I first acquired. Jian Wu threw his Pokéball, and a brilliant flash of light revealed a blue penguin standing approximately 1 meter tall. It was Prince Bo. Xiaoguang immediately recognized Prince Bo. Having done her homework on the evolution of Pokémon, Xiaoyao consulted her Pokédex. Prince Bo, the penguin Pokémon, is the evolution of Pokémon. Its wing attacks are powerful and formidable, and it searches for food in icy seas. So, Jian Wu initially chose Pokémon as his first Pokémon? Xiaoguang was taken aback. She thought Jian Wu would prefer the fiery little monkey instead. Jian Wu noticed the surprise on Xiaoguang's face and felt a sense of satisfaction, flashing a self-assured smile. He had indeed deliberated between Pokémon and the fiery little monkey for some time. Although he secretly favored the latter, he ultimately chose Pokémon, considering that Xiaoguang would likely select a water-type Pokémon. Moreover, the regal appearance of Prince Bo rivaled that of the master brother, thus allowing Jian Wu to position himself as a senior to Xiaoguang. When they next encountered each other, it would be only natural for him to impart some guidance. As for whether there might be some physical contact during this process, he had already devised a plan. Lin Dong observed Jian Wu's expression, feeling a surge of irritation. In his previous life, while watching the animation, he had overlooked this aspect. A plan formed in Lin Dong's mind. You wish to put on a show? Allow me to give you a little push. Prince Bo? Are you certain? Its type is quite disadvantageous against Pikachu. Lin Dong exclaimed loudly. Not a problem, please. Go ahead and attack first. Jian Wu confidently replied. Yet, Lindong shook his head. Your type is at a disadvantage. You should attack first. Huh? Jianwu was momentarily taken aback. This was not the script he had envisioned. Shouldn't he be fervently launching a thunderbolt? Allowing Prince Bo to counter it with alloy claws to showcase his meticulous training and formidable strength? Only then could he naturally garner admiration from the girls. This made it exceedingly difficult for him to maintain his fade. However, unable to attack, Lindong knew the situation could not remain at a standstill. Jianwu immediately issued a command. Prince Bo, use Bubble Beam. Pikachu, utilize Quick Attack. Prince Bo released a stream of bubbles directed at Pikachu, yet the latter's speed surged, creating a flurry of afterimages across the battlefield. The Bubble Beam was utterly incapable of striking the swiftly moving Pikachu. Well done, maneuver behind it, and unleash Iron Tail. Pika. Pikachu's form swiftly closed the distance, executing a graceful turn behind Prince Bo and striking with its metallic glinting tail. Prince Bo used Alloy Claws. Prince Bo's speed could not keep pace with Pikachu. By the time it turned, it was too late, and it could only cross its wings defensively in front of itself. Fortunately, the claws also emanated a white glow, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Pikachu's Iron Tail struck Prince Bo's wings, forcing the latter back repeatedly, and the metallic sheen on its wings vanished. Pikachu unleashed Thunderbolt. What? Prince Bo quickly used Alloy. Before Jianwu could finish his command, Pikachu unleashed a powerful bolt of electricity, striking Prince Bo directly. Jianwu was taken aback. The signature move he had painstakingly trained for had not even been executed. The meticulously crafted scene had fallen flat. He could only hope that Prince Bo could withstand Pikachu's Thunderbolt, regroup, and make a comeback. Unfortunately, there would be no opportunity for a second chance. Prince Bo's eyes rolled back, and it collapsed. Prince Bo. Jianwu rushed forward to assess Prince Bo's condition. Lindong's strike had been measured. Prince Bo merely lost its ability to battle momentarily. At least, at this point in time. Xiaoguang still held a deep sense of friendship for Jianwu as a childhood companion. However, Jianwu's hopes of elevating this friendship into romance had fallen through. Moreover, he had stepped into a considerable pitfall. Some boys tend to tease the girls they like during childhood, hoping to establish a sense of presence before their crushes to capture their attention. While this method can occasionally yield results, if the two find themselves alone as adults, reminiscing about childhood misadventures may indeed strengthen their bond. However, in front of the girl's other friends, calling her by a nickname or exposing her embarrassing moments without consent is a significant detriment. At the very least, Xiaoguang would not appreciate it. Chapter 51. Little Light's first grand contest. Prince Wave has awakened, looking quite ashamed as he gazes at his trainer. It's all right, Prince Wave. You performed admirably. Kenwu can only offer some words of consolation. As he observes Little Light and her companions approaching, Kenwu feels an overwhelming urge to disappear into the ground. Just moments ago, he had exuded an air of seniority, yet after merely 2 moves, he was utterly defeated without the slightest chance to retaliate. What a disgrace. However, Little Light, Little Yao, and Little Xing hold a different perspective. They find the outcome perfectly normal. The gym leader's ace, Micah Yangma, fared no better against Pikachu. Similarly constrained. Could Prince Wave expect to retaliate? This result was entirely foreseeable. Upon seeing his evolution, Pokemon eagerly approached to greet Prince Wave. Yet, whether out of embarrassment or anger, Prince Wave flapped his wings and delivered a hefty slap to Pokemon. Wait, what is he doing? Little Light felt a surge of anger. Do you realize how much damage a slap like that could inflict on Pokemon? Ah, my apologies. Prince Wave has a rather proud disposition. He is not very sociable aside from me. Kenwu scratched his head, hastily apologizing. Pokemon stood up, mimicking Prince Wave with arms akimbo, standing on tiptoes, and puffing out his chest, exuding an air of defiance. All right, Prince Wave, it's time for you to rest. Kenwu promptly recalled Prince Wave. This was not only due to his defeat by Pikachu, which necessitated recovery, but also to avoid any further conflict with Pokemon that might tarnish Little Light's impression of him. I'll take Prince Wave to Miss Joy now. We'll meet again at the grand contest tomorrow, Little Light. Kenwu made a hasty exit. By the way, Little Light, I forgot to ask, why do they call you Little Light? Lindong feigned confusion. Don't ask. That is one question you should avoid. Little Light exclaimed in frustration. It's all Kenwu's fault. Lindong and the others did not press further, though Little Yao remained curious. Perhaps we should directly ask Kenwu next time. The following day, the Pokemon Grand Contest Kanaz City event officially commenced. Backstage, as Little Light emerged from the changing room, Lindong's eyes widened in astonishment. She donned a resplendent gown, the hem revealing her smooth calves, and a pair of pink sandals adorning her delicate feet. Youthful, sweet, elegant, glamorous, Alluring, none of these descriptors could fully encapsulate the beauty radiating from the young girl at that moment. Little Light approached Lindong, elegantly twirling to display her outfit. "So, how do I look?" Her tone brimmed with anticipation. "Absolutely stunning. That outfit suits you perfectly." Lindong couldn't help but smile. "Pika Pika." Pikachu chimed in agreement. "Wow, Little Light, you look so beautiful today." Little Yo's eyes sparkled, her thoughts wandering. If she were to participate in the grand contest, she would certainly need an even more exquisite outfit. However, isn't the grand contest meant to showcase the charm of Pokémon? Little Shung adjusted his glasses, appearing somewhat less perceptive. Yet, considering he was still a child, the group overlooked it. You might not know this, but in the Sinnoh region, it's quite the trend for coordinators to debut in elaborate attire. Little Light smiled, pointing behind the group. "Just take a look." Lindong turned to see Kinwu emerging from the men's changing room on the other side. Today, he too wore a custom-tailored green suit, perfectly tailored, with a white shirt and dark tie that added a touch of solemnity and formality. Kinwu had even applied a light touch of makeup. If Little Light resembled a beautiful princess, Kinwu now exuded a princely nobility. Compared to him, Lindong appeared almost like a servant. Kinwu stared directly at Little Light, his eyes nearly bulging. "Is something wrong?" Noticing Kinwu's gaze, Little Light teased, "You're not feeling a little moved by my outfit, are you?" How could that possibly be? Kinwu's words contradicted his flushed face. Yet, Little Light's attention had shifted away from him. Upon sensing the jealousy and envy barely concealed in Lindong's eyes, she couldn't help but feel delighted. Kinwu, however, misinterpreted her joy as a response to his affections. As a stirring melody filled the air, the host gracefully stepped onto the stage, prompting Lindong, Little Yao, and Little Shang to take their seats in the audience. Under the host's introduction, Lindong spotted three familiar figures, serving as judges for this event: Mr. Kanken-Sutton, Director of the Grand Contest Affairs Bureau, Mr. Sumuzuka, President of the Pokémon Enthusiasts Club, and Miss Joy from the Kanaz Center. Notably, since the venue for the Grand Contest, the Kanaz Center, is located on the outskirts rather than in the city center, the league constructed another Pokémon Center in the suburbs for the convenience of coordinators. Miss Joy is the head here. The host unveiled the pink satin ribbon medal. The prize for the victor is this Kanaz ribbon medal. Those who collect 5 or more ribbon medals through victories in grand contests held in various locations earn the right to participate in the ultimate stage for coordinators, the Grand Pokémon Celebration. And now, the first evaluation will commence. With the host's words, the first contestant stepped onto the stage. His partner was a Houndoom, performing a frisbee catching act. The second contestant used a poodle for a graffiti demonstration. The third showcased a Ninetales, executing a breathtaking flame vortex. After a contestant utilizing a Mothim finished their performance, it was finally time for Little Light to take the stage. Standing on the grand contest stage for the first time, she appeared somewhat nervous, her gaze scanning the audience for Lindong. He immediately waved, offering an encouraging look. "You've got this." Reassured, Little Light took a deep breath. "Pokémon, make your charming entrance. Use Bubble Beam." Pokémon unleashed a flurry of bubbles into the air, floating gracefully, illuminated by the stage lights, each bubble shimmering. "Now, use Peck Attack." Pokémon concentrated energy into its beak, forming an elongated, radiant point. The host's astonished voice echoed through the venue. The energy is being concentrated in Pokémon's beak. Pokémon leapt high, skillfully bursting the bubbles one by one. The momentary beauty of the sparkling display elicited gasps from the audience. So fast, the Peck Attack is moving at a speed that the naked eye can hardly follow. The movement is simply exquisite. The host's voice resonated throughout the hall. Pokémon landed gracefully, extending its tiny arms. Simultaneously, Little Light performed a curtsy, bringing the performance to a magnificent conclusion. Chapter 52. The first round of review. No problem, no problem. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, Mr. Kanken-Sutton was the first to offer his critique. This performance is truly poised. The movements of Pokémon are not only endearingly executed, but also showcase the prowess of its signature moves. It captivates the onlookers, simply magnificent. Sujimura's feedback remained predictably succinct. This is to my liking. Miss Joy remarked. Pokémon's enthusiasm and vitality were splendidly conveyed, allowing everyone to enjoy the performance joyfully. It was delightful. Although there were moments of slight awkwardness, it does not diminish its brilliance. Watching her daughter perform from the television screen, Keiko offered a stern evaluation. Nearby, the charming Meow chimed in with a meow of agreement. It was Lindong's first encounter with a grand event in reality. And after witnessing the performances of the majority of contestants, his worries about Xiaowang advancing past the first round dissipated. On the merit of this performance alone, Xiaowang could almost be said to have outshone the other contestants. After all, her mother, Keiko, was a top-notch coordinator. Under Keiko's guidance, Xiaowang had refined her performance design to a remarkable degree. What remained was merely to nurture her Pokémon and deepen their bond. Lindong could not help but muse that, regardless of the world one inhabits, a good background indeed provides significant advantages. The scope of vision is entirely different. The resources available from a young age are far more abundant. Xiaoyao, having once harbored a fear of Pokémon in her childhood, had not received extensive training, resulting in her initial average strength. However, just how formidable are the resources of the Qinli family? One need only look at Xiaosheng to grasp the extent. Given Xiaosheng's profound understanding of Pokémon and the wealth of knowledge he has accumulated, once he officially becomes a Pokémon trainer, his strength is bound to surge rapidly. Even Xiaodao, under Qinli's guidance recently, has shown significant improvement. Moreover, being able to receive starter Pokémon of the 3 initial types already puts one ahead of over 90% of novice trainers. As for trainers of more humble origins, what might their prospects be? Setting aside those bug-catching youths, Lindong himself was a living example. He pondered that even with his transmigration, without a system as an auxiliary, unless he encountered extraordinary luck, his early development would inevitably be exceedingly slow. Essentially, he would start by catching a Caterpie or something similar, challenge weaker bugs to gain experience, gradually evolve it into a Butterfree, and then seek to capture other Pokémon. However, Lindong need not concern himself with such matters any longer. His current focus was on how to turn 2 beautiful and well-bred girls into his own partners. For now, his priority was to cheer for Xiaowang. Following her performance, several contestants took the stage. In light of Xiaowang's impressive display, their performances inevitably seemed less dazzling, failing to garner high praise from the 3 judges. Next up was Qinhua. Unexpectedly, he chose not to use his Prince of Waves, but instead brought forth a Hoodie. The Hoodie first wielded a spoon as if it were nunchaku, then showcased a combination of Light Screen and Shadow Ball, concluding with a dramatic teleport followed by Wake Up Slap. The overall effect was even more compelling than Xiaowang's performance. Kanken Sutton and Miss Joy rated him higher than they had Xiaowang. As for Sujimura, he merely repeated his familiar phrase, "Ah, this is to my liking." Lindong was not particularly surprised by this. Qinhua's family was evidently well acquainted with Xiaowang's mother, and their years of being classmates suggested that Qinhua's background was also quite exceptional. Just the bespoke suit he wore was something Lindong could not have afforded before. Even now, with the winnings from the league, he hesitated to indulge. Even if Qinhua's family did not have a coordinator, they could easily hire an instructor from outside. In terms of aesthetics, Qinhua possessed a broader perspective compared to the average trainer. Furthermore, the rarity of a psychic-type Pokémon like Hoodie was likely due to his family's assistance in acquiring such a young specimen and nurturing it with ample resources. As for wild Kadabras, well, those are notoriously difficult to catch even in the game, let alone in reality. Soon, all contestants had completed their performances. As expected, Xiaowang advanced to the second round of review, the glamorous battle contest. Naturally, Qinhua also progressed. Lindong had some impression of the remaining 6 contestants. If they had utilized their main Pokémon in the first round, Lindong felt Xiaowang would face minimal challenges. Qinhua was her greatest rival. In the original story, the growth of the other members of the protagonist group was relatively slow, largely due to the character Ash monopolizing the spotlight. Most of the time they battled Team Rocket, it was Ash who scored the victories. When encountering other trainers on the road, he was also the one to accept challenges. However, Lindong had not followed this pattern. Since the double battles with Yi Hao and Xiaoman, he had intentionally assisted Xiaowang in gaining experience and leveling up. The same applied to battles against Team Magma. In the forest, when encountering wild Pokémon, Lindong often allowed Xiaowang and Xiaoyao to practice. Only against Pokémon they could not handle would he send Pikachu into action. Consequently, Pokemon's battle experience and level were not low. In the real world, Pokémon evolution does not occur at a specific level or moment, but rather within a range. The reason Pokemon has not evolved is simply that it does not wish to. Moreover, the glamorous battle contest is not merely a contest of strength, it emphasizes technique. It is even unnecessary to deplete the opponent's score entirely. As long as one's score exceeds that of the opponent when the 5-minute countdown concludes, victory is secured. Speaking of this, Lindong once entertained the notion of participating in the glamorous contest himself. For the first round, he could use Jengar, which, with its control over energy, could easily execute elegant techniques. As for the second round of the glamorous battle contest, although the original intent of the glamorous contest is for coordinators to battle while performing, thereby influencing the opponent's display and showcasing the allure of their Pokémon, there lies a flaw. Once a Pokémon loses its battle capability, regardless of the remaining score, it resets to 0, resulting in an automatic loss. In such a standard glamorous contest, Lin Dong could easily send out a Dragonite, which would swiftly eliminate the opponent. This could potentially help Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao eliminate some formidable adversaries. However, when facing them, sending out a Bulbasaur and competing with the normal tactics of the glamorous contest, Lin Dong, who had not practiced any glamorous techniques, would almost certainly lose. Nevertheless, this idea had long been dismissed by Lin Dong. It was not that he minded, but Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao would undoubtedly disapprove, which would diminish his own image. It was simply unnecessary. With his abilities, he could assist the two girls' growth in far more constructive ways. Chapter 53, A Splendid Duel. Whose ribbon medal will it be? In the lottery draw, Xiao Guang and Jiang Wo found themselves in two distinct halves of the competition. Lin Dong glanced over and breathed a sigh of relief. He believed that the two strongest opponents among the bystanders had both been placed in Jiang Wo's half. According to the rules of this grand tournament, in the first match of the second round, contestants must utilize the Pokémon that participated in the first round of evaluations. As Lin Dong anticipated, Xiao Guang easily secured victories in 2 matches with her Bogeman and Muckbird, advancing to the final stage. Jiang Wo, however, faced a more arduous path. In his first match, his Hoenn encountered a Ninetales. Due to his overconfidence, he let down his guard during a crucial confrontation and failed to evade an attack. Although he ultimately triumphed, Hoenn sustained injuries from Ninetales, leaving it in no condition to participate in subsequent battles. In the second match, he deployed his Bulbasaur against a Sholinfong. His opponent, a gentle lady, proved to be no pushover. After a fierce 5-minute struggle, Jiang Wo emerged victorious by a mere whisker of points. On the final stage, Jiang Wo and Xiao Guang stood on opposite sides of the arena. I never expected our first battle would be on the final stage. I shall show no mercy, Jiang Wo declared, hands on his hips, exuding confidence. I must say, I am destined to claim victory and secure the first ribbon medal, Xiao Guang retorted defiantly. Jiang Wo released his Pokéball. Come forth, my partner. Despite Bo Wangzi being somewhat fatigued from the previous battle, it was still in a far better condition than Hoenn. Moreover, Xiao Guang's strongest contender was likely Bogeman. And as the evolved form, Bo Wangzi had the upper hand over a baby Pokémon. Thus, Jiang Wo confidently sent out Bo Wangzi. Bogeman. Upon seeing Bo Wangzi enter the arena, Bogeman could no longer contain itself, leaping up and excitedly pounding its chest, eager to compete. The memory of the grand tournament was still fresh, and Bogeman was determined to fight. Xiao Guang, with no other choice, reluctantly recalled the Pokéball she had in hand. All right then, it's up to you, Bogeman. Bogeman. With a 360-degree spin in midair, Bogeman leaped into the arena, brimming with fighting spirit. The announcer proclaimed, it is Bogeman versus Bo Wangzi. A showdown between the pre-evolution and its evolved form. The crowd erupted in excitement. Jiang Wo smiled. In his view, victory in this Canaz tournament was already assured. Bogeman. Use Bubble Beam. Xiao Guang, aware of the level disparity, decided to take the initiative. Bo Wangzi, let us use Bubble Beam as well. Jiang Wo, confident in Bo Wangzi's superior level, opted for the same move. Remarkably, the two bubble beams collided, with the bubbles ultimately bursting closer to Bogeman, scattering glistening droplets across the stage. Both Jiang Wo and Xiao Guang were penalized points, but Xiao Guang's deduction was slightly greater due to Bo Wangzi's advantage. Xiao Guang grew anxious. Bogeman, use Peck Attack. Bogeman charged at Bo Wangzi, its beak glowing white. Bo Wangzi, block it with Metal Claw. Jiang Wo remained unfazed. Bo Wangzi's wings glimmered white as they crossed in front of it, successfully deflecting Bogeman's peck. Subsequently, Bo Wangzi tossed Bogeman high into the air. Bogeman. As a mere penguin, Bogeman was not equipped for flight, and being hurled into the sky terrified it, eliciting frantic cries. Xiao Guang was penalized again. Bo Wangzi unleashed the drill peck. Jiang Wo pressed the advantage, Bo Wangzi raising its head, its sharp beak aimed at the descending Bogeman, spinning rapidly. Bogeman. With wide eyes, Bogeman flailed its little arms in panic, but to no avail. Bogeman, use Protect. At Xiao Guang's command, Bogeman managed to regain some composure. Although Bo Wangzi's drill peck struck, its impact was less severe due to Bogeman's defensive maneuver. However, Bo Wangzi's speed continued to spin Bogeman into the air once more. Yet this time, Bogeman unleashed all the energy it had stored from using Protect. Streams of white light rained down upon Bo Wangzi, which could do nothing to evade the onslaught. Bo Wangzi, having taken the hit, gasped for breath. Jiang Wo was penalized significantly, bringing his score nearly in line with Xiao Guang, who had also been losing points. Seeing her opponent in distress, Bogeman proudly struck a pose. Jiang Wo's expression soured. During his earlier battle against Sholinfong, Bo Wangzi had been considerably drained, while Bogeman had won effortlessly in its first match and rested afterward, making it far more vigorous. Most critically, Bojiman's level had exceeded his expectations, although it couldn't rival Bawangzi. The gap was not as wide as he had anticipated. Determined to conclude the battle swiftly, Jangwo commanded, Bawangzi, use Metal Claw. Bojiman, dodge. Bawangzi surged toward Bojiman, its metallic wings striking repeatedly. Bojiman, however, evaded with rhythmic spins and jumps, resembling a graceful dance, captivating the crowd. Jangwo lost more points, while Xiaowang's confidence soared, dispelling any anxiety. This strategy was one she had discussed with Lin Dong the previous day. Some Pokémon lose certain abilities upon evolution. For instance, the grass tortoise initially possesses considerable speed, but upon evolving into the forest tortoise, its speed diminishes significantly. Xiaoji's grass tortoise experienced this firsthand. As the forest tortoise evolved into the earth tortoise, it became even less capable of swift movement. Thus, it necessitates trainers to devise more rational training plans and combat strategies. In terms of aquatic speed, Bojiman could not match Bawangzi, but on land, the tables turned. Bojiman, being smaller, was much more agile than Bawangzi. In the dazzling tournament, elegant evasions also effectively reduced the opponent's score. Having honed this skill, Pikachu had assisted Bojiman in training after defeating Bawangzi yesterday. Their efforts bore fruit, yielding significant results. Bawangzi's speed began to wane, beads of sweat forming on its brow. Now's the chance. Bojiman, use Whirlpool. Bojiman leaped high, forming a massive whirlpool at its beak before crashing it down upon Bawangzi. Bawangzi attempted to evade, but the momentary lapse in strength saw it caught in the whirlpool. Although as a water-type Pokémon, the damage from Whirlpool was not substantial, the impact on Jangwo's score was considerable. Bawangzi quickly used Bubble Beam. Jangwo began, intending to counter Whirlpool with absolute power, but the 5-minute countdown had already expired. Time was up, the match concluded. The announcer excitedly declared, "The champion of this final stage is Miss Xiaowang from Shuangye Town." Chapter 54, Departure of Xiaoxing? Arrival at Canaz City. What a delight, Bojiman. Poga. Xiaowang, overwhelmed with joy, dashed into the battle arena, and Bojiman, beaming with happiness, leaped into Xiaowang's embrace. The two twirled in jubilant circles. "I apologize, Prince Bo, for my inadequacies as a coordinator trainer." Jianwu, feeling disheartened, walked into the arena but did not forget to console Prince Bo. Prince Bo shook his head, appearing remorseful. His gaze filled with guilt as he looked at Jianwu. "All right, it is my own shortcomings. You should take a rest now." Jianwu recalled Prince Bo, casting a glance at the cheerful Xiaowang, and suddenly a relieved smile graced his face. Perhaps this is for the best. Without approaching further, Jianwu turned and walked towards the backstage. Subsequently, Mr. Kankinsidin presented Xiaowang with the Canaz Ribbon Medal. "Congratulations. I have reviewed your records. This match was indeed your debut battle. Correct?" "Yes, Mr. Kankinsidin," Xiaowang replied as she accepted the ribbon medal. "Discovering such a talented contender brings me joy," Kankinsidin smiled. "I eagerly anticipate your future performances." "Thank you very much." Xiaowang responded with a deep bow. Thus, the Grand Pokémon contest held by the Canaz Center draws to a close. "We shall meet again in the next town hosting a tournament. Please take care." With the host's voice, this magnificent contest finally concluded. Lin Dong, Xiaoao, and Xiaosheng arrived backstage to find Xiaowang still brimming with excitement. "Xiaowang, congratulations." "Thank you. I have received the Canaz Ribbon Medal. Everything is perfect." Xiaowang gazed at her very first ribbon medal, unable to take her eyes off it. "Let us strive for the next tournament too," Lin Dong remarked with a smile. "Yes." Xiaowang, bursting with enthusiasm, quickly stepped forward to embrace Lin Dong. "Thank you." A delightful fragrance enveloped them, and Lin Dong's face turned crimson, holding Xiaowang's soft and fragrant form. Lin Dong felt a certain part of him gradually lose control. Fortunately, Xiaowang, feeling bashful, released her hold just in time. Observing the playful banter between the two, Xiaoao felt a twinge of envy, but with Xiaoxing around, she realized she could not act on her feelings. For instance, she would never initiate an embrace. Xiaoao resolved, "I must find an opportunity to send Xiaoxing home." Unbeknownst to Xiaoxing, he was already deemed unworthy by his sister and was soon to be sold off. His current concern revolved more around his sister's future prospects. Xiaoxing adjusted his glasses, contemplating how he could concoct another mischievous scheme. Jianwu, equally envious, had returned backstage alone, initially planning to converse further with Xiaowang but was surprised by Lin Dong's arrival. Thus, he hid around a corner. Witnessing the scene of Xiaowang initiating a hug with Lin Dong, Jianwu felt his molars nearly crack from jealousy. This was in the presence of Xiaoao and Xiaoxing. What would happen if they were alone? The more Jianwu pondered, the angrier and more envious he became. He dared not think further. "Xiaowang." Jianwu stepped forward. "Congratulations." "Thank you." "Jianwu, you and Prince Bo performed splendidly as well," Xiaowang replied. Jianwu, however, turned his gaze towards Lindong. Next time we meet, let us settle the score. Agreed. Lindong nodded in assent. He discerned Jianwu's underlying intent, but understood there was nothing to be done. Xiaowang still regarded Jianwu as a friend. He could not simply confront him. In truth, Xiaowang genuinely considered Jianwu a good friend and did not grasp the deeper implications of Jianwu's words. Next time, we shall meet at another tournament. Certainly. Jianwu responded, it is wonderful to be a coordinator trainer, as this allows us to battle once more. Farewell, Xiaowang. Jianwu waved and exited the arena. I am Xiaowang. Realizing, Xiaowang made a face in the direction Jianwu had departed. Xiaowang, why does he call you Xiaowang? Xiao inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Dame, that is one question you cannot ask. Having received her first ribbon medal, the four of them chatted and laughed. Swiftly arriving in the city center of Canaz, towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic surrounded them. Wow, this truly is a metropolis, no less impressive than Changhua City. After spending so long in Changhua Forest, Xiao had longed to experience the urban atmosphere. Xiaowang and Xiaoxing felt similarly. Observing this, Lindong did not rush to challenge the gym, but instead joined Xiao Dao and the others for a visit to the television tower. From the heights of the tower, the breathtaking scenery of Canaz City unfolded before them. As they gazed into the distance, the shimmering sea sparkled under the sun, and fluffy clouds drifted in the sky. The ocean and sky merged seamlessly at the horizon. Wow, so beautiful! Xiaoyao exclaimed. Why do travel magazines hardly mention such a stunning place? Lindong shook his head. A hint of resignation in his demeanor. In his previous life, the gym leader Duwan from Canaz had taught at a trainer school adjacent to the gym. Not merely as a guest lecturer, but as a full-time teacher with her own class. This indicated that challenges at the gym were not frequent. Having observed the situation in Canaz City, Lindong understood the reasons. First and foremost, Canaz City is considered one of the most remote metropolises in the entire Hoenn region. Although it is quite prosperous, reaching it from other towns often involves a convoluted route. For both trainers and coordinator trainers, traveling to Canaz City for challenges or competitions is an impractical choice. After all, a region typically has more than 8 gyms, unless one is unable to collect badges elsewhere. Secondly, while Canaz City is coastal, its coastline of over 150 kilometers consists primarily of rocky shores. The lack of soft sandy beaches makes it challenging to attract tourists. Although Fighting Island is somewhat remote, it boasts beautiful scenery and is known as a resort destination. Trainers can easily relax there and challenge a gym simultaneously. The same holds true for coordinator trainers during grand contests. Consequently, Canaz City has gradually evolved into a port city, becoming a maritime hub for the Hoenn region. Economically, it thrives, but in terms of tourism, it is better suited for living. Lindong shared these insights with Xiaoyao and Xiaowang, naturally earning them looks of admiration. But why did Lindong choose this place? His explanation was that the more obscure the location, the more hidden treasures there are to discover. Uncovering these beautiful sights offers a unique experience. However, despite occasionally traveling in his previous life and enjoying the search for offbeat attractions, the reason for selecting this route was not merely for aesthetic discoveries. Rather, it was because this path had been traversed by the team of Ji Yi in his past life, presenting certain opportunities for fortune. While Lindong engaged in cheerful conversation with the two girls, Xiaoxing wandered alone atop the television tower, discovering a mosquito tadpole beneath a long bench. Chapter 55. The Pokémon Trainer Cultivation Academy. Ha! You must be Xiaoyao, right? Then you must be Xiaoxing. A middle-aged man chuckled warmly in a spacious office. After locating the tadpole Pokémon, Xiaoxing encountered Duwan, who was also in search of the same Pokémon, along with her students. They were subsequently invited to tour this remarkable Pokémon Trainer Cultivation Academy. Are you Uncle Hoenn? Hello, Uncle. Xiaoyao exclaimed in surprise as she recognized the middle-aged man before her. Haha, indeed, it is I, Xiaoyao, Hoenn replied with a beaming smile. Sister, who is he? Xiaoxing tugged at Xiaoyao's sleeve and whispered. Quickly greet Uncle Hoenn. We mustn't be rude. Xiaoyao gently tapped Xiaoxing on the head, her tone serious. Hello, Uncle Hoenn. Xiaoxing managed to greet, even though he still struggled to recall the man's identity. Hello. Xiaoxing, you don't remember me? I used to carry you when you were little. But ever since I was appointed as the principal of this academy in Canaz City, I haven't visited Qianli in many years. Alas, Qianli has also been quite busy. Hoenn chuckled with a touch of nostalgia. How are your parents? Thank you for your concern, Uncle Hoenn. Mom and Dad are doing well. They recently went on a trip. Xiaoyao responded. Oh, Qianli is traveling? What about the Chihuahua gym? Hoenn raised an eyebrow in surprise. The academy had only been established for around 8 years. And as its first principal appointed by the Alliance, he had been tirelessly working without much respite. In fact, the academy's current scale was largely due to his efforts. and only in the past year or two had it finally stabilized. He had just planned to take a winter break this year, and now Qianli was off traveling. The gym is currently being temporarily managed by Senior Jinji, so there's no problem, Xiaoyao explained. Oh, Jinji, time flies. That kid has become a gym trainer. Hoenn chuckled. It is important to note that the roles of gym leader and gym trainer are not synonymous. The leader is a position formally appointed by the Alliance, while a gym trainer is recognized based on merit. As long as one passes the Alliance's assessment, an elite trainer can be promoted to gym trainer status. Once one achieves this, they can assume the responsibilities of facing challengers and awarding badges on behalf of the gym leader. However, this assessment is notably challenging. In contrast, prior to becoming a gym trainer, one primarily needs to enhance their strength. For instance, obtaining 4 or more gym badges automatically promotes one to an intermediate trainer. Participating in an alliance conference elevates one to a senior trainer. Essentially, it encourages trainers to travel and broaden their horizons. Additionally, each region's gyms correspond to different specialized attributes. And earning 8 badges demonstrates a significant understanding of at least 8 types of Pokémon. Performing well in the decisive tournament stage of the conference greatly increases the likelihood of being recognized as an elite trainer. This process primarily reflects battling prowess. However, the assessment for gym trainers is quite rigorous. To put it plainly, one must learn to moderate their skills. In gym battles, they must apply sufficient pressure on challengers without being overly harsh, maintaining a balance in their approach. For example, if a gym specializing in Dragon-type Pokémon uses a Dragonite followed by a Salamence and finishes with a Garchomp, how can ordinary trainers possibly compete? The aim of gym battles is to discover and nurture promising new trainers, rather than to crush their dreams. In this regard, Qianli indeed possesses an advantage. For instance, Jinji, by first obtaining a referee qualification, can serve as a referee in Qianli's gym battles. This would provide him with numerous opportunities to closely observe Qianli's combat style and learn extensively. Yet, Hoenn is not without merit. Duan, the top graduate from the Academy's first cohort, reached the semifinals in her first Hoenn Alliance conference at the age of 17. By 18, she had passed the Alliance's gym trainer assessment. After the previous gym leader in Kanaz retired, Duan, at 19 and with Hoenn's recommendation, was successfully appointed as the head of the Kanaz gym by the Alliance. Although still young and somewhat inexperienced, her eventual ascendancy to gym leader is merely a matter of time, and Hoenn feels immense pride in her achievements. Subsequently, under Principal Hoenn's arrangement, Lin Dong and his companions attended various classes. Xiaoguang and Xiaoao participated in a course on Pokémon contests. Lin Dong attended a class on battle techniques, while Xiaoxing opted for Duwan's trainer specialization class. Today was fortuitous for Xiaoxing, as he happened to be present for Professor Okido's lecture. Seeing the clear image of Professor Okido on the large screen, Xiaoxing rushed forward to express his admiration. Haha, I am truly honored. Professor Okido smiled warmly. I remember you. Your name is Xiaoxing, right? Where's Lin Dong? Isn't he traveling with you? Yes, Professor Okido, brother Lin Dong is also at the academy. He is attending a battle class, Xiaoxing replied, brimming with excitement at speaking to his idol. Oh, I see. After this class, please have him contact me, Professor Okido said. Okay. Xiaoxing nodded eagerly. Now, let us begin today's topic. Professor Okido commenced his lecture, and Xiaoxing hurried to take a seat, pulling out his paper and pen. The class concluded swiftly. True to his reputation, Professor Okido delivered an engaging and insightful lecture. Xiaoxing found himself yearning for more. Hey, you just claimed to be a staunch supporter of Professor Okido and that you've read all his books. How about answering one of my questions? A boy with sandy blonde hair approached Xiaoxing, his expression filled with pride. What is the most effective move against flying-type Pokémon? That's a simple one. Xiaoxing replied with a smile. Volt Tackle or Thunder, electric-type moves are very effective. But the boy's expression shifted dramatically then. What move is most effective against Pokémon that use Dig to hide underground? That's also straightforward. Using Earthquake or Magnitude would suffice, Xiaoxing answered effortlessly. You seem to know quite a bit, but... The boy appeared ready to continue, only to be interrupted by Duwan. That's enough for now, you two. But we haven't settled the winner yet. The boy protested, his face filled with indignation. Xiaohua, we are here to acquire knowledge, not merely to win or lose. The most important thing is to learn together with friends and grow, Duwan emphasized. Chapter 56. The mysterious reward from the Alliance. At this moment, Xiaohua fell silent. Soon, Principal Hoenn and Lin Dong approached. Haha, well said. Our aim at the Pokémon Trainer Cultivation Academy is to learn and grow together. Hoenn beamed at Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing, do you enjoy being here? Absolutely. Xiaoxing replied enthusiastically. Then, would you like to audit another day here tomorrow? Hoenn inquired. Sure, but... Just as Xiaoxing was about to agree, he hesitated. Isn't Lindong going to challenge the Canas gym tomorrow? I really want to see the gym battle. Oh, is that so? Haha. Hoenn laughed heartily. You need not worry. Du1 is the gym trainer of Canas. What? Xiaoxing was taken aback. Unable to believe that this young and beautiful teacher, resembling an older sister, was indeed a gym trainer. Yes, that's correct. Lindong, I will continue teaching here until tomorrow. Can the gym battle wait until the day after? Du1 asked Lindong with a hint of apology. Of course, no problem at all, Lindong readily agreed. Thank you. Du1 expressed her gratitude and then organized the students for the next lesson. Xiaoxing intended to continue auditing, but did not forget to relay Professor Oak's message to Lindong. Lindong, Professor Oak just asked you to contact him. Oh, I almost forgot. Lindong slapped his forehead and chuckled. Thank you for the reminder. I will head to the Pokémon Center now. Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao accompanied Lindong to the Pokémon Center. As for Xiaoxing, he planned to attend all the lessons for the day. Feeling secure with Principal Hoenn and Teacher Du1 present, Lindong dialed the number for Professor Oak's lab. It's Lindong. You all are quite quick. I just taught the children at the Canas Pokémon School and realized you had already arrived in Canas. Yes, Professor, I apologize for not contacting you sooner. Lindong responded with a hint of embarrassment. No worries. As I mentioned previously, there is a reward from the Alliance that is yet to reach you, which only arrived here yesterday. As Professor Oak spoke, he produced a gift box. This is the Alliance's gift for you, 3 Ultra Balls. Professor Oak showcased the 3 balls, which were black with yellow stripes, on the screen. Ultra Balls. Some might think the Alliance was being stingy, offering only 3 Ultra Balls for such a significant achievement. Why not provide 3 Master Balls instead? However, Lindong was quite satisfied. After arriving in this world, Lindong discovered that special effect Pokeballs were exceedingly valuable. Even those effective against specific attributes were beyond the means of ordinary trainers. Ultra Balls were, in fact, the pinnacle of Pokeballs, second only to Master Balls, and were nearly impossible to acquire. These Pokeballs had a very low production rate and were almost entirely monopolized by the Alliance. One could not simply purchase them in stores. Luck at high-end auctions was required, or perhaps one could obtain them through connections with senior Alliance officials at a hefty price. As for Master Balls, records existed regarding them, but a crucial manufacturing technique had been lost, making their creation incredibly difficult. A skilled craftsman could take nearly a month to produce a single Master Ball, and out of 100, only 1 or 2 might be usable, if any at all. In essence, the current craftsman relied heavily on intuition, making the success rate a matter of luck. The extensive resources required for manufacturing a Master Ball had become dauntingly high. Even if one possessed a Master Ball, only champions or seasoned Elite Four members could hope to access them. And even they were reluctant to invest resources in their creation due to the substantial losses incurred. The Master Ball's claim to capture any wild Pokémon with absolute certainty applied only to creatures below the 2nd tier. Against 3rd-tier beings, one would find it futile, as they could easily break free from its grasp. Although the 2nd tier encompasses many legendary Pokémon, such as the legendary bird trio, these creatures, despite lacking divine powers, possess the pride of their lineage. If one could not earn their respect, even capturing them with a Master Ball would not guarantee obedience upon release. However, capturing a semi-legendary Pokémon or a simple Catfish King with a Master Ball, in truth, that would be rather unwise. Thus, engaging in battle with these legendary creatures remained essential. Once one had proven their worth, utilizing an Ultra Ball would yield results comparable to that of a Master Ball. Some particularly impressed legendary Pokémon could even be caught with a standard Pokéball, as long as the legendary creature did not wish to escape. The type of ball used would be inconsequential. Suicune serves as a prime example. Of course, Suicune is merely an exception, for safety's sake. It is still prudent to use an Ultra Ball. As for Great Balls, in this world, their performance had not undergone a qualitative shift, rendering them somewhat mediocre. In terms of performance, both Ultra Balls and Master Balls could effectively bind legendary Pokémon after capture, even some first-tier legendaries, provided there were no divine abilities involved. Both would ensure an unassailable hold. However, Great Balls, much like standard Pokeballs, could only stabilize semi-legendary Pokémon post-capture and even in a locked state. They would not contain legendary creatures. Compared to standard Pokeballs, Great Balls were somewhat superior, but the difference was limited. They fell far short of Ultra Balls in terms of performance. Consequently, Ultra Balls had unexpectedly become a delicacy among Pokeballs. Nevertheless, they were not easy to manufacture, making them quite rare in this world. The Alliance's annual supply was limited, with most allocated to internal personnel. Therefore, Lindong was genuinely content to receive 3 of them. Now, his chances of capturing the 3 legendary pillars had significantly increased. Once captured, he would no longer need to worry about securing them. Thank you, Professor Oak. Lindong understood that acquiring such rare Ultra Balls from the Alliance was undoubtedly due to Professor Oak's assistance. Ha ha ha. No need for thanks. If you wish to show your gratitude, then strive diligently to become a Pokémon Master. I will send the Ultra Balls over now. Be sure to receive them. Professor Oak was overjoyed. Lindong not only possessed exceptional talent and strength, but also demonstrated high emotional intelligence, unlike the two young men he once favored. One was his grandson, Xiaomao, who had ventured off to pursue research. Although there was nothing wrong with research, Professor Oak felt that without the championship title from the Alliance Conference, something vital was missing. The other was Ash, a boy who was not his grandson but felt like one. Chapter 57. The egg has hatched. Lindong becomes a caregiver? Originally, Ash was quite normal and had participated in the Kanto and Johto League conferences consecutively. Although he did not secure a championship title, his performance was commendable and consistently improving. He had plans to challenge the Hoenn League, but upon receiving a letter, he found himself in the Kalos region instead. After making a few phone calls, he learned that he was now in a relationship with a girl, and they might even get married in the future. However, it remained uncertain whether they would return to Pallet Town after marriage, remain in Kalos, or split their time between both places. Ash also expressed his desire to challenge the Kalos League's Mega Evolution Conference, but that event was still 3 years away. Professor Oak was quite troubled. Yet he readily agreed for the sake of Ash's love life. Despite this year's new trainers heading to the Hoenn region, it was unclear how many would manage to collect all 8 badges. Among the previous children before Lindong, none displayed the potential of a champion. Thus, Professor Oak was particularly attentive to Lindong. He was not shy about seizing the opportunity to vie for rewards from the league, as it was funded by them. Of course, Lindong was unaware of these underlying circumstances. Even if he had known, he would still be grateful to Professor Oak. Without him, perhaps he would have ended up with only a single Ultra Ball. By the way, the Bug-type gym leader from the Rinshin Gym, Insecto, has already been dismissed by the league, and there would be others who would invite him for a chat, so rest assured. Therefore, do your best in next year's league conference. I eagerly anticipate your performance. With that, Professor Oak encouraged Lindong once more before hanging up the phone. Lindong stored the Ultra Balls safely and returned to his room, intending to rest for a while. But he was startled to see the egg in the incubator glowing with a brilliant white light. Ah, what is happening? Xiao was taken aback, thinking something was wrong with the egg. It must be hatching soon. Quickly, we must find Nurse Joy. Lindong scooped up the incubator and dashed downstairs. Although natural hatching typically poses no issues, having Nurse Joy around to check the data with the Pokémon Center's equipment would certainly provide more peace of mind. Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao followed closely behind, their eyes filled with excitement as they observed the egg's light flickering more rapidly. What kind of Pokémon will hatch? Xiaoguang wondered curiously. Indeed, I suspect it might be a grass-type Pokémon. Xiaoyao chimed in. Listening to their discussion, Lindong merely smiled. Despite Nurse Joy and Professor Oak not disclosing the information to him, the system had already scanned it for him. The dragon cultivation gift pack he received that day contained. The white light emanating from the egg intensified, eventually transforming into a radiant orb before dispersing. Once the glow faded, a small, white-bodied fairy appeared before them. A tiny red horn peeked out from its green hair. Nalu, the adorable creature squeaked, melting everyone's hearts. Congratulations. It's a female Ralts. Nurse Joy exclaimed as she looked at the little Ralts, her smile genuine. All indicators are normal, and she is very healthy. Lindong was overjoyed as he cradled the little Ralts, even though he had anticipated this outcome. The gift pack had directly provided a Mega Evolution Stone and an Evolutionary Keystone for shiny Ralts. If it had been a male Ralts, it could potentially evolve into Galade in the future. This was quite indicative. So adorable. Xiaoguang's eyes sparkled with affection, momentarily forgetting to scan the Pokédex. It was Xiaoyao who retrieved it. Ralts, the emotion Pokémon, the pre-evolution of Kirlia. It possesses the ability to sense human emotions through the horn on its head. Rarely seen in front of people, it will approach when it senses positive feelings. Nalu, Nalu. Ralts seemed to be requesting something, waving its tiny hands. It must be hungry. Jigglypuff, could you please fetch some milk? It should be from the large milk container, please. Nurse Joy instructed. Lucky. Jigglypuff cheerfully went to retrieve the milk, and even brought Lindong a baby bottle. Thank you, Jigglypuff. Lindong took the bottle and began to feed Ralts. The little creature's sucking on the nipple was irresistibly cute, giving Lindong the sensation of nurturing a daughter. Nalu, perhaps having had its fill. Ralts released the nipple and sweetly drifted off to sleep. Newly hatched Pokémon resemble infants, so a tendency to sleep a lot is entirely normal. There is no need for concern. It will take about a month for it to gradually reach the typical state of Ralts, Nurse Joy explained. Lindong nodded, as the system had imparted this knowledge to him. The gift pack included a specialized nutrient solution for Ralts during its first month after hatching. Each subsequent growth stage would also come with concentrated nutrients tailored to different specifications of energy. The usage was straightforward. It could be consumed directly, though diluting it in a beverage would yield better results. The system had thoughtfully packaged them into small bottles stored in the system warehouse, allowing for easy daily access. That evening, Ralts woke again, and this time Lin Dong fed it milk mixed with the nutrient solution. Ralts appeared much happier. The milk from the large container was already sweet and delicious, and the nutrient solution slowly nourished its body. Lin Dong felt confident he could raise it to become the strongest shiny Gardevoir in the world. However, he was also somewhat reluctant to let it battle just yet. The following day, Xiaosheng attended the Trainer Cultivation Academy as an observer, while Xiao Guang and Xiaoyao planned to go shopping. Naturally, Lin Dong accompanied the two girls but did not forget about the little one. He first fed Ralts in the morning, and, once it had fallen into a deep sleep, entrusted it to Nurse Joy's care before the three departed from the Pokémon Center. On their way, Pikachu wore a rather forlorn expression. Its owner seemed rather biased. Lin Dong noticed Pikachu's mood and found a shop, intending to buy a bottle of milk for it. However, Pikachu stood stubbornly in front of the tomato sauce shelf, pointing with its tiny paw as if to say, "I want that." It dawned on Lin Dong that, in the original story, Pikachu had a fondness for tomato sauce. He was surprised that Pikachu had inherited such a preference for food. "Let's buy it." Lin Dong was more than willing to indulge Pikachu's little whims, but felt the need to exercise some moderation. "Pikachu, you can't eat too much of this. It's not good for you." "Pika, Pika." Pikachu hugged the bottle of tomato sauce, squeezed out a bit, and licked it with its tiny tongue, seemingly oblivious to Lin Dong's caution. Chapter 58. A fortuitous encounter with Amy, challenging the Kenaj gym. It is often said that shopping is an innate tendency among women, and Lin Dong could not agree more. Initially, as he accompanied two beautiful maidens on their shopping spree, he felt quite invigorated, even drawing a multitude of envious glances from other men. However, as time wore on, Lin Dong transformed into a mere automatonic bag carrier, stuffing one after another shopping bag into his backpack, which, despite its commendable capacity, began to feel rather burdensome. Thankfully, the technological advancements of this world were quite remarkable. Without his extraordinary backpack, he could scarcely fathom the ordeal. The physique of a super rookie seemed to confer bonuses only during travel. Shopping was merely a tiresome endeavor. Yet, abstaining from it was out of the question. Xiao Guang and Xiaoyao frequently tried on various outfits, parading them before him, which provided a modicum of motivation. At noon, the trio returned to the Pokémon Center where Lin Dong took care of the little ones, and in the afternoon, they ventured to another mall to continue their shopping escapade. As evening descended, they collected Xiaosheng from the Trainer Cultivation Academy and returned to the Pokémon Center, where Lin Dong resumed his duties with the little ones. Xiaosheng, however, appeared to be harboring unspoken thoughts. "Xiaosheng, do you have something on your mind?" Lin Dong inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor. It's nothing really," Xiaosheng replied, forcing a smile. "It's just that today, Teacher Du-Wan mentioned that in 2 weeks, they will hold a summer camp. Xiaosheng, do you wish to attend?" Xiaoyao seemed to sense something. "Actually, I would really like to participate," Xiaosheng admitted hesitantly. Earlier that day, he had engaged in an epic battle with Xiao Tuo at school, emerging victorious yet again. His deskmate, Xia Mei, along with Hao Tai, who had often been bullied by Xiao Tuo, held him in high regard. Moreover, the academy boasted a plethora of Pokémon, each obedient to any command, providing them with the opportunity to learn combat strategies in advance. Although traveling with his sisters allowed him to learn much and encounter various Pokémon, including the legendary Suicune, those Pokémon were not his own. During the final Pokémon combat practice class of the day, he had used his chosen Tadpole to triumph over Xiao Tuo as Psyduck. The experience of personally participating in a match was entirely different from mere observation. Directing Pokémon in battle was incredibly exhilarating. Following the summer camp, school would resume, leading into a 3-year specialized training program for aspiring trainers. Graduation would grant him the official qualification to train Pokémon, and he would be surrounded by a legion of admirers. He truly desired to stay. Xiaosheng had anticipated his sister's immediate refusal and had steeled himself for such an outcome, but to his surprise, in that case, let us call Mom and Dad to discuss it. If they agree, you can stay, Xiaoyao said with an open-mindedness that encouraged him. Xiaosheng, I support your decision. Really? Sister, you truly support me? Xiaosheng asked, incredulous. Of course. Now come on, let us make that call. Xiaoyao exclaimed joyfully, leading Xiaosheng to the phone. The Qianli couple had returned from their travels, and upon seeing Jinji managing everything well, Qianli began planning their next adventure. Upon learning of Xiaosheng's aspirations, they were quite surprised. However, when Xiaoyao informed them that the Academy's principal was Hoenn, Qianli and Mizuko felt reassured and readily consented. As for the availability of spots, that was a trivial concern. Mizuko offered a few more words of advice before concluding the call. Shortly thereafter, Qianli dialed Hoenn's number. The following day, Lin Dong and his companions arrived at the Kanaz gym next door to the academy. "Good morning, everyone." Duan greeted them as she opened the gym doors, welcoming Lin Dong and his friends inside. "By the way, Xiaosheng, the principal has informed me about your situation. Both the summer camp and your enrollment are assured. Welcome aboard." "Thank you, Teacher Duan," Xiaosheng exclaimed, elated. He had not anticipated such swift action from his father. "Lin Dong, would you mind if we recorded the match? I intend to document the entire process for future teaching purposes. Since these students will soon transition to the specialized program for aspiring trainers, an actual gym battle would serve as an excellent educational tool. Would that be acceptable?" Duan inquired. "Of course, but I assure you, I will secure the victory in this match." Lin Dong replied with a grin. "Such confidence. Let us show the children how you earn your badge," Duan responded with a smile. "Duan, the equipment is all set." A melodious voice chimed in. Lin Dong turned to see a stunning young woman, her features exquisitely refined, reminiscent of a work of art. She wore a white sundress with matching sandals, showcasing her fair, delicate arms and crystal-clear feet. Her soft, light orange hair was adorned with an orange accessory, adding a touch of youthful charm. Lin Dong immediately thought of someone. Duan's subsequent words confirmed his speculation. "Amy, thank you for your hard work. By the way, let me introduce everyone. This is my dear friend, Amy, the gym leader from the Azalea Gym in the Johto region." "Hello, Miss Amy," everyone greeted. "Hello, everyone." Amy's sweet smile and gentle demeanor swiftly won the favor of all present, and after a round of introductions, they were formally acquainted. Lin Dong felt a surge of excitement. In his previous life, Amy had been his favorite gym leader, her allure and grace rivaling that of any protagonist, perhaps even surpassing them. He never expected to encounter her at the Kanaz gym. "Lin Dong, may I observe your match?" Amy, being a gym leader herself, was well versed in the rules of spectating. "Of course, it would be my honor," Lin Dong replied, not one to refuse. Having agreed to the recording, he had no qualms about being watched. Soon, Duan and Lin Dong positioned themselves on either side of the field, an assistant stationed by the camera, and the referee took his place. Now, we commence the gym battle between gym leader Duan and challenger Lin Dong. The rules dictate a knockout format using 2 Pokémon, with only the challenger permitted to substitute Pokémon. Let the match begin. With the referee's command, Duan was the first to throw her Pokéball. "I'll take the lead. Come forth, Geodude." The arena of the Kanaz gym was no ordinary battlefield. It was a unique rocky terrain. Geodude hovered above the ground, seemingly melding seamlessly with the entire setting. "Lin Dong, you've got this." Xiao Guang, now donned in a cheerleader outfit and wielding pom-poms, encouraged him, having purchased the attire during their shopping trip yesterday, something Lin Dong had overlooked. Xiaoyao glanced at the poised Xiao Guang with a hint of envy. She had also bought a similar outfit, but felt restrained since Xiaosheng was present. Feeling somewhat awkward holding pom-poms, she opted instead to retrieve her Pokédex, Geodude, the rock-type Pokémon. It boasts exceptionally high defense, exhibiting remarkable durability against physical attacks. Indeed, it's Geodude, Lin Dong thought, his confidence solidified as he tossed his own Pokéball. "Bulbasaur, you shall be my choice." Chapter 59, Evolution. The astonished goddess is Bulbasaur. From a strategic perspective, Lin Dong held a considerable advantage. "A small victory," he exclaimed excitedly. Sitting beside him, Ami smiled but remained silent. Each gym in the Alliance typically specializes in a particular attribute, and it is quite common for challengers to select Pokémon that counter the gym's specialty. However, this is merely the first step. Trainers specializing in a particular attribute are undoubtedly aware of their Pokémon's weaknesses. It would be naive to assume they have not prepared countermeasures. The true test for challengers lies in how they respond to these tactics. "You've chosen a very advantageous attribute," Duan remarked with a smile, "but that alone is insufficient. Use Rollout Onyx." Onyx curled into a ball and charged toward Bulbasaur. "Bulbasaur, unleash Leaf Blade." At the command, Bulbasaur instantly released a barrage of sharp leaves. While Onyx was indeed vulnerable to grass-type moves, Duan merely smiled at Bulbasaur's attack. In a swift motion, Onyx used the uneven terrain to leap into the air, evading all the incoming leaves. Upon landing, it positioned itself directly in front of Bulbasaur. Unfurling its body, "Use Fire Punch," Duan commanded, and Onyx's fist ignited in flames as it lunged at Bulbasaur. "Bulbasaur, use Seed Bomb." In a state of panic, Bulbasaur, unable to dodge, swiftly fired a seed from the garlic-shaped plant on its back. At such close range, Bulbasaur was struck by Onix's fire punch and sent flying. While Onix was unable to evade the seed bomb, the tendrils from the seed bomb wrapped tightly around Onix. Despite taking a significant hit from the fire punch, Bulbasaur managed to stand firm. Onix, though not defeated by the seed bomb, felt its strength being sapped by the entwining vines, leaving it quite uncomfortable. Onix, dig underground. Bulbasaur, use swift. Duan and Lindong spoke almost simultaneously. Onix pretended to burrow underground, while Bulbasaur opened its mouth and shot a flurry of golden stars toward Onix. The speed of Swift was overwhelming. Onix had no chance to evade and was struck directly, although the damage was minimal. The pain from the stars combined with the draining effect of the seed bomb rendered Onix nearly immobile, halting its digging action. What? In the audience, Ami gasped in astonishment. Though she was a Steel-type gym leader with extensive knowledge, she was taken aback. Bulbasaur shouldn't be able to learn Swift. In truth, Lindong had never considered teaching Bulbasaur this move until Qianli suggested it. In his previous life, Bulbasaur could not learn Swift at all. Yet, Qianli had achieved it. In that moment, Lindong realized that no amount of game knowledge from his past could serve as a definitive guide. Applying game theory as an absolute truth would lead to significant pitfalls. Did he truly believe that Onix would just stand there and let him attack? With a sufficiently high trainer level, even Pokémon could overcome their inherent laziness. At Qianli's level, even a Sloth King could unleash relentless assaults for 3 minutes. As for absolute immunity, that was a mere myth. Let us not forget, the electric-type attacks on the ground were not limited to just 1 or 2 Pokémon. While teaching Bulbasaur to learn Swift, Qianli explained his theory to Lindong. In his view, all moves ultimately stemmed from the manipulation of energy. As long as there was sufficient energy of the corresponding type, and if utilized in a specific manner, it could manifest as a move. This aligned with the concepts surrounding Gengar. Moves like Shadow Ball and Phantom Force were all created in such a manner. Qianli discovered that while most general-type Pokémon predominantly housed non-elemental energy, they also possessed traces of other elemental energies. For instance, Sloth King and Sloth King could harness Ice-type energy to utilize moves like Blizzard or Ice Punch. With Fire-type energy, they could unleash Flamethrower or Fire Punch. Lindong found this theory compelling, as it could be corroborated by other Pokémon. Pikachu, a pure electric-type Pokémon, could learn Surf. Dragonite, primarily a dragon and flying type, could adeptly use moves from water, fire, grass, electric, and ice types. The general-type energy was inherently present in every Pokémon. Since Swift was not an overwhelmingly powerful move like Hyper Beam, it required minimal general-type energy, theoretically posing no barrier. This left only the question of which body parts could initiate the moves. Some moves required specific organs or body parts to execute. For example, Ice Punch, Fire Punch, and Thunder Punch all needed hands. But what if a Pokémon lacked hands? Take Whipleaf, for instance. Trico was a bona fide grass-type Pokémon. Who would dare claim it lacked ample grass-type energy? However, without the organs to perform Whipleaf, it could not execute the move. Only those plant-like grass-type Pokémon could utilize it. Many Pokémon often launch moves from their mouths, but Bulbasaur and its kin were exceptions, primarily using the plant on their backs while their mouths remained largely unused. Yet, a lack of habitual use did not equate to an inability to perform. With Qianli's assistance, Bulbasaur learned to gather general-type energy, and, using the technique of Swift, released it through its mouth. Thus, it mastered Swift. However, Lindong had a sudden epiphany. If a Pokémon possessed multiple body parts capable of executing moves, could it not simultaneously unleash multiple attacks? Throughout their journey, Lindong had consistently trained Bulbasaur in multitasking. And now, Bulbasaur, showcase the fruits of our special training, Lindong commanded. Without needing further instruction, Bulbasaur understood. As it released Swift to disrupt its opponent's actions, 2 vine whips swiftly lashed out, ensnaring Onix. Meanwhile, the plant on its back unleashed a flurry of sharp leaves. Bulbasaur ceased its swift assault, gathering energy in front of its mouth to form a verdant energy sphere. In the audience, Ami's expression shifted, her surprise evident as she turned her gaze entirely to Lindong. Onix, Duan called anxiously, yet there was no remedy. Onix, bound by the vine whips and unable to act, was drained of its strength by the seed bomb, tormented by the leaf blade, and ultimately succumbed to the energy sphere, falling into unconsciousness. Onix's eyes turned spiraled. The referee immediately raised the flag. Onix was unable to continue battling. Bulbasaur emerged victorious. Bulbasaur instantly halted its attack, retracting its vine whips, while the seed bomb detached from Onix and returned to the plant on its back, replenishing its vitality. Having triumphed in battle, the damage from Fire Punch gradually healed, and Bulbasaur felt a wave of rejuvenation, a radiant white glow enveloping its body. What is that? The audience gasped in astonishment. Rising in unison. Chapter 60. Multitasking. The strength of Ivysaur. The white orb enveloping Bulbasaur gradually expanded, and as the brilliance faded, the plant atop Bulbasaur blossomed, revealing a pink bud. At the base of the bud, for paddle-shaped green leaves unfurled in a cross shape, extending towards the sky, behind, and to either side of its body. It has evolved into Ivysaur. Xiaosheng exclaimed excitedly. That's Ivysaur. Xiaoya remarked, pulling out her Pokédex for a scan. Ivysaur. The seed Pokémon is the evolved form of Bulbasaur. It carries a bud on its back that will bloom into a magnificent flower once it absorbs sufficient nutrients. Fantastic. Ivysaur, you've finally evolved. Throughout their journey, Bulbasaur had accumulated a wealth of experience and was already on the brink of evolution. However, when the moment arrived, Lindong could not contain his excitement. Tada! Ivysaur called out joyfully, and beneath its feet, the ground began to shimmer with a faint green glow. Gradually, tender green grass sprouted around Ivysaur, spreading across nearly half the battlefield. Oh my, Ivysaur, you've learned grass terrain. Lindong rejoiced. Grass terrain was a crucial component of his battle strategy for Bulbasaur. This extraordinary move could be activated through its limbs, mouth, and the plant on its back, theoretically allowing Bulbasaur to utilize 4 different techniques simultaneously. After mastering the move Rapid Star, Bulbasaur had already learned to launch attacks with its mouth and quickly grasped Energy Ball. Yet, it had never managed to learn grass terrain. Lindong had wondered if Bulbasaur simply lacked the energy for it. To his surprise, after evolving, Ivysaur effortlessly mastered the technique. As grass terrain spread, Ivysaur's complexion quickly brightened, akin to wheat drawing nutrients from 2 meters underground. No loss, no evaporation. Excellent. Ivysaur, let us seize this badge together. Come back, Geodude. You've done well. Do you want to recall Geodude and released another Pokéball? Lindong, you certainly have a knack for this. But can you defeat it? Come forth, Nose Pass. With a pop, a Pokémon resembling a large rock and entirely blue appeared on the field, its red nose strikingly prominent. Xiaoyu scanned it with her Pokédex. Nose Pass, the compass Pokémon. Its large nose acts as a powerful magnet, allowing it to determine direction based on its orientation. Ivysaur, let's launch an attack with Leaf Blade. Nose Pass, Rock Blast. Ivysaur unleashed sharp leaves from its bud, while Nose Pass hurled numerous small rocks towards Ivysaur. The 2 powerful moves collided fiercely in the center, ultimately nullifying each other. Nose Pass, use Rock Tomb. Do one commanded. With a heavy stomp, Nose Pass caused massive rocks to rise from the ground surrounding Ivysaur, trapping it in the center. Tada! The rocks continued to close in around Ivysaur, which displayed a pained expression. This is bad. If this continues, you'll be crushed. Ivysaur, use Energy Ball to blast it open. Tada! Soon. The rocks encasing Ivysaur were shattered and sent flying, though Ivysaur, positioned at the epicenter of the explosion, sustained some injuries and was panting. However, thanks to the effects of grass terrain, Ivysaur began to recover as it absorbed nutrients. Ivysaur, use Rapid Star and simultaneously launch Seed Bomb. Tada! Ivysaur opened its mouth and shot forth a multitude of stars, while from its bud, it propelled a Seed Bomb towards Nose Pass. Nose Pass, block it with Rock Slide. Nose Pass stomped again, and a large rock emerged in front of it, acting as a shield against the Rapid Stars and Seed Bomb. Duwan smiled. Lindong, the same move won't work against me. You'll need something more to win. Lindong chuckled. Then let's employ a different strategy. Ivysaur, gather energy and prepare to unleash Solar Flare. Tada! Ivysaur responded, absorbing nutrients while drawing in solar energy. Lindong wisely refrained from attempting to use Vine Whip. If it were Venusaur, he would have used Vine Whip to distract the opponent. However, Ivysaur was at a significant disadvantage in terms of weight and strength compared to Nose Pass. If Vine Whip were caught, it would be detrimental to Ivysaur. During Bulbasaur's earlier days, Lindong had guided it in attempting Solar Flare, but its small stature made it difficult to control such a powerful technique, resulting in a dismal success rate. Fearing for Bulbasaur's safety, he had gradually ceased its practice. He could only remark that Ash's Pokémon was exceptionally overpowered. Now, having evolved into Ivysaur, control had become significantly easier. As Ivysaur accumulated energy, Duwan quickly responded, Nose Pass. Use Electro Cannon. Pop. Lindong reacted swiftly. Ivysaur, use Energy Ball. Tada! An arc of electricity sparked from Nose Pass's nose, rapidly intensifying to emit a blinding white light, followed by a powerful current akin to cannon fire directed at Ivysaur. What? Nose Pass isn't a rock type? How can it use electric type moves? Xiao Yao exclaimed in surprise, while Xiaosheng remained unfazed. Nose Pass's nose is a powerful magnet. Electricity and magnetism can naturally transform into one another. It's not surprising that Nose Pass can use some electric type moves. Ivysaur released a green energy ball, which collided with the electro cannon. The hastily launched energy ball lacked significant power, and after a brief stalemate, it detonated, dispersing its energy into the air. The electro cannon, though weakened, still surged toward Ivysaur. Lin Dong gritted his teeth, deciding to take a risk. Ivysaur, brace yourself. Tada! The electro cannon struck Ivysaur, but it had long been prepared. It focused intently on gathering solar energy while utilizing the energy provided by grass terrain to mitigate the damage from the electro cannon. As a grass-type Pokémon, Ivysaur already possessed a degree of resistance against electric-type moves, and with the enhancement of grass terrain, the electro cannon, though still inflicting some pain, was within tolerable limits. At that moment, the bud on Ivysaur's back began to glow white, signaling that the energy for Solar Flare had fully accumulated. The time for the decisive showdown had arrived. Solar Flare, launch. Tada! Ivysaur shouted, unleashing the grass-type ultimate move. Nose Pass, block it with Rock Slide. A powerful beam surged toward Nose Pass, moving so swiftly that it had no time to evade. Stomping its foot, Nose Pass summoned a rock that resembled a shield. Yet it proved futile against the might of Solar Flare. The rock shattered instantly. Nose Pass was struck by Solar Flare and collapsed to the ground, its eyes spiraling in confusion. The referee raised the flag once more. Nose Pass is unable to battle. Ivysaur is victorious. Therefore, the winner is Lin Dong. Chapter 61, The Steel Goddess. Ami challenges Lin Dong. Lin Dong and his Bulbasaur reveled in their victory, while Duan stood momentarily stunned, before recalling her Pokémon, Noctowl, into its Pokéball. Thank you for your hard work, Noctowl. It's time for you to rest, she murmured. Even now. She found it hard to believe that she had been bested by a challenger who had taken 2 Pokémon down in one battle. However, she quickly composed herself, a rueful smile gracing her lips as she regained her cheerful demeanor. The Alliance's gyms are categorized into 2 types, those affiliated with the official alliance, and those that belong to family legacies. The gyms passed down through generations often retain some of the original Pokémon even after the elder gym leader has passed, as they are all part of a familial bond. Pokémon are sentient beings capable of simple coordination with their trainers. Thus, the strength of these gyms is usually safeguarded for several generations. Yet, family-run gyms face their own dilemmas. If successors fail to live up to expectations, and the elder gym leader's Pokémon age, the gym's strength may plummet drastically. Such establishments risk failing alliance inspections and losing their official gym certification. Without this certification, their revenue naturally diminishes, leading to a vicious cycle of decline until they fade into obscurity. In contrast, the official gym strength is contingent upon who the alliance appoints as the gym leader or manager. In reality, there are numerous alliance gyms, not all of which grant badges. After all, gyms primarily serve as training grounds for trainers. Gym battles represent just one aspect of their function. While gym battles are free of charge, registration for courses or usage of gym facilities incurs fees. The downside of official gyms is that they do not belong to the gym leader as personal assets and cannot be inherited. Gym leaders receive salaries from the alliance, which may include commissions, but they certainly lack the same vested interest as in family-run enterprises. Nevertheless, this can also be seen as an advantage, as it alleviates the burden of financial risk. Despite her youth, Duan had become the head of an official gym, which garnered skepticism within the alliance. Those familiar with the inner workings knew that Kanaz Gym was likely the weakest among all officially recognized gyms in the Hoenn region. Duan felt the weight of this knowledge, but for now, she could only strive to perform her duties diligently. With a smile, she approached Lin Dong. Thank you for an excellent match. I believe this will serve as a wonderful lesson for my students. You are more than deserving of this stone badge. She extended her hand, revealing a badge shaped like 2 interlocking golden triangles connected by a brown rectangle, resting gently in her palm. Thank you. I've received the stone badge, Lin Dong exclaimed, accepting the badge. Pikachu cheered enthusiastically beside him. Xiao Guang and the others approached from the audience. Congratulations, Lin Dong. This makes your 3rd badge, doesn't it? Xiao Guang said with a grin. Indeed, I'm one step closer to the Alliance Conference, Lin Dong replied, securing the badge with a smile. Lin Dong, may I ask you a question? Ami, who had been standing to the side, hesitated before shyly inquiring. Of course, Miss Ami, Lin Dong responded, his sunny smile causing her heart to race. What am I thinking? He is so much younger than me. Ami realized her disconcerting feelings and chastised herself internally. Yet, when the words came out, she said, I'm not much older than you all. Just call me Ami. I wanted to ask, how is your Bulbasaur able to unleash so many moves simultaneously? That's a long story, Lin Dong chuckled, a hint of exasperation in his voice. To put it simply, some Pokémon have multiple body parts capable of executing moves, allowing them to multitask. Ami listened, somewhat perplexed by Lin Dong's explanation. He understood that his answer was akin to saying, do this, then that, and it will work. However, clarifying the concept was not something that could be done succinctly. By the way, Ami, I heard from Duwon that you are a gym trainer from the Johto region Celadon gym? Lindong asked. Yes, but I am currently on a journey to train and improve, so my gym is being managed by a companion, Ami replied. Huh? But Ami, aren't you already a gym trainer? Xiaoguang questioned, confused. Xiaoao echoed her sentiment. Yes, being a gym trainer is already quite impressive. Why travel to train further? Ami smiled gently. The journey of training Pokémon has no end. To become stronger, I wish to learn every technique applicable in battles. I heard that Pokémon contests are particularly popular in Hoenn, and I believe those elegant battle techniques would be immensely beneficial. Unfortunately, I only arrived in Canaz City yesterday morning and missed the Canaz contest. Oh, that's too bad, Lindong remarked with a smile. Xiaoguang, you missed a formidable opponent. Inwardly, he thought, thank goodness Ami arrived late. If a gym trainer participated in a contest and was eliminated in the first round, it would be unfortunate. Once they reached the second round, how many coordinators could possibly withstand her prowess? Gym battles often allow for some leniency with Pokémon of comparable levels, but that wouldn't apply elsewhere. As it stands, Xiaoguang and Jinwu are far from being Ami's equals, and Xiaoyao is even further behind. Oh, Xiaoguang, are you a coordinator? Ami asked, intrigued. Yes, my goal is to become a top coordinator, Xiaoguang affirmed with a nod. Haha, Ami. Xiaoguang just won the final stage at the Canaz conference and received a ribbon badge. Duwon added. She had learned of this during a visit to the Trainer Cultivation Academy. Wow, that's impressive, Ami exclaimed. Xiaoguang, may I discuss contest techniques with you? Of course. I would love to learn from you as well, Xiaoguang replied happily. By the way, Xiaoyao has also decided to become a Pokémon coordinator. We can practice together. Really? That's wonderful. Ami beamed, then turned her gaze to Lindong. However, I have one more request. Lindong, would you battle me? A battle? Lindong was momentarily taken aback. Yes, not a gym match, but a private duel, Ami emphasized. What do you think, Lindong? You didn't use all your strength in the previous gym battle, did you? Duwon chimed in. I would also like to see your full capabilities. All right. Lindong replied with a smile. I welcome the challenge. Let us begin. Chapter 62, 3v3. A battle to the fullest. On the arena of the Canaz gym, Lindong once again stood in the battle zone. His opponent had changed to Ami, while Duwon took the place of the referee. The camera was switched off by Duwon. Aside from Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, and Xiaosheng, the other assistants had not remained. Ami, what are the rules for our battle? Duwon inquired, looking at both of them. This was a private match, and naturally, the rules were to be decided by mutual agreement. Lindong, how about a 3v3? Ami proposed. Certainly. Lindong readily agreed. He felt that a 6v6 was not suitable for him at the moment. A 3v3 was just perfect. Then let me witness your full strength. I will go first. Come forth. Magneton. As a gym trainer, Ami sent out her first Pokémon. At this moment, Xiaoguang sat down, pulling out his Pokédex. Magneton, the magnet Pokémon, is the evolved form of Magnemite. It usually floats in the air, emitting powerful magnetic forces and high-voltage currents. Magneton, huh? Then I shall send out. Go, Pikachu. Lindong declared with a flourish. Pikachu? Ami appeared momentarily surprised but quickly broke into a smile. This boy is indeed interesting. Xiaoxing in the observation seats was puzzled. He has the advantage, why not use his Dragonite with fire-type moves? Pikachu's electric attacks won't inflict much damage on Magneton. However, Xiaoyu seemed to grasp Lindong's intentions. Attempting to understand him, perhaps he wishes to compete in terms of raw power. Indeed, Lindong harbored such thoughts. Setting aside type advantages for a direct confrontation was the best way to validate Pikachu's strength. Ami, my Pikachu will not lose. Lindong declared confidently. Neither will my Magneton. Ami responded. Thunderbolt. Both Lindong and Ami commanded simultaneously, and Pikachu and Magneton unleashed bolts of electricity at the same time. The two powerful currents collided. But Magneton's output was noticeably weaker. What? Pikachu possesses such formidable electric power. Ami was taken aback, her curiosity about Lindong deepening. What kind of training method could cultivate Pikachu to such a level? It was practically a Raichu disguised in Pikachu's skin. Magneton, do not falter. Upon hearing Ami's encouragement, Magneton's three eyes widened, its body tensed as it desperately amplified its electrical output. It seemed to exert all its strength to stabilize the current. The energies exploded, sending sparks flying. Lindong seized the opportunity during Magneton's moment of weakness. Pikachu, quick attack. Pika. Pikachu transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly darting toward Magneton, knocking it back several paces. Now, give it a steel tail. Magneton dodged quickly. Ami urgently commanded, but Magneton was slow to react due to its previous exertion. Pika. Poacher rapidly followed, its metallic tail striking Magneton, sending it flying several meters away. Yay. Magneton emitted a pain sound. Lindong pressed the attack. Poacher. Deliver one final quick attack. Magneton discharge. After witnessing Pikachu's speed, Ami decided not to have Magneton evade, but instead to attack. Dazzling electricity shot out from Magneton in all directions, but Lindong didn't want Pikachu to take the hit. Pikachu, use quick attack to evade. Pika. Pikachu complied, abandoning the offensive. As it raced across the battlefield, its speed created afterimages, successfully dodging all the incoming electric blasts. Magneton, do not rely on sight. Use your magnetic field to sense Pikachu's electrical reactions and lock onto it. Ami quickly formulated a counterattack. Yay. Following Ami's instructions, Magneton indeed locked onto Pikachu's position. Launch the Magnet Bomb. Ami commanded, and Magneton promptly fired a cannon-like burst of electricity toward Pikachu, despite Pikachu's high speed. This attack seemed to have a mind of its own, homing in on it. Realizing escape was futile, Lindong had a sudden inspiration. Pikachu, grab Magneton. Pika. Pikachu leaped behind Magneton, firmly grasping the screw on top of its head, its body clinging to Magneton's back. The magnet bomb struck Pikachu, but it also hit Magneton itself. Pika. Yay. Though Pikachu sustained slightly more damage, Magneton had already been weakened prior. Now, Magneton was on the verge of collapse. Pikachu, add some power. Use Thunder. Pikachu beamed with joy, its electric sac sparking with arcs of electricity. Pikachu. With a powerful thunder attack, Magneton, unable to escape Pikachu's grip, was engulfed by a torrent of lightning. Magneton. Ami called out in concern, but when the lightning subsided, all that remained was Magneton lying on the ground. Yay. Magneton's three eyes quickly transformed into two. Do1 immediately raised the flag. Magneton has lost its fighting capability. Pikachu is the victor. Ami hastily recalled Magneton into its Pokéball. Thank you, Magneton. You've done well. Rest up. Then, she turned to Lindong. Lindong, your Pikachu is remarkably trained. Thank you. Your Magneton is impressive as well. Lindong felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks. In truth, he could not claim full credit for Pikachu's training. He had merely remembered the strengths of each Pikachu from the original series, which the system then synthesized. However, Ami's Magneton was undeniably a product of her diligent training. Thus, Lindong's words were sincere, for he knew that if he were to raise a Pikachu from scratch, even with the knowledge of the original series, it would take considerable time to reach the level capable of contending with her Magneton. Now for my second Pokémon, go, Bronzer. A large bronze bell appeared in the arena, its mouth facing downward, adorned with intricate patterns, featuring red, ringed eyes and a mouth between them. A beam extended from its head, with a hole beneath it, and the beam hung down from both sides. Faced with this unfamiliar Pokémon, Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao simultaneously consulted their Pokédex. Bronzer, the bronze Pokémon. This ancient Pokémon, having slumbered for over 2 millennia, became a sensational headline when excavated from a construction site. Pikachu, return. Facing the imposing bell, Lindong promptly decided to recall Pikachu. Pikachu had already sustained damage in the battle against Magneton, and facing a Psychic-type Pokémon that seemed almost like a bug in the real world would likely result in a Pyrrhic victory. After the previous encounter, Lindong had a complete understanding of Pikachu's capabilities and saw no need for further injury. Pika? Pikachu. Initially puzzled, Pikachu quickly dashed back. Ami, since you have summoned Bronzer, then I shall. Chapter 63, A Direct Confrontation, Gengar vs. Bronzong. Gengar, it is you who will take the stage. The ghostly figure of Gengar appeared, adorned with its signature smile. Gengar, you say? Ami was momentarily taken aback. The Pokémon Lindong chose to counter her. How shall I put it? It was rather gentlemanly. In the first round, facing her Magneton, Lindong did not select a Pokémon advantageous in type, but instead sent forth Pikachu, engaging in an electric duel of prowess. In the second round, against the dual steel and psychic type Bronzong, Lindong again chose Gengar. Although Gengar's ghost type had an advantage over Bronzong's psychic type, its poison type was hindered by Bronzong's steel type. Furthermore, Gengar was known for its offensive might yet had a notably weak defense, while Bronzong boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Thus, it was truly uncertain who held the upper hand in this contest. The battlefield was evenly matched, promising an intriguing clash. Ami's curiosity about Lindong grew deeper, and unbeknownst to her, her affection for the boy across from her was steadily ascending. Lindong's choice of Gengar was not without purpose. In previous battles, he had rarely allowed Gengar to face opponents of similar strength directly. The Gengar he had trained was not his primary powerhouse. This was due to the fact that, despite Gengar's 2,500 years of rigorous training, which had honed its skills, it could not escape its inherent fragility. Jengar's offensive prowess was comparable to that of its Mega Evolution, and when considering its unique self-created moves, it surpassed most second-tier deities in pure attack power. However, its frailty remained a significant drawback. Moreover, its Shadow Ball, before reaching Mega Evolution, could not be released like a standard Shadow Ball. It required a transformation into a spiritual mode to unleash its full potential. Being fragile, using a powerful move necessitated getting dangerously close to the opponent. This predicament persisted even after Jengar achieved Mega Evolution. According to the descriptions in that tome, Mega Jengar's attack power was further enhanced, and without external abilities, its unique move surged to a third-tier level of might. Yet, it remained just as delicate. Thus, Lindong concluded that Jengar was best suited for ambush tactics, especially in the wild, where one need not adhere strictly to the rules of fair play. Just as when battling Suicune, such strategies could yield remarkable results. However, Lindong also recognized that his understanding might not be entirely accurate. After all, Jengar, through its learning of language, had developed a certain degree of cognitive ability and possessed the capacity for autonomous combat. Today, in the match against Ami, there was no concern for injury. Everyone would hold back, and even if Jengar were to be inadvertently struck, it would sustain only minor injuries. Lindong had resolved not to issue commands this time. Allowing Jengar to devise its own strategies might prove more advantageous. Through this practical test, he might even glean insights to formulate a more suitable combat approach for Jengar. Lindong, I'm coming. Bronzong used Psychic. Ami took the initiative, and Bronzong radiated a blue glow. Jengar, I will not direct you in this battle. The choice of moves is entirely yours. What? The 5 spectators, Ami, Duan, Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Sheng, exclaimed in unison. It is known that without a trainer's guidance, a Pokémon relying solely on instinct typically experiences a significant decline in battle effectiveness. Even a Pokémon with full strength may only manage to utilize half of its potential. Yet Jengar on the field appeared completely unfazed. A flash of red gleamed in its eyes as it unleashed 2 streams of black energy from its fingertips, effortlessly neutralizing the psychic attack. Ami was utterly astonished. The psychic type was deemed notoriously troublesome due to the often intangible nature of its attacks, which eluded the naked eye. If one cannot even perceive an attack, evasion becomes exceedingly challenging. But this Jengar, Bronzong, once more, used Psychic. Ami, attributing Jengar's success to mere luck, attempted again. However, Jengar stood still, raising its hand once more and nonchalantly dispersing the psychic attack. Lindong, standing with his hands behind his back, observed Jengar's display with an air of calm mastery. Ami found herself momentarily dazed, perceiving not a novice trainer in Lindong, but rather a formidable champion. Bronzong, unleash Flash Cannon. Realizing the futility of the psychic strategy, Ami swiftly altered her tactics, commanding Bronzong to execute a steel-type move. Bronzong spun, directing its bell mouth toward Jengar, gathering metallic radiance at its opening before releasing it with a resounding boom. The flash cannon surged toward Jengar, who responded with its signature laugh. Jengar, with a flicker, Jengar vanished from its position. Ami was astounded. This Jengar's speed was astonishing. When Jengar reappeared, its deep purple form hovered in midair, and its smile seemed to emanate an air of unrivaled dominance. Stretching out its hand, 10 shadow balls materialized before it. Jengar, with a swift motion, Jengar unleashed the 10 shadow balls, bombarding Bronzong simultaneously. Bronzong was struck by 2 of the shadow balls, emitting a cry of anguish. Concurrently, Jengar's eyes shot forth 2 streams of black energy. Night Curse. Bronzong was hit once more, its eyes closing as it collapsed. Jengar had ceased its assault, and Duan, momentarily stunned, recalled the need to raise the victory flag. Bronzong was unable to continue fighting, and Jengar emerged victorious. Ami stood rooted in place, seemingly frozen. Ami. Duan softly prompted her friend, who had remained motionless. Ami finally snapped back to reality, recalling Bronzong to its Pokéball. Bronzong, I'm sorry. Please rest well. Turning her gaze to Lindong, she offered a relieved smile. Lindong, there is no need for further competition, I concede. And I do so with complete acceptance. Well, Lindong's face flushed again. Truth be told, Jengar's strength was not solely attributable to his training. After this battle, Lindong had also identified some of his own shortcomings. He had previously been overly fixated on Jengar's fragility, neglecting its speed and elusive maneuvers. Moreover, Jengar had the potential for explosive attacks. Certainly, the tradition of ambush tactics was worth preserving. As for whether to engage in direct confrontation or clandestine strikes, it could entirely depend on the opponent's strength. If facing someone like Suicune, a direct showdown would be tantamount to self-destruction. However, against ordinary Pokémon, Jengar's direct assault would suffice, eliminating the need to take risks by getting close for a powerful move. Your Bronzong has also been excellently trained. We merely capitalized on the type advantage, Lindong remarked, eager to shift the conversation away from the awkward topic. Lindong, I am truly curious. What methods do you employ to cultivate Pokémon to such an exceptional standard? Ami expressed her heartfelt admiration. As Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, and Xiaosheng approached, Ami hesitated. Finally mustering the courage to pose her question, Lindong, everyone, may I travel with you? Chapter 64, Devwin Manufacturing Company, Limited. At this moment, the inner thoughts of the three individuals were exceedingly intricate, rich enough to rival a palace intrigue drama. I have no objections. Xiaoyao waved her hand, swiftly breaking the silence. No problem, no problem. Xiaoguang replied immediately, perhaps caught up in the moment. Of course, welcome, Amy. We shall all be companions from now on. Although the time was brief, Lindong smiled and agreed only after both Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao had responded. Thank you. I look forward to your guidance, Amy said with a slight bow and a gentle smile towards the group. The three women exchanged glances, their thoughts unknown to one another. Meanwhile, a woman with raspberry purple hair and a man with peacock blue-green hair, accompanied by a Meowth, were at a secluded telephone booth in Canaz City, dialing a number across the ocean. On the video call appeared a woman with long pink hair and a man with short blue hair, also accompanied by a Meowth. Hello. Senior Musashi, Senior Kojiro. Nancy and Shakuro greeted immediately. Is that you, Nancy and Shakuro? What brings you to us through headquarters? Musashi inquired, exuding an air of authority. Well, we have encountered a bit of trouble and would like to seek your advice, Nancy replied. Oh, go ahead. But you know we are quite busy here in the Kalos region, Musashi responded. Yes, we wouldn't want to trouble you. But we were hoping to learn if you have any secret techniques for dealing with Pikachu. Nancy said. Pikachu, you say? Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth instantly perked up. When it comes to dealing with Pikachu, few possess more experience than they, albeit rooted in a series of failures. But failure is the mother of success. As they elaborated on their experiences with Pikachu, Nancy, Shakuro, and the old Meowth listened in astonishment. In essence, one must possess unwavering conviction, persistently delve into the study of electric-type knowledge, and diligently apply theoretical insights to practical actions. Did you understand? Nancy and Shakuro exchanged glances, nodding in a semblance of comprehension. Good. Since your attitude is commendable, I shall impart a bit more wisdom, Kojiro said, elegantly holding a rose. Please, Senior. Musashi and I, along with Meowth, have managed to persevere thus far due to our versatile skills and well-rounded development. Therefore, aside from excelling in our primary duties, we must continually learn various skills, such as washing dishes, cooking, cleaning, and engaging in small trades. Senior, what relevance do these skills have? Shakuro asked, somewhat puzzled. Meow, you don't understand this? We just discussed how to manage robot motherboards, components, and electrical insulation materials, each of which costs money. Meowth scoffed. Exactly. The headquarters isn't funding us, so we must save up ourselves. In this world, having an array of skills is invaluable, Kojiro said, reflecting deeply. If you find part-time work too troublesome, we have a shortcut, Musashi suggested. After all, we are the notorious Team Rocket. Why not take a look at the city's major enterprises and procure something valuable to sell? All right, it's time for us to commence today's operation. Best of luck to you, Musashi concluded before hanging up. Nancy and Shakuro exchanged prolonged glances until the latter suddenly slapped his forehead. I understand. The secret to dealing with Pikachu is to create electric-proof robots. And to create robots, we need money, Nancy chimed in. Meow. So our primary objective now is to raise funds, right, Granny? Indeed. Our financial situation is rather bleak, Shakuro remarked, glancing at his withered wallet. However, Nancy was brimming with enthusiasm. So, which is the largest enterprise in Canaz City? Let me check, Granny. Meowth observed the data on Canaz City and soon declared, it must be Devwin Manufacturing Company, Limited. Lindong and Xiaosheng returned to the Pokémon Center, while Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, and Amy remained at the Canaz Gym, having made plans to go shopping with Duan in the afternoon. As for Lindong and Xiaosheng, the four girls expressed their intention to leave them behind, citing the inconvenience of sharing their purchases with boys. Lindong thought little of it and went to tend to Larula. As soon as Larula saw Lindong return, she ceased her wailing. Xiaosheng sat idly on the bed, sipping a beverage while fiddling with the Pokémon navigator. Unfortunately, in a moment of carelessness, he spilled the drink on the device, causing it to short-circuit and shut down. No matter what he did, it would not turn on again. Oh no. Xiaosheng sprang up, glancing around furtively to ensure no one had witnessed the incident. He quickly concealed the damaged navigator in his pocket and then approached Lindong, who was feeding Larula. Lindong, Today is free time, right? Xiaoxing inquired. Yes. Why do you ask? Lindong sensed something was off with Xiaoxing. Suddenly, he recalled an incident from his past life where Xiaoxing had broken Xiaoyao's Pokémon Navigator after a gym battle. Could it be that this world's Xiaoxing was experiencing similar misfortune? Sure enough, under Lindong's watchful gaze, Xiaoxing awkwardly stammered. It's nothing at all. I'm just going out to play for a bit. With that, he dashed away. Lindong was nearly certain that Xiaoxing had indeed met with misfortune, likely resulting in the navigator's demise due to the spilled beverage. However, he chose not to confront Xiaoxing about it, as the latter was bound to encounter a fortunate opportunity. If all went as expected, he would soon meet Mr. Zivke, the president of Dev and Manufacturing Company, Limited. This Mr. Zivke was quite remarkable. Not only was he a prominent figure in the business world, but he was also the father of Champion Daegu in the Funyuan region. In the original plot, Xiaoxing was rather favored by Mr. Zivke. Forming a connection with such a significant individual could only bring benefits. As Xiaoxing wandered along the bustling streets of Canaz City, he found himself uncertain of where to go. I've always said my sister is unreliable, often urging her to be cautious. Yet this time, I was the one who carelessly broke the navigator. I'm doomed. She will surely laugh at me for ages and lecture me endlessly. He mused. No, I can't let this happen. I must find a way to fix the Pokémon Navigator. Xiaoxing resolved. Just then, he heard an advertisement blaring from a large screen by the roadside. From clothing to food, from food to medicine, anything that may assist you, Devon Manufacturing Company, Limited has it all. Devon Manufacturing Company, Limited, is here to support you. Simultaneously, cheers erupted from a stall nearby. Chapter 65, High-Stakes Business Warfare. Xiaoxing and Zivik, a man clad in a light purple suit, adorned with a white round hat and sporting gray-white hair, was animatedly sharing something. Curiosity piqued. Xiaoxing inched closer and inquired of a boy nearby who appeared to be of similar age. Who is that individual? Oh, him? He is a regular here, showcasing peculiar inventions to everyone, the boy replied, gesturing towards a robot on the table. Look at that one. Xiaoxing followed the boy's gaze and indeed spotted a robot resembling a stout, bald man with a round face. At that moment, the man announced, "This is a robot service designed to automatically open juice cans." Xiaoxing expressed his astonishment. The man placed the can into the robot's hand, which then gripped the can with one hand while pulling the tab with the other, straining with effort and emitting a cry, "Hey-ah," as it appeared to exert considerable force. Come on, you can do it. The man cheered for his robotic creation. Ultimately, the tab was pulled open and the can was squished. Soda erupted forth, splattering the man's face. He closed his eyes. Just then, the robot chimed in, "Good. Please enjoy." The man's expression turned to one of utter embarrassment. Another failed invention, he sighed. Yes, yet another failure. Let us go? Let us go. The onlooking children exchanged remarks and quickly dispersed, leaving Xiaoxing standing alone. Suddenly, it dawned on him that this was not the time to be watching such antics. Nonetheless, he was at a loss as to where to go. Alas, time is of the essence. Xiaoxing pulled out his broken Pokémon Navigator and sighed. The man noticed Xiaoxing and approached him. "Little brother, what seems to be the matter? Why the sigh?" "My name is Xiaoxing. It's just that my sister's Pokémon Navigator is broken," Xiaoxing replied. "Ah, I see." The man smiled. "In that case, you should visit Devon Manufacturing Company, Limited. They can create virtually anything and will surely help you repair your Pokémon Navigator." Devon Manufacturing Company, Limited? Xiaoxing queried, somewhat confused. Indeed, not only can they repair your Pokémon Navigator, but they even produce Pokémon. The man chuckled. "Produce Pokémon?" Xiaoxing exclaimed in disbelief. The man was about to elaborate further when he caught sight of a sleek black luxury car approaching on the road. "Inventors are honest folk and do not lie, Xiaoxing. Remember, you must visit Devon Manufacturing Company, Limited. The largest building on this street is the one." With that, the man turned and dashed away. A tall man in a suit stepped out of the parked black car and sprinted a few paces, only to find that the man had vanished. "He always runs so fast," the man complained, pulling out a walkie-talkie. "This is Kuroda. He is heading your way." The man who had fled was none other than Zivik. Zivik ran briskly past two intersections and turned a corner, glancing back with a sense of triumph, relieved to see that Kuroda was nowhere in sight. Still got a president. Zivik's moment of pride was short-lived as another man in a suit had already circumvented him and approached from the front. After a while, Kuroda arrived and escorted Zivik back to the company building. Xiaoxing had arrived even earlier than Zivik, but was informed by the receptionist that this was the headquarters of Devon Manufacturing and did not provide repair services. Nonetheless, Xiaoxing remained undeterred, for he could find no other place that might repair his Pokémon Navigator. Moreover, the man did not seem to be fabricating stories. Leaning against a pillar in the lobby, he awaited the man's return. Just then, Miss Junsha arrived at the front desk, conversing with the receptionist. Subsequently, the automatic doors opened, and Zivik along with Kuroda entered. Unwilling to concede, Zivik sought an opportunity to slip away, only to be confronted by Miss Junsha, who had been waiting in the lobby. Miss Junsha, how may I assist you? Kuroda inquired. Miss Junsha bowed respectfully and said, I apologize for taking your time. The Security Bureau has received intelligence that someone is targeting your company, so I came to inform you. Who is it? Kuroda asked, his expression turning serious. The details are still under investigation. I will join the security efforts. Please ensure your security systems are thoroughly checked, Miss Junsha replied. Kuroda, you will handle this matter. Zivik instructed. Miss Junsha, let Kuroda coordinate with you. Understood. I will promptly issue orders to all departments to enhance security measures. Kuroda and Miss Junsha discussed the particulars. While Zivik seized the opportunity to sneak away, it was no surprise to Zivik that someone sought to undermine his company. After all, it was a daily occurrence to face threats. With a vast empire and numerous competitors across various industries, business warfare unfolded routinely, rendering it utterly normal. Yet, Miss Junsha's visit indicated that the situation was somewhat serious. However, Zivik was aware that one could not guard against every thief. Within Duel Manufacturing's headquarters, the most crucial element was the data from the R&D department. As long as that remained secure, any damage elsewhere would incur minimal losses. His peripheral vision had already spotted Xiaoxing standing behind a pillar, and he promptly made his way over. Hey, Xiaoxing, you arrived so quickly. Xiaoxing began to speak, but was silenced by Zivik's hand over his mouth. Zivik made a shushing gesture and said, I know this company very well. Follow me. Xiaoxing followed Zivik into the elevator. In the hallway of the building, Xiaoxing curiously asked, where are we going? Xiaoxing, please show me your Pokémon navigator. Zivik requested. At this point, Xiaoxing had no choice but to trust Zivik and handed over the device. Zivik examined it closely and quickly identified the issue. It's been exposed to water? Has it? How did you know? Xiaoxing responded, astonished, yet feeling more confident in Zivik. Zivik led Xiaoxing into an office. Upon seeing Zivik, the researchers in white lab coats immediately stood up. Zivik hastily signaled for silence. Kuroda is chasing me. You must keep this a secret. Understood. We'll take the blame together later, the nearest researcher replied resignedly. Zivik approached this researcher and handed over Xiaoxing's Pokémon navigator. I apologize for the inconvenience, but could you please repair this? It seems to have water damage and may have short-circuited. Of course, President. We will have it fixed before evening. Chapter 66, The Pokémon Manufacturing Machine? The President? Xiaoxing gaped in disbelief. It was no surprise he was skeptical. After all, Zavuki was rather mischievous. Who would expect a president to act like a thief in his own company? Indeed, he was the head of the Hoenn Manufacturing Company, Limited. A nearby female researcher alleviated Xiaoxing's doubts. However, due to his frequent disappearances, it was common for him to face reprimands from Secretary Kuroda. The president gets scolded too? Xiaoxing found this hard to comprehend. After all, the president was the highest authority in the company, and wasn't he the secretary supposed to serve him? This seemed a bit topsy-turvy, yet the researchers appeared quite accustomed to it. It was mainly because Zavuki was rather unorthodox, while Kuroda was exceptionally diligent. Sometimes, during urgent matters, Kuroda would be unable to locate Zavuki for his signature. Zavuki loved to sneak into the research department, tinkering with all sorts of bizarre inventions, which he would then showcase to children at stalls. Consequently, Kuroda devised a strategy. Either he would catch him in the research department or search the vicinity of the headquarters for his street exhibitions. Over time, the researchers grew unfazed by it all. What they did not know was that Kuroda had another identity. Not only was he a capable secretary, but he was also a formidable elite trainer. Due to his lack of a powerful background, his career in the league had been less than satisfactory. By chance, he met Daigo, who was busy excavating stones. After spending some time together, Daigo recognized Kuroda's strength and sense of responsibility, deeming him an exceptional trainer. However, disheartened, Kuroda had no desire to climb the ranks within the league any longer. Thus, Daigo introduced Kuroda to Zavuki, trusting his son's recommendation. Zavuki felt reassured after getting to know Kuroda better and began delegating a significant amount of work to him, allowing Zavuki more time to pursue his inventions. Scratching his head, Zavuki said, never mind that. Come, let me show you our inventions. He led Xiaoxing into a spacious laboratory and approached the first machine. This is a television that can display the dreams of Pokémon. Really? That is amazing. I want to see it. Xiaoxing exclaimed excitedly. However, Zavuki added, but it's not finished yet as they approached the second machine. Zavuki continued his introduction. This is a machine that allows people to converse with Pokémon. Really? That is incredible. What kinds of Pokémon can we talk to? Xiaoxing was thrilled once again. Sorry, this machine isn't completed either. Xiaoxing tilted his head and sighed. Not finished again at the third machine, Zavuki remarked. This one is a machine that can transform into Pokémon. Is it completed? Xiaoxing no longer held much hope. Of course not, Zavuki replied matter-of-factly. In the end, none of the machines were finished, Xiaoxing remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Haha, Xiaoxing, take a look at this. Zavuki cheerfully approached a central machine. What is this machine? Xiaoxing inquired. This is the Pokémon production machine that our company is diligently developing. Zavuki proclaimed proudly. Pokémon will emerge from this. Really? Xiaoxing appeared skeptical, finding the absurdity of this machine comparable to the others. Do you see these sealed containers inside the machine? Zavuki pointed to the test tube-like vessels. Xiaoxing nodded. Zavuki elaborated. These sealed containers contain a special culture solution. By placing a Pokémon fossil in here, we can analyze the data through a computer and determine the genetic arrangement. Ultimately, we can cultivate this material to bring the Pokémon from the fossil back to life. This is my latest invention. To be precise, it is already developed and ready for testing. I plan to start testing soon, and just thinking about it excites me. Zavuki brimmed with confidence and pride. So what you mean by producing Pokémon is this? Xiaoxing's previous disappointment vanished, replaced by an excited smile. Yes. As long as there is a fossil, this machine can revive extinct Pokémon. Zavuki also smiled, knowing that while others might struggle to acquire fossils, he was not lacking in that regard. His son, Daigo, spent his days digging for stones, accumulating quite a collection of fossils as well. That's amazing, Xiaoxing exclaimed. So, it means we could see Pokémon that are no longer visible today, right? That is incredible. Haha, indeed. I can see you are quite fond of Pokémon. Zavuki chuckled. Yes, I want to own my own Pokémon soon and become a gym trainer in the future. Xiaoxing said excitedly. Can I bring my sister and friends here to see? Absolutely. I would be delighted to welcome them. Zavuki responded with joy. However, Zavuki suddenly felt a tinge of grievance. He particularly enjoyed the company of children. But what about Daigo? At over 20, he still hadn't found a girlfriend. Zavuki had tried introducing several candidates, all of whom Daigo had declined, citing his busy schedule. Knowing his son well, Zavuki was aware of what Daigo was up to. He rarely saw Daigo at league meetings, perhaps making an appearance 2 or 3 times a year. Most days were spent digging for stones. Zavuki could not comprehend what was so entertaining about stones. Yet, he had no choice. With no grandchildren to dote upon, he could only showcase his inventions and interact with children like Xiaoxing. My sister's name is Xiaoyao. She should still be at the Knaz gym. I also have a friend named Lindong, who is at the Pokémon Center now, Xiaoxing mentioned. President. Just as Zavuki and Xiaoxing were engrossed in conversation, Kuroda, donned in his suit, suddenly appeared before them. So, this is where you are. Please return to the President's office. You still have many arrangements to make. Oh, haha, you found me again. There is no rush on those matters. Zavuki waved his hand dismissively. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Xiaoxing. Hello, Xiaoxing greeted. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Secretary Kuroda. He replied. Xiaoxing recognized Kuroda as the person who had previously exited the car on the street. So you are the secretary. I thought you were a bad person who was going to harm the uncle. Haha, Zavuki laughed. Kuroda, I have a favor to ask. Could you go to the Knaz gym and the Pokémon Center to bring Xiaoxing's sister and friend here? Certainly, I will go right away. Chapter 67, A Stealthy Scheme. The stolen cultivation liquid. After Kuroda's departure, Zivich continued to guide Xiaoxing through the laboratory. At that moment, a researcher with brownish-yellow hair, clad in a white lab coat, caught Zivich's attention. Xiaoxing, could you accompany me for a moment? Sure. Xiaoxing was unaware of the unfolding situation, yet Zivich's demeanor had turned serious. As the president of Duel Manufacturing, Zivich boasted of his ability to recognize every employee in the company, a claim he surely exaggerated. After all, the headquarters housed thousands of employees. However, he was well acquainted with all those in the research department, having spent more time there than in his office. Moreover, the research department, being one of the most crucial sectors of the company, restricted access for ordinary employees. Their access cards would not grant entry to this floor. Yet, Zivich was certain he had never seen this brown-haired man before. Xiaoxing, do not speak. That man ahead seems suspicious. In a hushed tone, Zivich motioned for Xiaoxing to quietly follow the man. The purpose of bringing Xiaoxing along was to distract the man. I recognize all the employees in the R&D department. Yet this man is unfamiliar. Could he be the fabled corporate spy? Rather than feeling afraid, Xiaoxing was filled with a sense of thrill as he whispered back. I don't know, but let's follow him for now. Meanwhile, Lindong and his companions arrived at the Duan Company building in a business vehicle. Upon learning that the president of Duan Manufacturing had invited them for a tour, the group immediately abandoned their shopping plans. Shopping could wait. but the chance to visit the Duel manufacturing laboratory was rare. Even Duel had never had the opportunity to tour the building. Kuroda explained the situation to the group. And Xiao was astonished. She never expected that the arrogant Xiaoxing would be valued by President Zivich. Haha, I see your younger brother is quite clever and lively. Please. This way. As Kuroda led them upstairs, two peculiar figures, accompanied by a cat, strolled towards another employee passage. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Keep being diligent. Oh dear, so busy, so busy. The pair, clad in white lab coats and wearing sunglasses, conversed in absurdities, seemingly attempting to mask their agitation. Miss Jusha, stationed on the first floor, quickly sensed their odd behavior and called out to them. Excuse me, could you please wait a moment? What are you two up to? Uncertain if they posed a threat, Miss Jusha approached them politely. Huh? We have nothing going on. It's a lovely day. We're just taking the cat for a walk. The more she observed, the more suspicious she became. Glancing at their chests, she noticed they were not wearing employee ID cards. May I ask why you aren't wearing your employee ID cards? ID cards? The two were taken aback. Having meticulously concealed their identities yet forgetting the essential employee ID cards. How should we explain this? Xiao Sailang muttered, seemingly speaking to himself. You mean the ID card issue? Right? We simply forgot to bring them. Yes, we worked late last night and left our ID cards on our desks. Nancia quickly chimed in, following Xiao Sailang's lead. Is that so? Miss Junsha scrutinized them further, pressing on. How do you plan to enter the employee passage without ID cards? You can't get in without them. Xiao Sailang felt as if his CPU might overheat. At that moment, Kuroda was surrounded by panicked researchers in the laboratory. Secretary Kuroda, it's bad. 2 sealed bottles containing the cultivation liquid have been stolen. What? Kuroda rushed to examine the cabinet. Quick, review the security footage. Lin Dong and his companions followed Kuroda to the monitoring room, where the footage revealed a man in a white lab coat and sunglasses taking the 2 sealed bottles. Kuroda immediately grabbed his walkie-talkie and switched to the building's intercom. Attention all employees, this is Kuroda. An emergency situation has arisen. An unidentified individual has infiltrated the company and stolen sealed bottles from the research department. The suspect is dressed like a researcher in white clothing, wearing sunglasses, with brownish-yellow hair. Though it is uncertain if he has accomplices. Please apprehend anyone fitting this description immediately. Upon hearing this, Nancia and Xiao Sailang panicked, quickly shedding their white lab coats and discarding their sunglasses. Miss Junsha swiftly reacted, demanding, Who are you two? This question seemed to trigger something in the two. As if they had flipped a switch. Since you have inquired sincerely, we shall graciously respond. To prevent the destruction of the planet. To safeguard the peace of the planet. To uphold love and extreme evil. We are the charming yet pure antagonists. Nancia, Xiao Sailang. We are the rocket team, traversing the galaxy. A colorful tomorrow awaits us. Meow. That's just how it is, Grandma. Though Nancia and Xiao Sailang couldn't resist delivering their opening lines, they quickly regained their senses and bolted towards the exit. The rocket team. Miss Junsha exclaimed in shock. They were infamous for their villainy in the Kanto and Johto regions. Don't run. Miss Junsha pulled out her silver bracelet and chased after them. Meanwhile, the brown-haired man upstairs, having overheard the building-wide announcement, felt a jolt of alarm. He had already noticed Zivich and Xiaoxing trailing him, but to avoid arousing suspicion, he pretended not to notice as he made his way to the rooftop. However, Kuroda's broadcast left him with no choice. The man took off running. Stop. Zivich immediately pursued him, surprisingly followed by Xiaoxing. Aren't you afraid? Zivich queried. I find it thrilling. A trainer must grow through adventure. Xiaoxing replied as they ran. Well said. Let us chase him together. Zivich declared, simultaneously pulling out his phone to call Kuroda. Kuroda, it's me. The suspect is currently in the fire escape, heading for the rooftop. Received. Kuroda acknowledged the information and took a shortcut, riding the fire elevator straight to the rooftop. Lin Dong and his companions followed Kuroda up to the rooftop. Duan, as the head of the Kanaz gym and tasked with ensuring the city's safety, could not ignore the situation. However, just as they all left the laboratory floor, a man in the lab, wearing a mask, revealed a sinister glint of hatred in his eyes. He produced a precious Pokéball from somewhere. Come forth, Mutwo. Use sleep powder. Chapter 68, The Resurrection of Fossils. The stolen data soon, the researchers fell one by one to the ground. The sinister man revealed a triumphant smile as he extracted a small USB drive from his pocket and plugged it into a computer in the laboratory. He then produced a compact mobile phone. Hello, we can proceed now. The technological advancements of this world differed significantly from those of Lin Dong's previous life. In the realm of Pokémon, technology flourished remarkably, having developed not only a remote teleportation system but also civilian-grade space technology embodied in the form of psychic backpacks. However, In other domains, it resembled the technological landscape of the early 2000s. While mobile phones existed, they were rudimentary, small button devices with limited functionalities, primarily restricted to calls and texts. And even the ability to call was regionally constrained. In the depths of the forest, one could hardly expect any signal, and the exorbitant prices further deterred most from purchasing them. Thus, only those who resided in major cities indulged in such devices, while the majority relied on landlines. The technological means in other areas were similarly underdeveloped. For instance, as the man inserted the USB drive, a team of bespectacled technicians was swiftly extracting data from the computer network of the Devon Manufacturing Company's research department in a secluded residential building in Canas. A hacker, anxious yet swift, tapped furiously on the keyboard. He was the leader of this team. Recently, they had taken on a significant task to assist in procuring all confidential materials from the Devon Manufacturing R&D department. Initially, he was reluctant to accept such a perilous assignment, considering Devon Manufacturing a prestigious enterprise in Canas and the entire Hoenn region. President Zivki was a commendable individual, and the team held immense respect for this legendary figure. However, the offer included an irresistible financial incentive, one that was impossible to refuse. They even proposed to handle the USB insertion themselves, assuring that as long as they acted quickly, no one would notice. Once they gained remote control of the Devon Manufacturing R&D department's mainframe, the hacker leader could scarcely contain his glee. For confidentiality, Zivki had deliberately segregated critical research data from ordinary data, layering it with encryption. Yet, the insertion of the USB drive changed the entire scenario. 10 minutes later, a satisfied smile spread across the hacker leader's face as he caressed a portable hard drive and texted the man, "It's done." Upon receiving the hacker's response, the sinister man swiftly removed the USB drive but did not depart immediately. The Waterfleet's fools had drawn Zivki's full attention, and as instructed by the young master, he was to create havoc within Devon Manufacturing to assist the Waterfleet. Thus, the sinister man seized a sealed vial containing a nurturing liquid that soaked a fossil and placed it into the Pokémon production machine. Under the guidance of a mysterious voice on the phone, he then retrieved a peculiar liquid from his pocket and poured it into the machine before activating it. As the machine whirred to life, emitting a cacophony of sounds, the man quickly vacated the premises. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Zivki and Kuroda finally cornered the man with brownish-yellow hair. "Hand over what you've stolen and surrender," Kuroda barked. "No way." The man smirked, his lips curling in a defiant grin. "You think it's that easy to catch me? Come forth, Kingler." He tossed 2 Pokeballs, and 2 star-patterned lobsters materialized before the onlookers. "Kingler, use Bubble Beam." Both Kinglers extended their pincers and unleashed a barrage of bubbles towards the group. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Piplup, Bubble Beam. Lindong and Xiao Guang commanded simultaneously. Pikachu and Piplup, having been on standby outside, were ready for battle. The 4 beams of energy collided spectacularly. Yet, the man had no intention of continuing the fight. After issuing his command, he abandoned the 2 Kinglers and darted towards an inconspicuous box at the edge of the rooftop. "Don't let him escape." Duan enemy immediately recognized the man's intentions and pursued him. Kingler used Bubble Beam to obstruct them. The man, without looking back, directed the Kinglers while swiftly retrieving a rocket wing from the box. The next moment, he leaped off the rooftop. The wings unfurled, igniting the fuel within, and propelled him swiftly into the distance. Boom! Simultaneously, a deafening explosion erupted from within the Devon Company building. Zivki's phone began to ring incessantly. "This is bad, President." A panicked voice from an assistant echoed through the receiver. "There's been an explosion in the R&D laboratory." Zivki gasped in shock. "How could this happen?" "I'm on my way," the assistant exclaimed, rushing to the laboratory. Upon opening the door, he was met with a suffocating sight. A towering creature, clad in blue armor, was wreaking havoc, smashing machines to smithereens. "President, there's a monster," the assistant yelled in terror. On the floor lay several researchers, sprawled in disarray. Fortunately, the ground bore no blood, and the assistant could even hear heavy snoring. However, if the monster continued its rampage unchecked, the fate of the researchers would be dire. "President, please, we need support. Several researchers are down, their lives are at stake." "I'm on it," Zivki replied urgently. Me. Kuroda's secretary, please pursue the man who escaped. I'll handle things here." Duan swiftly organized the team, saying, "Lindong, you need to accompany President Zivki to the laboratory." Understood. As Duan, the gym leader of Canas City, took command, there was no dissent among the group. She had her reasons. The man had stolen confidential items from Devon Manufacturing, and naturally, someone from the company needed to follow. As for herself, although she used rock-type Pokémon, dealing with 2 Kinglers without their trainer's guidance posed no significant challenge. She was confident that Lin Dong could defeat Ami. She recognized Lin Dong's strength surpassed her own. Regardless of the monster lurking below, even if they couldn't defeat it, they could at least hold out until she arrived to lend assistance. Come forth, Skarmory. I entrust you. Tropius. Ami and Kuroda simultaneously mounted their flying Pokémon, pursuing the fleeing man. Lin Dong, Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, and Xiaoxun followed President Zivki as they raced towards the laboratory. Duan gazed at the two Kinglers before releasing a Pokeball. Come forth, Gardevoir. Chapter 69. A new member, Professor Oak, is excited. Lin Dong followed Zivik back to the laboratory at a hurried pace. Upon entering, he spotted a team member anxiously staring at a creature clad in blue armor, which was furiously smashing an unknown machine. What is going on? Zivik immediately focused on the researchers sprawled on the ground. President, assistant, they exclaimed, as if they had seen a savior. Fortunately, the researchers were unharmed, but the creature, it's an ancient armor. Lin Dong recognized the beast at a glance. Is that really the ancient armor? Xiaosheng exclaimed excitedly. That's a Pokémon thought to be extinct. Upon learning that the researchers were safe, Zivik sighed in relief, but quickly turned his gaze towards the Pokémon production machine upon hearing Xiaosheng's words. My machine has been activated. Zivik gasped in disbelief. How is that possible? It's not meant for amateurs. President, now is not the time for that discussion, the creature. The assistant cautiously reminded. While the others referred to it as a Pokémon, this particular one was unlike anything Zivik had ever seen. Its dinosaur-like appearance was truly terrifying. Xiaoguang swiftly pulled out a Pokédex and scanned the creature. Ancient armor, an armored Pokémon. Possesses a hard shell that can withstand any attack. With powerful claws capable of shattering even the toughest stones. This Pokémon was already extinct long ago. Extinct? Xiaoguang was astonished. Then what is this one? It is my Pokémon production machine. Someone has used it to resurrect a Pokémon from the fossils. Zivik explained succinctly. Come forth, Gungui. As Lin Dong summoned Gungui, he noticed the ancient armor stood at an imposing 2 meters tall, significantly larger than the norm. Gungui. Use Shadow Clone technique to surround it, then unleash Phantom Whip. Gungui immediately created numerous clones that encircled the ancient armor. The creature attempted to use Water Gun, but was abruptly interrupted by a whip formed from ghostly energy. Meanwhile, other team members rushed to rescue the researchers, quickly transporting them to the hospital. President Zivik, how do you plan to handle this ancient armor? Lin Dong inquired. Zivik hesitated for a moment. This ancient armor possesses a volatile temperament and immense power. Confining it may prove difficult, but to eliminate it, even though it has been artificially created, it is still a life form. I believe that since it is a Pokémon, it can be captured. You are a Pokémon trainer, right? Please, capture it. Despite the fact that this ancient armor could be considered company property, Zivik resolutely made his decision. All right, Lin Dong nodded. He would certainly not refuse such a fortuitous opportunity. Gungui, continue to suppress it and disrupt all its moves. Pikachu, leap up and use Iron Tail. Gungui complied, and the ancient armor faced considerable difficulty. Fortunately, Pikachu was swift. Pika Pika. With a mighty leap, Pikachu's tail gleamed with a silvery metallic sheen as it delivered a powerful blow to the ancient armor. Struck by this formidable iron tail, the ancient armor collapsed onto the ground. Go Pokeball. Lin Dong threw the ball, striking the ancient armor. The prehistoric Pokémon, like any modern counterpart, was enveloped in a radiant red light as it entered the ball. Perhaps the blow from Pikachu had been too severe, for the ancient armor merely shook a few times before the ball emitted a definitive click. Lin Dong picked up the Pokeball, and Pikachu joined in his celebration. Excellent. I have captured the ancient armor. Pika Pika. Zivik approached, stating earnestly, although it may be the most solitary life on this planet, every life has the right to exist. Since someone has already demonstrated the possibility of resurrecting Pokémon from fossils, perhaps one day it will find a companion. Please ensure its well-being. Who knows? The ancient feather moth and the ancient armor may once again display their splendor in this world. With that, Zivik bowed to Lin Dong. Lin Dong quickly returned the gesture, assuring President Zivik, rest assured, I will provide the ancient armor with the best living conditions. After waiting a while at the Duan company, Duan, Ami, and Kuroda returned one after another. The 2 Ironclaw crayfish had been subdued and taken away by the security personnel who came to assist. Kuroda brought back the 2 stolen vials of cultivation fluid. As for the brown-haired man, he was defeated by Ami and handed over to Miss Junsha. Miss Junsha hinted at the man's identity, revealing him to be an officer of Team Aqua. Having captured 2 individuals claiming to be from Team Rocket and apprehended an officer from Team Aqua, Miss Junsha reminded Kuroda of a few matters before hastily returning to the Security Bureau for interrogation. Following this string of events, anxiety permeated the Duan company building. With significant damage and the laboratory in disarray, there was little left to observe. As the hour grew late, the women lost interest in shopping and decided to postpone until tomorrow. Duan and Ami returned to the Kanaj gym, while Lindong, Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao, and Xiaoxing made their way back to the Pokémon Center. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Lindong's first action was to call Professor Oak. Hello. This is Lindong. How did your gym battle go? I assume you did well. Professor Oak inquired. He was familiar with Duan and regarded her as a competent trainer, though he felt Lindong surpassed her. After all, Lindong had defeated renowned veteran trainer CH Ikir, and that too with a direct confrontation against his main team. Everything went smoothly. I have already obtained the stone badge. However, Professor, there is something I would like to ask for your assistance with, Lindong said. What is it? Just let me know, and I will do my utmost to help. Professor Oak readily agreed. I would like your help in caring for a Pokémon. Ah, is that all? Professor Oak sighed in relief, thinking Lindong might have encountered a major issue. Just caring for a Pokémon? You can simply teleport it here. Please do teleport it. Also, I would appreciate it if you could observe its lifestyle, particularly its dietary habits, Lindong added. Rest assured, that's no trouble at all, Professor Oak assured him. Professor, it is an ancient armor. I will send it over shortly. I appreciate your help. Very well, I have a research project to attend to. So I will contact you next time. Professor Oak hung up, and immediately, the teleportation device beside him emitted a bright flash. Wait, what Pokémon did he just mention? Professor Oak suddenly awoke to the realization, his voice rising in pitch. Ancient Armor. Chapter 70. The Moving Ancient Armor. A new journey begins. Professor Oak's voice resonated throughout the research institute. As his assistant, Xiao Jian, clad in a short-sleeved green shirt, deep red shorts, and an orange headband, was the first to rush over with a sketchpad in hand. Professor Oak's two old companions peered in from the window. The Pokéball that had been transmitted automatically opened, and a beam of white light flashed, revealing the ancient armor before Professor Oak. Ah, this, is it really? Professor Oak exclaimed, startled. The ancient armor. What? Xiaojian gasped in astonishment, already retrieving a pencil to sketch quickly on his pad. This is incredible. Professor, isn't the ancient armor a Pokémon that has gone extinct? Indeed. Where on earth did Lindong manage to capture it? Professor Oak could hardly believe the surprise Lindong had presented him. In truth, Lindong was unaware that in this world's timeline, it was Zivik who had first created a machine capable of reviving fossil Pokémon. At that moment, Professor Zhuxing had yet to obtain such a device. Thus, this ancient armor truly was the only one of its kind in existence. Its rarity was on par with that of a legendary Pokémon. This was why Professor Oak was so elated. Although legendary Pokémon are rare, they are indeed real and living. Professor Oak had encountered several. However, the data on ancient armor was derived solely from fossil information, and no one could guarantee its absolute authenticity. For instance, one could assert that there is more than one Lugia, as it has been witnessed, or one could claim that Suicune has the ability to purify water, which has also been observed. Yet, how could one substantiate claims about the ancient armor, extinct for so many years, who had truly seen it? Thus, it was widely accepted to record it as such. Now, however, Professor Oak had an actual, living ancient armor. If he were a less scrupulous scholar, this single topic could yield 100 or more papers, all for a fee. Of course, Professor Oak was above such things. However, the reputation and prestige he gained from this discovery were undeniably his to claim. Hello, ancient armor. Let me find you a comfortable abode. Professor Oak approached excitedly, wishing to soothe the ancient armor, which, however, was less than cooperative. The ancient armor glared at him menacingly. Recalling the scene where it was whipped by Gung Ghost and struck by Pikachu, it harbored a grudge against Lindong, who commanded them. Humph. Despicable biped. One of the ancient armor's claws shimmered with a silvery metallic sheen. At that moment, two powerful presences enveloped it, turning towards the source of the aura. It beheld a large, orange Dragonite and a fiery Charizard, both gazing at it with piercing eyes as if to say, "What's wrong with you, little buddy?" Professor Oak's two old companions had long since surpassed the ancient armor in strength. Now, under the imposing presence of Dragonite and Charizard, the ancient armor trembled, its claw sheen fading away. Ah, that is more like it. My yard is quite spacious. I will certainly find you a good place to stay. With a gentle pat, Professor Oak reassured the ancient armor. Initially reluctant, it soon complied, cowed by the intimidating glares from Dragonite and Charizard. Dragonite Charizard, little buddy. Are you feeling touched? Ancient armor, I dare not move. I dare not move. Seeing the ancient armor become docile, Professor Oak was overjoyed. Xiao Jian, let us shift our recent research focus to the ancient armor. Yes, Professor, Xiao Jian replied, equally excited. All right, ancient armor, starting today, I will observe you. Having sent off the ancient armor, Lindong felt a sense of lightness, yet someone else was drenched in sweat. In a secluded residential building in Canas City, a sinister man had acquired a hard drive containing all the research data from the Devon Corporation. It's all here, boss. When will the final payment you promised be? The hacker leader said, ingratiatingly. Final payment? No problem. Bring your people over. This time you handled the task splendidly. The young master has stated that. In addition to the final payment, everyone will receive a substantial bonus. The sinister man replied, though his smile held an ominous undertone. The hacker leader failed to perceive the underlying threat and, upon hearing of the bonus, hurriedly summoned his team. Brothers, the boss says everyone will receive a bonus. Let us thank the boss. The hacker leader proclaimed. Thank you, boss. The hackers chimed in unison. All right, boss, everyone is here. Your bonus. No problem. The sinister man smirked. Come forth, Motham and Ariados. In a luxurious office on a high floor of a building in Canas City, Xiaoman lay disheveled against the floor-to-ceiling window, two crucial articles of clothing strewn on the ground, revealing a significant expanse of skin. Behind her, Yihao was in the throes of exertion. The struggle was brief, yet the elation of success was joyous. However, upon reaching the pinnacle, Yihao was engulfed by a sense of emptiness. It is indeed lonely at the top. A nearby girl clad in shorts and a tank top hurried over to tidy up after him. Lu Feia observed Yihao's demeanor with disdain. Were it not for that lord's directive, I would never deign to look at someone like you. Yet, this contempt flickered momentarily, well concealed. Soon, she revealed a charming smile, complimenting, young Master Yi, you're impressive. Ha ha ha, fair, you should join me sometime. Yihao laughed heartily. A glint of disgust flashed in Lu Feia's eyes once more, but she quickly regained her composure. Young master, let us discuss serious matters. Very well, let us talk business. Yihao waved off the girl beneath him and dressed himself. Has Chushur completed the task? Yes, the hard drive is secured, and those fellows are already fast asleep. Lu Feia reported. Excellent. Yihao beamed, rekindled with excitement. Feia, what if? Young master, allow me to fetch some people for you. Lu Feia feigned a blush and shyly exited. This woman. Yihao felt a twinge of irritation, vowing that one day he would have her. However, soon two cheerleaders entered, and Yihao leapt at them with a lecherous grin. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. After a full week's stay in Canas City, Lindong and his companions were finally ready to embark on their journey once more. During this week, Ralts had grown to a state ready for capture and had established a telepathic bond with Lindong. When he presented the Pokéball, Ralts automatically pressed the button and eagerly dove inside. Outside the Pokémon Trainer Cultivation Academy, Xiaoxing waved farewell to everyone, as Duan accompanied him onto the bus heading to summer camp. Meanwhile, Lindong's team welcomed a new female gym trainer. After a week of camaraderie filled with meals and outings, Stao Guang, Xiaodao, and Ami had become good friends. Now, let us set forth. Chapter 71, Wudo Island, a new challenge. With azure seas and cerulean skies, the scenery of the island was perfectly described. Lindong and his companions arrived at the enchanting resort of Wudo Island, reminiscent of a paradise on Earth. At the dock in Canas City, they opted for a luxurious 2-day, one-night cruise instead of seeking the elderly man with the long-tailed gull as depicted in the original tale. The four of them directly requested a lavish suite, where the 2 double beds were converted into 4 single beds, with Xiao Guang naturally sharing a room with Lindong. Xiao Yu felt a twinge of envy but hesitated and chose not to contest, observing Xiao Guang and Lindong entering their room. Ami inexplicably felt a slight pang of disappointment. Though it was minuscule, she found herself in a tumultuous inner conflict. What are you thinking? You are several years older than Lindong. So what if I am? However, Ami was quite conflicted, yet upon seeing Xiao Yao don a somewhat short nightgown, it seemed to solidify a determination within her. She too had such attire. When they returned to the living room, prepared to engage in conversation, they discovered Xiao Guang had also changed into a similar outfit. The 3 women's gazes collided instantaneously. This certainly favored Lindong. 3 pairs of porcelain white, beautiful legs were captivating. 3 pairs of delicate, fair feet stirred a sense of longing. Most of the time, Lindong remained hunched, experiencing both pain and joy. Surprisingly, Ami, who usually appeared unassuming, possessed quite the allure herself. Fortunately, the journey was not lengthy. Otherwise, it would have surely caused complications. Ami noticed Lindong stealing glances at her, and instead of feeling anger, an inexplicable joy welled within her. Xiao Guang felt a tinge of jealousy. This fickle-hearted lad. How can he fall for every girl he meets? Thankfully, they were all sisters. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu began to feel somewhat inferior. Previously, she had been the weaker link in the team, and now she felt even more so. Xiao Guang had already acquired the first satin ribbon medal. Having known Lindong the longest and being the closest to him, Ami, being a dojo trainer, boasted exceptional looks, pure and sweet, with an outstanding demeanor. Xiaoyao felt she had no real advantage. If there was any advantage at all, it might simply be that she had made amends with Xiaoguang. As they walked towards the hotel, Xiaoyu silently made a significant decision. There's a mountain between a man and a woman. Yet a thin veil separates a woman from pursuing a man. Ami had already sensed the thoughts of her two sisters, yet she herself could not articulate her feelings. Having finally arrived at such a beautiful island, the three women were resolute in their refusal to stay at the Pokémon Center and instead booked a 5-star resort hotel. Welcome to the Wudo Island Haitian Grand Hotel. Upon entering the hotel lobby, they were greeted by 2 rows of impeccably uniformed hostesses, each bowing respectfully. All were strikingly beautiful, clad in professional skirts, their alluring legs accentuated by black stockings. However, the ensemble of Lindong and his companions drew even more attention. The men in the lobby cast envious glances at Lindong. The suite, over 100 square meters, featured a 2-bedroom, 2-bath design, already arranged with 4 1.5-meter double beds per Xiao Yao's request. Of course, the price of over 6,000 per night was quite steep, yet for the 3 affluent ladies, it was merely a trifle. After securing several lucrative bonuses from the league, Lindong found himself able to indulge in luxury for once. No longer in the dire straits he faced in Sinnoh. Lindong, when do you plan to challenge the Wudo gym? After setting down his backpack, Xiaoguang reclined on the bed and stretched. Lindong glanced out at the increasingly overcast sky and replied, "It looks rather gloomy. I think I'll go this afternoon." "That works. A beach outing isn't as enjoyable on a cloudy day." Xiaoguang nodded in agreement. After having lunch, the 3 women accompanied Lindong to the Wudo gym. Passing under a resplendent golden sign, Lindong rang the doorbell. On this sunless afternoon, Wudo Island appeared somewhat somber, with cool breezes sweeping through and the waves growing perilous. Just as Lindong had anticipated, on such a day, Fuji could not possibly be surfing at the beach. However, this did not imply that Fuji was idle. In the animated series of his past life, when Ash came to challenge, a group of beautiful young women would often emerge from the gym. At that moment, Fuji was engaged in training with a group of lovely ladies while showcasing his physique. Suddenly interrupted, Fuji felt somewhat displeased. He hadn't expected anyone to come in such dreary weather. Yet, as a gym leader, he could not refuse entry. "Hello, I am Lindong, a novice trainer from the Sinnoh region, here to challenge the Wudo gym. May I inquire if the gym leader is present?" Lindong stated directly. "Oh, I am the gym leader of Wudo, Fuji. Nice to meet you." Fuji greeted Lindong upon realizing he was a challenger. However, upon noticing Ami behind Lindong, he became notably excited. "Hello, beautiful lady. Might you be Ami, the gym leader from the Aqua Blue Gym?" "Ah, yes." Ami was taken aback that Fuji recognized her and quickly returned the greeting. "I am Ami, nice to meet you, Fuji. Today's waves are quite tumultuous, yet fortune seems to have smiled upon me with the visit of Miss Amy. It truly elevates the prestige of our Wudo gym." As Fuji spoke, he subtly puffed out his chest, displaying his physique. One cannot deny that as a specialized fighting-type gym leader, Fuji possessed an impressive physique. His 8-pack abs being standard, his light blue hair added a youthful vigor to his appearance. If one were to describe him, it would be as a paragon of masculinity. It's no wonder he was so adored by the beautiful young women. "Hiki, you flatter me, Fuji. I feel quite honored," Ami replied with a smile. Regarding Fuji's subtle gestures, Ami felt neither affection nor disdain. She was rather indifferent. However, as a colleague, she was open to exchanging ideas and forming friendships. Yet Fuji had different thoughts. On Wudo Island, he had almost become an idol to every young woman. Meeting today is a matter of fate. "May I have the honor of inviting Miss Amy to dinner? We could discuss gym-related topics," he proposed. Ami smiled awkwardly. "Actually, I am traveling with Lindong and the others. I mainly came to accompany Lindong. Perhaps after your gym battle finishes, we could discuss things together. If you wish, we can also have dinner." Ami's response was quite clear, yet it was evidently not what Fuji wanted to hear. The way he glanced at Lindong shifted. Could it be that Miss Ami has taken a liking to this young man? Fuji pondered. Chapter 72. The Thoughts of Fujishu Challenging the Martial Arts Dojo. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Fujishu quickly dismissed his own conjecture. In his eyes, Lindong was merely a young child, still not fully matured. Miss Ami was universally acknowledged as a beautiful dojo trainer, possessing both beauty and grace, combined with strength and a prestigious background. How could such a near-perfect girl, with hardly a flaw to be found, possibly take an interest in Lindong? Moreover, as a second-generation dojo heir, Fujishu was neither lacking in wealth nor experience. A cursory glance revealed that Lindong's entire outfit hardly exceeded 1,000 yuan, with only a backpack worthy of note. It was evident that he came from a modest background. In stark contrast, the 2 other girls exhibited quite exceptional attire, suggesting they hailed from affluent families. It was likely that Lindong had merely stumbled upon good fortune by befriending one of them. However, upon hearing Ami's words, Fujishu felt a surge of dissatisfaction towards Lindong. Humph. Did not even think about obtaining the boxing badge. Nonetheless, Fujishu maintained an impeccable facade, speaking in his magnetic voice. Is that so? Well, that's commendable, Lindong. If you wish to challenge, there is something I must clarify beforehand. The rule of the martial arts dojo is a 6-on-6 comprehensive battle. Can you accept this? Lindong. Having encountered his share of trials, sensed Fujishu's underlying emotions. His words confirmed that Fujishu, thwarted in his attempts to woo women, harbored some resentment towards him. The original story had the dojo battles set at 2-on-2. However, Lindong had his own grievances. Over time, he had developed feelings for Ami. Besides, there were at least 10 older sisters in the dojo, and he felt like a mere minor player among them. Returning to the point, readers understand that as a transmigrator, harboring thoughts of a harem was quite natural. Yet, it was not only Lindong who felt aggrieved. Ami too was growing irked. According to the rules, the format of dojo challenge matches could be freely chosen by each dojo from the officially recognized competition formats within the league. As long as they did not exceed 6 Pokémon, different formats could also be freely combined. For instance, after the double battle format was incorporated into official competition by the Yuli Dojo, Adam had transformed the rules of dojo challenges into something extraordinary. However, the 6-on-6 comprehensive battle was undoubtedly the most prestigious format, rarely utilized by dojos. The reasons were simple. It was time-consuming, labor-intensive, and seldom appreciated. The aim of dojo challenge matches was to filter out promising trainers. A standard 2-on-2 or 3-on-3 match could adequately gauge a trainer's strength. A 6-on-6 battle was not only unnecessary but could also be seen as a form of harassment for challengers. Each dojo specialized in certain attributes, and trainers aspiring to participate in league competitions would need to capture at least 10 Pokémon. Selecting 2 with advantageous attributes from a dozen was not particularly challenging. Yet, in a 6-on-6 battle, challengers inevitably faced the prospect of battling against unfavorable attributes. Fujishu sensed Ami's gaze and inwardly lamented his predicament. He was indeed intentionally making things difficult for Lindong within the rules, but Ami was a legitimate dojo trainer. How could she possibly overlook this? Coming back to reality, he wanted to slap himself. Lindong, be cautious. Ami whispered, aware of Fujishu's tricks. Don't worry, Ami. I know what I'm doing. Lindong smiled reassuringly at her, then turned his attention back to Fujishu. 6-on-6? I accept. Lindong responded calmly. Fujishu was taken aback. He had anticipated that Lindong would shy away or create a scene upon facing the 6-on-6 rule. To his surprise, Lindong accepted it with such composure. Commendable courage. However, what was going on with his apparent closeness to Ami? Humph. You will never obtain the badge, Fujishu added mentally. Lindong and Fujishu took their positions in the trainer area. In the audience, Xiao Wang and Xiaoyao donned cheerleader outfits, holding pom-poms. Lindong, go for it. Lindong returned a smile. The referee took his place. The dojo battle between dojo trainer Fujishu and challenger Lindong commences now, with the battle format set at 6 versus 6, allowing only the challenger to substitute Pokémon. Let the battle begin. All right, the first Pokémon I shall use is. Fujishu called forth his first Pokéball. Murkrow, come forth. A small, gray Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Murkrow, the powerful Pokémon, possessed muscles that never ached regardless of exertion. It was said that it could throw 100 adults effortlessly. Xiaoyao and Xiao Wang exchanged glances at the Pokédex. Murkrow. Then I shall use Pidgeotto. Lindong summoned Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto entered the battlefield, displaying signs of trepidation. Fujishu noticed Pidgeotto's unusual demeanor and burst into laughter. Lindong. It seems your Pidgeotto is afraid of battle. Although deploying a flying-type Pokémon against a fighting type was indeed a sound strategy, such a timid Pidgeotto stood no chance against my Murkrow. Lindong felt a chill at Fujishu's words. Since the last battle with Changilang, Pidgeotto's state had been rather off. During their travels, Lindong had sought out wild Pokémon to help Pidgeotto regain its confidence. Yet, standing on the battlefield once more, the shadow of the previous encounter lingered in Pidgeotto's heart. Pidgeotto, the last battle was my oversight. Please trust me this time. We will surely triumph. Pidgeotto's confidence was somewhat restored by Lindong's encouragement. At least it no longer feared the upcoming battle. Quite the strategy. I will allow you to attack first. Fujishu stood opposite, exuding an air of superiority. Lindong could no longer contain himself. Is that really a concession? It is clear that your Murkrow lacks aerial capabilities. I believe it is Mr. Fujishu who should attack first. Lindong adopted a similarly nonchalant demeanor. Fujishu was infuriated. He did not wish to concede the first attack. However, as Lindong suspected. His Machop lacked aerial abilities. Of course, this had not been a significant issue in the past, as there were indeed few long-range moves among flying-type Pokémon. Even if there were, Machop could evade them. However, once a flying-type Pokémon exhausted its long-range attacks and lowered its altitude, Machop could leap up and strike it down. Simply put, it was a battle of endurance, and fighting Pokémon excelled in physical prowess. If a flying-type Pokémon attempted close-range attacks, it would fall right into Fujishu's trap. Machop had developed a specialized combat method tailored for dealing with flying-type Pokémon. In reality, every dojo trainer possessed a set of strategies to counter attribute weaknesses. Yet, Lindong's refusal to attack was an unprecedented scenario for Fujishu. What on earth is this? Chapter 73, The Battle Against Fujiki. Evolve Muckbird. Hee, Mr. Fujiki, if I am not mistaken, your arm strength must lack any hand-to-hand techniques, right? Lindong mercilessly exposed Fujiki's weakness. Fujiki's face turned crimson with rage. When his peripheral vision caught Amina's skeptical gaze from the audience, he momentarily lost his composure. How could a man claim to be incapable? Arm strength, leap into action, and execute a cross-chop, with a powerful thrust of his legs. Arm strength soared into the air, arms crossed in preparation for a slashing strike towards Muckbird. Muckbird, fly a little higher to evade it. With a vigorous flap of its wings, Muckbird ascended further. In midair, arm strength, lacking any solid ground, could only watch helplessly as Muckbird hovered above. Yet, Lindong would not squander this opportunity. Muckbird, unleash Airblade. Muckbird flapped its wings rapidly, sending forth sharp gusts of wind slicing towards arm strength. Caught in the air. Arm strength had no means to evade, raising its hands defensively to absorb the blow. Hold on, arm strength. Fujiki, aware of the dire situation, could only offer encouragement. Struck by the wind, arm strength plummeted towards the ground, the pain hindering its movements. However, years of instinct kicked in, allowing it to roll upon landing. Dissipating some of the force, Fujiki let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the training had indeed fostered muscle memory. But Lindong's assault would not cease. Muckbird, use wing attack, followed by a spinning attack. With breathtaking speed, Muckbird charged at arm strength, which had only just regained its footing. Arm strength was unable to counter in time. Fujiki recognized the urgency and commanded, arm strength, remember the techniques we practiced, counter and counterattack. As the blow landed, arm strength employed evasive maneuvers, rotating its body to the side, skillfully rolling on the ground to mitigate the impact. Yet, no sooner had it risen than Muckbird returned with another assault from behind, with powerful wings slashing down. Arm strength could not react swiftly enough and was sent flying once more. Thanks to its ingrained muscle memory, it managed to roll several times upon landing, escaping with only minor injuries. But Lindong was relentless. Muckbird, ascend and strike with air blade while in rapid motion. Following Lindong's command, Muckbird began to spiral in the air, unleashing air blades every time it reached arm strength's blind spots. Initially, arm strength could keep pace, using its counter techniques to deflect the attacks. However, as the battle progressed, its movements began to slow and stiffen. Observing the unfolding scenario, Lindong chuckled. Everything was proceeding as he had anticipated. He had incited Fujiki into making the first move, with arm strength lacking ranged capabilities. It was compelled to rely on its robust physique to leap into the air. This tactic allowed Lindong to unleash a barrage of attacks that arm strength could not evade. Although arm strength's counter techniques were commendable, they did not guarantee immunity to damage. In truth, the initial fall and the impact from the spinning attack had inflicted significant injuries. Had arm strength remained unscathed, it might have been able to outlast its flying adversary. However, after sustaining the initial injuries, the dynamics shifted entirely. At first, arm strength might have managed to endure. But as injuries accumulated, its ability to act diminished, leading to increasingly severe damage from subsequent attacks, a vicious cycle. Meanwhile, Muckbird soared above, and with no means of retaliation. Any further leaps would only exacerbate arm strength's injuries. Fujiki's expression darkened. The crucial point was that as a gym leader, he could not substitute his Pokémon. Lindong. The words despicable and shameless were on the tip of his tongue, but he bit them back. Lindong's strategy was undeniably sound, even exemplary, worthy of being enshrined in a textbook. However, Fujiki found himself perplexed by how Lindong had discerned the combat characteristics of his arm strength. Yet, such musings were irrelevant now. His arm strength had participated in numerous battles over the years. Its capabilities were hardly a secret. Another airblade struck arm strength, and at last it could no longer withstand the onslaught. Collapsing to the ground, its eyes spiraled in defeat. The referee promptly raised the flag. Arm strength is unable to continue. Muckbird is victorious. Hooray, Lindong, you did it. Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao erupted in excitement. Lin Dong had secured this battle with remarkable ease. Come back, arm strength, you did well, Fujiki said, recalling his Pokémon while eyeing the Muckbird resting on the field, reaching for his next Pokeball. However, at that moment, Muckbird began to emanate a brilliant white light. Could it be? Xiaoguang gasped, watching in exhilaration as Muckbird was on the verge of evolution. One day in the future, her own Muckbird would also take this step. It is about to evolve. Amina rose to her feet, exhilarated by the spectacle of Pokémon evolution. The radiant aura enveloping Muckbird swelled, and then burst forth, revealing a majestic eagle before the onlookers. Xiaoguang quickly consulted her Pokédex. Mook Eagle, the falcon Pokémon, the evolved form of Muckbird. Fierce by nature, it will boldly challenge even foes larger than itself. It has evolved. Fujiki felt a jolt of surprise. The Pokeball he had drawn was returned to his side, and from the other side, he produced another Pokeball. Noticing Fujiki's actions, Amina furrowed her brow. With a new Pokeball in hand, Fujiki displayed a relaxed expression. This was his ace Pokémon, boasting an exceptionally high level. Your Mook Eagle is impressive, but do you have what it takes to face this? Go, Charim. With a flash of light, Xiaoguang and Xiao Yao immediately consulted their Pokédex. Charim, the meditation Pokémon, the evolved form of Masana. Through yoga practice, it harnesses psychic powers, blending with nature to conceal its presence. Upon seeing this stout Pokémon with slender limbs, Lin Dong instantly grasped Fujiki's strategy, given the formidable aura radiating from it. This was evidently Fujiki's primary Pokémon. In that case, Mook Eagle, return. Lin Dong decisively recalled Mook Eagle. Charim, possessing both fighting and psychic attributes, was a formidable opponent that Lin Dong would not let Mook Eagle face head-on. Thus, his choice of Pokémon was clear. Gungue, it shall be you. Chapter 74, the 6v6 Showdown. Go, Jengar. The deep purple Jengar materialized on the battlefield, still adorned with its signature eerie smile. Jengar. Feng Tian's heart sank with trepidation. At this moment, public understanding of ghost-type Pokémon remained shallow, much like the ambiguous entries in the Pokédex regarding Jengar. The origins, reproduction, and growth of ghost-type Pokémon, along with their lifestyles and behavioral logic, were still subjects of significant study. He never anticipated that Lin Dong, an unassuming trainer, would possess such a rare ghost-type Pokémon. The crux of the matter was that this creature had a distinct advantage over him. Fighting techniques were virtually ineffective against ghost types, and Charim's psychic abilities were also countered by the ghost type. How could he possibly win? Charim, use psychic. Charim sat cross-legged, enveloped in a blue aura. Feng Tian resolved to leverage the level advantage of his primary Pokémon for a desperate gamble. But did he truly possess a level advantage? Clearly, he did not. A glint of red flashed in Jengar's eyes, and with a mere wave of its hand, a thread-thin stream of ghostly energy was unleashed, effortlessly dispelling the psychic attack. Lin Dong activated the dark seed within him, his eyes shimmering with a faint black-purple glow, allowing him to discern Jengar's movements. However, Feng Tian, devoid of any special abilities, was unable to perceive the hair-thin ghostly energy. To him, it simply appeared as if Jengar waved its hand and nullified his attack. How is this possible? Feng Tian was utterly bewildered by Jengar's tactics, panic setting in. Jengar, unleash Shadow Ball. With a prompt response, Jengar raised its hand, and 10 Shadow Balls floated before it. With another wave, it hurled them all forward. Charim, dodge quickly. Feng Tian commanded instinctively, having never encountered such an uncanny Jengar. Charim employed impressive agility, weaving through the barrage of Shadow Balls, but there were simply too many. Under the relentless assault, one Shadow Ball struck true. Charim, Jengar, cast the final night curse. Jengar's eyes emitted 2 beams of black light, directly striking Charim, who collapsed, dazed, with spiraled eyes. The referee swiftly raised the flag. Charim has lost its fighting capability. Jengar is victorious. Amy watched the battle unfold, reminiscing about her own match against Lin Dong, where her Bronzer had similarly succumbed to Jengar. However, Bronzer had been hit by an additional Shadow Ball due to its lack of speed. Charim's defenses were not on par with Bronzer's, leading to an identical outcome. Charim, return. Feng Tian felt a prickle of anxiety. To be able to capture a Jengar and train it to such a level, Lin Dong was evidently no ordinary trainer. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Feng Tian regretted targeting Lin Dong, although he had a genuine fondness for Amy, the widely acknowledged wealthy and beautiful goddess of the gym leader circle. It was unwise to offend a promising new trainer out of jealousy. After all, with such prowess, it was no surprise that Amy would be drawn to Lin Dong. Feng Tian contemplated seeking reconciliation, but to concede now would be somewhat humiliating. He resolved to probe Lin Dong's true capabilities. If they proved unfathomable, surrendering later would not be too late. Thus, he retrieved the final Pokeball from his belt. Blaziken, I entrust this to you. He threw the Pokeball, clasping his hands in a gesture of supplication toward Blaziken, as if it were not his Pokémon. Blaziken! Blaziken stood proudly on the field, flames erupting from its wrists. Its white feathers cascaded like hair, and the V-shaped comb atop its head lent it an even more majestic presence. There it is, Blaziken. Xiaoyao gazed at the imposing Blaziken, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Quickly scanning its entry in the Pokédex, Blaziken, the Blaze Pokémon, is the evolved form of Torchic. When facing formidable foes, its hands and feet emit flames, showcasing remarkable jumping ability that can clear tall buildings. How magnificent! My Torchic will surely evolve into something like this one day. Xiaoyao mused eagerly. However, something felt amiss. Amy scrutinized Blaziken and then noticed Fintian's expression, quickly deducing the truth. What's wrong, Amy? Xiaowang asked, sensing Amy's sudden tension. This Blaziken likely does not belong to Fintian. Amy whispered her realization. What? Xiaoyao exclaimed in confusion. How can that be? If it's not his Pokémon, it won't obey him. Amy shook her head. There are exceptions. In family-run gyms like ours, elders often leave 1 or 2 Pokémon behind when they travel. To assist the younger generation, Pokémon possess a spirit, and when the true trainer is absent, the commands from family members are generally still followed. Although the synergy might not be perfect, it suffices. After all, the elders' Pokémon are typically at a much higher level, far beyond what an ordinary challenger can handle. Suddenly, Amy's tone shifted. But Lindong isn't here to cause trouble. His actions are somewhat excessive. Upon hearing Amy's explanation, Staobuang and Xiaoyao shot glares of indignation at Fintian. Unbeknownst to them, Fintian was completely focused on Lindong and Jengar. Lindong, be careful, good luck. Given that this was merely speculation, Staobuang and Xiaoyao refrained from making hasty accusations, opting instead to cheer Lindong on while cautioning him. Don't worry. Lindong replied with a smile directed at the 3 girls. The imposing aura radiating from Blaziken was evidently superior to Cherim's, and he surmised that this was likely a Pokémon left behind by one of Fintian's elders to maintain order. Has he already perceived it? At that moment, Amy's gaze was entirely fixated on Lindong, her curiosity about this enigmatic and powerful youth intensifying. As she watched, Amy unconsciously smiled. Fintian, by chance, glanced at the audience and caught sight of Amy smiling at Lindong. Despite having come to terms with some of his feelings, he couldn't shake his jealousy. Humph. If I win, I'll steal your love. If I lose, I'll silently wish you well. Having made up his mind, Fintian promptly commanded, Blaziken, use flamethrower. Blaziken opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged toward Jengar. Jengar, evade and counter with Shadow Ball. Just as the flamethrower was about to strike, Jengar vanished into the air, raising its hand once more to unleash 10 Shadow Balls aimed at Blaziken. Blaziken, dodge quickly. Whoa. Chapter 75. Turning back is the shore. Having obtained the boxing badge, the Blaziken executed 3 consecutive backflips, elegantly evading Jengar's onslaught. Had this maneuver been performed in a grand tournament, it would undoubtedly have cost Lindong numerous points. After Jengar hurled its Shadow Ball, it returned to the ground, while Blaziken retreated, revealing a serious demeanor. The 2 Pokémon exchanged a glance, and with a nod, it became clear that Blaziken had resolved to follow the commands of its trainer, Fujimura. Upon witnessing Jengar's speed, Fujimura swiftly devised a new strategy. Blaziken, unleash your heat wave. With a roar, Blaziken expelled a scorching breath, generating a formidable gust of hot wind that surged toward Jengar. At Blaziken's level, the attack's range nearly encompassed the entire battlefield, leaving Jengar with no avenue of escape. Then we shall not evade. Jengar, maintain your defense. Jengar promptly erected a protective shield, enveloping itself in safety. The intense winds battered against the shield, failing to create even a ripple. Jengar remained steadfast, adorned with its eerie smile as it gazed at Blaziken. Fujimura, well acquainted with Jengar's prowess, was not naive enough to believe that a single heat wave could vanquish it. However, forcing it into defense and restricting its mobility was already a significant achievement. Blaziken sustained the heat wave, approached Jengar, and then deliver a powerful blaze kick. Fujimura commanded, a smile curling upon his lips as if victory were already within grasp. This was his tactic. While many lacked understanding of ghost-type Pokémon and were prone to severe losses in confrontation, Fujimura possessed some knowledge. It was worth noting that one of the Elite Four in the Hoenn region specialized in ghost types. He had been fortunate enough to attend a lecture by that champion. Understanding that ghost Pokémon tend to counter fighting types, he had listened intently and taken notes during that class, subsequently dedicating considerable time to study. He realized that Pokémon like Jengar, despite their speed, elusive movements, and formidable attack power, lacked robust defenses. A successful hit could easily incapacitate them. Moreover, Jengar excelled in ranged combat, and was ill-equipped for close-quarters battles, a domain where Blaziken thrived. Although fighting moves were ineffective against Gengar, Blaziken's fiery techniques posed no such problem. Thus, he meticulously crafted this strategy to provide Blaziken with an opportunity to engage up close. Blaziken accomplished this feat maintaining the heat wave. It reached the midpoint of the arena, suddenly bending its legs, closing its mouth, and leaping into the air with remarkable speed, leaving behind a fiery afterimage. Utilizing the potential energy of gravity, Blaziken unleashed a powerful blaze kick, its strong legs encased in a massive fireball, capable of igniting an entire summer with a single strike. Naturally, Lindong would not remain passive. Just as Blaziken closed its mouth and the heat wave abruptly ceased, Gengar immediately dispelled its shield and conjured an energy sphere. Had it been an ordinary Gengar, Fujimura's strategy would have indeed been highly effective. However, Lindong's Gengar was no ordinary specimen. Gengar unleashed the spiraling Shadow Ball. Upon receiving Lindong's command, Gengar promptly propelled the highly compressed, rapidly rotating energy sphere forward. The standoff did not last as long as Fujimura had anticipated. In an instant of collision, Blaziken was sent flying back at an astonishing speed, crashing heavily against the wall behind Fujimura, its head tilting as its eyes spiraled into a daze. Meanwhile, Gengar appeared unscathed, still wearing its enigmatic grin. Ha 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 ha. Having defeated Fujimura's two primary Pokémon, one of which belonged to the former gym leader, Gengar showed no signs of fatigue, remaining sprightly and even goofing around. The referee hesitated for a moment before swallowing hard. Blaziken has lost its fighting ability. Gengar is victorious. Fujimura quickly came to terms with reality, having entirely relinquished any notions of thwarting Lindong. With such strength, it was likely that this Gengar could contend with even the Elite Four's main Pokémon. His current objective was to mitigate any negative impressions Lindong might harbor. Come back, Blaziken, you have worked hard. Please take a good rest. Fujimura returned Blaziken to its Pokéball and turned to Lindong. Lindong, your strength has truly exceeded my expectations. You are deserving of this boxing badge. Now, let us enjoy the remainder of the match. Fujimura threw forth his fourth Pokéball. Murkrow, come forth. As this was an official gym challenge, Fujimura did not concede but chose to continue battling, albeit his next three Pokémon were primarily to provide Lindong with experience. Murkrow, the boxing Pokémon, was adept at using punching techniques, its speed so rapid that it became nearly imperceptible. Xiao retrieved her Pokédex to scan the Pokémon adorned with red boxing gloves. Although the description sounded impressive, its aura paled in comparison to that of the previous Hariyama. It seemed clear that Fujimura had given up. Upon hearing this, Xiaoguang and Xiao felt a surge of joy, realizing that the boxing badge was now firmly within Lindong's grasp. Murkrow, huh? Lindong lowered his head, concealing a smile before regaining his composure. Come back, Gengar. Lindong recalled Gengar and sent forth Bulbasaur. With Fujimura conceding, Lindong graciously accepted the opportunity for experience. Bulbasaur once again executed its multitasking combination technique, appearing even more adept and composed this time. First, it unleashed a rapid starburst attack, compelling Murkrow to raise its gloves defensively while simultaneously ensnaring its lower body with two vine whips, hindering its mobility. Following this, Bulbasaur transitioned to Leaf Blade, halting the starburst and charging an energy ball. The final energy ball dispatched Murkrow effortlessly. Murkrow had no chance to retaliate, collapsing to the ground with spiraled eyes, rendered incapable of battle. The referee, now somewhat numb to the proceedings, swiftly raised the flag. Murkrow has lost its fighting ability. Bulbasaur is victorious. Fujimura recalled Murkrow, feeling increasingly assured that his decision to retreat was indeed the correct one. While he had intended to grant Lindong experience, Murkrow, typically used against challengers, was not particularly low in level. The utter lack of resistance displayed was no act. Fujimura suddenly realized that under the usual 2v2 rules of the fighting gym, if he did not deploy his true main Pokémon, Lindong could easily overpower him with either Bulbasaur or the initial Pidgeotto. Such strength nearly guaranteed a path to the championship. Especially with that Gengar, it was conceivable that after claiming victory, it could even challenge the Elite Four. Reinforced in his conviction to provide experience, Fujimura subsequently unleashed a Shroomish, which was once again easily dispatched by Bulbasaur. Finally, Fujimura called forth a Machamp. After being defeated by Bulbasaur, it managed to rise, fueled by sheer determination, evolving into a Machamp. Lindong recalled Bulbasaur and sent out Pidgeot. To Lindong's surprise, Pidgeot had learned the formidable move Brave Bird, seizing the opportunity to take down Machamp in a single strike. Machamp has lost its fighting ability. Pidgeot is victorious. Thus, the victor of this match was Lindong. Chapter 76, Our Love is Written on the Azure Coast. It was truly remarkable. Tung Shu approached Lindong and extended his hand, stating, I concede this match with utmost respect. Lin Dong reciprocated the gesture, shaking Teng Shu's hand. Teng Shu was merely envious. As a rival, his threat was far less significant than Jian Wu's. This was a testament to their victory over the martial arts dojo, the boxing badge. Teng Shu presented the badge to Lin Dong and earnestly inquired, "May I ask how long you intend to stay on Martial Arts Island?" "In 4 days. There will be a special tournament for the Pokémon contest in Martial Arts Town, which is quite intriguing." "The special tournament for the Pokémon contest?" Lin Dong was slightly taken aback, but the 3 girls had already approached, curiously asking about it. Indeed, the special tournament is a unique variant of the Pokémon contest. Held sporadically, often organized by the Grand Event Bureau with the participation of renowned coordinators, featuring performances at the opening ceremony. For instance, the Macaulay Cup, hosted by the esteemed coordinator Mr. Macaulay, is one such special tournament. Winners of the special tournament are awarded ribbon badges, which are particularly notable as they hold universal validity across various regions. Thus, the ribbon badge acquired in Martial Arts Town can also be utilized in Kanto, Johto, and even Sinnoh, provided it is not employed for the Grand Festival in the Hoenn region. Teng Shu succinctly explained the characteristics of the special tournament before extending another invitation, this time. The esteemed coordinator Miss Sakurai Miho will serve as a judge and will also present a special performance at the opening ceremony. What do you say? Would you care to attend? Mr. Ting, may I inquire how one can register for this special tournament? Xiao Guang suddenly asked. You see. Both Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao are coordinators, diligently striving to participate in next year's Grand Festival. I am also currently honing my skills in coordination, Ami elaborated. Ah, I see. In that case, we must not merely observe, but participate. Teng Shu chuckled. There are no special requirements for entering the special tournament. Registration is as straightforward as for any regular contest. Registration opens tomorrow and will remain available until the day before the tournament. Teng Shu's timely information shifted the 3 girls' plans. Initially intended for a brief holiday, followed by participation in the contest in Kansas City. Shortly thereafter, Lin Dong departed from the martial arts dojo. The Move Sky attack is a powerful technique that inflicts damage on both the opponent and the user, thus consuming considerable energy. He intended to visit the Pokémon Center to help restore his Pokémon stamina. After he settled, Ami did not decline Teng Shu's request to exchange experiences. After all, they were all part of the dojo's second-generation circle. Despite being from different regions, there were certainly areas for mutual learning. And it was unnecessary to strain their relations. In a sense, Xiao Yao could also be considered a member of this second-generation group. So she opted to stay at the martial arts dojo temporarily, listening to the exchange between Ami and Teng Shu. Xiao Guang accompanied Lin Dong to the Pokémon Center. Within half an hour, the Pokémon had regained their energy, and Lin Dong and Xiao Guang returned to the hotel first. The sky had cleared. The setting sun outlined a golden edge on the clouds, casting a gentle glow. The azure sea shimmered with sparkling waves, each crest bursting forth, weaving a dreamlike tapestry with the evening light. The white sandy beach displayed a riot of colors, as nature, the finest artist, painted a breathtaking scene. Xiao Guang, unable to contain her excitement, slipped off her sandals, her delicate feet sinking into the soft, white sand as she dashed toward the shoreline. Xiao Guang, wait for me. Lin Dong swiftly scooped up Bo Jiamon and hurried back into the hotel lobby, seeking the assistance of the front desk attendant. Could you please lend me a guitar? The attendant, recognizing the guest, smiled and promptly fetched a guitar, a common instrument that such a high-end resort could easily provide. Thank you. I would also appreciate it if you could look after Pikachu and Bo Jiamon for me. Pikachu, Bo Jiamon, I have something important to do, so you must behave. Pikachu and Bo Jiamon exchanged puzzled glances, their small eyes brimming with curiosity. Stepping out of the hotel, Lin Dong took a deep breath, attempting to calm his racing heart. Yet, the thought of what he was about to do made his pulse quicken once more. Lin Dong. Xiao Guang stood on the beach, waving energetically. Her youthful visage radiated a brilliant glow in the sunset, captivatingly beautiful. Xiao Guang. Lin Dong approached her, slinging the guitar over his shoulder and gently strumming its strings. As the melodious notes floated through the air, Lin Dong began to sing softly. The sea breeze tastes like a sweet ice cream. Whoever is tempted by its allure travels countless miles for this meeting. A cloud drifts across the sea. Who, after all, is shy? The sun is so gentle. I am willing to wait even without seeing you. Our love is inscribed upon the azure coast. The white sands shimmer in the evening light. A fairy tale dream transforms my affection for you into habit. Our love is scattered across the azure coast. 2 rows of footprints dance tenderly in the sunlight. To the rhythm of the waves, I express my fondness for you. Even as the sea erodes and the stones wear away, as stars shift and the world changes, the only constant remains my everlasting love for you. Our love is inscribed upon the azure coast. The white sands shimmer in the evening light. A fairy tale dream transforms my affection for you into habit. Our love is scattered across the azure coast. 2 rows of footprints dance tenderly in the sunlight. To the rhythm of the waves, I express my fondness for you. As the guitar's melody gradually faded amidst the crashing waves, Lindong placed the instrument on a nearby chair, his gaze gently fixed on the beautiful girl before him. Xiaoguang, I have something I wish to tell you. Xiaoguang seemed to sense the gravity of the moment, staring at Lindong, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. This was the moment she had long awaited. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? All the unsaid words condensed into this simple, yet direct declaration. Xiaoguang could no longer contain her excitement. Reaching out to embrace Lindong. I will. Lindong wrapped his arms around Xiaoguang, their eyes locking in a gaze so intimate they could almost feel each other's breath. Lowering his head towards Xiaoguang's soft, pink lips, Lindong. The azure sea and sky gazed at each other, the slanting sun casting their silhouettes as a pair. Their first kiss suspended time, enveloped in a tender embrace, creating a world for just the 2 of them. To the rhythm of the ebbing waves, their voices harmonized like a beautiful love song. As with the great trends of the world, what comes together must inevitably part, and what parts shall come together again. After countless separations and reunions, a crystalline thread finally snapped, and the 2 looked toward the horizon where the sea meets the sky, hand in hand. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the beach bore witness to 2 rows of intertwined footprints. Chapter 77. Let the sea breeze bring the courage of love. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly that Lindong, hand in hand with Xiaoguang, found it hard to believe. At that moment, a perfectly timed notification from the system confirmed the reality of it all. Detected that the goddess Xiaoguang's affection for the host has reached 100. Congratulations, host, on completing a long-term mission. Reward, random level 1 deity 1. Would you like to claim it immediately? Note, given that the host currently possesses more than 6 Pokémon, subsequent Pokémon rewards will be distributed in a rationalized manner. The specific method is as follows. This system will issue a Pokéball, and the host may retrieve the corresponding Pokémon at the designated location. A radiant smile adorned Lindong's face. He had acquired his first girlfriend, and the system had become considerate as well. Even the distribution of Pokémon was conducted in a more sensible way. With this in mind, why hesitate? Claim it immediately. Lindong responded to the system in his mind. A Pokéball quietly appeared at his waist. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a full moon rose majestically in the sky, and the vast sea suddenly parted in 2, revealing a colossal silver figure soaring into the air. Under the pristine moonlight, its body shimmered with a radiant glow. The immense silhouette appeared both terrifying and somewhat divine. What is that, Lindong? Xiaoguang asked, drawing closer to him with a hint of fear. Do not be afraid. That is an old friend of mine, Lindong reassured her, naturally wrapping his arm around Xiaoguang's shoulders. Lugia, come meet our companion. Upon hearing Lindong's call, Lugia descended, gazing deeply into Lindong's eyes for a moment before becoming exceedingly friendly. Hello, my name is Xiaoguang, she said, extending her hand to gently stroke Lugia's head. Lindong produced the Pokéball provided by the system and pointed it at Lugia. Return, Lugia. In an instant, Lugia transformed into a beam of red light and returned to the Pokéball. Lindong could not help but marvel at the system's power. Pikachu, Dragonite, Darkrai, and Gengar all seemed like old acquaintances, and even Lugia felt like a long-time friend. Yet in his past life, he was merely a recluse. Even if he had known them, it was only in his own perception. They had no knowledge of him. Lindong had once inquired about this matter with the system, which provided only a vague response. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it any longer. As the city lights illuminated the night, Lindong and Xiaoguang returned to the hotel and dined at the buffet restaurant. After their meal, Xiaoguang suggested a stroll along the beach. The night beach was serene, devoid of any disturbances, and Xiaoguang looked at Lindong with seriousness. There was something she needed to clarify with him. Lindong, do you know, actually Xiaoyao? What happened to Xiaoyao? Lindong's heart sank at the sight of Xiaoguang's hesitant expression. Oh no. She must have discovered the mission to pursue Xiaoyao. Could it be that his thoughts had been exposed? As Lindong's anxiety grew, reality unfolded in a manner more fantastical than any novel. Xiaoguang began. She also likes you. Perhaps fearing he would overthink, she added. She told me so herself. This left Lindong at a loss for words. Actually, that night by the creek, Xiaoyao and I were discussing this, Xiaoguang continued. She explicitly said she wanted to compete with me for you. Lindong suddenly understood. No wonder he sensed something peculiar between Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao that day. Right before the system issued the mission to pursue Xiaoyao, it turned out that Xiaoyao's feelings had been made clear during their conversation, triggering the system's task. And then what? When I arrived, I saw you both embracing. Lindong asked cautiously. I told her that I hoped to travel with both you and her. Xiaoguang replied, and that is our little secret. Why? Lin Dong was astonished. Xiao Guang's words implied that she did not mind being with Xiao Yao as well. Because many powerful men in this world have more than one woman, Xiao Guang said, her expression turning bitter. Like my father's scoundrel. My mother only discovered that he had a whole harem of women after she was pregnant with me. Then there's that Yao. Men like him often have a whole cheerleading squad of girlfriends. But you were different. As she spoke, Xiao Guang's eyes glistened, and she leaned into Lin Dong's embrace. Choking back her tears. When I was in Linxing Town, I spoke so much beside your bed. But you probably couldn't hear me. I want to say it again. I always had too much confidence, thinking everything was fine. How naive, childish, and ridiculous. Without you. I might have perished in the forests of Zhansha Town on the day I became a trainer. Without you, perhaps one day, I would helplessly watch as my Bajman was taken away. It was my promise to Miss Junsha that put everyone in danger. In the end, it was you who saved me. You saved me twice. I owe you a debt that I can never repay in this lifetime. You are my ideal. You are stronger than any man I have ever encountered. A man like you will surely have many girls vying for your affection in the future. If I were to be jealous of every one of them, I would surely perish from envy. As she spoke, Xiao Guang released Lin Dong and wiped her tears, playfully winking as she smiled through her sorrow. You big oaf, can you really withstand the test? Lin Dong awkwardly scratched his head. I haven't even finished my vow yet, he began, but Xiao Guang silenced him with her finger. No vows. I truly do not mind. Xiao Yao and I have always been best friends. Rather than risk our friendship, I would rather gather a few allies to keep you in line. That way, Xiao Yao and I will be true sisters. Unless you tell me you do not like Xiao Yao. Lin Dong was left speechless. This was a truth he could not voice. If you do not say anything, it means you admit it, Xiao Guang teased, sticking out her tongue. I knew it. You are a big oaf. Lin Dong could only remain silent. All right, let us head back. Xiao Guang took Lin Dong's hand, reassuring him, do not worry. This is truly no problem. Meanwhile, in their hotel room, Xiao Yao and Ami opened the window. Upon returning to the hotel, they spotted the two walking on the beach but chose not to interrupt. The sea breeze caressed the figures of Lin Dong and Xiao Guang, just as it swept across Xiao Yao and Ami's faces. May the sea breeze bestow them with the courage of love, guiding their future. Chapter 78. A reunion with Jianwu. The special gathering of masters. As Lin Dong returned to the hotel, he finally recalled that he had retrieved Pikachu and Pokémon from the front desk. The candid conversation they had shared that night did not dampen their feelings. Rather, it acted as a catalyst, intensifying their bond. With one party free from worries and the other devoid of concerns, all that remained was a fervent passion, igniting into love at the slightest spark. Upon entering the room, Lin Dong and Xiao Guang placed Pikachu and Pokémon in the living room. With the door closed, the young couple inevitably engaged in their affectionate pursuits. Lin Dong somewhat regretted opting for two separate beds, as the hotel's original arrangement featured a grand king-sized bed. However, happiness is a subjective experience, and material constraints could be surmounted. Approximately 10,000 words omitted here, Xiao Yao and Ami felt a curious pang in their hearts. But with each other present, neither dared to eavesdrop at the door. In the interim, they vaguely heard the sound of water from the bathroom twice. Xiao Yu sighed in relief. It seemed they were taking turns showering. The first bath was prolonged, while the second was rather swift. Xiao Yu thought little of it, after all. It was natural for a girl like Xiao Guang to take a bit longer, while Lin Dong, being a boy, would be quicker. There was likely nothing amiss. The following morning, when Lin Dong and Xiao Guang opened the door, they were greeted by Pikachu and Pokémon, arms akimbo, glaring at them with evident resentment. Pika pika. Pacha pacha. Lin Dong hastily scooped Pikachu into his arms, tenderly massaging its electric pouch, while Xiao Guang quickly groomed Pokémon. The previous night, they had been so engrossed that they had forgotten about their little companions. After freshening up, the four of them headed to the venue of the grand special event. Located at the center of Wudou Town, the Wudou Sports Stadium. Upon arrival, Lin Dong spotted several familiar faces. Jianwu. Jianwu approached briskly, exclaiming, "What a coincidence!" Lin Dong. Xiao Yao, I didn't expect to see you all so soon. Jianwu. Xiao Guang was taken aback, but then realized that this grand event had attracted numerous coordinators from various regions, so Jianwu's presence was hardly surprising. However, this time, Jianwu was accompanied by a striking girl with short orange-red hair. Let me introduce you. This is Miss Xiao Wang from the Sinnoh region, a highly skilled coordinator. Hello, everyone. Just call me Xiao Wang, she greeted warmly. Hi, I'm Xiao Guang, from the Sinnoh region's Shuanya town. These are my companions. Xiao Guang introduced them. This is Lin Dong. From Yuan town, this is Xiao Yao, from Changhua City, and this is Ami, from Qianqing City in the Jiao region. Hello, Ami. Meeting Jianwu and Xiao Wang for the first time, waved in greeting. Xiao Wang quickly bonded with Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Ami, as they were either established coordinators or actively training for the grand event, sharing many common topics as young women. While Jinwoo managed to interject a few words, Lindong felt like a mere spectator. He decided to observe the familiar figures nearby. One was a long-haired man in a Dream Song Naya cosplay outfit. Another was a boy with forgiving green hair, dressed in a black long-sleeve t-shirt beneath a purple short-sleeved shirt and light green trousers. Lastly, there was a yellow-haired man in a purple suit. Those well-versed in the animation might have already guessed their identities. These three were Harry, Shun, and Rob. All formidable competitors from the original Hoenn Grand Festival, with Rob and Shun having claimed the championship and runner-up titles, respectively. Not to mention, Xiaowang and Xiaoguang were also champions in their own right from the Sinnoh Grand Festival. This special gathering was indeed teeming with talent, a hidden gem. Lindong couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Xiaoguang. Jinwoo, Xiaowang, Xiaoguang, and Xiao Yao had all registered for the competition, while Ami opted not to participate, wishing merely to observe the splendid battles and glean useful techniques for her future contests, especially since she was unprepared for the first round's performance segment. After a brief chat, as more participants arrived to register, the group dispersed. Jinwoo and Xiaowang were staying at another upscale hotel, which was not on the way for Lindong and his friends. Upon returning, Jinwoo and Xiaowang unexpectedly encountered a striking figure in the hotel lobby, a young woman wearing sunglasses with cascading golden waves of hair. She walked confidently in high-heeled sandals, her red manicure accentuating her fair skin. The woman wore a daringly minimal outfit that showcased her curvaceous form, attracting the gaze of many men. "Excuse me. Are you Miss Sakurai Mihue?" Jinwoo boldly approached her, introducing himself. "My name is Jinwoo, from Shuangya Town in the Sinnoh region, and I am an admirer of your work." Sakurai Mihue removed her sunglasses and gracefully nodded. "Hello, I am Sakurai Mihue. Are you here to participate in the Grand Festival special event?" "Yes," Jinwoo replied, his body stiffening with excitement. In the presence of the mature and beautiful Sakurai Mihue, this young boy quickly lost his composure, his shyness rendering him nearly speechless. Noticing Jinwoo's flustered demeanor, Mihue offered a gentle smile and encouraged, "Good luck. I look forward to your performance." "Thank you." Jinwoo had so much he wished to convey to his idol, but words escaped him, and all that came out was a simple expression of gratitude. His face flushed. Xiaowang playfully tapped Jinwoo on the back of his head. "Haven't you seen enough? She's already left." "Well, I was just too excited to see my idol," Jinwoo exclaimed. Xiaowang sighed inwardly. She and Jinwoo had met during their travels in the Sinnoh region, sharing experiences and later participating together in a grand festival. In that competition, they both reached the final stage, with Xiaowang ultimately claiming victory. Jinwoo likely felt that traveling together would hinder his chances of earning a ribbon medal, so they amicably parted ways. However, Jinwoo's second attempt at the grand festival proved successful. As for his third endeavor, that would be at the Kanto conference. Their reunion on Wudo Island marked a significant moment, as Jinwoo had previously shared his thoughts about Xiaoguang with Xiaowang during their travels. Chapter 79, Xiaowang and Jinwoo, the mysterious guardian family. However, Xiaowang had her own thoughts, though she typically presented herself in a neutral style, embodying a tomboyish persona. What girl does not harbor a tender heart? Jinwoo, while not exceptionally handsome, exuded a clean and polished charm, and possessed a certain elegance and generosity. After spending such an extended time traveling together, it was impossible for her to claim that she felt no affection at all. Today, upon seeing Xiaoguang in person for the first time, she was indeed graceful, lively, and captivating. Xiaowang finally understood why Jinwoo had been so enamored with her. Yet, as a fellow female, she perceptively noted that Xiaoguang displayed no special feelings that transcended friendship towards Jinwoo. She merely regarded him as a good buddy. Rather, Xiaoguang seemed to share a silent connection with Lindong, who had remained rather quiet. It appeared that Xiaoguang had already given her heart to someone else. With this realization, Xiaowang felt a flicker of hope for her own chances. She pondered how to broach this topic with Jinwoo, only to see him approach Miss Meiwei. It dawned on her that the type of girls Jinwoo favored were either adorable and sweet like Xiaoguang or strikingly alluring like Miss Meiwei. As for herself, perhaps it was time for a change? Lost in her thoughts, Xiaowang momentarily forgot what she intended to say to Jinwoo. "Xiaowang, what are you thinking about?" Jinwoo waved his hand in front of her eyes, prompting her to snap back to reality. "Oh, nothing. Shall we practice together in a bit?" "Sure." Meanwhile, not long after Lindong left the venue, he encountered a rather special individual, Xiaoman. To be precise, it was Xiaoman who proactively intercepted Lindong. "Lindong. Long time no see." Lindong frowned, but before he could respond, Xiaoguang interjected. "How dare you show your face to Lindong? We do not welcome you. Please step aside." Is that what you think too, Lindong? Xiaoman bit her lip, teetering on the brink of tears. Yes, please move aside. Lindong replied without hesitation. I truly have something important to discuss with you. Xiaoman's voice quivered with emotion. Your issues are not my concern, and we have nothing to talk about. Lindong, unable to directly confront her, opted to sidestep her and continue on his way. This matter pertains to you. Xiaoman refused to relent and blocked his path again. Her voice grew softer. I know I have wronged you. I was in the wrong. Lindong, I know you must still love me, right? If I leave him, can we go back to how things were? Lindong was taken aback. This woman was rather deluded. Who do you think you are? Xiaoyao could no longer contain herself. Much like Xiao Guang had done previously at the Yamanashi Research Institute. What connection do you have with Lindong? Are you so full of yourself? Xiao Guang, irritated, unveiled Xiaoman's identity. She is Lindong's ex-girlfriend. Xiao Guang deliberately emphasized the word ex, tightening her grip on Lindong's arm, a clear reminder to Xiaoman of her place. Upon learning that Xiaoman was Lindong's ex, Ami also cast a disapproving glance. Xiaoyao, incensed, latched onto Lindong's other arm. Oh, so you're the ex-girlfriend? Can we leave now? Why should I leave? Xiaoman retorted. Lindong, hear me out. I don't mind if you have other girlfriends in the future. As long as we are together. Xiaoman was in a state of panic. Enough. Xiao Guang glared at Xiaoman. I don't mind Lindong having other girlfriends. But I do mind you. Ex-girlfriend. Lindong, is this amusing to you? Xiaoman lifted her head, staring directly at Lindong. I know you still love me. You must still love me. Are these two just hired by you to provoke me? Lindong, however, regarded her with pity. I suggest you visit a hospital and get checked out. This condition cannot be ignored. You think I have a problem with my mind? Xiaoman erupted into hysteria. I only wanted to share some news related to you. If you don't accept me, you won't have it easy either. So you're serving that heir from the Guardian family. I'll go right over. Lindong, may you meet a bad end. Today had started off joyfully, but Xiaoman's outburst soured the mood for everyone. On the way back to the hotel, Xiaoyao was fuming with rage, while Xiao Guang and Ami wore serious expressions, their faces clouded with concern. Upon returning to their room, it was already 11 o'clock. Even Xiaoyao, who usually relished food, had lost her appetite. The four sat on the living room sofa in silence for quite some time before Xiao Guang broke the stillness. Lindong, we should leave Wudo Island as soon as possible. Why? Lindong was perplexed. You and Xiaoyao still need to participate in the grand tournament. Xiaoyao was equally baffled. But upon seeing the somber expressions on Xiao Guang and Ami's faces, she began to piece things together. Earlier, Xiaoman mentioned the Guardian family. What if, I'm just saying, what if she really found someone from the Guardian family to deal with you? That would be dangerous. Xiao Guang's expression was earnest as she gazed at Lindong. Guardian family? What is that? Lindong found himself in unfamiliar territory. In the animations of his past life, the portrayal of this world was predominantly utopian, with only a few malevolent organizations to contend with, and the concept of death seemed non-existent. Yet how could that be? This was a tangible world. Since his reincarnation, Lindong had made considerable efforts to understand more about this realm. However, aside from his past memories, the information he could access and explore remained exceedingly limited. For instance, he had no knowledge of this Guardian family. Do you remember last night when I mentioned my father? Xiao Guang paused momentarily. He is a member of a Guardian family from the Shin'eo region and seems to hold a position as a patriarch. However, our relationship is not one of amicability, and we have little interaction. Thus, my understanding of the Guardian family is limited. I only know they are incredibly powerful and shrouded in mystery. Xiao Guang expressed her frustration. Lindong. Ami suddenly turned her gaze to Lindong, as if she had made a significant decision, and spoke with startling revelation. I know a bit about the Guardian family. Ami, what is it? Xiaoyao could no longer contain her curiosity. The Guardian family is a collective term for a type of ancient lineage that has existed since times long past, continuing their legacy to this day. Each Guardian family venerates a deity. These deities are the legendary Pokémon that protect regions, which is the origin of the Guardian family's name. It is said that the ancestors of the Guardian families received blessings from these deities, endowing them with abilities that ordinary people do not possess. This special ability has been passed down through the bloodline, and members of the Guardian family possess powers far beyond those of normal individuals. For instance, I once met a member of a Guardian family who could conjure flames from thin air. Although most members of the Guardian families remained hidden alongside their legendary Pokémon, whenever they did appear, even the Elite Four treated them with utmost caution. After all, the deities behind them were the ultimate force safeguarding the safety of entire regions. Chapter 80, Protecting the Family's Secrets. Is that all? Amy, do you know which legendary Pokémon they worship? Lindong inquired. I only know that the person I encountered hailed from the Qigong family, who reveres the legendary Pokémon, Moltres. The last time he appeared was to present the flames of Moltres to the president, Damaranch, as the sacred fire for the conference, Amy replied. Wait, isn't the sacred fire of the Johto League the flame of Ho-Oh? Lindong questioned, a hint of confusion in his voice. Amy suddenly realized she might have inadvertently revealed a significant truth. Well, actually, the fire of Moltres is somewhat similar to that of Ho-Oh, she said, slightly embarrassed. You may not know, but although Ho-Oh is the legendary protector of the Johto region, it ceased to trust humans 300 years ago due to an incident and has not appeared since. Thus, the president had no choice but to use Moltres' flames as a substitute. However, to maintain stability, it is still publicly claimed to be the ancient flame of Ho-Oh. Amy warned, in any case, you must not speak of this to anyone. Lindong was surprised to learn of such a secret within the Johto League. However, he considered that the Johto League and its president were essentially the same entity, sharing resources, so using the sacred fire was not particularly alarming. As for the true identity of the flames, whether they belonged to Moltres or Ho-Oh, most would be unable to discern the difference. Regardless, the Guardian families indeed worshipped deities and could communicate with them. Their power should not be underestimated. Lindong, I believe Xiaoguang is right. We should leave as soon as possible, Amy suggested. Lindong began to understand that the sacred fire masquerading as Ho-Oh's flame was not just any ordinary Moltres fire. This implied that the Qikong family indeed worshipped the genuine Moltres, one of the legendary three birds with divine status, signifying that this family revered a true secondary deity. An existence of the third tier within the fragmentary information. He wondered who the Guardian family mentioned by Xiao Man was worshipping. Feeling somewhat reassured, Lindong still found it prudent to confirm, Amy, has this Guardian family captured Moltres? Capturing Moltres? That's possible, Amy smiled. In truth, there is not just one Moltres. While they are all formidable, the one being worshipped is quite special. Although the League publicly refers to them as legendary Pokémon, we informally call the others divine beasts and the one being worshipped deity. Divine beasts can be captured, and trainers possessing divine beasts are known as beast tamers within the League. Although they are few, they do exist. And what of deities? Lindong asked. Can the Guardian family command a deity? I'm not sure, Amy replied helplessly. Unless we could ask someone from the Guardian family. But they would never disclose such vital secrets about their lineage. I see. Lindong suddenly thought of something. By the way, are there any Guardian families in the Johto region? Amy chuckled wryly. There used to be. A family that had worshipped the legendary Ho-Oh for generations. But as I mentioned earlier, after that incident, Ho-Oh no longer trusted humans and ceased to accept their worship. Without their deity, the family naturally could not uphold its title. Nevertheless, descendants still exist. The current owner of the Yuanju Gym, Xiaosong, is a descendant of that once Guardian family. Lindong nodded in understanding. Recognizing this aligned with the story from the anime. With this information combined, he could roughly gauge the strength of the Guardian family. Were there families that worshipped primary gods? Yes, but they merely performed rituals and could communicate their requests to the deities. Borrowing a flame would certainly pose no issue. If they served well, they might even receive power from the deity, essentially a special ability. However, commanding them was out of the question. Lindong suspected that families venerating secondary gods were not much better off. They were merely easier to serve. Moreover, Lindong felt untroubled by families worshipping secondary gods, as he already possessed 3 existences of the third tier himself. With Xiao Man's appearance on Battle Island, he pondered whether Yi Hao had also arrived in Fengyuan. If the young master of the Guardian family did not seek trouble with him, Lindong saw no reason to engage. However, if they approached him, perhaps following Xiao Man or Yi Hao, he would not hesitate to retaliate. I understand now. It seems the Guardian families are not particularly fearsome, Lindong remarked, glancing at the worried expressions of Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao. He then took out a precious Pokéball and shook it. Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao. You haven't forgotten about this, have you? Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao suddenly remembered. Right. What is there to worry about? Their backing may be a deity. But Lindong has one too, one he carries with him. Xiao Yao blushed and scratched her head. How could I forget? Xiao Guang transformed her worry into joy. Exactly. With it, we'll be just fine. They laughed at the thought of Xiao Man believing that being a descendant of a Guardian family could threaten Lindong. How amusing it seemed now. Indeed. I imagine her life is not going particularly well. Lindong mused, grinning as he listened to the sisters' banter. What are you two talking about? Amy inquired, perplexed as she glanced between the 2 sisters before looking at Lindong. Amy, I have several Pokémon you haven't seen yet. Let's introduce them today. Sure. Amy expressed her curiosity, eager to discover which Pokémon could so swiftly alter the demeanor of the 2 sisters. Come forth, Suicune. Amy stood astonished at the sight of the majestic blue Pokémon before her. As a gym leader in the Johto region, she naturally recognized Suicune. Suicune. Roar. Suicune glanced at Amy before lying down motionless. The changes in Suicune had been significant, especially after Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao had groomed it. It now shimmered with a lustrous sheen, appearing not only more handsome but also imbued with an air of nobility. Lin Dong reflected on how impressive the creature was, pondering how it had been humiliated by the scriptwriter, caught in a net, and then kicked to the ground, losing its combat capabilities. Its majestic aura had been utterly diminished. Lin Dong released Jengar as well. Suicune, I have a matter to discuss with you. Jengar, please translate. Of course, boss. Amy was once again taken aback. She had seen Jengar before, but she had no idea it could speak. Her curiosity about Lin Dong was reaching its peak. Suicune, are you aware of the Guardian family? Roar. Boss, it says it knows. I may have caught the attention of someone from a Guardian family. Please elaborate. Roar. Chapter 81. Huang Yimigong, the chosen of the lightning bird. As Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao had anticipated, Xiaoman had recently been experiencing a rather unfortunate turn of events. The reason was straightforward. She had failed in her palace intrigue. She and Lin Dong had been childhood friends, yet in Yiwang Town, the Yi family reigned supreme, holding an unassailable position of power. By a stroke of fate, she encountered Yi Hao, the scion of the Yi family, who swiftly expressed his interest in her. Xiaoman found herself in a dilemma. What had Lin Dong ever said to her? Nothing of significance. He was the kind of person who would never spend a dime unnecessarily, always striving to give her the best of what he had. However, Yi Hao offered her far more. Even a mere scrap from him surpassed all of Lin Dong's possessions combined. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, she chose Yi Hao. Initially, she believed that her first time was still intact, and with a little more effort, she could at least secure a position as a minor concubine, if not a legitimate wife. Yet, she ultimately failed. Her position had seemed secure, for Yi Hao had a peculiar obsession. He relished in taking other people's girlfriends. Given Yi Hao's status and good looks, one would think he could have any partner he desired, yet he gravitated toward this somewhat pathological inclination. If Lin Dong had known, he would surely have commented, the spirit of Jian still lingers, and the legacy of Weiwu endures. Originally, with Lin Dong as her devoted admirer, she perfectly matched Yi Hao's peculiar tastes. Everything was progressing smoothly, and even when Lin Dong was infuriated to the point of collapse, she felt she was on the verge of stepping into the grand doors of the Yi family. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong, for reasons unknown, revived. He adopted an air of indifference, as if he were unaffected by the loss of his girlfriend. Yi Hao was displeased at the turn of events. Later, at the Yamanashi Research Institute, Lin Dong inexplicably grew powerful, overpowering Yi Hao and leaving him battered. Enraged, Yi Hao vented his frustrations that very night. Subsequently, during their team battle at Shanao Port against Lin Dong and Xiao Guang, Yi Hao's embarrassment intensified, leading to his investigation by the League. Although he eventually emerged from this ordeal, he directed all his pent-up fury toward Xiaoman. Soon thereafter, Lu Feier arrived. Directly dispatched by the Yi family to support Yi Hao, her presence swiftly diminished Xiaoman's standing. From that moment, Xiaoman became merely an ordinary member of the cheerleading squad, a mere tool. She had sacrificed her most treasured possession only to receive a Nidoran and a Jikoku Waifu in return. Though she eventually managed to acquire a Moonstone and evolved Nidoran into Nidoqueen, from that point onward, she was left with nothing. Only a meager allowance and a handful of rewards remained, a stark contrast to her previous opulence. Having grown accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, how could she ever find contentment in such a diminished state? Yesterday, Yi Hao encountered a man named Huang Yimigong and returned with the audacious request for her to accompany him today. As for the grand promises Yi Hao had painted, she remained skeptical. Her only remaining advantage was that she had only ever been touched by Yi Hao. Once she was given to Huang Yimigong, her chances of entering the Yi household would vanish entirely. Feeling wronged, Xiaoman set out early in the morning to clear her mind and fortuitously spotted Lin Dong at the martial arts arena. Suddenly, memories of Lin Dong's past kindness flooded her mind, and she felt a pang of regret. Upon further reflection, she acknowledged Lin Dong's newfound strength. Perhaps he could carve out a name for himself in the future. Even if he didn't, he could always find work as a bodyguard for the wealthy, earning enough to support himself. This led to the subsequent confrontation. Xiaoman initially thought that by generously offering to return to Lin Dong's embrace, he would be overwhelmed with gratitude, immediately agree, and even vow something in return. However, Lin Dong's response was utterly disappointing. Xiaoman found Lin Dong even more detestable than Yi Hao. In a fit of anger, she rushed back to the hotel to seek out Huang Yimigong. Coincidentally, the hotel where Yi Hao and Huang Yimigong were staying was the same as that of Jian Wu and Xiao Wang, the Hilton Seaside Hotel. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, even attributing the wrongs inflicted upon her by Yi Hao to Lin Dong. Why couldn't Lin Dong have stood up to Yi Hao back then? Had he only endured or flattered Yihao, perhaps she would have long been elevated to the status of Yihao's concubine. Yet, recently, Yihao had refrained from provoking Lin Dong. Unbeknownst to Xiaoman, Yihao was not unwilling but unable to act. His strongest subordinate, Insect Ichiro, had only recently pledged loyalty to him. How had Ichiro fallen to the position of Yihao's subordinate? It was simply because he had failed to defeat Lin Dong. Lu Fei was acutely aware of this and continually urged Yihao to prioritize the greater good, avoiding any entanglement with Lin Dong. The results were immediate. Their affairs in Kanaz City were proof of this. Xiaoman, oblivious to the underlying reasons, remained unaware that Yihao only summoned her for personal matters while discussing business solely with Lu Fei. Nonetheless, she understood that for revenge against Lin Dong, she could not rely on Yihao. Thus, she resolved to test her luck with Huang Yimigong. However, she quickly regretted her decision. Yesterday, she had merely caught a glimpse of his back, but upon seeing him today, she realized Huang Yimigong was far more corpulent than she had imagined. Particularly troubling was that he had just finished an encounter with an extraordinarily attractive woman, his attire absent. His grotesque, pudgy face, coupled with a gaping mouth, left her feeling utterly repulsed. Huang Yimigong's countenance darkened instantly. His fleshy hand ceased its wandering on Xiaoman's body and gripped her with such force that tears sprang to her eyes. What expression is that? He glowered at her. Young Master Yimigong, I have no expression at all. Xiaoman forced a smile. Huang Yimigong snorted coldly, and a spark of electricity surged from his fingertips, coursing through Xiaoman's body. She convulsed in agony, overwhelmed by pain. I am the chosen of the great deity, the lightning bird. You dare to disdain me? And no, I wouldn't dare. A man as robust as young Master Yimigong is the epitome of masculinity. Xiaoman struggled to regain her composure, her fear of Huang Yimigong reaching its zenith. She could scarcely believe that a mere human could emit electricity like a Pokémon. However, this only underscored Huang Yimigong's extraordinary nature. No wonder Yihao would wish to offer her to him. Did this mean that should Huang Yimigong intervene, Lin Dong would be doomed without question? Realizing this, Xiaoman's expression turned seductive. No matter how repulsive Huang Yimigong appeared, she could endure it. Witnessing Xiaoman's submission, a grin spread across Huang Yimigong's rotund face, his flesh quivering. The alluring woman, observing the shift, promptly bid farewell. With Xiaoman as his new companion, Huang Yimigong showed no desire to retain her. He waved dismissively. You may leave for now. With her by my side for the next few days, I shall await your grand return to have my fun. Chapter 82. The spectacular martial arts tournament commences. The women, as if liberated from a heavy burden, hastily departed, their charming smiles lingering until the very moment the door was shut. Indeed, the woman in question was Sakurai Mai. Once she returned to her room, she rushed to the restroom to vomit. After a prolonged moment, Sakurai Mai leaned against the door, her eyes betraying a profound dread. Although she had temporarily escaped peril these past few days, the thought of what would transpire after the conclusion of the tournament filled her with trepidation. The mere mention of Huang Yimigong's methods sent shivers down her spine. Yet, what recourse did she have? Huang Yimigong was the esteemed heir of the Guardian family, a favorite of the divine lightning bird. His influence loomed large, both within the league and the tournament's organizing committee. If she wished to vie for the position of deputy director within the tournament's office, she would inevitably need to rely on Huang Yimigong's endorsement. Her aspirations for advancement were fervent. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and his companions enjoyed a delightful lunch and, after a brief respite, ventured to the seaside. It was during this outing that Lin Dong realized he had greatly overestimated the Guardian family. He had initially presumed that their close ties with the deities would afford them some powerful divine beasts. However, Shui Jun enlightened him, revealing that the revered three sacred birds merely grew accustomed to serving a select few families. Their relationship was far from intimate. The truly purebred, highly talented, and powerful divine beasts within their ranks held the Guardian family in low regard. Nonetheless, the vastness of the realm allowed for some members to engage in indiscretions, leading to offspring of less than pure lineage. Such individuals, who ranked at the bottom within their clan, were often bestowed upon the Guardian family by the clan leader. This served a dual purpose: to rid the clan of these shameful bloodlines and to elicit gratitude from the Guardian family, ensuring their continued offerings. Hence, the Guardian family often received the lesser beings amongst the divine beast clans. However, even so, the Guardian family treated them as if they were esteemed lords. In truth, the Guardian family's strength could not be deemed inadequate. Despite any impurities in lineage, divine beasts were still divine beasts, and with proper training, they could attain a level of second-tier power. After all, a second-tier foundation is still a foundation. Yet, should a trainer be significantly less skilled, even first-tier Pokémon could breach the defenses of a second-tier foundation. Moreover, according to the world's timeline, The power of Mega Evolution would soon become an open secret within the league in just a few years. By then, even if the Guardian family managed to keep pace with the times, their strength would be indirectly diminished. The only consolation was the presence of a divine neighbor, which rendered it unlikely for the Guardian family to face direct threats, ensuring a degree of safety. Even if they stumbled momentarily, there would still be opportunities for resurgence. Lin Dong shook his head, weary of such thoughts. He had already donned his swim trunks, and at that moment, Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Ami emerged from the tent, clad in their swimsuits. Upon seeing them, Lin Dong felt a rush of blood surge to his cheeks. Ami wore a striking white bikini, the bow at its center particularly captivating. Xiao Guang donned a sky blue version of the same design, complemented by a delicate sheer cover-up. Xiao Yao sported a floral one-piece swimsuit, modest in the front yet daringly revealing in the back. Who could resist such allure? The four released their smaller Pokémon, allowing them to frolic freely. Juju ears dashed to Pikachu's side, shyly covering her face. They splashed in the water and played, the afternoon slipping away blissfully. Just as they prepared to return to the hotel, Xiao Yao's Caterpie suddenly emitted a copious amount of silk, enveloping itself. In an instant, it radiated a brilliant white light. Caterpie was evolving. Xiao Yao eagerly anticipated whether it would transform into Metapod or Kakuna. As the light faded, a Pokémon enveloped in fine silk appeared before them, with its large red eyes peeking through the cocoon. Is that Metapod? Lin Dong observed. Metapod? Let me check the Pokédex, Xiao Yao replied, scanning the device. Metapod, the cocoon Pokémon, is the evolved form of Caterpie. It spins silk to encase its body, supporting itself as it awaits the next evolution. When thirsty, it drinks rainwater collected on its silk. How wonderful! Xiao Yao exclaimed, her joy palpable. It's going to evolve into a Butterfree, right? I can hardly wait. The evolution of Caterpie was a delightful surprise, and during dinner, everyone congratulated Xiao Yao. In the following days, Lin Dong settled into a routine. While Xiao Guang and the others practiced their dazzling techniques, Lin Dong indulged in leisure, enjoying the sun by the beach or splashing in the water. Over these days, the three women changed into several different swimsuits, insisting Lin Dong offer his opinions on each. When night fell and the doors were closed, he found himself nestled closely with Xiao Guang. At long last, the much-anticipated martial arts tournament commenced. Backstage, Xiao Guang donned a stunning blue gown paired with translucent white sandals. Xiao Yao had also chosen a short orange crop top and skirt ensemble, complemented by orange strappy sandals. The two elegantly attired girls flanked Lin Dong, while Ami in her white dress completed the picture, drawing envious glances from numerous men. How do I look? Xiao Guang twirled before Lin Dong, showcasing her new attire. Xiao Yao, equally eager, joined in, presenting herself from every angle. They're both beautiful. Best of luck in today's competition. Lin Dong smiled. King Wu, though slightly delayed, appeared in a formal Western suit. However, beside him, Xiao Wang, dressed in a white gown with androgynous flair, appeared even more dashing. King Wu, Xiao Wang, give it your all today. Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao. I'm looking forward to facing you in the dazzling battle, so let us do our best. Xiao Wang responded with a smile. Lin Dong surveyed the surroundings. Leaning against the wall, Shun, clad in a purple suit with a rose pinned to his chest, exuded an air of calm confidence. Meanwhile, Meng Ganai, dressed in a cosplay of Harry, lurked around a corner, casting a smile over the competitors. Finally, Lin Dong's gaze settled on Rob, who sat gracefully in a chair, his attention fixed on the monitor. Yet, as Lin Dong looked closer, he was met with an unexpected sight. Xiao Man, typically one to flaunt her legs. She had donned a pair of denim jeans, featuring a few strategically placed ribs that revealed her fair skin, which only heightened the allure. Paired with white sneakers, a short-sleeved t-shirt, and a white baseball cap, she radiated youthful vibrancy. Coupled with her exquisite features and elongated figure, she captured the attention of many men. However, Lin Dong noticed her pallor, the redness around her eyes, and her disheveled hair, despite her efforts to mask it with makeup. Donning a baseball cap and tying her hair in a low ponytail, the signs were evident. Xiao Man spotted Lin Dong and his companions. And as Xiao Guan and Xiao Yao followed Lin Dong's gaze, their eyes met hers. Humph! Xiao Man scoffed, her gaze sharp and fierce. Yet she chose not to engage, turning away instead. At that moment, the host's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. Chapter 83, the first round of review, an unexpectedly strong adversary? Esteemed guests, greetings. I am your host, Vivian. On this delightful day, as the sun shines brightly, we gather at the Martial Arts Island Stadium to witness the grand opening ceremony of the Pokémon Gorgeous Contest, the Martial Arts Special Tournament. It is my sincere pleasure to welcome you all. Now, allow me to introduce our special guest for this extraordinary event. She is the renowned coordinator, Miss Miho Sakurai. As Vivian's voice echoed, a sky-blue figure adorned with fluffy, cotton-like wings descended gracefully the festive Altaria. Simultaneously, Miss Miho Sakurai made her dazzling entrance. Clad in a light purple, sheer outfit that captivated the audience's gaze. Go, Miho. You are the best. Miho Sakurai, I love you. The men in the crowd cheered fervently. Amidst the applause, Miho Sakurai swayed her body, moving in harmony with her Altaria. The Pokémon began to sing, and for reasons unknown. The enchanting melody lacked any hypnotic effect. Miho's dance resembled a potent elixir of passion, each step perfectly in sync with the rhythm. As if treading upon the hearts of all present. The Altaria's mystical aura cast a radiant glow over the stage, enveloping it in an enchanting atmosphere. Soon, the performance concluded, and Miho gently placed her hand on her chest, modestly concealing her allure, before bowing gracefully. The men in attendance, still yearning for more, called for an encore. However, Miho simply smiled and, with a captivating stride, made her way to the judges' panel. Miss Miho Sakurai's performance was truly poetic, leaving everyone, including myself, wanting for more. Following this, Miss Sakurai will serve as a judge for the Pokémon Gorgeous contest, offering invaluable feedback and insights to our talented coordinators. The panel also includes Mr. Yu Sujimori, Vice President of the Pokémon Enthusiasts Club, and Miss Joy from the Marshalltown Pokémon Center. Next, let us turn the stage over to today's stars, our coordinators. As Vivian's words faded, the crowd erupted in cheers. Amidst the applause, the first contestant took the stage. He presented a duo, which, during its performance, became entangled and began to tussle with itself. Miho Sakurai reacted immediately, and Yu Sujimori echoed his disapproval with a comment. Miss Joy shared similar sentiments. It was not until the eighth contestant, Lin Dong, spotted a familiar face, Jinwoo. This time, Jinwoo showcased a Gardevoir, initially demonstrating a few tricks with a pair of spoons, followed by a combination of light screen and shadow ball, concluding with a swift teleportation and wake-up call. The performance mirrored his previous act at the Canalave conference almost perfectly. Miho Sakurai instantly recognized the shy young man who had approached her at the hotel. Noticing his distinguished attire and his evident enthusiasm as a devoted fan, she offered a few encouraging remarks, causing Jinwoo's face to flush with excitement. Lin Dong was not surprised by Jinwoo's decision to repeat the same routine. In fact, when Xiao Wang sought his advice in recent days, he had similarly suggested continuing with the successful combination from the Canalave conference. If today's judges were the same as those from the Canalave conference, performing the same routine would undoubtedly be inappropriate. The first round of review is relatively subjective, even if your performance is indeed spectacular and captivates the audience. Judges often harbor little fondness for repetition. However, today is different. The three judges of the martial arts special tournament are entirely distinct from those of the Canalave conference. The audience is also not the same group of individuals. Therefore, utilizing previously performed combinations poses no issue whatsoever. In fact, due to their stage experience and improved mastery, the execution might even surpass that of the previous performance. Many other contestants made similar choices, contributing to the heightened competition of this special tournament. Not only are skilled coordinators present, but they are also showcasing performances that have previously garnered high scores. What might typically secure a place in the second round of review at a standard Gorgeous contest appears rather ordinary in this special tournament. After Jinwoo's turn, Lin Dong noticed Xiaoman take the stage. Go, Electivire shine. Xiaoman threw the Pokéball, and a Pokémon, standing at a height of 1.8 meters and radiating yellow electricity, appeared on stage. With its robust yellow body adorned with black patterns and muscular arms seemingly capable of immense strength, Lin Dong furrowed his brow. Electivire, use Thunderbolt. Xiaoman commanded, but the Electivire hesitated before responding. Gazing at the throngs of spectators, it appeared uncertain. Eventually, it launched a Thunderbolt into the sky, followed by a powerful electrical discharge that shattered several star-shaped energy orbs. Finally, it unleashed a formidable thunder. Xiaoman was filled with confidence. Yet Electivire hesitated once more. As the dazzling sparks began to fade, Electivire finally executed a robust thunder, creating a column of electric light that spread in all directions, once again igniting the atmosphere. Was this performance spectacular? To be candid, it was quite commendable. Just that single, potent thunder showcased Electivire's impressive power. Its strength should not be underestimated. However, Electivire's hesitation after Xiaoman's command was a significant detractor. This indicated a lack of synergy between the Pokémon and trainer, a discordance that undermined the essence of a coordinator. Yu Sujimori's furrowed brows during the performance highlighted several issues. Nonetheless, as per the judging order, it was still Miss Miho Sakurai's turn to speak. Unexpectedly, she praised Xiaoman, stating, a truly remarkable performance that showcased both Electivire's formidable strength and exquisite technique. I eagerly anticipate your future performances. Miho smiled at Xiaoman, yet internally she felt a surge of frustration. Had this been assessed by gorgeous contest standards, there might have been a slim chance of advancing to the second round in a typical competition, but in this special tournament, it was a long shot. Nevertheless, she had to strategize. She had met Xiaoman once in Huang Yimi's room, and they had shared a nearly candid encounter. Moreover, she recognized this Electivire as Huang Yimi's primary Pokémon. Huang Yimi's intentions were quite clear, not to mention they had already communicated. Thus, regardless of Xiaoman's lackluster performance, she felt compelled to advocate on her behalf. Fortunately, Electivire's strength was sufficient to somewhat appease the less discerning audience. Chapter 84. A Convergence of Talents. Each displaying their unique abilities. Sumiyu stole a glance at the score Sakura Meihui assigned to Xiaoman, furrowing his brow for the third time. In truth, he was not particularly pleased with this performance. He had long realized that this electric Pokémon was not Xiaoman's at all. Of course, there are no rules in the gorgeous contest, gym battles, or the league conference prohibiting the use of someone else's Pokémon. In the original series, Ash had once lent his Apom to Musashi for a gorgeous contest, and while it was not an entirely formal event, it was still permitted in official competitions. Prior to the match at the Nibi Gym and the Quartz Conference's water arena, Kasumi had even offered to lend Ash a water-type Pokémon. The League and Gorgeous Contest Administrative Bureau has yet to impose regulations against borrowing Pokémon, partly because it is difficult to define and practice, and partly because it serves as a backdoor opportunity. However, while such a backdoor exists, prominent figures, such as gym leaders or other mid-level officials within the league, would never allow their successors or disciples to exploit it in this manner. The Elite Four, needless to say, would never engage in such behavior. After all, if everyone acted in this way, the league conference would descend into chaos. This is an unspoken rule within the league. Everyone still values their reputation. Xiaoman's blatant exploitation of this backdoor is rather unbecoming. To borrow someone else's Pokémon and perform in such a manner shows a complete disregard for decorum. Such instances when a Pokémon does not heed commands would undoubtedly result in significant point deductions in a gorgeous contest, despite his disdain for Xiaoman. In this particular gorgeous contest martial arts special, one could argue that Sakura Meihui was the true protagonist. After much hesitation, Sumiyu assigned a score that was neither high nor low. However, in his commentary, he remarked, "I am pleased with this electric Pokémon." The subtext was clear. This Pokémon had been well trained, but the coordinator? What a farce. When it was Miss Joy's turn, her typically gentle demeanor faltered. Fortunately, Sumiyu's critique provided her with a solid framework for her evaluation. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for words. This electric Pokémon was indeed well cultivated and successfully demonstrated its powerful moves. Miss Joy focused her commentary on the electric Pokémon, neglecting to mention the coordinator, Xiaoman, entirely. In the end, Miss Joy cast a furtive glance at Sumiyu's score and awarded a similar rating. Soon, familiar faces from Lindong's circle completed their performances in succession. Xiaoshun showcased a Rose Raid, executing a beautiful and graceful floral dance that immediately garnered applause from the audience. Following it up with a combination of Stun Spore and Leaf Tornado, he concluded with a flourish of floral dance intertwined with Leaf Tornado. Both Rose Raid and Xiaoshun bowed gracefully, their elegance harmonizing perfectly with Xiaoshun's noble demeanor. In the face of such a performance, even Sakura Meihui, who had intended to lower the scores of other competitors to aid Xiaoman, found herself powerless. Moreover, Xiaoshun had some background of his own, and Sakura Meihui was reluctant to offend him, promptly giving a high evaluation. Sumiyu first applauded, then declared, "I am pleased with this," and swiftly concluded his commentary. However, when it came to scoring, he awarded a perfect score. Miss Joy also praised the performance and assigned a high score. After a couple of bystanders, Rob made his entrance, this noble-looking gentleman instantly eliciting cheers from many women. As Milotic appeared, it took the audience's breath away. The synergy and coordination between Milotic and Rob were exquisite, and their splendid skills left the audience entranced. Lindong was equally captivated. Even with his memories of the entire anime from his past life, witnessing what was said to be the most beautiful Pokémon's performance still enchanted him. It must be said, this gorgeous contest was truly Milotic's domain. Sakura Meihui sighed inwardly while she could still offer guidance as a judge to the previous contestant. Xiaoshun, when faced with Rob, she felt it prudent to engage in equal exchange instead. This predicament left her in a quandary. Simultaneously, she harbored resentment towards Xiaoman. Despite the potential for them to become allies in the future, she wondered what kind of spell Xiaoman had cast over Huang Yimigong. Huang Yimigong's invitation was not merely to allow Xiaoman to progress to the second round. It was a direct pursuit of the ribbon medal. Sakura Meihui had already regarded Rob as one of her greatest obstacles. Yet, confronted with such impeccable performance, she could only offer high praise while assigning a perfect score. Absolutely flawless, I am pleased with this. Sumiyu also awarded a perfect score. Lastly, Miss Joy echoed the sentiments regarding Rob's performance, bestowing upon him a perfect score as well. The first contestant to achieve a perfect score had emerged. Following Rob was another bystander. Lin Dong found the individual somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Wasn't this the person who had battled against Jian Wu at the Canaz conference using Ninetales, both exhausting their resources? That bystander was on the brink of tears, lamenting his misfortune at being placed right after Rob. He continued using Ninetales. And though his performance was still quite splendid, suitable to advance in an ordinary competition, Rob's brilliance overshadowed it, rendering his performance lackluster in the eyes of the audience. Nevertheless, Ami and Lin Dong believed his performance surpassed Xiaoman's. In truth, Sumiyu shared this sentiment. Yet, following Rob, he couldn't muster any enthusiasm. One could only say that luck is also a facet of strength. Seizing this opportunity, Sakura Meihui took the chance to assign a lower score to the bystander. Sumiyu and Miss Joy could only provide a standard evaluation with an average score. Sakura Meihui glanced surreptitiously, breathing a sigh of relief as the bystander's final score was lower than Xiaoman's. The next two bystanders, perhaps disheartened by the judge's comments on the previous contestant, faltered during their performances, leading to significant blunders. One Great Dane slipped and fell during its act, while a Galarian Mr. Mime accidentally struck itself with its returning bone boomerang. Following these two was Xiaoyao. Lin Dong couldn't help but marvel at the continued fortune of Xiaoyao in this life. Xiaoyao chose to use Blaziken. Although in his previous life Xiaoyao had never utilized Blaziken in a gorgeous contest, Lin Dong could not offer any advice in this regard. However, the performances of Xiao Guang and Pachima had provided Xiaoyao with some inspiration. The combination of Ember and Peck, though not particularly powerful, exuded aesthetic appeal. After consuming all the embers, Blaziken unleashed a flame tornado, startling the audience. Even the three judges found it refreshing. Chapter 85. Advancement to the second round of review. At times, comparisons can be daunting. Had Xiaoyao performed after Rob, her chances would have been virtually non-existent. However, following two significant blunders by the bystanders, Xiaoyu found herself with an unexpected opportunity to shine. This performance was remarkably innovative, and I was elated. Perhaps due to the guilt stemming from the earlier score of the coordinator who had utilized the Ninetales. Sujimori did not wait for Sakurai Miho to speak before expressing his stance. Initially, Sakurai Miho intended to suppress Xiaoyao's score, but at that moment, she could not afford to disregard Sujimori's feelings. After all, the Pokémon Enthusiast Association wielded immense social influence. While they could not directly interfere with personnel appointments at the Pokémon Grand Tournament Affairs Bureau, they certainly could not afford to offend them. Otherwise, one would find themselves in the headlines for all the wrong reasons. The Affairs Bureau also had to consider social repercussions. Therefore, after casting a furtive glance at Sujimori's score, Sakurai Miho assigned a reasonable score that would not provoke discontent. Sujimori likewise stole a glance at Sakurai Miho's score and felt relieved. In truth, his initial decision to stand up was motivated by guilt, but equally by the recognition of Xiaoyao's identity, the daughter of Mr. Qianli. As the esteemed gym leader, Qianli had significant ties with the Pokémon Enthusiast Association, with numerous magazines in the Hoenn region featuring him prominently on their covers. Thus, knowing that Sakurai Miho would staunchly defend that little man, Sujimori was the first to support Xiaoyao. Mr. Qianli was not known for engaging in underhanded dealings, yet he could not allow his daughter to be a victim of such schemes. Hence, his score was neither excessively high nor unjust, reflecting what Xiaoyao rightfully deserved. His sole intention was to ensure that Xiaoyao received a fair evaluation. As for whether Xiaoyao benefited from the errors of the first two contestants, gaining some impression points as a result, if so, it was merely luck. He did not orchestrate those mistakes. Nevertheless, Sakurai Miho felt a twinge of concern as Xiaoyao's final score surpassed that of Little Man. Next, Xiao Guang's performance left Sakurai Miho feeling equally helpless. The combination of Bubble Beam and Peck showcased Bo Jam's skills flawlessly. Subsequently, Bo Jam executed a whirlpool, leaping into it and releasing bubble beams in every direction. At that moment, the stage transformed into a dreamlike realm, akin to a fairyland. Amidst the audience's ecstatic cheers, Sakurai Miho could not, in good conscience, offer anything but praise, awarding a commendable score. Remarkable. I was delighted. Sujimori, you also awarded a high score. Perhaps this performance resonated more with Miss Joy's preferences, as she provided an even higher evaluation, nearing a perfect score. Following that, Xiaowang and Meowstic's performance was impeccable, elegantly showcasing Meowstic's speed, strength, and technique. Sakurai Miho had no choice but to grit her teeth and assign a high score once more. At this point, Kinwu, Xiaoshun, Rob, Xiaoyao, Xiaoguang, and Xiao Wang had all completed their performances. It was now time for lunch. Vivian announced a break. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the event would resume. And the subsequent performance by Harry and his dream sing aria was also commendable. However, to be cautious, Sakurai Miho endeavored to lower the scores of all the contestants who performed in the afternoon. Consequently, among all the afternoon performers, only Harry progressed to the second round of review. Ultimately, the list of 8 individuals who advanced from the first round to the second comprised Kinwu, Xiaoman, Xiaoshun, Rob, Xiaoyao, Xiaoguang, Xiaowang, and Harry in the order of performance. Vivian announced that the second round of review would officially commence at 9 o'clock the following morning, and the groupings for the grand battle would be determined by a draw prior to the second round. Upon learning that she had passed the first round, Xiaoyao leapt with joy. This was her first time participating in a grand contest, especially in such a distinguished event filled with talent. Advancing to the second round of the grand battle was already a source of immense happiness and pride for her. Xiaoguang was equally thrilled. The new combination technique she had been practicing with Bojam had finally achieved success. Congratulations, Xiaoyao, Xiaoguang. Ami approached to offer her congratulations. Congratulations. Do your best in the second round? Lin Dong chimed in. Thank you. On their way back to the hotel, the two girls celebrated with a large serving of ice cream. Milk, vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, mango, matcha. They excitedly selected their flavors at the ice cream stand. Suddenly, Xiaoguang recalled the song Lin Dong had sung for her and added, "Let's get a scoop of sea salt flavor as well." Observing the girls' delight, Lin Dong hesitated to dampen their spirits. But the sudden entry of Little Man instilled a sense of foreboding within him. The hesitation of the electromagnetic beast had been evident to both him and Ami while they were in the audience. How could the renowned coordinator Sakurai Miho not have noticed? Moreover, it happened twice. Yet, Sakurai Miho provided a high evaluation, and in retrospect, Sujimori Yu's remarks now seemed laced with irony. Following that, Sakurai Miho began to deliberately lower the scores of other contestants, visibly assigning lower ratings. It appeared that as the chief judge of this special tournament, Sakurai Miho was clearly aiding Little Man in some underhanded dealings. Suddenly, a bold hypothesis emerged in Lin Dong's mind, causing his expression to darken. Lin Dong, what's wrong? Xiaoguang handed him a scoop of mixed vanilla and chocolate ice cream and noticed something amiss in his demeanor. It's nothing, Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao. During the second round review tomorrow, if you encounter Little Man, be cautious. Lin Dong lowered his voice. I worry that she and Sakurai Miho share some connection. She might employ tactics similar to those of CHN against you. CHN. Upon hearing this, Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao instantly understood. Ami was initially puzzled but quickly recalled that not long ago, the Johto League had circulated a case where CHN was cited as a negative example. Although he had fallen from grace, he would serve as a lasting cautionary tale. It was unexpected that the rookie trainer targeted by CHN would be Lin Dong. What began as a serious matter suddenly struck Ami as somewhat amusing. However, the concerns regarding the two sisters required earnest attention. The four of them deliberated for an extended period, but could not devise a satisfactory plan. The rules of the Hoenn region's grand contest stipulated that in the second round of review, the first battle of the grand battle must utilize the Pokémon that participated in the first round. This meant that everyone's first match would be transparent. In fact, one could glean a good deal about the opposing Pokémon's moves from the performances in the first round. Should the draw for the second round be fair, it would all come down to luck, and Lin Dong would have no objections. However, if there were any manipulations behind the scenes, for instance, if they were to ensure that Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao were placed in the same half as Little Man. Chapter 86, The Cruel Xiaoman and the Death of the Fire Chick. Young Master Mi Gong, Xiaoman, playfully pinched her voice, clinging to the robust arm of Huang Yimi Gong, affectionately pleading, I simply must be in the same half as those two wretches. Please, young Master Mi Gong. You and Sister Mei Hui help me out. At that moment, Huang Yimi Gong lounged comfortably on an opulent, oversized bed, indulging in the pleasures of the moment. One hand mischievously toyed with Xiaoman, while the other embraced Sakurai Mei Hui, equally undisciplined in its caresses. Oh, and what do you intend to do? Huang Yimi Gong inquired, applying a firm squeeze. Xiaoman winced, but did not shed tears as she had a few days prior. Instead, her face radiated a beguiling charm. I shall reduce their Pokémon to cinders, Xiaoman declared, her eyes revealing an unmistakable glimmer of resentment. All the humiliations she had endured over the past few days were attributed to Lin Dong, Xiaoguang, and Xiaoyao. Yes, she had been vain, leaving Lin Dong for Yihao. Yet, disregarding the facts, were Lin Dong and his companions truly innocent? She harbored bitterness towards that woman in the white dress, whose name she did not even know. Anyone associated with Lin Dong would face her wrath. Such venomous words spoken in a dulcet tone sent shivers down the spine of Sakurai Mei Hui, who stood nearby. Yet, Huang Yimi Gong relished this display. All right. Mei Hui, do assist your little sister Xiaoman, he said, turning his plump face towards Sakurai Mei Hui. Of course, young Master Mi Gong, she replied with a smile. Though internally she had cursed Xiaoman's ancestors endlessly. This was the Grand Pokémon Contest Special Tournament. While the audience numbers were not officially counted, she estimated there were at least 10,000 spectators. Xiaoman had audaciously decided to annihilate her opponent's Pokémon before all those watchful eyes. Sakurai Mei Hui had aligned herself with Huang Yimi Gong for advancement. But if such a disgraceful incident occurred during her orchestrated tournament, how could she expect to progress? Merely avoiding complete disgrace would be fortunate. She resolved that, should it come to that, she would do everything in her power to intervene. Severe injury was acceptable, but death was entirely out of the question. The next day, Lin Dong and his companions rose early and arrived punctually at the venue. At 8:45, under the voice of host Vivian, the large screen flickered to life. Lin Dong felt a tinge of anxiety as he gazed at the screen. The previous night, he had conducted a brief analysis of his opponents. With experience from his past life assisting the national soccer team, this posed no challenge for him. According to the advancement list, the matchups were as follows: Xiaoman versus Xiao Yao, Xiao Wang versus Xiao Guang, Harry versus Jian Wu. Xiao Shun versus Rob. Xiao Yao had drawn favorable opponents, namely Xiao Shun and Harry. Although the Fire Chick's level paled in comparison to that of the Poison Rose and Dream Song Naya, it still boasted a type advantage, providing some chance of victory. Conversely, Xiao Guang faced a dire situation. Besides Xiao Yao, she had no advantages against her other opponents. If forced to choose, her best chance lay in competing against Xiao Wang. Thus, the optimal matchups would be Xiao Yao against Harry or Xiao Shun, and Xiao Guang against Xiao Wang. Meanwhile, Xiaoman's malevolent smirk revealed her cruel intentions as the second round of matchups was announced. As Vivian's words echoed, the final matchup chart materialized on the screen. Lin Dong's expression turned grave. The chart displayed Xiaoman, Xiao Yao, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Guang in the upper half, while Harry, Jian Wu, Xiao Shun, and Rob occupied the lower half. The first round matchups were confirmed as follows: Xiaoman versus Xiao Yao, Xiao Wang versus Xiao Guang, Harry versus Jian Wu, and Xiao Shun versus Rob. Vivian's voice rang out. The first match features Miss Xiaoman against Miss Xiao Yao. The atmosphere instantly ignited with excitement as the two lovely girls took their positions in the trainer's area. Surprised, are you? Your opponent is me. Xiaoman's gaze bore into Xiao Yao, the latter's taunts from the previous encounter still echoing in her ears. It matters not who it is. Go forth, Fire Chick. Xiao Yao, though outwardly indifferent, remained acutely aware of Lin Dong's advice from the previous day, focusing intently on the unfolding events. Whether it matters or not, we shall see once the match concludes. Xiaoman hurled her Pokéball. Come forth, Electabuzz. Xiao Yao was fully alert. She and Xiao Guang, Lin Dong, and Ami had thoroughly researched Electabuzz the previous night. This electric-type Pokémon was renowned for its formidable power. Xiao Yao decided to initiate the offense. Fire Chick. Use Ember. The Fire Chick unleashed a burst of flames towards Electabuzz. Electabuzz responded with a thunder attack, and Xiaoman gleefully commanded. However, Electabuzz's sturdy arms crackled with electricity, enveloping its limbs in a shimmering aura. Electabuzz raised its hand defensively, steadfastly absorbing the Fire Chick's assault without retreating. This effortless neutralization of her attack should have resulted in a significant score drop for Xiao Yao. Yet it was Xiaoman who lost points instead. The reason being, while Xiaoman commanded Thunder, Electabuzz executed Thunder Punch. Pokémon not adhering to commands may be overlooked in gym battles or league tournaments. Akin to Ash's Charizard during the Red Lotus gym match, where Charizard acted independently of Ash's instructions. Ash merely provided encouragement while Charizard followed its instincts. In essence, when their intentions aligned, Charizard would obey Ash. When they diverged, Charizard acted on its own accord. However, this was not permissible in the Grand Contest, where elegance and beauty were paramount. When a Pokémon disregards its trainer's commands, it tarnishes the very essence of grace. At that moment, Vivian remarked, "Oh?" Electabuzz executed Thunder Punch. It did not follow the trainer's command. Sakurai Mei Hui maintained a facade of composure, though her hands trembled beneath the table in frustration. Xiaoman is utterly hopeless. Electabuzz, use Thunder. Xiaoman reiterated the same command. Perhaps this time they were in agreement, as Electabuzz roared and unleashed a powerful thunder attack. Fire Chick, dodge quickly. Xiao Yao urgently ordered, but alas, the lightning struck too swiftly, and the Fire Chick was unable to evade. The fierce lightning engulfed the Fire Chick entirely, and Electabuzz thunder continued relentlessly when the light faded. The fire chick's once vibrant feathers lay charred and blackened. Its eyes closed. It succumbed to unconsciousness. With the fire chick incapacitated, Xiaoyao's score plummeted to 0 in an instant. The outcome was clear. Fire chick. At that moment, Xiaoyao cared not for victory or defeat. Her heart ached to rush forward and assess the fire chick's injuries. Yet Xiaoman's expression twisted into one of cruelty. Excellent. Elekabuzz, unleash thunder once more. Chapter 87, A Fierce Showdown. Xiaoguang vs. Xiaowang. What? Miss Joy had already risen from her seat. Having discerned that the fire phoenix had sustained grave injuries, should it be struck by thunder again, its life would be in jeopardy. Fire phoenix, return. Xiaoyao quickly produced a Pokéball, its red beam of light outpacing the yellow lightning to retrieve the fire phoenix. Xiaoman, what are you attempting to do? Su Muyu exclaimed, rising in indignation. He was uncertain whether the drawing process had been tampered with by Sakurai Mihue, but he could clearly see Xiaoman's intent to eliminate the fire phoenix. My apologies. I thought the match was still ongoing, Xiaoman replied nonchalantly, her words serving as a flimsy excuse. Su Muyu was infuriated. The background of Xiaoyao was now irrelevant. He simply found Xiaoman exceedingly displeasing. Competitor, the match has concluded. Please return your Pokémon to the backstage. Sakurai Mihue also stood up, her tone stern. However, despite its severity, her words were aimed at alleviating the crisis for Xiaoman. Seeing the look Sakurai Mihue cast her way, along with Su Muyu and Miss Joy's unfriendly gazes directed at her, Xiaoman swallowed her retort, withdrew her electric beast, and exited the stage. In the backstage area, Chansey administered medication to the fire phoenix. Fortunately, Xiao had acted swiftly, and the fire phoenix's condition stabilized promptly. Further treatment would be required at the Pokémon Center. But there was no immediate rush. Miss Joy was momentarily occupied, and Xiaoyao changed back into her regular attire, making her way to the audience to join Lin Dong and Ami. Both wore remarkably somber expressions. Upon Xiaoyao's arrival, they immediately inquired with concern. How is the fire phoenix? It has stabilized, you need not worry. Once the tournament concludes, we can visit the Pokémon Center, Xiaoyao reassured, sitting beside Lin Dong. That's a relief. Both Lin Dong and Ami exhaled in unison. All right, let us watch Xiaoguang's match together. I believe Xiaoguang will avenge my fire phoenix. Xiaoyao feigned a light-hearted demeanor. Lin Dong and Ami nodded in agreement. At that moment, Xiaoguang and Xiaowang had already taken their positions in the trainer area. Xiaoguang had just witnessed Xiaoman's malicious intent against the fire phoenix and remained seething with anger, his expression resolute. Xiaoguang, let us engage in a splendid battle. Xiaowang called out, his voice resonant. Absolutely. Xiaowang, I shall not be defeated. Xiaoguang retorted with equal fervor. Then, Charmiao, ready, go. Go, Pachima. Meow. Pachima, unleash Bubble Beam. Xiaoguang, somewhat impatient, sought to seize the initiative. Charmiao, use Shadow Claw. Xiaowang countered with composure. The Shadow Claw of Charmiao punctured each bubble, successfully blocking Pachima's Bubble Beam. This elegant defense resulted in Xiaoguang being deducted points. In that case, let us attack with Peck. Xiaoguang commanded once more. And Pachima concentrated energy at its beak, forming a luminous point and pecking towards Charmiao. Charmiao, evade. Pachima executed its peck with rhythm, while Charmiao gracefully dodged, yet again causing Xiaoguang to lose points. Xiaoguang, regain your composure. From the audience, Lin Dong urgently shouted, yet his voice was lost among the throngs of spectators. Nevertheless, Xiaoguang managed to catch Lin Dong's voice. Though unclear, it was sufficient to awaken her senses. However, Xiaoguang would not grant her additional time to adjust. Noticing Xiaoguang's faltering mindset, Xiaoguang promptly commanded, Charmiao, unleash Frenzy Swipes. Charmiao lunged at Pachima. In that instant, Xiaoguang made a bold decision. Pachima, use Protect, I beg you. Charmiao's claws raked fiercely against Pachima, causing Xiaoguang great distress. Yet, with the tide of battle turning against her, she felt compelled to take risks. Pachima endured the onslaught, striving to accumulate energy. It had witnessed the Fire Phoenix's plight. Typically, it frolicked with Pikachu and the Fire Phoenix, and seeing a comrade threatened ignited its fury. Pachima understood that only by vanquishing this opponent could its trainer avenge their friend in the next round. It was not solely Xiaoguang who had reasons to prevail. Each swipe from Charmiao inflicted further damage on Pachima, resulting in a deduction of Xiaoguang's points. Yet, Xiaoguang deemed this too sluggish. Even with Protect, damage was still incurred. Charmiao, use Iron Tail. Xiaoguang immediately commanded, preparing to deal significant damage to Pachima. Meow. Charmiao's tail shimmered with a silvery metallic sheen and struck fiercely against Pachima. Pachima was forced to retreat, and at that moment, the energy accumulated from Protect reached its zenith. Go, Pachima. Pachima. Pachima unleashed a fierce beam of white light, swiftly aimed at Charmiao. The latter, caught off guard, was struck by the accumulated energy and sent flying. Pachima again unleashed Bubble Beam. Pachima fired another Bubble Beam, prompting Xiaowang to immediately respond. Charm Meow, Shadow Claw. Charm Meow's claws once again became enveloped in ghostly energy. However, due to the damage suffered from Pachima's retaliation, Charm Meow's movements were slightly delayed. The Bubble Beam struck true. Xiaowang suffered a substantial point deduction. Both competitors now had nearly equal scores. Now it was Xiaowang's turn to feel anxious, and he commanded. Charm Meow, use Shadow Claw. Charm Meow, upon receiving the directive, raised its sharp claws and lunged towards Pachima. Pachima, use Whirlpool. Xiaowang calmly commanded, with Pachima lying in wait. As Charm Meow approached, a whirlpool formed, ensnaring Charm Meow within. Xiaowang was again penalized points, and the countdown reached 0. The match time has concluded. Advancing to the next round is Miss Xiaowang. Vivian announced the result. Xiaowang dashed onto the stage, and Pachima joyfully leaped into her embrace. Pachima, you performed splendidly. Rest assured. The next round is my turn, Xiaowang declared, her gaze drifting towards the audience. Lin Dong, Ami, and Xiaoyao all cheered and waved at her. Xiaowang nodded gently, taking Pachima back to the backstage. Chapter 88. A Smile from Jengar. Xiaowang's advancement was entirely within Lin Dong's expectations. In the original story, although Xiaoguang faced Xiaowang for the first time and met with defeat, the margin was not particularly vast. Xiaoguang had managed to launch a commendable offensive with her Flufftail. This time, with Lin Dong's guidance throughout her journey, Xiaoguang had engaged in numerous battles with wild Pokémon, amassing a wealth of experience. Her Pachima was at a higher level than Flufftail had been in her previous life. Additionally, Lin Dong shared many grand contest techniques and battle strategies that he had observed in his past life with Xiaoguang. Without this, she could not have debuted at her peak and secured her first ribbon badge so effortlessly. At this moment, Xiaoguang's strength was entirely comparable to Xiaowang's. And with the spirited synergy between her and Pachima, it was no surprise that she managed to turn the tide with her Ninjask. The upcoming 2 matches promised to be equally thrilling, albeit shrouded in intrigue. Sakura Miki, in her relentless pursuit of fulfilling the mission of Huang Yimi, was consumed with worry and devised countless schemes. Besides responding to Xiao Man's request to place Xiao Yao and Xiao Guang in the same half, she meticulously arranged the matchups of the other 5 contestants to suit her plans. She first scheduled Xiao Yao to face Xiao Man, knowing well that Xiao Yu lacked sufficient strength, and her Fire Chicken was not at a high enough level to guarantee victory against either Shun's Poison Rose or Harry's Dream Song Naya. Thus, it was imperative for Xiao Yao to battle first. Otherwise, Xiao Man would never have the chance to confront her. Furthermore, Grass-type Pokémon possess a degree of resistance to Electric-type moves. If Shun and Harry were to overcome Xiao Yao, Sakura Miki believed that even with Xiao Man's main Pokémon, she would not stand a chance against either of them. Subsequently, to ensure Xiao Guang's victory, among the remaining 5, it was none other than Xiao Wang's Meowth that seemed most suitable. However, was that the end of her plans? Certainly not. The threats posed by Poison Rose and Dream Song Naya remained significant, and there was also that Alakazam. Sakura Miki had little faith in Xiao Man's ability to face such psychic-type adversaries without being utterly overwhelmed. Hence, she arranged for Jianwu to battle Harry and Shun to face Rob. Her strategy was to have Harry eliminate Jianwu, followed by Shun defeating Rob, leading to a fierce clash between Harry and Shun, ultimately allowing Xiao Man to reap the rewards. Despite the fact that they could freely use other Pokémon in subsequent battles, Sakura Miki's arrangements bore fruit. For instance, Jianwu was already drenched in sweat and unaware that he was being manipulated. If he had known, he would have rushed to confront his idol in a fit of anger. His frustration was palpable. Dream Song Naya, possessing both grass and dark attributes, rendered Alakazam's psychic abilities utterly ineffective. In stark contrast, Harry, with a playful grin, looked at Jianwu and said in a melodious tone, "Oh dear. It seems my Dream Song Naya is just perfect against you." Thus, victory in this battle was assured for him, although the grand contest didn't necessitate incapacitating the opponent. As one could also secure victory by reducing their score through defense, Harry was nonetheless a competent coordinating trainer, with such a pronounced advantage in attributes. How could he possibly afford to grant Jianwu any opportunity? Throughout the match, Jianwu was thoroughly dominated. Harry emerged victorious. Meanwhile, in the other match, Sakura Miki's machinations took an unexpected turn. Rob's strength exceeded her expectations. His Milotic not only held a significant level advantage, but also wielded moves like Iron Tail and Hurricane, making both offense and defense flawless. Throughout the match, Shun scarcely had a moment to capitalize on his advantages. Despite possessing a type advantage, he too was thoroughly overwhelmed. Sakura Miki felt a chill in her heart. Rob's Milotic was likely on par with the primary Pokémon of a typical gym trainer. and its dazzling techniques hinted at the presence of a masteress influence. This rendered it nearly invincible in the grand contest. As Sakura Miki racked her brain for ways to further manipulate Rob, Xiaoman and Xiao Guang arrived at the battlefield. Xiao Guang, just wait. The time for my fire chicken's retribution is at hand. Xiaoman glared at Xiao Guang with venomous intent. I should be the one saying that. I will ensure justice for fire chicken. Xiao Guang retorted, her eyes locked onto Xiaoman with equal intensity. The tension was palpable even before the battle commenced. Huh? Just you? Xiaoman scoffed, tossing out her Pokéball. Come forth, Electabuzz. At this moment, Xiaoman brimmed with confidence. In her quest for Huang Yemi's assistance, she had endured much hardship and humiliation over the past few days, which led her to borrow this formidable Electabuzz. How could Xiao Guang, having only recently become a trainer, possibly possess a Pokémon stronger than this Electabuzz? Then, just you wait. A confident smile graced Xiao Guang's lips as she tossed her own Pokéball. I entrust this to you, Jengar. What? Xiaoman gasped in disbelief, as she beheld the deep purple creature adorned with an enigmatic smile. A wave of terror surged through her mind, recalling the time she was toyed with during a double battle. Xiaoman's expression fell. You? How could you? The words caught in her throat, for her Electabuzz was also not her own. Ignoring Xiaoman's hysteria, Xiao Guang crossed her arms in front of her and closed her eyes, as if attuning to something. Was she perhaps engaging in a form of telepathy? Su Muyu's eyes sparkled. He longed for someone to teach Xiaoman a lesson. Yet Xiaoman paid no mind. Humph, stop with the theatrics. Electabuzz, use Thunderbolt. Perhaps the aura emanating from Jengar placed immense pressure on Electabuzz, for this time it obediently unleashed a powerful bolt of electricity towards Jengar. Hey! Upon hearing Electabuzz call, Xiao Guang opened her eyes. In that instant, Jengar seemed to understand, vanishing in a flash. The electric bolt struck the ground where Jengar had once stood, scattering harmlessly into the air. Go, Jengar! Xiao Guang waved her hand, yet she still refrained from issuing any specific commands. Jengar materialized in midair, raising a hand from which several shadow balls emerged. Jengar, with a downward motion of its arm, the shadow balls shot forth like cannonballs toward Electabuzz. Electabuzz, defend. Xiaoman had readied herself. Though Jengar was formidable, her Electabuzz was also a mainstay borrowed from Huang Yemi. Surely it possessed the strength to fight back, right? Hey. Electabuzz didn't dare to recklessly absorb the attack with Thunder Punch. It heeded Xiaoman's command and erected a green barrier. However, it failed to notice that at the moment the shadow balls were about to strike, Jengar's form disappeared once more. The next instant, it was confronted with a peculiar smile. A smile from Jengar. Chapter 89. The conclusion of the martial arts special tournament. An anomaly. The electric beast demonstrated remarkable strength, successfully enduring the relentless bombardment from the Jengar with its full defensive might. Though it strained under the effort, its robust form began to tremble from the substantial energy expenditure. Yet it held its ground. However, the subsequent move. Jengar, with a smile, launched a swirling shadow ball toward the electric beast. Upon contact with the green energy, the protective barrier shattered with a deafening crash. The electric beast was struck with horror. It could not withstand the attack. Quick, use Thunder Palm! Xiaoman screamed, for she had sacrificed greatly to seize the opportunity to win today. Without hesitation, the electric beast concentrated all its electric power into its arm, raising it defensively. However, it was futile. The spiraling shadow ball struck with unabated force, crashing into the electric beast. A surge of terrifying energy erupted, propelling the electric beast backward like a cannonball, crashing into the stadium wall. When it fell from the wall to the ground, it left a significant dent in the specially reinforced surface, shaped like the electric beast itself. The electric beast lay unconscious, devoid of any combat capability. Xiaoman's score was instantly reduced to 0. What an exhilarating display! Jengar's Thunder Strike has rendered the electric beast incapable of fighting, and advancing to the final stage is Miss Xiao Guang. Vivian's words pierced Xiaoman's heart like a dagger. Xiaoman's face turned pale, forgetting to recall her injured electric beast. It was only when Miss Joy, unable to bear the sight, reminded her that Xiaoman finally retrieved the electric beast and exited the stage. Sakurai Miho, in contrast, sighed in relief, feeling an overwhelming sense of liberation. Although she had failed to fulfill the mission assigned to her, which left her somewhat pale, the primary responsibility no longer rested on her shoulders. Xiaoman's inability to perform well was hardly her concern. As for Sujimori Yu, had it not been for his role as a judge, he would have already stood up to applaud and cheer. Well done. Magnificent performance. Delightful and satisfying. Of course, this special tournament must continue. In the next match, Harry continued to use his dream song Naya, while Rob maintained his choice of Milotic for battle. Harry believed victory was assured, yet Rob's prowess surpassed all expectations. He and Dreamsong Naya struggled to find effective opportunities, continuously being pressured by Rob and Milotic throughout the bout. As 5 minutes elapsed, Harry's score was nearly depleted. While Rob's score had only diminished slightly, Rob advanced to the final stage with success. At last, the final stage of the Splendid Tournament's martial arts special event had arrived. The two contenders set to face off on this ultimate stage were Miss Xiaoguang and Mr. Rob. Vivian's voice ignited the audience's fervor. Amidst the resounding cheers, Xiaoguang and Rob ascended the stage. Miss Xiaoguang, for the final stage, I shall continue using Milotic, and if possible, I kindly request that you persist with Jengar. Rob's unexpected request took Xiaoguang by surprise. Mr. Rob, actually. Xiaoguang hesitated. This Jengar was undoubtedly Lindong's. Last night. Considering Xiaoman might resort to ruthless tactics in today's grand showdown, Lindong entrusted his two Pokémon to herself and Xiaoao. She received Jengar, while Xiaoao took Dragonite. Although the first round mandated the use of Pokémon that had appeared in the preliminary round, substitutions were permitted later. Thus, should they avoid facing Xiaoman in the initial draw, either of them could easily defeat her in subsequent rounds. Even if Xiaoman manipulated the draw results, the other could retaliate in the second round. However, using Jengar for vengeance on behalf of a comrade was understandable, and Xiaoguang felt no moral burden. Yet, employing Jengar in the final stage felt somewhat inappropriate to her. She had initially intended to use either Fluffernutter or Murkrow. No worries, Rob interjected with a gentle smile, interrupting Xiaoguang's impending explanation. Please continue with Jengar. I haven't encountered such a formidable opponent in quite some time, and I am eager to battle against it, Rob stated earnestly. All right, Xiaoguang nodded. Rob had already moved to the trainer's area, and with his keen insight, he had surmised that Jengar was not Xiaoguang's Pokémon. Her earlier meditation and commands were merely a smokescreen. Yet, what did it matter? This did not violate any rules. And the opportunity to battle such a powerful opponent would surely be beneficial for him. It was certainly preferable to facing Xiaoman and her electric beast. Those two lacked any synergy or skill. Xiaoman's ascent was solely due to the electric beast's inherent strength. Moreover, the electric beast was merely a clumsy giant. Its power was impressive, but its technique was lacking. However, Jengar was different. If he could glean any new techniques from battling Jengar, the value of this confrontation would far exceed the ribbon badge itself. He already possessed 4 ribbon badges, needing just 1 more. With over half a year until the grand celebration, so there was no need to rush. Thus, the outcome of this battle became inconsequential. He genuinely wished to witness the full extent of Jengar's abilities. Rob released Milotic, and Xiaoguang summoned Jengar as promised. Following the host's enthusiastic exclamations, Jengar and Milotic engaged in a fierce clash. Under Xiaoguang's direction, Jengar refrained from using lethal force, opting instead for a more relaxed approach. It was reminiscent of the battle against a Mies Bronzer at the Kanaz gym. In less than 3 minutes, Milotic collapsed to the ground, its eyes spiraling like incense coils. Naturally, Rob's score was rendered null. However, prior to this, Rob had maintained a slight lead over Xiaoguang's score. This outcome was entirely within Lindong's expectations. Rob's Milotic was indeed powerful, and its techniques were undeniably elegant. Yet, its overall strength was comparable to a Mies Bronzer, making the battle a 50-50 proposition. Facing Jengar, it had virtually no chance. Milotic has lost its combat capability. The victor of the Pokémon Grand Tournament's martial arts special event final stage is Miss Xiaoguang. Vivian passionately announced the results. Following this, the award ceremony commenced. Due to Xiaoguang's victory over Xiaoman, both Sugimoryu and Miss Joy were elated. However, Sakurai Miho forced a strained smile as she approached Xiaoguang, holding a box containing the ribbon badge. Congratulations, this is the Seamless Horizon Special Ribbon Badge. With a stiff smile, Sakurai Miho, clearly reluctant to utter another word, formally presented the ribbon badge, completed the remaining procedures, and exited the venue. Backstage, Xiaoguang gazed at the aquamarine and sky blue ribbon badge, adorned with wave patterns and the special event's name. In a daze, unable to regain her composure until Lindong and the others arrived. Congratulations, Xiaoguang, the three said with cheerful smiles. Lindong, Xiaoguang attempted to explain but was stopped by Lindong. It was Rob's request, wasn't it? Xiaoguang nodded. I knew it. Don't worry, it's all good, Lindong replied with a smile. The 4 of them first went to the Pokémon Center to heal both Blaziken and Pachima. It was not until dusk that they returned to the hotel. However, an unforeseen change occurred. When they were approximately 100 meters away from the hotel, a piercing cold wind swept across the entire Wudo Island. The 4 of them shivered involuntarily, clad still in their summer attire. They could not help but quicken their pace. Chapter 90. The Frozen Island. A heavy blanket of dark clouds enveloped Wudo Island, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder and flashes of lightning. Torrential rain pelted against the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, creating a disconcerting cacophony. Upon returning to the hotel, the first order of business for Lindong and his companions was to take turns enjoying a hot shower. It was difficult for anyone to fathom that within just an hour, the temperature on the island had plummeted from 30 degrees to a mere 10. However, the biting wind showed no signs of abating, and in the ensuing 2 hours, the rain had transformed into hail. The hotel's air conditioning had been switched to heating mode, yet the four, unprepared for such cold, could only huddle under blankets. Fortunately, they all squeezed into one room, allowing for some conversation. Xiaoyu was still sharing a bed with Ami, which provided Lindong with an opportunity to embrace Xiaoguang. Though Xiaoguang playfully swatted him, she did not dissuade him, merely reminding him to maintain propriety with Xiaoyao and Ami present. The unusual occurrences on Wudo Island quickly drew the attention of the League's higher-ups. In the conference room of the headquarters building, the matriarch of the Jusha clan, the matriarch of the Joy family, a golden-haired noblewoman clad in a purple dress, and a bronze-skinned girl in a blue midriff-bearing skirt took their seats. Naturally, reclining nearby was a man with a mohawk and suspenders, none other than Cargos, one of the four heavenly kings. As the sound of boots echoed outside the conference room, Cargos promptly straightened his posture. Soon, Yuan Ji and another elderly man with graying hair briskly entered. Everyone quickly stood to greet them. Chairman Hoenn, King Yuan Ji. The elderly man with gray hair was indeed Hoenn, the chairman of the Fangyuan Regional Council and the Fangyuan Alliance. Hoenn took a seat in the middle right, with Yuan Ji on his right. To Hoenn's left, an empty chair awaited its occupant, who had already dialed into the conference room. Once connected, Daigo's voice could be heard. Hello, Chairman Hoenn, everyone. Hello, Mr. Daigo. Let us proceed to the main topic. I happen to be on Wudo Island these days, and I would like to explain the situation. In the Pokémon Center on Wudo Island, Daigo, wrapped in a cotton coat and shivering slightly from the cold, spoke in a calm voice, though the details of how he had returned from the cavern remained a mystery. As Daigo narrated, the expressions of the 7 individuals in the League's headquarters grew increasingly grave. The situation is as follows. Due to the extreme weather, the medical pressure on Wudo Island has surged, and ensuring the supply of essential goods is also a priority for our next steps. Additionally, I propose the formation of a special task force to thoroughly investigate the causes of the extreme weather on Wudo Island. After Daigo concluded, Hoenn sighed. In truth, the meteorological station had already issued a red alert for low temperatures, and experts at the meteorological center had promptly engaged in research and discussions, only to yield no results. Humanity remains insignificant in the face of nature's might, and many mysteries of the world remain beyond human comprehension. Hoenn, after a moment of silence, began delegating tasks. Matriarch Joy, please organize a team to provide medical resources. King Yuan Ji, you will oversee the logistics for material transport, with King Cargos assisting. Matriarch Junsha, please allocate competent law enforcement personnel from your clan to Wudo Island to facilitate traffic and maintain order, fully supporting Matriarch Joy and King Yuan Ji. As for the special task force, Kings Bonnie and Furong, both of you are adept in utilizing Ice-type and Ghost-type Pokémon, respectively. Please head to Wudo Island to assist Mr. Daigo. Does anyone have any questions? Hoenn's arrangements were quite reasonable, encompassing everyone's responsibilities, and they received unanimous consent. Mr. Daigo. For this special task force, in addition to Kings Bonnie and Furong, the Meteorological Center will also dispatch 2 young experts to participate. Moreover, Dr. Otamaki has sent word expressing his desire to join this investigation. What are your thoughts? Hoenn inquired. Dr. Otamaki is coming too? No objections from me, Daigo replied, elated, sensing that the anomalies on Wudo Island were intricately linked to Pokémon. Dr. Otamaki's involvement would undoubtedly be a significant advantage. Meanwhile, in Guqing Town, a stunning woman with long golden hair gazed toward the direction of Wudo Island. Professor Miai's, do you think this could be? Miai's replied gravely. It is possible, but have you made your decision, Miss Julan? Julan stood quietly for a moment before finally resolving. Yes, I want to take a look. As the night passed, the icy rain gradually subsided, but the thick clouds remained, intensifying the cold on Wudo Island. In previous years, the lowest temperatures had hovered above zero, but now the island experienced the biting cold of sub-zero temperatures. Fortunately, the hotel's heating system was functioning at full capacity, and the room temperatures gradually returned to a level comfortable enough to wear short sleeves. Dining services were also operating normally, however. Few guests felt inclined to dine in the restaurant, opting instead for room service. The hotel even provided a temporary shopping service for winter clothing, and each of the 4 ordered a set. The hotel's efficiency was commendable, as winter garments were delivered alongside the lunch orders, albeit at a rather steep price. In the living room, The four enjoyed their delivered meals while watching television. As expected, the peculiar weather on Wudo Island had become the hot topic of discussion. Recently, the abnormal weather phenomenon on Wudo Island has attracted widespread attention both regionally and beyond. We have invited the renowned meteorological commentator, Mr. Hao Wu, to share his insights. Hello. Mr. Hao Wu, the host greeted. Hello, host. Please share your thoughts. Before the host could finish his sentence, Hao Wu began to speak fervently. All right. Since everyone wants to hear my perspective, let me briefly outline my thoughts. Where should I begin? I would summarize it in 3 points. Although I believe the third point is particularly significant, let's start with the first. Firstly, how could anyone possibly predict the phenomena of nature with absolute certainty? It is simply impossible. Therefore, conclusions drawn too hastily are common. For instance, I might say it will rain today, but it may not rain at all. Conversely, I might say it won't rain, and it could very well rain. I believe I have made myself clear. If not, it is merely a matter of understanding. Hao Wu rambled on, providing nothing of substance, leaving Lin Dong itching to leap through the screen and deliver a sound thrashing. The group quickly changed the channel, finally finding a reliable broadcast on the official news channel detailing the league's measures. Lin Dong, do you have any thoughts? Ami inquired, gradually seeing Lin Dong as a pillar of support. Actually, I do have a few thoughts, Lin Dong said, retrieving a manuscript from his backpack. Xiaoguang, Xiaoyao. Do you remember this? Chapter 91, Breaking the Shackles. Reg Ice. In an instant, Xiaoguang realized that it was the manuscript of Professor Metz. Indeed, take a closer look. Lin Dong urged as he handed the manuscript to the 3 girls. Xiaoguang and Xiaoyao exchanged glances, their hearts racing. They had initially believed the murals were mere artistic creations of ancient people, never suspecting they might hold a kernel of truth. The possibility seemed increasingly plausible. Regice. The legendary Pokémon. Amy furrowed her brows. If this weather is indeed an omen heralding Regis' awakening, its power could be formidable. Yes. Hence I intend to venture forth alone, Lin Dong declared openly, without hesitation. Lin Dong. Xiaoguang's face betrayed her concern, but it quickly transformed into a smile. Very well, go ahead. We shall await your return here. Do take care, Xiaoyao added, nodding in agreement. They understood that with their own abilities, they would be utterly helpless against even a single Electabuzz, let alone the caliber of battle Lin Dong was about to face. Rest assured, I shall be fine. Amy reassured them, refraining from dissuading him. After encountering Suicune that day, she had realized Lin Dong's strength far surpassed her own. Thus, rather than hinder him, it was wiser to safeguard their own territory. Amy suddenly became aware of her change in mindset, her cheeks flushing slightly. All right, I shall return soon. Lin Dong donned his thick cotton pants and down jacket before departing the hotel. Come forth, Dragonite. With a roar, Dragonite lowered itself, and Lin Dong, accompanied by Pikachu, leaped onto its back. In an instant, Dragonite flapped its wings and soared into the sky, racing towards a distant isle. Lin Dong was not idle either. He awakened the dark seed within him, and his eyes glimmered with a dark purple light. With the assistance of the authority of evil, he could faintly perceive the flow of energy in the air. He observed pale blue trails converging towards a small island located over 100 nautical miles from Battle Island. There, Dragonite. As they approached the island, the biting cold made Dragonite uncomfortable, and Pikachu's ears drooped. Lin Dong felt his body stiffening from the chill. Come forth, Lugia. Lin Dong summoned Lugia, which, upon noticing Lin Dong's discomfort, immediately conjured a protective shield, isolating them from the frigid winds and icy energies in the air. Thank you for your efforts. Return now, Dragonite. Lin Dong and Pikachu hopped onto Lugia's back as Dragonite was recalled. Lugia carried them onward, soon hovering above the island. At the center, a grand temple stood, with icy energies converging from all directions, centered around it. It is breaking its shackles. A sudden telepathic voice from Lugia echoed in Lin Dong's mind. Breaking its shackles? Lin Dong frowned. Indeed, it is absorbing energy from nature to complete its evolution. It seems it is nearing completion. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong recalled a piece of information he had encountered. It had mentioned the super evolution of divine beasts. Ordinary second-level deities existed at a second-tier status, while the third tier was represented by second-level godly powers and ordinary first-level gods. These two paths represented the avenues through which ordinary second-level divine beasts could break their shackles and attain third-level power. One path involved inheriting the powers of their respective lineage, while the other entailed completing super evolution, transforming their second-level divine power into first-level divine power. However, for Regice, the first path was clearly not feasible. The 3 sacred pillars were, in a sense, merely figurines conjured by Regigigas, just as Suicune, Nti, and Reiku's powers were bestowed by Ho-Oh. Regice could only seek powers from Regigigas, But how many figurines had Regigigas crafted over the ages? It was likely beyond even its own recollection. Thus, Regice opted for the second path, striving to advance through its own efforts. However, just as it was about to take a crucial step, it sensed Lugia's presence above the temple. Realizing its domain had been intruded upon, Regice emerged from the temple, its aura intensifying. It has emerged. Lindong, alerted by Lugia, quickly turned his gaze toward the temple's entrance. A colossal blue figure composed entirely of ice materialized before him. The 7 yellow dots forming a plus sign unmistakably identifying it as the legendary Pokémon, Regice. With a mechanical tone tinged with rage, Regice's voice resonated, and a surge of energy flooded into its form. Under Lindong's watchful gaze, it was enveloped in a radiant spectrum of colors, expanding in size and darkening in hue. As the kaleidoscopic light dissipated, the already robust frame of Regice was adorned with a crystalline blue armor, appearing both sleek and unyielding. The icy spikes on its back had doubled from 4 to 8. Is this the Super Regice? Perched on Lugia's back, Lindong could already sense the tremendous pressure emanating from Super Regice. Yet, endowed with the authority of evil and accompanied by the first-level god, Lugia, the pressure posed no significant threat to him. Even the slight chill he felt was mitigated by Lugia's protective barrier. Nevertheless, this state was one he had never witnessed in his previous life, necessitating cautious engagement. Come forth, Suicune and Darkrai. Lindong summoned both Suicune and Darkrai, directly initiating Darkrai's bond evolution. 5 tightly intertwined black-purple rings encircled Darkrai, its aura surging as it subtly countered the might of Super Regice. Simultaneously, Suicune and Lugia unleashed their own auras, pressing against Super Regice. Although Regice had completed its super evolution, becoming a formidable third-tier entity, each of Lindong's companions, Darkrai, Suicune, and Lugia, stood equally matched against it. Regice? Regice was taken aback. It had slumbered for nearly a millennium to amass strength, aiming to shatter the shackles of its power and ascend further, to command the elements and stand alongside deities. However, the scene unfolding before it diverged starkly from its expectations. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. The human atop the formidable bird in the sky proclaimed, "Regice, become our ally." Chapter 92. The unfortunate Regice lifted its head, gazing at Lindong, its eyes shimmering with a dark, purplish glow. Despite being capable of manipulating frigid air at temperatures plummeting to -200 degrees, it shivered. Seizing this fleeting moment of hesitation, Lindong commanded, "Waterlord, Lugia, unleash Hydro Pump." Meanwhile, Darkrai had already launched a nearly corporeal stream of black and purple energy, Dark Pulse. Regice's response was a beat too slow. This brief lapse plunged it into a state of extreme vulnerability. Its hands emitted 2 beams of ice beam, barely fending off the 2 Hydro Pumps, yet the Dark Pulse struck hard against its chest. Even with its deep blue, formidable armor, Regice was forced back several dozen meters, struggling to regain its footing. Lindong was relentless, instructing Darkrai, Waterlord, and Lugia to continue their assault, keeping Regice firmly under control. The tactic employed was one Lindong had recently devised. It is well known that this world harbors individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. For instance, in the Kanto region, there is Natsum, whose powers are so formidable that she can transform people into dolls. Teleportation is a mere trifle for her. Additionally, there exist many others with similar special abilities. Some possess innate superhuman strength, akin to human-like fighting Pokémon, like the guardians of the family mentioned by Ami, who can summon flames from their palms, or the powers of aura, life force, and hyper-evolution. One undeniable truth is that, regardless of the type of ability, whether inherited or acquired, they ultimately stem from some form of divine blessing or an evolution of power. Yet, what had Lindong obtained? It was nothing less than the supreme power of malevolence, raw and unrefined. There was no reason he should be unable to wield such extraordinary abilities. Thus, he embarked on a period of exploration. Lindong discovered that when this power enveloped his eyes, he could perceive things that typically eluded sight, such as the flow of energy. Furthermore, once the power accumulated to a certain extent, it exerted a formidable deterrent effect on opponents, instilling fear. After numerous attempts, Lindong finally mastered the optimal dosage of power. Beyond this threshold, even the slightest excess would render his eyes uncomfortable, while a deficiency would diminish the effect. He named this skill the Eye of Dread. Additionally, similar to when battling Waterlord, Lindong could encase himself in a layer of power, forming a rudimentary shield to absorb the residual impacts of combat. However, conjuring Dark Pulse with his hands proved exceedingly challenging, even with his enhanced physique. He found it difficult to manipulate the power into a formidable technique, being neither a Dark-type Pokémon himself nor possessing any ordinary energy within. Lin Dong lamented this unfortunate reality. If only he were bestowed with a body akin to Ultraman's for combat or a suit of armor that could serve as an external organ to harness his power. Nevertheless, Lin Dong remained content. Even the Eye of Dread alone was significantly impactful. While it might only cause Regice to hesitate for a fleeting moment, that was still quite substantial. In battles of this caliber, such an instant could determine the course of the entire encounter. Although it was their first time fighting alongside one another, Darkrai, Waterlord, and Lugia gradually developed a synchronized rhythm under Lin Dong's command. Whenever Regice attempted to retaliate, an attack would invariably strike forth, forcing Regice to abandon its counterattacks in favor of defense. Waves of energy clashed, causing the small island to tremble, while the dissipating shockwaves stirred tumultuous sea waves, painting a scene reminiscent of an impending apocalypse beneath the rolling dark clouds. Lin Dong felt an urgency to conclude the battle swiftly. He had learned from television that the Hoenn League had assembled a special task force to investigate the anomalies on Battle Island. The leader of this task force was none other than the Hoenn champion, Steven, and it was conceivable that they might arrive here. Seizing an opportunity while Regice was distracted, Lin Dong discreetly released Gengar. Although not as telepathically connected as with Darkrai, a mere glance was sufficient for Gengar to grasp the intent. A surprise attack. Darkrai, Waterlord. Lugia, prepare to deliver the final blow. Lin Dong shouted deliberately, prompting the three Pokémon to begin gathering their energies. Waterlord concentrated its power, the hydro pump in its mouth now entirely transparent. Darkrai's hands bore nearly tangible black and purple energy, seemingly capable of transcending the confines of space. Lugia opened its mouth wide, channeling its divine energy into a swirling orb of vibrant light. Realizing the impending danger, Regice began to coalesce the divine energy it had acquired from its mega evolution into its hands. In the next instant, four terrifying energies collided. Lin Dong's side clearly held the upper hand. The three Pokémon appeared to maneuver effortlessly, while the point of energy collision inched ever closer to Regice. Regice, straining to increase its divine output, barely managed to withstand the pressure 10 meters in front of itself. The body formed from the Ice Age's extreme cold was now drenched in sweat. However, Lin Dong had two more aces up his sleeve. Pikachu was not merely a spectator. The time had been ample for it to accumulate electrical energy to its zenith. Pikachu unleashed thunder. As the ominous clouds rolled overhead, a bolt of lightning, thick enough for 5 people to embrace, descended from the sky, enveloping Regice entirely. Regice hastily leaned forward, its 8 spines glowing with an icy blue light as it formed a semicircular shield above its body to deflect Pikachu's thunder. In that moment of distraction, the energy collision point advanced nearly 5 meters closer. Regice, it roared in defiance, yet it failed to notice a deep purple figure emerging from behind. Gengar, with its signature eerie smile, had already conjured a sphere of energy, preparing to deliver a 1,000-year kill. Regice's soul shivered in alarm. But it was too late to avert the impending strike. Gengar's Shadow Ball slammed into Regice's rear. Regice yelped in pain, and its protective barrier shattered in an instant, unleashing a torrent of lightning. Simultaneously, the ice beam it had concentrated with all its divine power abruptly ceased. Darkrai, Waterlord, and Lugia's combined assault struck with tremendous force. Meanwhile, Gengar, having executed its surprise attack, was promptly recalled into its Pokéball. Under normal circumstances, Gengar's Shadow Ball, while formidable, would struggle to penetrate Regice's Mega-Evolved armor, inflicting only superficial damage and a fleeting sense of discomfort. Yet now, it proved to be the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Chapter 93, Capturing Regice. The Grand Assembly, for powerful attacks, ignited a tremendous explosion, and as the dust settled, Regice was compelled to revert from its Mega Evolution form, kneeling on the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, accompanied by Darkrai, Suicune, and Lugia, were expressions of ease, for their numbers afforded them the luxury of not exerting their full strength. What one individual might have struggled to accomplish in 3 laps, the 3 of them managed with merely 1.5 laps, sufficient to subdue Regice. This level of energy expenditure could be recuperated with a meal and a night's rest. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Dong hurled a meticulously prepared Ultra Ball. The ball struck Regice precisely, transforming it into a beam of red light as it was drawn inside. Immediately, the Ultra Ball began to shake violently. Inside, Regice's emotions were tumultuous. The pride it once held during its Mega Evolution, when it felt invincible, had dissolved into bitterness. It sensed the immense binding force of the Ultra Ball. Level 1 divine power was, after all, not absolute authority. Once captured, escape became an impossibility. If it were to break free, now was the only moment. In truth, escaping at this juncture could be relatively simple. But the question remained, what would it do once outside? Suicune, Lugia, and the enigmatic Darkrai. Each of them was as formidable as its Mega Evolution form. How could it hope to contend with them? Not to mention that human trainer was unscrupulous, launching a group attack and employing sneak tactics. After a prolonged silence, Reggie sighed inwardly and relinquished its resistance. If it could not defeat them, it might as well join them. Thus, the Ultra Ball stabilized and emitted a satisfying click. Lindong held the Ultra Ball aloft, his face radiating joy. I have captured Regice. Pikachu leaped in synchrony, celebrating the moment. Come forth, Regice. Lindong released Regice from its confines. Much to his surprise, Regice, once captured, no longer emanated the coldness it had displayed in its previous form. Instead, a gentle chill enveloped Lindong, strangely pleasant. Indeed, it felt more comfortable than air conditioning. Come out, everyone. Realizing that Regice had been thoroughly captured, Lindong summoned all his Pokémon on the deserted island. Pikachu, Dragonite, Darkrai, Bulbasaur, Gengar, Staraptor, Suicune, Ralts, and Regice greeted one another, quickly becoming familiar. As for the earlier tensions, Regice chose to let bygones be bygones, embracing a spirit of camaraderie. Observing the harmonious gathering of his Pokémon, Lindong felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had worked diligently to increase his Pokémon capacity to 12, and it was nearing its limit once more. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss. There was still an ancient armor with Professor Oak. I wonder how it is faring. Meanwhile, in Professor Oak's backyard, the ancient armor sneezed. Oh dear, could it be that I caught a chill from yesterday's rain? Little Jian, having just finished a drawing, approached to check on the ancient armor. In recent days, the ancient armor had grown accustomed to life at the Oak Research Institute. Initially, it felt a tinge of humiliation. But over time, it found the experience quite agreeable. A few individuals tended to its needs daily, ensuring it was well-fed and comfortably housed. At the start, if it was dissatisfied with the food, a mere hint of distaste would prompt those around to provide various delectable alternatives. Now, after becoming familiar, each meal was tailored to its preferences. As for accommodation, it could choose freely. Life was indeed comfortable on the deserted island. After enjoying some playful moments with his Pokémon, Lindong returned them to their Pokeballs. Subsequently, he climbed on a Dragonite's back alongside Pikachu and made his way back to Fighting Island. Lindong, you have finally returned. Xiao Guang was the first to greet him, followed closely by Xiaoyou and Ami. I am back, Lindong replied, arms wide open. In life's joyous moments, one often seeks companionship. Without hesitation, Xiao Guang leaped into his embrace. The warmth and softness enveloped Lindong, stirring a flutter in his heart, yet, with Xiaoyou and Ami observing, he could only indulge in a brief embrace. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyou and Ami also stepped forward to welcome Lindong with a hug. Welcome back. Just as Lindong was about to embrace Ami, the system's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding. Task initiated. Long-term task. Win over Ami. Reward, random mythical creature 1. Lindong's heart raced with excitement. The reward mattered little. What truly captivated him was the task itself. A mythical creature could not compare to Ami's allure. The system had previously explained that it would not issue tasks that were impossible to complete. Thus, the initiation of this task indicated that Ami harbored a degree of affection for him. As for the random mythical creature reward, Lindong held no grand expectations. Unlike legendary Pokémon, which ensured a baseline quality, mythical creatures varied widely in strength. For instance, while some could be particularly powerful, such as certain llamas, others like Mew, Deoxys, and Darkrai stood as formidable contenders among mythical creatures. Naturally, Lindong had never hoped for the likes of those llamas or Mew. If he could draw a creature capable of contending with the likes of Deoxys, it would be a tremendous windfall. In addition, there were mythical creatures with unique abilities, such as Shalebi, which would also be splendid. However, if he were to draw a Jirachi, it would merely serve as a mascot. It woke only once every 1,000 years. And who could say if he would live to see it awaken? The weather on Fighting Island soon returned to normal. The clouds silently dispersed overnight. And by the following morning, the sun rose above the horizon, tinting the clouds with golden hues and adorning the brilliant sky. However, it would take a day or two for the temperature to stabilize. The refreshing air was invigorating, though the waters along the shore remained somewhat chilly. Such days were most suitable for adventure. Upon Xiao Yao's suggestion, the exploration team set forth into the island's forest. Within the woods, Lindong pointed out a path, leading the group to a riverbank, where they began to ascend the current. After a while, a waterfall obstructed their path. With memories of his past life, Lindong possessed a fair understanding of the resources on Fighting Island. Some opportunities, if not seized, would be regrettable. For instance, above this waterfall lay a breeding ground for Fiba, housing a wild specimen of considerable strength. In the anime, it eventually joined Brock in this life. Lin Dong felt that Fiba had a certain destiny with Xiaoyao. Of course, if Xiaoguang or Ami were interested, that would be fine too. If none of the three were inclined to capture it, Lin Dong could always do so himself. Fiba's final evolution, Milotic, was a dual water and ground-type Pokémon. It had few weaknesses aside from grass-type moves and was no longer fearful of electric-type attacks. Moreover, it possessed the potential for mega evolution. However, Lin Dong believed that Xiaoyu and Xiaoguang's current strength was still somewhat lacking. If Xiaoyu had a Milotic to face that electric-type Pokémon, it would be a rather one-sided encounter. Furthermore, from a sentimental standpoint, if he were to capture a water-type starter, Lin Dong would prefer Squirtle above all. Chapter 94, The Hunt for the Frosmoth. Capturing the Fiba, the four companions ascended the waterfall, continuing their journey upstream. By the riverbank, they encountered a group of baby Fiba. Xiaoyao felt a wave of nostalgia. The first time she had seen a Fiba, she had found them quite endearing, though that encounter had left her with some unpleasant memories. Nevertheless, the baby Fiba were undeniably adorable. This seemed like a splendid opportunity. I shall capture one. Here I come. As Xiaoyao exclaimed, she stepped forward, only to be confronted by a robust Fiba. It retaliated with a powerful water gun, reminiscent of the incident that had occurred behind Dr. Tianjuan's laboratory. At that moment, a baby Fiba tumbled into the rushing waters. Without hesitation, Xiaoyao deployed her Shellmet, using its string shot to rescue the little creature. Soon after, Numida appeared, and Xiaoyao mistakenly took him for the elder water-type Pokémon. I am responsible for nurturing the Fiba in this swamp. You may call me Grandpa Numida, he stated. This area is off limits. Did you not notice the railing and the warning signs at the entrance? Xiaoyao clarified. Actually, we ascended the waterfall and came upstream to reach here. Oh, I see. You are all Pokémon trainers engaged in your training. No worries, since you saved my Fiba. Why not join me for a cup of tea before you leave? After clearing up the misunderstanding, Numida graciously invited the four to tour the Fiba breeding facility. Although referred to as a facility, it was merely a wooden cabin. The larger Fiba had followed them as well. Inside the cabin, Lin Dong and the others beheld numerous Fiba eggs. Through Numida's explanations, they learned that he had been entrusted by the Pokémon League to hatch these Fiba eggs. Subsequently, they observed the baby Fiba up close. However, as Xiaoyao approached, the baby Fiba unleashed its water gun once more. By the way, Grandpa Numida, is this Fiba also one of your nurtured ones? Xiaoyao inquired, glancing at the larger Fiba that had been following her. Oh, that one? It's actually a wild Fiba. Numida scratched his head. It appeared one day and decided to stay, seemingly considering the baby Fiba here as its companions. If possible, I hope you can take it with you. Once my Fiba reach a certain level, they must be sent to the League, and if it remains here, it won't have any companions. Numida spoke earnestly. Fantastic. Fiba, would you like to come with me? Xiaoyao extended her invitation, despite the Fiba frequently using water gun against her. Perhaps it was fate in another light. The Fiba nodded but jumped back a short distance. Xiaoyao, it wants to battle you, Ami chuckled, addressing Xiaoyao. Perhaps due to the absence of Team Rocket's interference, the Fiba did not agree immediately as it had in the original animated series. Xiaoyao had no choice but to send out her Shellmet. Come forth, Shellmet. Use string shot. Shellmet opened its mouth and shot forth a white thread towards the Fiba. The Fiba leaped aside, dodging the string shot, and retaliated with a water gun. The attack was swift and powerful, demonstrating considerable strength. Shellmet was unable to evade and was directly hit by the water gun. The Fiba indeed showcased a notable level of prowess. Although Shellmet had evolved once, Bug-type Pokémon typically evolved early, and its actual level may not have surpassed that of the Fiba. Shellmet, harden, and use Tackle. Xiaoyao rallied, commanding Shellmet to attack again. The Fiba, not to be outdone, responded with its own Tackle. When the two Pokémon collided, Shellmet, despite its slight disadvantage, managed to leverage its hardened form for a physical edge. In this clash, Shellmet staggered back 3 steps while the Fiba retreated 5. Shellmet, harden again and use Tackle. Xiaoyao saw a glimmer of victory and repeated the strategy. The Fiba, seemingly undeterred, launched another Tackle. This time, the Fiba felt as though it had struck a steel plate, causing it to stagger back, dazed and in discomfort. Wonderful. Shellmet, harden again and use Tackle. Xiaoyao, now invigorated by the prospect of victory, pressed on. Yet, this time, the Fiba had learned its lesson. It refrained from a direct confrontation and instead unleashed a water gun. Shellmet was hit and pushed back. However, at that moment, be it from gaining experience or a surge of emotion, Shellmet's body began to glow with a white light. Ah! Xiaoyao gasped in surprise at the sudden transformation. It's evolving. Xiaoguang, having witnessed several Pokémon evolutions during their journey, quickly recognized the situation. Xiaoyao, overwhelmed with concern, momentarily failed to respond. However, she was still apprehensive, But it just evolved not long ago. Is it really okay for it to evolve again so soon? Xiaoyao's worries were not unfounded. Some Pokémon, despite their immense potential, might suffer from prematurely evolving due to external stimuli, ultimately leading to a depletion of their capabilities and preventing them from reaching their full potential. This would indeed be a loss. Nevertheless, it was normal for bug-type Pokémon to evolve relatively quickly. In past games, Caterpie evolved into Butterfree at level 10. And the same seemed true for Frosmoth. Xiaoyao, there's no need to worry. Bug-type Pokémon naturally evolve at a faster pace, Lindong reassured her, alleviating her concerns. As the white light faded, a striking black and gray butterfly emerged before them, its colorful wings shimmering in the sunlight. Wow, is this Frosmoth? It's so cute and beautiful. Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with delight. Xiaoguang quickly retrieved his Pokédex. Frosmoth, the moth Pokémon, the evolved form of Shelmet. Its favorite food is sweet nectar, and it often flits about in search of pollen. The Phoeba, witnessing its future companion's evolution, wore an expression of astonishment. Well then, Frosmoth, I look forward to working with you. Xiaoyao eagerly prepared to issue her command, but paused, turning to ask, what is Frosmoth's signature move? Xiaoguang glanced at the Pokédex and replied, it states its move is Silver Wind. Great. Without further ado, Xiaoyao commanded, Frosmoth, use Silver Wind. Coincidentally, the Frosmoth indeed knew the move. It graciously flapped its wings, summoning a shimmering silver wind infused with powder towards the Phoeba. Caught off guard, the Phoeba was struck by the silver wind. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyao threw a Pokéball. The ball struck the Phoeba, which instantly transformed into a beam of red light and was drawn into the ball. The Phoeba, already inclined to accompany Xiaoyao, put up only a token resistance before submitting. The ball emitted a satisfying click. Xiaoyao was elated and hurried over to retrieve the Pokéball. Fantastic! I have captured the Phoeba.